Zhou Zi's expression paled, not because the phoenix shadows had been crushed, but because she could feel that Hua Jieyu's attack was not targeting the phoenix shadows, but the spiritual will that she had fused with the area. Noble plane experts could fuse their spiritual will into the area's spiritual qi and launch devastating attacks. The Sage Plane's rule power was an evolution of the Noble Plane's spiritual will, fusing more perfectly with the power in the area and creating rule power. As such, all their attacks used their spiritual will as a foundation. Just now, her phoenix shadows had been destroyed because the spiritual will that she had fused with the area had suffered a destructive blow and had been eradicated. Naturally, the phoenix shadows would disintegrate into nothingness. A spirit elementalist. Zhou Zi glared at the beautiful queen-like figure in the air. There was a divine light surrounding her body, making Hua Jieyu more brilliant than her. This caused her to feel a tinge of envy. Her spiritual will rapidly spread out and became one with the heavens. Numerous golden phoenixes appeared in every corner of the area, as though there was a huge divine phoenix enveloping the area. In the world of golden flames, the continually falling golden flames that seemed like they could incinerate everything flew towards Hua Jieyu. However, when the flames landed, they would extinguish and fade to nothingness. Zhou Zi frowned. Her feeling had not been wrong. The giant golden phoenix started to become corporeal, the burning golden flames turning into a dazzling phoenix blade, slashing towards Hua Jieyu's body. Hua Jieyu did not dodge or shield herself. She stretched out her arms and her crown life spirit let out a blinding glow. Her eyes became exceptionally bewitching, as though a divine light shot out from them. "Seal," Hua Jieyu said. In an instant, the giant phoenix shadow stopped in its tracks, becoming silent and floating in the air. Zhou Zi's shadow appeared in the phoenix's shadow. It was the manifestation of her spiritual will. It had now appeared under the force of some mysterious power. Moreover, it was imprisoned in mid-air like it was being controlled by an invisible force, causing the rampaging golden phoenix to stop its attacks. Terrifying lightning flooded the area, landing on the spiritual will shadow. It disintegrated into nothingness and the phoenix shadow exploded at the same time. Zhou Zi humphed, her expression grim. Behind her, wind and fire raged as phoenix wings appeared. She glared daggers at Hua Jieyu. However, the glow on Hua Jieyu's body became even more brilliant as it surrounded her body. At that moment, Zhou Zi felt strong telekinetic energy invading her body, corrupting her spiritual will. Her spiritual will transformed into a golden phoenix to attempt to ward off the invasion. But Hua Jieyu looked coldly at her and stretched her palm out. In an instant, an invisible force turned into a telekinetic palm strike and crushed downwards. At that moment, Zhou Zi's body shuddered vigorously and her expression became pale. To her horror, she found that she could not move her body freely and was being lifted by a telekinetic palm. Her spiritual will had been imprisoned and captured, and the person had obtained control of her body that way. "So you were this weak." A soft voice sounded as Hua Jieyu's palm struck across the air, her telekinesis striking on the other party's spiritual will. Zhou Zi groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood, her aura becoming weaker as she fell to the ground. She panted rapidly. The feeling that she had just felt was like her spirit had been imprisoned. The feeling of not being able to control her body was too scary. Her expression was steely as she raised her head to look at Hua Jieyu. However, the latter did not even look at her as though she was not worthy of attention. "So you were this weak." This was Hua Jieyu's judgment of her. She had been prideful in front of the people from the barren state. After all, she was the sacred dynasty's princess, noble and holy. However, be it in terms of appearance or strength, she had been crushed and publicly humiliated. The people that she had looked down upon was now speaking to her in a condescending tone. She had participated in the 9-state forum, but she was unable to even get past the first round. This made Zhou Zi feel as though her heart was being torn to shreds. The great Zhou Sacred King looked at Zhou Zi calmly. Although he also knew that Zhou Zi would be eliminated sooner or later, he was still surprised to see her defeated in the first round. This young lady from the barren state actually specialized in telekinesis rule power. Attacking the spiritual will directly, On the viewing gallery, many influential figures had naturally perceived Hua Jiu's ability and were commenting. Using telekinesis as her means of attacking and changing it into telekinesis rule power to attack other spiritual will. There was no way to defend against it. In the barren state's direction, Yi Futian looked at everything that had unfolded calmly. He naturally knew Jiu's abilities. When they were cultivating in the Sage Hall, they often discussed their cultivation together and shared their experiences. Moreover, Jiu had told him that there was a saint within her body guiding her. Divine spiritual sorcerers could do anything with their telekinesis. To unleash a divine spiritual sorcerer's abilities, one needed to find out what that sorcerer truly specialized in. The rule power that Jiu had comprehended was the rare telekinesis rule power. It could launch an attack using telekinesis on another person's spiritual will. Moreover, Jiu could even integrate her spells into her telekinetic attacks and attack the other party's spiritual energy. Just like the Saint Instrument God-beating whip, Jiu had not even given her all to defeat Zhou Zi. Sometimes Yi Futian felt conflicted. He was resentful that back then, his godfather had found a saint to possess Jiu, causing her to nearly die in battle. However, he now knew that his godfather had found a saint-level divine spiritual sorcerer for Jiu in the hopes that Jiu could grow rapidly. This was undoubtedly the most suitable for Jiu. If it was Sage Daozong who was teaching her, Jiu would definitely not be able to improve so quickly and her potential would not be able to be unleashed. The title of the ultimate sorcerer meant that they could use rule powers and spells, bypassing the physical body and attacking other spiritual will directly. To any cultivator, this would definitely be a catastrophe. At that moment, the other state's experts also felt the pressure from Hua Jiu after watching the battle. Would this battle be a repeat of one person dominating the other 8? At that moment, a figure suddenly disappeared from the ground and turned into an afterimage, heading towards Hua Jiu like a phantom. Hua Jiu continued standing there quietly, the light of her life spirit illuminating the entire area. She did not look to see where the person had gone. Nothing could hide from her telekinesis, even though the other party was indeed very speedy. Suddenly, an invisible force reverberated in a certain direction, and the phantom's movements stopped. That person was from the Feng State's Holy Land Sea Clan. He was the Feng State's Sea Saint descendant. His body struggled, trying to move. However, Hua Jiu's body floated in the air, releasing a brilliant light, and her telekinesis constantly descended on him, rendering him immobile. Everyone's cultivation level is the same on the forum battle arena, but none of us have comprehended the telekinesis rule power. We are naturally at a disadvantage when facing the telekinesis rule power that none of us have any defense against. Unless we can take her down before she strikes, we are all going to be suppressed. One of the other contestants shouted out. At that moment, the others also moved, firing their attacks at Hua Jiu. When facing someone with such an oppressive ability, their only way out was to take the person down fast. A glint appeared in Hua Jiu's eyes. In an instant, devastating lightning strikes shone and struck towards all directions of the battle arena. The lightning had no form or shape, as though it had assimilated into the air. Following a few grunts, the violent attacks in the area quietened down as they had all been quelled. The experts' expressions all changed. They had faced the same fate as Zhou Zi, and their spiritual wills controlling their attacks had been eliminated. Just as they were thinking about how to continue battling, they felt something and their expressions changed. They saw countless thunder whips lashing down from the air. However, they were not aimed at their physical bodies. Lashing sounds could be heard as they grunted. A few of them had blood trickling down the side of their mouths. Soon, the 7 other battlers fled from Hua Jiu. Looking at the stunning lady, they sighed in their hearts and turned around, leaving the battle. Hua Jiu saw them leaving the battle arena and retracted her telekinesis. She lowered her head and glanced at Zhou Zi, then turned towards the elder at the edge of the battle arena, awaiting his declaration of the victor. It seems that the barren state has its fair share of talents. Many people looked at Hua Jiu's figure and thought to themselves. Of course, Hua Jiu's opponents in this round were relatively weaker, and she did not meet anyone with a strong spiritual will. If she met those prodigies specializing in spirit elementals, the battle would not be that one-sided. Returning to her area, Hua Jieyu raised her head and looked at Yi Futian with a faint, proud smile on her face. This fox, Yi Futian, also had a smile on his face. However, although Hua Jieyu had crushed her opponents in this round, it would not be that simple in the later rounds of the 9-state forum. Just like he had expected, as the 9-state forum continued, round after round of intense battles broke out and many experts started to rise up. After all, the people from the Barren State had gone through one round of battling. There were only 10 or so left from the lineup of over 30. Apart from those who had come from the Sage Hall with him, the others were almost all eliminated. What a tragic outcome. Moreover, they had only gone through about 30 battles. With each battle eliminating 8 people, only about 200 to 300 had been eliminated. If they wanted to enter the top 100, this meant that the remaining 10 people from the Barren State had to repeatedly battle and could not lose even one battle. The further into the forum they got, the Barren State's disadvantage would become even more evident. As the 9-state forum continued, Yi Futian also realized a subtle trend. The other 8 states apart from the Barren State had all their holy lands taking turns to battle. Even when a certain holy land repeatedly battled, they would eventually maintain an equal number of participants as the other holy lands, as though there was some form of tacit understanding between them. Uncle Master, it seems like the holy lands in the 9 states all have similar numbers. Yi Futian looked at Sage Wanxiang and said in a small voice, "They are very similar. The difference between them is very small. Apart from the Eastern State and the Barren State, the other 7 states all have around 400 people. The Summer State has the most people at 405, while the U State has the least at 397 people," Sage Wanxiang replied. Yi Futian looked at him. This old fellow had actually counted them? Not just that, but the only holy land from the Eastern State participating in this times 9-state forum is only Xihua Sacred Mountain. Adding on to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Glass Saints disciples, the 3 factions have about 400 people in total as well. As for the extra 100 or so people, they are from all over the Eastern State and have snatched these 100 over seats from the many holy lands in the 9-state forum, Sage Wanxiang said with an unperturbed expression. As for our Barren State, they were not wrong to say that they did not consider us as part of the 9-state forum. Perhaps they just invited us on a whim. To them, the Barren State is destined to be eliminated. We're just a foil to them, which is why we were allocated this location. Yi Futian nodded. He had already noticed it when he looked at the remaining 10 people in the Barren State. If the Barren State wanted to continue in the 9-state forum, they would have to obtain consecutive victories. This would mean that the other 8 states would not have any victors. Would this even be possible? Although he was very confident in those who had stepped out of the Sage Hall with him under these rules, he only had confidence that one person would stay, and that was Yushang. Moreover, if there was only Yushang left to battle to the end, what did it mean for him? It meant that from then on, none of the other 8 states could advance. Many prodigies in the 9 states would be stopped by him. I only thought about it briefly just now, but hearing it from Uncle Master now, doesn't that make it even more interesting? Yi Futian replied. Under these rules, it was no wonder that nobody expected Yi Futian to be able to enter the top 10. In fact, if he was not prodigious enough, he might not even make the top 100. So, there are only 2 possibilities from now on. First, the Barren State is eliminated. Second, the 9-state forum will be forced to change its rules, Sage Wanxiang said. Yi Futian had a strange expression on his face. Previously, the elder had claimed that he would treat everyone similarly. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that his words were like a death sentence to the Barren State. There was no hope for them to enter the top 100. However, this made things all the more interesting. The Holy Lands having similar numbers seems to be something that is agreed upon. The host's advantage is actually all those who are not disciples of Holy Lands. Yi Futian continued. The Xihua Sacred Mountain should be trying to recruit these people then. Indeed, the 9-state forum has been conducted for many years and already has a set of implicit rules in place. With the Holy Lands numbers being about even after the next 400 battles, everyone from the Holy Lands should have battled. After all the Holy Lands in the 9 states have done battle, We will come to a section in the 9-state form where there will be some changes in the rules, Sage Wanxiang replied. Yi Futian nodded as his gaze landed on the forum's battle arena. The Barren State had already gone through a round of battles and had the most outstanding performance among the 9 states. Even if there were only 10 left out of the 30, this was still a battle of 9 where only one would proceed. In actuality, the proceedings also shocked many people from the 9 states. However, when they remembered that these were the most outstanding people by gathering the entire Barren State's strength, they understood why. In the Eastern State's direction, a figure stepped out. The figure was showered in a golden glow. Even his hair was golden and his eyes had an exceedingly prideful look in them. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's Zhou Xian. The people from the Eastern State saw the person who was battling and their eyes lit up. Zhou Xian was extremely famous within the great Zhou sacred dynasty's younger generation. He was the sovereign family's descendant and had exceptional strength. In the lineup that the great Zhou sacred dynasty had brought this time, his strength was definitely in the top 3. They're targeting the Barren State in this battle. This thought appeared in many people's minds. The other states appeared to have reached a consensus and did not send out any experts to prevent them from clashing with Zhou Xian. Since the Barren State was invited by the Eastern State and the Eastern State's Xihua Sacred Mountain and Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty appeared to have some conflict with the Barren State, let them settle it by themselves. The disciples from the other 7 states' holy lands were only there to spar. All the holy lands knew that the majority of participants in the 9-state forum were only there to gain some experience. After all, only the prodigies from the various holy lands could hope to reach the pinnacle of the 9-state forum. Zhou Xian's gaze was razor-sharp as he glared at Yusheng. They had evidently noticed that the Barren State had already gone through a round of battles. If they followed the order from the previous round, the person who was battling now should be Yusheng, who dominated the other 8 opponents in the first round. Yusheng seemed to have noticed Zhou Xian's gaze. After the rest walked out, he stepped forward with no hesitation. He naturally knew that he was being targeted, but so what? Zhou Zi was now sitting in the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's viewing gallery. Her gaze moved towards them and she said, Zhou Xian should be able to defeat him. Zhou Xian is very strong. But the Barren State's Yusheng also showed off his dominance in the previous battle. Moreover, that probably was not his full strength. Zhou Xian is not fully confident in winning this battle, the Great Zhou Sacred King replied. A person that can step out and fight for the pride of the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace is definitely extraordinary. I'm looking forward to it. Saint Xihua smiled and commented. The Sky Saint looked calmly in the air. He only had one disciple, Han Yu, who was already in the Sage Plane. Therefore, he was here today purely as a spectator. He did not belong to any clan, so he naturally did not recruit people under his wing to participate in the 9-state forum. On the forum's battle arena, a brilliant golden phoenix appeared behind Zhou Xian's body. The golden phoenix life spirit shone blindingly in the air, like a divine bird descending on the mortal realm, combining as one with his body. Its wings flapped as a golden sheen erupted around it. Its body floated in the air and in the next moment, it had disappeared like a flash of golden lightning and appeared next to an expert. How fast! The crowd said as their gazes followed it. They saw a golden phoenix diving downwards, but the face of the phoenix was Zhou Xian's. The Qi State's expert attempted to block it, but with a giant thud, his body was sent flying and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The golden phoenix flew across the air without stopping and swept across the battle arena. Soon, all the other experts except Yusheng had been defeated. The brilliant glow drooped downwards in a beautiful arc and Zhou Xian appeared above Yusheng, looking down on him, then said, "Let me see how strong you are." Yusheng raised his head and looked calmly at Zhou Xian. A dark golden light was flowing around his body and a rampant strength was being released from every part of his body. Standing there, he had an aura that was dismissive of Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's body disappeared and in the next moment, Yusheng saw a flash of light rushing down. It was a terrifying golden phoenix, and countless rays of light turned into phoenix blades, piercing down towards Yusheng's head. Blinding light flooded the area as Yusheng used his Dozhan body. A huge body appeared, blocking the phoenix blades when they pierced downwards. However, the blades continued to penetrate through gradually, as though they would be able to pierce through any defense. Yusheng acted as though he did not feel anything, the giant body stretching out its palms and grabbing the phoenix blade. Zhou Xian's expression changed as the phoenix screeched, the blades continuing to pierce downwards, while his body flew up into the air. Bang! Launching off with his right foot, Yusheng's body rushed into the air like a bolt of lightning. He stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the phoenix's wings, causing Zhou Xian to struggle vigorously. His other hand stretched out and similarly grabbed the wing. His right arm continued upwards and the giant Dozhan body's palm gripped the phoenix by the neck, rushing downwards to the ground and slamming the phoenix. Every feather on the golden phoenix's wings was as sharp as blades and cut through Yusheng's body. However, it was like they were slicing the hardest metal. The phoenix flapped its other wing forcefully, but it was unable to break free from the giant hand's grip. Bang! With a thunderous sound, feathers flew into the sky as the golden phoenix was slammed hard into the ground. It then became ethereal and Zhou Xian's body could be seen coughing up copious amounts of blood. However, Zhou Xian also cultivated his physique and glared at Yusheng while struggling to get up. When he saw this, Yusheng slammed his fist down again onto Zhou Xian. At that moment, Zhou Xian recoiled and curled up his body, no longer able to battle. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's gazes all froze. It was still as violent as before. There was absolutely no doubt about the outcome. Even Zhou Xian's strength was insufficient to threaten Yusheng. The victor, Yusheng, the elder announced. As Yusheng turned and left, the three saints of the Xihua sacred mountain looked at him with peculiar expressions. What would happen if he continued to dominate like this? Would they let the elites from the Xihua sacred mountain and other factions continue battling with him? What if they were still eliminated? What should they do then? It shouldn't be that bad, they thought to themselves. There were many elite figures in the 9 states who had not gotten their chance to battle. Next, the elder continued to announce. The people from the 9 states walked out in succession. This time, the person from the barren state was Yi Wuchen. They had all gone through a round of battling. When a new round began, they did not need to follow the order they had previously. People from all the other 8 states looked at the one-armed Yi Wuchen. After rounds of battles, the one state that caught the attention of everyone with their mighty ones fielded was surprising, the barren state. That was something that no one had expected before. Before the 9-state forum was held, everyone thought the over 30 who came from the barren state were little more than accessories to complete the event. Under such rules, all from the barren state, which everyone thought was only for show, would be eliminated soon. Yet, the barren state managed to take more than a dozen places after over 30 battles fought. The winners of the remaining 20 or so battles were divided between the other 8 states instead. The barren state alone bagged more than half the victories to be had thus far. That, coupled with how Yusheng went about overwhelming Zhou Xian in the previous battle, Yi Wuchen became the center of attention as soon as he walked out. That was his second battle. No one would know how powerful he is without fighting him head-on. But he's good with a sword, and coupling that with illusions, he's one incredible threat to be taken seriously indeed. Many on the grandstands said. Luoho Palace should be able to take this one. A mighty one from the Vajra region of War State, who sat the southern corner, said and turned to look at the ones from Luoho Palace. They were all from War State, so they knew each other better than they did most others. The one from Luoho Palace that time was truly someone formidable. What use would it be taking just one battle? A mighty one of Luoho Palace quipped nonchalantly. They too were confident, as if they would have easily bagged the victory for that round. Saint Xihua heard the conversation, then smiled and said, "It seems that the one from Luoho Palace who is going to fight this time is an exceptional one indeed. In that case, I look forward to it." The one from the eastern state to fight in that round was still a student of Xihua Sacred Mountain. Just as Sage Wanxiang predicted, the ones from Sacred Grounds would have finished the rounds of battles first. The highest number of participants to remain would have been the ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain, after fighting about 400 battles. As such, Xihua Sacred Mountain of the eastern state fielded more participants than everyone else. That person turned their eyes at Yi Wuchen and said, "The barren state still has over a dozen people left after that one round. I'm curious to see how long those from the barren state will last. Shoop, a streak of sword will descended from above. That one-armed silhouette moved as soon as they finished talking. Yi Wuchen rushed at them at breakneck speed. He actually went in action just like that. Very determined indeed. Boom. That person took one step containing tremendously overbearing power, which burst in their surroundings. Extremely thick power of rules of defense appeared around them. That was the rules of the earth, preventing anyone from getting near. It was apparent that that person was also a mighty one who had a high comprehension of rules. They would not have provoked Yi Wuchen otherwise. Yi Wuchen pointed at the air before him and thousands of sword wills gushed in the air in an instant. Break! Yi Wuchen extended his arm forward and pointed at the mighty one from Xihua Sacred Mountain below, depressing with his finger. Thousands of sword will manifested as a spiral whirlpool in an instant, and a black hole of swords seemed to have appeared in the space before him. Explosions were heard continuously. The expression of the mighty one from Xihua Sacred Mountain flinched. They stepped out once again, and a tremendously overbearing shadow appeared right behind them. Walls of the earth emerged one after another with that figure at the center. Powerful powers of rules of defense flowed on the walls, making them indestructible. However, that spiral sword aura storm continued on its path, descending from above like a storm of the galaxy, which then penetrated through everything right away. It made dark holes at the center of the defensive spell and went all the way forward. Shredding rules. Many looked startled. Yi Wuchen's power of the sword contained the power of shredding rules, known for its offensive capacity, which was merged with that storm of sword aura. Apparently, it was of a higher level than the rules of the earth. It was no surprise that the attack tore right through his opponent's defense and went straight for target. The mighty one from Xihua Sacred Mountain. That mighty one from Xihua Sacred Mountain changed all of a sudden, and slivers of rules coursed throughout his body, as if their body had become part of the earth itself, melding with his surroundings. All powers of the heavens and the earth became part of his defense. Yet, when that terrifying spiral storm arrived, it tore right through the crust and through their body along with everything around it. The defense of the earth's crust was completely shattered. Streaks of sword aura pierced through their body, yet they were not killed. It was apparent that Yi Wuchen pulled punches. Their face blanched as they crashed to the ground. They glanced at Yi Wuchen before bowing slightly, turning around and leaving afterward. It was apparent that they were thanking Yi Wuchen for sparing them instead of killing them. Other than the elusive sword rules, there is still matured shredding rules in it then. He is truly a rare type of genius indeed. It seems like all those from the barren state are not to be taken lightly, a mighty one said. Many in the grandstands were aware of that. When Yi Futian's people went knocking on the law bell at the bottom of Xihua Sacred Mountain, they all did so without paying it much mind, lighting up images on the bell one after another. It was apparent that they had treated that to be an act of getting the ticket into the 9-state forum early, and had no intentions of showing off back then. They had only come to show their true colors on the stage of the forum at the moment. All the other mighty ones fixed their gaze at the one-armed silhouette in the air, emanating stable aura from his body. There were quite a number of others who had not yet developed matured rules. They knew they stood no chance against Yi Wuchen. As such, they tried banding up instead. Yi Wuchen took a look at the space below, activating his thoughts and extending his hand. Terrifying sword aura storm whipped up in the air in an instant. Countless sword aura filled their surroundings before manifesting a 7 sword aura storms. There were 7 mighty ones below him still. Go! Yi Wuchen uttered the word, and all 7 sword auras headed straight for the 7 mighty ones below. The air was filled with sword aura, with shredding rules imbued within every single one of the storms. Boom! 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 Rumbles were heard one after another. Everyone saw one after another of those mighty ones being thrown off. There is yet another from the barren state who overwhelms everyone present. Many looked at the one-armed silhouette standing tall and proud. His white shirt flowing as sword will circled around him as if he was a one-armed god of the sword. Wait! There is one more. Many people's pupils contracted somewhat at that very moment as they looked at a particular spot. There was still a mighty one who had not been defeated by the sword aura. That person remained standing below while terrifying dark aura appeared around his body. Many were shocked to find that that mighty one had actually opened his mouth and allowed the terrifying sword aura to come at them in a frenzy. He swallowed the storm whole. The sword auras were devoured and nowhere to be found. Devouring rules. Many eyes were fixed on that silhouette. Devouring rules were also a type of incredibly rare rules. There were very few capable of developing comprehension of such rules. It was said that when trained to the extreme, they allowed one to devour everything in existence. Who is that? Many in the grandstands asked. They had thought Yi Wuchen would have been capable of overwhelming the mighty ones from all other 8 states. They never thought they were able to see such changes right there. That guy is very powerful. Someone from War State, from the Luoho Palace, to be specific. It is said that Luoho Palace of War State is incredibly terrifying, and they are adept at eerie, unpredictable powers. That guy is probably a genius nurtured within Luoho Palace then. Other than students who studied in sacred grounds, there were still quite a number of others from all 9 states who did not study in sacred grounds. If they wanted to participate in the 9-state forum, they would have had to pass the elimination rounds organized by sacred grounds back home, just like how Yi Futian gathered Li Futu and cultivators from all other top clans to participate in the forum. But the one who stood right there was probably a student of Luoho Palace itself. Furthermore, he was probably one of the most fearsome geniuses among their ranks. Sword. Yi Wuchen's expression hardly changed. He extended his hand and called thousands of sword will to gather above him, howling in a frenzy as they coalesced into a dazzling giant sword. Every single streak of sword will contained the power of shredding rules. The giant sword exuded an imposing might as if it was a sword to break all swords. Go! The giant sword streaked through the air with the command and fell straight down. The space seemed as if it was about to be torn apart. At that same time, an extremely huge demonic shadow appeared behind that mighty one from Luoho Palace, looking terrifying and ferocious. It extended 4 arms and charged at the shredding sword in the air. Its mouth remained open to swallow the sword up. An incredibly dazzling light burst within that body of the demonic shadow. The demonic shadow then burst and shattered, taking the might of that giant sword along with it. A clash of the power of rules. A clash of titans indeed. The eyes of many sparkled, and another demonic shadow appeared on that mighty one from Luoho Palace, continuing to devour the powers of the heavens and the earth. That huge shadow extended even more arms, and its body continued to grow in size as if it was out to devour everything around it to make itself strong. The demon's arms went for Yi Wuchen. The sword aura around him burst and went cutting at the arms while growing at the same time. A terrifying devouring power was all over the place, and Yi Wuchen felt his body being pulled at by some intense power, as if he found himself in a whirlpool. He looked at the sky and his expression turned extremely serious. It was the first time he fought someone of such caliber after he trained in the Sage Hall. It was also the very reason Yi Futian took them outside the Barren State, allowing them to meet stronger opponents and therefore progress further with their training. Many trembled at the sight of that demonic shadow continuing to grow in size. Yi Wuchen was at a disadvantage. Will there be yet another genius getting eliminated then? Yi Wuchen lowered his head and looked beneath him at that moment. That mighty one of Luoho Palace looked on with a cold expression. He felt some kind of changes about to happen in that very moment, yet he was unable to make anything out of it. He was unable to spend much time pondering on it. Yi Wuchen called the thousands of sword aura to rush at him instead. He remained cold while bringing the devouring powers to the fullest. All the arms of that demon went on to snuff out the storm of swords. Yet Yi Wuchen was seen rushing at him instead. The demonic shadow's head went after Yi Wuchen and terrifying devouring whirlpool emerged. It eventually went to chomp down on Yi Wuchen. Yet, at that very moment, the mighty one from Luoho Palace felt an intense sense of crisis. Yi Wuchen's silhouette, which the demonic shadow devoured, dissipated right there, and then while high above the ground, a gust of sword aura out to shred everything descended. Illusory sword. His expression changed drastically knowing that he fell into the trap of that technique. Yi Wuchen brought earth-shattering sword wills to bear at the very next moment. The huge demon howled and went to clash with Yi Wuchen head-on. The giant sword and the demon clashed, and a gust of overbearing shredding power went on to tear the demon's body apart. At the same time, overbearing devouring power was about to swallow Yi Wuchen whole. Damn it! The mighty one from Luoho Palace changed once again, and an even stronger sense of crisis was felt. A beam of incredibly brilliant silver light emerged from Yi Wuchen and burst straight through the demon's body. The devouring rules were unable to resist, and the beam of light burst into his mind, tearing at his spiritual willpower. Boom! The brain of that mighty one shuddered violently, and his vision turned blurry. The demon's body disintegrated and turned to dust at the very next moment. While he was still rather conscious, he saw Yi Wuchen's sword bearing on his throat. It felt bone-chilling cold. He stared at Yi Wuchen and said, "Melding the rules of the sword into spiritual will attacks. What is this move called?" "The move has no name," Yi Wuchen said. It was something he had comprehended and developed himself. "It has the ability to cut off spiritual will. I'll call it Spirit Cutter." He then added, "You won." He then turned around and left the stage. He was someone rather renowned in Luoho Palace of War State. He came to the 9-state forum with intentions of growing his fame. He did not expect to be eliminated right in the first round. However, his defeat was not a humiliating one. That swordsman from the Barren State sure is powerful. Everyone on the grandstand turned to fix their eyes at Yi Wuchen after seeing a student of Luoho Palace leave. Yi Wuchen actually beat such a powerful student of Luoho Palace. The ones from the War State were the most shocked. The Barren State had once again overwhelmed the other 8 states and emerged victoriously. This time, a very powerful genius-level figure from Luoho Palace was eliminated. At this point, it seemed difficult to eliminate the ones from the Barren State. In the following battles, the Barren State continued to win at a great margin. The ones who were eliminated were all people who had not developed matured rules. After a dozen rounds of battles, the ones from the Barren State fought hard again, with the eventual 8 mighty ones who remained being Yushang, Hua Jieyu, Yi Wuchen, Suke, Xiaoxi, Yuanzhan, Phoenix, and Zue Qianqiu. All 8 of them were people who followed Yi Futian to train in the Sage Hall till that very day and had yet to become sages. All others had either been training in the Sage Hall as sages, or they had broken into Sage Plane while they were training in the Sage Hall. There were many in the Barren State's grandstand area who were great figures from the Barren State. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yan Jun, and the others looked at the remaining 8 and felt rather surreal. The ones who had been with Yi Futian now all surpassed their peers back slightly or considerably. Even the likes of Li Futu, who was Yan Jun's heir, was surpassed by a considerable margin. It was more so in the case of Yi Futian himself. "I wonder how many of them will be able to keep being in the game with rules like that," Yan Jun said in a low voice. Those rules did seem to be a little too brutal for the ones from the Barren State. "So long as there is even one who is able to hold out, those rules will be little more than a joke," Shui said coldly. "If Yushang is truly the only one left and goes on to overwhelm everyone till the very end, while there is no one else from the Barren State capable of going any further, what will they make of that?" "We'll see," Gu Donglu said calmly. Yushang won the next round of battles, and he remained winning by overwhelming all he fought. Hua Jieyu and Yi Wuchen were 2 victorious. 3 out of the 8 won 3 consecutive rounds, while there was no one else from other states making it through. The scenario made the stage of the forum look rather odd. If things are to go on like that, all the other states but the Barren State seem to be losing face. It was totally unexpected to see the Barren State with so many capable people. A voice was heard, and many turned in the direction of that voice. It was the corner where Qi State was assigned to. It was a silhouette in luxurious clothes, who exuded an exceptional air. The man looked to be in his 30s, yet he exuded a formless brilliance and looked rather mystical. The man was a mighty one of Hall of Holy Light from Qi State, who was ranked at the forefront of the Sage ranking of the Sage and Saint rankings of the 9 states, which made him a very formidable figure. It is indeed a rare thing to see consecutive victories in such a place where sacred grounds of 9 states gather. A mighty one from Yu House nodded and said, "But if things keep going like this, things will look pretty awkward for the rest of the sacred grounds of the 9 states." The mighty one of the Hall of Holy Light smiled and said, "Xian, how about you go see what the mighty ones from the 9 states are capable of?" "Indeed." A young man nodded at the Qi state's corner. Many turned to look at him. Xian of Hall of Holy Light, the student of the one who just spoke. He was a formidable one, capable enough to be ranked among the top 3 of the students from Hall of Holy Light who participated in the forum. In the next round, where participants from the 9 states emerged, Xian of Hall of Holy Light stood out. The one who emerged from the barren state was Su Quebec, Hall of Holy Light. Su Ke said to himself. He had some impression of the man. There was an extremely exceptional figure who sounded the law bell back at the bottom of Xihua Sacred Mountain, who moved like a beam of light, and it impressed Su Quebec. That man was from the Hall of Holy Light. Seems like this battle will be a tough one. With a mighty one of the Hall of Holy Light of Qi State participating in that round, all the other states saw fit to be wary, refraining from fielding people who were too powerful in order to avoid a clash of titans situation. Furthermore, they knew that battle was targeted at the barren state. Yet, it was not that the Hall of Holy Light had anything against the barren state. It was just that the barren state's consecutive victories meant that there was no one else from other states' sacred grounds going into the next round. All 9 of them introduced themselves, and a burst of dazzling lights was seen on the battlefield. The eyes of everyone were on Xian. The golden lines flowing about his body seemed like holy light, shooting at the eyes of the other 8. The piercing light had some of them turn their eyes away, yet an incredible sense of danger loomed at the very next moment. They all retreated, but then saw shafts of spears of light shooting out, streaking the space at breakneck speeds. Boom! Boom! Violent clashes were heard again and again. All 8 of them were attacked at the same time. Their bodies were thrown off. At the same time, Xian slowly rose to the air, standing at the center of the 8. He came to be clad in holy light that was even more dazzling and blinding, shining on all the others. Everyone was able to feel that one thought was all it would take for him to launch an attack. Rules of light, then? Yi Futian said in a low voice on the grandstands where the barren state was assigned to. Yet another rare power of rules. Indeed, the Hall of Holy Light's ancestors created a new year all those years ago with the rules of light, making the status of the Hall of Holy Light surpass all the other old royalties and Jixia Holy Palace. Even to this very day, the Hall of Holy Light is still one extremely terrifying force of sacred grounds. However, there are few true core students of the Hall of Holy Light. Only those with very formidable talent are able to inherit the power of the Hall of Holy Light. The ones they picked to fill the ranks of the Hall of Holy Light were also core figures nurtured 1 in 1,000. Sage Wanxiang elaborated. Yi Futian nodded slightly. It would be a hard battle for Su Ke indeed. The Sky Saint took only 1 student in all of the Eastern State, and one definite reason why was due to people with talents in manipulating space were incredibly rare. Streaks of holy light crosses crisscrossed with each other on the battlefield. Rules of light were a type of very mystical rules. The rules themselves did not contain any offensive capacity at all, yet when used in conjunction with attacks, things would turn very terrifying for the one on the receiving end. A sword would not have been threatening when pushed slowly with little to no power behind it. Yet, if the sword was thrust at the speed of light, it was anyone's guess how powerful the thrust would have been. Even a leaf would have been enough to kill when backed with such power, let alone a sword. Holy light judgment, Xian said coldly. The holy light cross merged with the killing spears as soon as he finished. He sent it straight at the 8 mighty ones. Stabbing noises were heard, and there were people who had their bodies penetrated in an instant. I yield. Voices were heard one after another. 7 mighty ones fell soon enough, with only one left who was evading at extreme speeds. That person was Su Ke, who was also the one Xian targeted for that very battle. He was determined to end the barren state's winning streak. The crisscrossing holy light of judgment chased after Su Ke at terrifying speeds. It was as if beams of light were shooting down at him. However, Su Ke was just as quick with his evasion, as if he was a shadow. There were multiple times where his afterimage was pierced by the spear, and many thought that he had been hit. Some speed indeed. Many gasped at the scene. The speed demonstrated was simply too much to take in. HNGH, Xianxia snorted coldly. He extended his hands, and even more blinding holy lights covered all corners of the place. The beams shone right onto Sukei's body, exposing him from all angles. Kill! Xianxia uttered coldly. Countless spears descended along the holy light, blocking out the sky above. Sukei kept his eyes forward, and terrifying murderous intent filled the air around him. One killing sword after another was unleashed and lashed out at his front. The killing art of light clashed with the killing swords. A devastating burst of power spread through the entire forum stage. Xianxia's body was seen moving in that instant, descending like a beam of light. His dazzling, divine body was honed to extreme sharpness and penetrated Sukei right below him. That shadow of Sukei exploded and dissipated, turning into streaks of gray aura. Xianxia frowned for a bit, and many auras flowed about behind his back, enveloping him within and turned into a shadow space. Xianxia's body was frozen, and the mighty ones on the grandstands looked on with peculiar reactions. That is, at the corner where Feng State was, the people of C-Clan looked troubled. Streaks of holy light spears continued to be unleashed and went straight for the shadow space, yet they were quickly dissipated. Countless killing swords burst within that shadow space and went streaking about in the air. Xianxia's expression changed and his body turned into a beam of light, intending to leave that space. He quickly saw a silhouette emerging from the darkness. Immense amounts of murderous intent coalesced into a sword and appeared right before him, lashing out at the direction he moved in. Xianxia's speed was mystically fast, making that attack devastatingly lethal even if Xianxia was to crash into the sword itself. His opponent was using his own speed to lash out that attack. The spear of light lashed out, and yet, it was quickly turned to dust by that sword attack. The killing sword went straight for the throat. Xianxia's body was turning in different directions in the air at blinding speeds. However, the killing sword went right through his body nonetheless, piercing it hard. Xianxia appeared in another corner with a grunt. His shirt was blood-stained and his face looked unusually pale. Rules of darkness, Xianxia said as he stared at Quebec. It was a power directly opposite to his rules of light. When such rules were used in conjunction with the way of the killing sword, it made Sukei a natural-born killer. Many at the management platform could not help but look at the mighty one from C-Clan. The main saint of C-Clan, Ming, was the killing saint of Feng State. The powers that Sukei specialized in made him look as if he was a successor of Ming, yet the young man was from the Barren State, which apparently made it impossible for him to have any connection to the killing saint. There was no saint in the Barren State, yet Sukei had come to comprehend and develop such powers of rules on his own. If the killing saint had encountered him earlier, he would have been tempted to take him in. The rules of light. It is indeed dangerous fighting like that. As such, I went a little bit too hard, Sukei said lazily, looking at Xianxia. You won. Xianxia said nothing else. He lost and that was all that mattered. He naturally would not have held it against Quebec. If Sukei was the one who was hit, the result would have been the same. Winner, Sukei of the Barren State, the elder announced. Many wore peculiar expressions on their faces. The Barren State went on to bag another victory, making it their fourth consecutive win. The Barren State had only 8 participants left. A mighty one of Luoho Palace of War State and a genius of Hall of Holy Light of Qi State were defeated by Yi Wuchen and Sukei, one after another. Both had been not so eye-catching before. It seemed that not only did all of them from the Barren State develop the use of the power of rules, but all of them seemed to have developed exceptional ones as well. Is the Barren State really going to bag 8 victories from here on out? Some began to have rather ridiculous thoughts. If the Barren State was able to win all 8 battles, it meant that the Barren State would win all of the 8-9 state forum battles without anyone else from other states advancing. If that was the case, even Saint Xihua would have felt awkward to keep the ones from the Barren State from fighting in the qualifying rounds then. If the Barren State had been weak, all of them would have been eliminated in no time, and no one would have felt anything about it. But if the barren state was strong enough to keep avoiding elimination, the battles would apparently turn into tag matches, which the other states had to field their best in order to break. After Su Ke returned to his corner, Sage Wanxiang, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others, who were at the grandstands, all went to look at Yi Futian. Even they were hardly clear about how strong their own people were. The one who knew all the participants best was Yi Futian. The young palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace trained with them in the Sage Hall and emerged from the hall after training for 1 whole year in isolation. No one knew what they had been through in the Sage Hall for 1 whole year or what have they learned. Yi Futian was the only one who fought right after he emerged from the Sage Hall, beating Shimin Hanjiang. On that stage of the 9-state forum, the powers of those 8 continued to be showcased to all present. If they are so powerful, what about the others who had gone into the Sage Hall as well? The Sword Saint, Zhuge Mingyue, Gu Donglu, Shui Yi Luofan, Huang Zhouge, Yun Shuixing, and the others. What are their powers like now? But then again, it was a given that they were most curious about Yi Futian. He had demonstrated genius talents unlike any other even when he was in the noble plane, and had yet to enter the Sage Hall. The young leader of the barren state had broken into the Sage plane right after he emerged from the Sage Hall. How much power had he come to develop at this moment? No one knew for sure at the moment. Huang Zhuge looked at the forum stage. Xihua Sacred Mountain had wanted the barren state to be little more than accessories and have them be eliminated soon after letting them announce their presence. But things were probably not so easy for them anymore. Huang Zhouge was one who emerged from the Sage Hall and naturally knew how much those 8 had progressed over that 1 year. They trained together more often than not and had shared what they had come to comprehend and develop in the Sage Hall with each other. Furthermore, Yi Futian helped all who trained within with his special talents by finding out key points within the lineages left behind by the ancient saints in the Sage Hall, which he then went on to discuss and share with everyone within, guiding them in their respective paths of training. He had heard that before he arrived in the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian had often helped students of the Holy Ji Palace train. As such, he had earned himself an incredible reputation and many looked up to him. Yi Futian hardly thought much about all that. His gaze remained on the forum stage. The barren state had bagged 4 consecutive victories, and it was the turn for the extreme geniuses of all sacred grounds of the other states to fight them. It would either be a clash of titans or they would have simply gone evading the barren state. If they chose to evade, there would be 8 from the barren state remaining in the next round still. A clash of titans would happen sooner or later. When the elder announced for the battles to continue, the air turned rather peculiar. After all, the barren state had just seen a streak of 4 consecutive victories. It was Xihua Sacred Mountain's idea, so we'll just let Saint Xihua take care of the problem then. Many members of Sacred Grounds thought silently. Both Luoho Palace and Hall of Holy Light had dispatched geniuses to fight in the previous rounds, and both of them ended up eliminated. In truth, however, both of them were people with very high chances of making it to the top 100. The capabilities of those remaining from the barren state were almost unknown, but they were probably tougher than imagined. None wanted to field their own capable of making to the top 100 to fight those 8 from the barren state. If they were to clash head-on, it should be done so on the stage of battles between the top 100. It would have been rather vexing to be eliminated so early. As such, it was up to Xihua Sacred Mountain to deal with the problem. They were mighty ones who walked into battle. The one from the eastern state this time was one studying under the Glass Saint clan. It was obvious that Xihua Sacred Mountain did not deliberately try to make a move. The one from the barren state to fight this time was Phoenix. After Hua Jieyu's veil was taken off by Zhou Zi in the previous battle, Phoenix stopped wearing one herself. Her stunning looks attracted the attention of many when she emerged onto the forum stage. Beautiful girls drew attention easily, after all. Power of rules of flames flowed about on Phoenix. Dazzling light emanated from her body, and the aura of rules of flames spread throughout the entire place. A huge shadow of a fire phoenix appeared on the forum stage. The shadow of that dazzling phoenix continued to grow increasingly large until it was able to block out the sky. The air went to be filled with terrifying fire aura, and the others felt their bodies about to combust. The one from Glass Saint Clan had a directly opposite specialization. They were versed in the power of rules of ice. The icy aura emanated and went to cover the entire area as well. Two powers that were direct opposites of the other clashed. One hot and one cold. All the others on the stage had yet to develop matured rules, and they suffered immensely, being caught in the middle. It seems like this battle will be fought between two people then, many said to themselves silently. There were over 3,000 nobles from all 9 states participating in the 9-state forum this time, but there were only hundreds who developed matured rules and went on to acquire access rights early, which meant that the ones who had developed matured rules were still a minority. However, even calculated from the average, there would have been 1 or 2 emerging from the 9 nonetheless. Phoenix and that student of the Glass Saint Clan did not fight up close. They went at the battle by unleashing powers of rules instead. Hot and cold powers traded blows, and the powers quickly came to tangle with each other. However, the rules of flames went to encroach the icy force like undying fires, yet the icy power was unable to break through the fire's defense. I lost. The student from the Glass Saint Clan admitted defeat soon after. That battle was set with little left to the imagination by then. That was the easiest battle out of the 5 fought. The barren state continued with its streak, bagging 5 consecutive victories. Everyone from Xihua Sacred Mountain naturally knew what such a simple battle meant. All those from other sacred grounds grew reluctant to clash head-on with the ones from the barren state. It was apparent that all of them had their own thoughts and plans about the situation. In the next battle, Xihua Sacred Mountain sent out a student who had developed matured rules to gauge their opponent. But the ending was as expected. The student was defeated by that golden ape. The barren state bagged 6 consecutive victories. In previous 9-state forums, all other states, except the hosts, had been rather close in power difference with each other. Such situations seen today would have never happened. But now, there are 6 of the barren state who fought 3 rounds each, and all of them won. The other 2 bagged 2 victories themselves. All of them probably have what it takes to fight for the top 100. A leader from Xia clan said. Indeed, while the selection battles were fair, and it was the barren state's problem for fielding so little of their own, they have proven themselves nonetheless. Someone from a 9-state college said in agreement. Saint Xihua turned his eyes at the forum stage and said, "What do you all think?" The ones from the Xia clan and the 9-state college had enough weight to give suggestions. Furthermore, if he had wanted to eliminate those from the barren state, he would have needed to field the most powerful few from Xihua Sacred Mountain. However, the barren state had only 8 participants, and Xihua Sacred Mountain was incapable of fielding many who were capable of steadily overwhelming those 8. The 9-state forum has been divided into 3 great rounds. The first being all 9 states fielding 1 student to battle. The second is an extension of the first, which is a free-for-all. And the third are duels between the top 100. How about we have those from the barren state who won 3 battles progress to the second great round then? The soothing voice of the Glass Saint suggested. The Glass Saint made a good point, and I agree, the great Zhou Sacred King said in agreement. Saint Xihua took a look at both of them. The great Zhou Sacred King indeed has a thing for the number 1 beauty in all of the eastern state. Alright, since both the Sacred King and Glass Saint put it that way, we'll then give those younger generations one more opportunity. If they are able to win for the 3rd time, we will stop the battles in such rounds and let them progress into the next round. That way, the students of the barren state will then be able to stay within the 9-state forum and have opportunities to make it to the top 100. Saint Xihua said as he went with the flow. He turned his eyes at Yifutian and said, "What do the ones from the barren state think about this? If you are willing to give the barren state such an opportunity, senior, then I, as the junior, have no objections to it." "I thank you, Saint, on behalf of all students of the barren state." Yifutian smiled and nodded, behaving just as polite and humble as he had been. If Saint Xihua said to give them a chance, then give them a chance it is then. He never thought things would have worked out as Sage Wanxiang had predicted. Just 3 rounds and the barren state went breaking the old rules, having the forum make an exception and letting the ones from the barren state make it to the second round of battles. It was a good thing for all of them. Yushang and Hua Jieyu could not be so exhausted. They could now sit around, resting and watching the fights taking place between the other 8 states. If no one objects to it, that shall be the decision. The barren state already has 6 participants who won 3 battles, and the 6 do not need to continue battling. If the remaining 2 are able to emerge victorious in the upcoming battles, they will progress to the free-for-all round immediately, Saint Xihua said. Behind Saint Xihua, Lu Zong took a look where Yi Futian was at. The barren state performed surprisingly and interesting this time indeed. There was little left to the imagination in the upcoming 2 battles. Yi Shaoshi and Zui Qianqiu were both able to easily win. If it had been decided for the ones from the barren state to move to the next round, there was simply no need to clash with them head-on. With that, the barren state's first great round of the battles between the 9 states was concluded. The remaining 8 states continued battling. There are quite a number of people from all 9 states who have developed matured rules. Yu Shang, while you have no need to battle for now, do keep your eyes on the battlefield, because your upcoming opponents will be among these people, Yi Futian said to remind the 8 of them below. In the previous battles, there were people who had developed sealing powers, rules of light, devouring rules, and many other rare powers of rules. There would definitely be more to come. There had only been over 50 battles fought in the 9-state forum so far. Could be said that the 9-state forum was still at the beginning. Indeed, Yu Shang nodded, and all the others understood Yi Futian's intentions. They sat in the barren state area of the forum stage and watched the battles going on in silence. As expected, there were very powerful people seen in the upcoming battles every now and then. Exceptional people emerged from 9-state College of Summer State, Jixia Holy Palace of Qi State, Holy Temple of 10 Corners of War State, and other sacred grounds for training. A tremendously powerful figure had emerged from the 100,000 Great Mountain of Cloud State. A mighty one from the Vajra region of War State unleashed the palm of Mahavarakana, which boosted frightening power. Furthermore, that mighty one had an indestructible body, making them terrifyingly formidable. The battles went on for 3 days. Too many powerful people emerged within those 3 days. Many from all over the eastern state in the grandstand area were incredibly excited. They would not have believed battles between nobles could be so frightening if they had not seen it with their own eyes. There were many top-class geniuses who had an intimate understanding of wielding the power of rules. There were fewer and fewer participants left from all of 9 states. Other than the Eastern State, Summer State, Qi State, and War State had more remaining than the others. It was a given that the Barren State had the least number remaining. Other than the Barren State, Yu State and Ocean State were the ones with fewer participants remaining. All participants from the 8 states, other than the Eastern State, had participated in the rounds of battles, which meant that the great round of battles came to an end. There were still over 100 participants who had yet to battle. Those people were those who had come from other places in the Eastern State to participate in the 9-state forum, and they made it past the selection rounds prior. I'm sure all of you know the rules for the next round well. The remaining ones from Eastern State will challenge mighty ones of other states. The winners were to remain while losers are eliminated. When they have all finished challenging the other states' participants, all participants throughout the 9 states will continue to fight, taking turns to fight, challenging others to one-on-one battles, starting with the Eastern State. The round will go on until 100 participants remain. The elder at the edge of the forum stage announced. That was also a rule in all previous 9-state forums. The host had an advantage. The extra ones were allowed to take turns to make challenges, eliminating participants of other states. Other than that, the Barren State is to continue being a part of this ground. The elder looked at the 8th from the Barren State. It was inevitable for Barren State to fight those one-on-one battles. The remaining 8 from the Barren State continued with the odds stacked against them. People from all 9 states felt rather lethargic. The next 100 or so battles would be easier to deal with. After all who remained after a round of battles were already elites, and it would have been easier to fight the remaining mighty ones of the Eastern State who were not students of sacred grounds. Those fights were done one-on-one instead of as a free-for-all between 9 participants until there was a last man standing, which would have been easier than the battles before. As such, the next 100 or so battles would have been comparatively easy. However, the selection rounds for making it to the top 100 after that would have been rather stressful. Those of the Eastern State who have not fought before, begin challenging cultivators who you think should be eliminated. The elder at the edge of the forum stage announced. Mighty ones from all corners looked at the remaining 100 or so from the eastern state, and many wore plain smiles on their faces. It was obvious that they were not all that concerned. A silhouette was seen walking out slowly then. Many froze at the sight of that silhouette walking out of the crowd and began to look rather troubled. While all of them had seen her before, it still felt very weird to see her getting on the stage in person. The one who walked out was none other than that girl at the bottom of Xihua Sacred Mountain. She looked rather childish still, and it seemed that she had washed her face before participating in the 9-state forum, looking a lot cleaner. She had a fair complexion and she tied her hair in a ponytail, making her look rather adorable. It's that little girl. Many at the grandstands gasped at the sight of her. So she is the first one to come out then. While she sounded the law bell that day, how can a girl like her, who's still in her teens, fight any of the geniuses from sacred grounds here? Yaya, go beat them up! An old man from the crowd shouted loudly. Many looked at the old man with disgust. That old fart is actually shouting at the grandstand of the 9-state forum? Is he a barbarian or something? The little girl seemed to have heard the old man's shout, and she looked up in that direction, wearing a serious expression as she nodded and said, "Will do, village chief." She then turned her eyes at the mighty ones from the other 8 states, tilting her head and said, "Now who among you will come out and face me?" Many great figures at the grandstands could not help but smile at the little girl's antics. What a girl indeed! How did she pass the selections and make it to the 9-state forum? Someone asked people sitting beside them, curiously, wondering if the little girl had what it took to kick the others off the stage. The 3 saints of Xihua Sacred Mountain all wore peculiar expressions. A 15-year-old girl having developed power of rules, and then there was that village chief. Does someone like that really exist in the eastern state? There was no answer from the participants of the other 8 states. It would have been a good victory beating up and bullying such a little girl, but if they were to lose against her, the shame would be too unbearable. Yifutian looked at her, feeling rather amused. Many looked down on that little girl just like how they looked down on the barren state. It was a common pattern of thought among many. She was just a young girl after all. At her age, even if she had begun training when she was still in the womb, her strength would have been limited, just like how every one of the 9 states thought that the barren state was definitely the weakest. However, he deemed that the little girl was not someone to be trifled with. She was someone who was aware that he was looking into her details using freedom meditation. Her perception was like none other. Or rather, to put it more aptly, she has some kind of innate special ability. The little girl looked around the crowd after seeing no one answering her call, and laid her eyes on one person. She pointed at them and said, "Well, I'll take you then." The one whom she had pointed at was a mighty one from Daluo Sacred Mountain of Feng State. Furthermore, they were a top genius from Daluo Sacred Mountain who had developed matured rules and was tremendously powerful. What is that girl? Many felt speechless. Is she here to play or what? She should have been observing the prior battles closely and remembered who is the weakest. That genius from Daluo Sacred Mountain is certainly not the weakest. That fellow might actually be above average instead. That mighty one of Daluo Sacred Mountain walked out. His eyes looked sharp like those of an eagle, his nose hook-shaped, and he gave off the feeling of being cold and shrewd, which probably meant that he was an unscrupulous, vile person. "Why me?" The student from Daluo Sacred Mountain asked the little girl. "Because you're ugly?" the little girl said with a deadpan face. Many looked at her dumbfounded. That reason that she just uttered made them speechless. Cultivators, especially men, cared little about looks, but it was nonetheless true that out of all who were present there, that person from Daluo Sacred Mountain was indeed the ugliest. This is why the little girl picked him. The man narrowed his eyes to a slit and he looked even colder, like he was scheming against her. A brutal smirk was seen in his narrowed eyes, and he said, "So you found that out then? But, little girl, while you aren't all that good-looking yourself, you're still young and your skin looks soft and supple. It's really a pity. Can we start now?" The little girl seemed rather bored hearing him talk. He turned around, looking at the elder. "You may." The elder at the forum stage nodded. "Little girl, you're way in over your head." The mighty one from Daluo Sacred Mountain slowly rose to the air and hovered right on top of the little girl's head. A terrifying pressure descended in an instant. "Barry!" A cold voice was heard, and the little girl's surroundings seemed to be filled with countless huge boulders. He clenched his fist and the hovering boulders went straight for her in an instant, intending to bury her within. Loud, violent rumbles were heard. The huge boulders mashed at each other with extremely overbearing force. The little girl tilted her head up and took a look. Intensely sharp flashes were seen in her eyes, which looked rather demonic. At that very instant, the surrounding boulders were stopped dead in their tracks, incapable of pressing further, and all of them were evidently repelled by her body. A stifling noise was heard in the air as more and more boulders appeared. That mighty one from Daluo Sacred Mountain stood high in the air. He moved his hand. All of the huge boulders seemed to be within the control of his hand, and a formless power of rules descended upon them, merging all the boulders into one single piece. They continued pressing on the little girl, intending to crush her. However, the girl's eyes seemed to look increasingly demonic. Her ponytail swayed in the air and an extremely sharp aura exuded with her body at the center, resisting the power of that pressure. Boom! A huge rumble was heard as devastating light swept all over the place. All of the surrounding boulders exploded and shattered. The girl was seen shooting for the skies, going straight for the mighty one from Daluo Sacred Mountain at an extreme speed. The mighty one from Daluo Sacred Mountain frowned a little and sent one terrifying boulder after another crashing down at her, as if throwing barriers of defense at the girl charging at him. However, all that was left in the air around her was sand and rubble as the boulders simply exploded and shattered around her. The mighty one from Daluo Sacred Mountain continued changing patterns. He slapped his hand downward and sent a huge ancient mountain crashing down from the sky. The terrifying power of rules circled above the mountain, making it capable of molding landscapes with sheer force. Yet, the girl simply charged at the mountain, bursting through it and emerging from the other end at the very next moment. The mountain crumbled, and the little girl was seen appearing right before the mighty one of Daluo Sacred Mountain. She simply hovered there and stared into the eyes of her opponent with her demonic eyes. Arg! The mighty one of Daluo Sacred Mountain covered his eyes after a shrill shriek was heard. His screams made many within earshot shudder. What happened? Relax, you aren't going to go blind. The little girl hovered back to the ground, her ponytail swaying as she turned around to leave. The mighty one of Daluo Sacred Mountain moved his hands away and found blood coming out of his eyes. He retained his vision just like the girl said instead of going blind. It was apparent that his opponent showed mercy, which was a relief to him. However, a sense of fear welled up within his mind. Is that little girl a devil? What just happened? Many said to themselves silently. Is that an eye spell? They were unable to get a clear look at the little girl's abilities from that battle even when she walked away. However, it was clear that she had beaten that mighty one from Daluo Sacred Mountain. How did a girl of 15 or so manage to pull off something like that? That little girl surprised everyone right in the first battle. All the other mighty ones from the other 8 states who had let their guard down were alert. It seemed that it was not yet time for them to relax. The remaining ones from the eastern state continued challenging afterward. There were victories and defeats on both sides, but the eastern state side lost more than they won. After all, the remaining participants of the 8 states had been top geniuses who had made it through the first rounds, which meant that they would not be so easily eliminated. The mighty ones from the eastern state who managed to win were usually those who had developed matured rules. They picked on the handful remaining from the 8 states who had yet to develop matured rules yet had progressed from the previous great round, beating them. Xianxia had also been challenged later. The fat guy felt exasperated. You look down on me because of my size? As such, he went to defeat his challenger with overwhelming force. 8 from the barren state remained on the battlefield still. The battles went on until the remaining 100 or so from the eastern state had all finished challenging and fighting. However, the round of battles was far from complete. Everyone from all 9 states had fought at least once, yet there were still over 300 of them left on the forum stage. More than 200 were required to be eliminated to get the top 100 set. It was obvious that all who remained were elites, and the great majority of those people had developed matured powers of rules and sounded the law bell. A handful were ones whose comprehension of rules were immature yet possessed special talent. It was a given that the ones from the hosting eastern state were the most numerous among the remaining 300 or so. There were over 50 of them left. The numbers were followed by Summer State and Qi State, both having over 40 people left. The Barren State still had its 8. None of those from the Barren State were eliminated from the 100 or so battles fought previously, which apparently meant that all of the others were wary of the powers of those from the Barren State. The next round of battles will determine who makes it to the top 100. I wonder how many among you Shang and the others will remain. Yifutian looked downward and said. He naturally hoped that all 8 were able to remain, yet such hopes had a very low chance of happening. All who remained were nothing but elites. In the upcoming selection processes, it would be a clash of titans in every round. It was next to impossible for all 8 from the Barren State to make it into top 100. The participants from sacred grounds of all 9 states looked rather serious. The upcoming battles were the true battles of the 9-state forum. The upcoming battles will be held in the same order as before, beginning with the Eastern State, Summer State, Qi State, the Barren State. Participants are to pick the ones they will challenge on their own. Victors from the challenges are not allowed to continue challenging others or be challenged until all present have fought once, the elder announced. It was to avoid mighty ones from continuously challenging others or having someone being continuously picked on. Begin, the elder said. Everyone turned their eyes to the Eastern State's direction at that very moment. A silhouette was seen walking out. Ha! Many wore peculiar expressions on their faces. So he is the one to fight in the first battle? It was the strongest student of the Xihua Sacred Mountain in this year's 9-state forum, Hua Yunshu. It was one who was deemed qualified to be among the top 10 in this year's 9-state forum, sporting frightening powers. At that moment, it was he who went making the first move in the selection battles for setting the top 100. Hua Yunshu scanned the crowd around him and then stopped where the Barren State was. There were over 300 remaining from all 9 states, and all 8 from Barren State were still there. There are too many from the Barren State left. Time to kick some of them out. Hua Yunshu eventually laid his eyes on Zui Qianqiu and said, I will challenge Zui Qianqiu of the Barren State. On the grandstands, Yi Futian locked his gaze onto Hua Yunshu. The seat he was sitting in was that of a servant's, and as such it seemed rather disrespectful. However, there was one advantage to be seated there. He was able to hear all the chatter of those in the grandstand area behind him very clearly. The people of Huatian City naturally knew that student from Xihua Sacred Mountain better than he did. Hua Yunshu was lauded by everyone to be the number 1 among the participants of Xihua Sacred Mountain this year. Many talked about him when Hua Yunshu went up to fight, but Yi Futian had little memory and impression of that fight, as Hua Yunshu was able to easily defeat the other 8 and win. There were many who were still talking about Hua Yunshu behind Yi Futian. All 8 of the Barren State stayed till this very moment. But since Hua Yunshu is making a move, it seems like someone from the Barren State will finally get eliminated. Indeed, all 8 participants from the Barren State comprehend matured rules and are very powerful, but Hua Yunshu is indeed the very pinnacle of Xihua Sacred Mountain participants in this year's 9-state forum. There is little left to the imagination. Actually, I look forward to seeing him fight against Yushang of the Barren State, but he apparently won't be challenging Yushang this early. He probably is thinking about saving the fight for the top 100. Many talked, and it was apparent that Hua Yunshu enjoyed great prestige among the younger generations of Xihua Sacred Mountain. While he did not possess a 1 in a million talent like Lu Zong, he was extremely focused and dedicated to his training, capable of achieving the finest results with everything he did. This was why he was able to stand out and become the representative for all students below Sage Plane, earning the favor of the saints. Zui Qianqiu's eyes turned to the person who had just challenged him, and he knew how powerful his would-be opponent was. However, he walked out nonchalantly, seemingly paying no heed to it all. Hua Yunshu of Shihua Sacred Mountain of the Eastern State. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Hua Yunshu said to Zui Qianqiu in a very proper and polite manner. While he did think that there should be someone among the 8 remaining from the barren state get eliminated, he maintained a facade of composure and courtesy. He was, after all, a symbol of those from Shihua Sacred Mountain participating in the 9-state forum. As Shihua Sacred Mountain served as the host, he deemed it unacceptable to behave discourteously. Zui Qianqiu of the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Zui Qianqiu said, returning the courtesy. An aura emanated from Hua Yunshu. Please hold on. Zui Qianqiu gestured as he said so, before taking out a jug of wine and pouring it into his mouth. Many froze at Zui Qianqiu's antics. Is this fellow a drunkard or what? Hua Yunshu did not mind at all and simply waited while standing. Zui Qianqiu shook his jug a little after a moment before smiling at Hua Yunshu. He said, "Sorry, we can begin now." "Indeed," Hua Yunshu replied. Zui Qianqiu disappeared right from where he stood as soon as Hua Yunshu finished replying, shooting for his opponent like an extremely dazzling sword. That lazy and laid-back drunkard seemed to have become someone else within an instant, shimmering with blinding sword will all over him. Hua Yunshu lifted his hand and clenched it in Zui Qianqiu's direction. Incredibly powerful rules of power manifested from their surroundings and rushed at Zui Qianqiu. The man thought to be a drunkard had flashes of rocks continuously appearing all over him, turning stiff and hard. Furthermore, the space that Zui Qianqiu occupied seemed to have been fossilized and became extremely heavy. Hua Yunshu specialized in earth elemental powers. He had achieved extreme heights with the use of earth elemental powers. He went deep in the subject, developing several types of rules of power derived from the element of earth, fossilization rules, gravity rules, and force rules. All those power of rules were derivations with the element of earth serving as the base. At that very moment, a blinding light burst from Zui Qianqiu, unleashing his sword-life spirit. It looked to be as thin as wings of cicadas, and there seemed to be the power of rules fusing with that sword. Cut! Zui Qianqiu moved his will, and that dazzling sword shot through the space, cutting down all that power of fossilization. His body seemed as if it was overflowing with the power of rules, shattering all the fossilization rules imposed on him. It was some spell of rules he had developed from his own training, the ability to cut rules. The light of rocks shattered and flashes of swords as thin as wings of cicadas shot for Hua Yunshu with very lethal force. Hua Yunshu activated his will and had the vast space encased in it. Light of rocks continued to be manifested all around Zui Qianqiu. While it was impossible to fossilize him, Zui Qianqiu's movements were severely affected, making him look rather sluggish, when the rocks were used in conjunction with gravity rules. When Zui Qianqiu got near Hua Yunshu, both fossilization and gravity rules turned even greater, holding him back. At the same time, Hua Yunshu lifted his arm and slapped at the swords that Zui Qianqiu sent at him. Hua Yunshu burst out in dazzling light all over him when he launched that strike, like a great mountain. His palm felt like mountains, emanating incredible power. It seemed to conjure a shadow of mountains, making it feel as if the palm strikes that Hua Yunshu sent at Zui Qianqiu was not simple strikes. They felt as if Hua Yunshu had thrown out mountains. Zui Qianqiu's cutting sword turned incredibly overbearing as well, manifesting as a huge sword. It cutting through the air, cleaving a path through the mountains with overbearing force. The mountains were cut open, yet oppressive forces of tremendous magnitude still bore on Zui Qianqiu's body, sending him flying. Zui Qianqiu hovered in the air after he steadied himself, looking at Hua Yunshu. Hua Yunshu's rules were not some rare power of rules, as all of them were very simple ones. Yet simplicity did not necessarily imply weakness. There were many top-notch figures who were able to do the very best with very simple powers, bringing unbelievably frightening might to bear. Zui Qianqiu flashed as the wind blew and kept moving forward. At that very moment, he split into multiple illusions. There were many silhouettes of Zui Qianqiu seen rushing towards Hua Yunshu. He was the heir of the ghost sword, and both his movements and sword techniques felt like specters. His techniques turned to bare unforgivable, ferocious might after he trained under the sword demon. Hua Yunshu lifted his head and took a look. His expression remained as calm as he had been and his mind remained unfettered. As the publicly acknowledged number one figure among the participants from Xihua Sacred Mountain, his confidence was based on his own formidable abilities. If any one of the 8 from the Barren State were able to make him lose composure, that title of number one noble of Xihua Sacred Mountain would have been little more than a joke. He then looked at the afterimages rushing at him. Hua Yunshu extended his right hand in front of him, and a very terrifying storm of rocks whipped up in the air in the very next second. The light of rocks coalesced maniacally, as if it was out to bury that space itself. At the same time, a tremendously powerful gravity rules worked on that space, making it an entity in itself. The storm of rocks sealed the space in an instant instead of fossilizing Zue Qianqiu. He placed the entire space in a lockdown with fossilization. That space became like a fossilized mountain. There was sword aura lashing out, cutting the mountain apart. Yet that storm remained and went on to keep burying the gashes. He knew without a doubt that those attacks were far from enough to hurt Zue Qianqiu, as they were just there to trap Zue Qianqiu and the afterimages within. Hua Yunshu slowly took to the air and a terrifying power coursed all over him. Hua Yunshu kept his gaze on that stone mountain before him, pulling his arm back slowly. His body then shot for the mountain like a bolt of lightning in the very next second, moving at unbelievable speeds. Yi Futian's expression changed at that very scene at that very moment. He felt Hua Yunshu's strength and that Qianqiu was in a ditch. Boom! A thunderous rumble was heard as Hua Yunshu's fist landed on the very moment he had fossilized. The space trembled violently for a bit. Formless storms penetrated the inside of the mountain, and the wild, unruly power made the hearts of many present tremble. The mountain was blown to pieces, shattering completely. Many saw a blinding flash of the sword when the mountain blew up. The sword flash was then seen retreating. A silhouette was retreating with it to the edge of the forum stage, and that silhouette was none other than Zue Qianqiu. The sword flash dissipated and Zue Qianqiu's figure appeared. A streak of blood was seen at the corner of his mouth while he still felt his insides rattling. Hua Yunshu was able to actually ignore all of his attacks. There was no chance for him at all. He knew he had been defeated and that he had no way of winning. "You won," Zue Qianqiu smiled and said, before turning around and leaving in a dashing manner, without giving much thought about winning or losing. It was, however, a battle that he would keep in mind. Hua Yunshu stood calmly without any hint of elation seen. It was as if things simply worked out as they should. That's Hua Yunshu indeed. The number one among nobles of Xihua Sacred Mountain. Many said to themselves. The hearts of many trembled when Hua Yunshu lashed out with that strike. It was as if they were able to feel how formidable that power was themselves. Zue Qianqiu's defeat was an honorable one, as he was eliminated by Hua Yunshu. The student from the Holy Ji Palace did benefit from this trip after all. That was some formidable power indeed, Yi Futian said in a low voice on the grandstands. Zue Qianqiu's defeat meant that there was finally someone who trained in the Sage Hall get eliminated. However, he was not surprised as it was something bound to happen sooner or later. It was near impossible to have all 8 of them make it to the top 100. The participants from sacred grounds all over the 9 states did not just show up for fun. After all. Well, Yushang is probably the only one at this point capable of competing with him in terms of raw strength. Sage Wanxiang nodded at the side. He was able to feel Hua Yunshu's power. Someone capable of bringing that much power to bear simply using rules was nothing short of being among the highest class of geniuses. Yushang, huh? Yi Futian then turned his eyes and took a look at Yushang and the others, looking forward to it. I wonder how many of the remaining 7 are capable of making it to the top 100. Yushang and the others all saw Hua Yunshu walking away as well. While Hua Yunshu presented himself politely, that overwhelming sense of pride from him at that moment was hardly suppressed. So the number one of Xihua Sacred Mountain is now picking on the Barren State. The battles continued, and in the next battle, an expert from the Summer State selected an opponent and defeated him. Next, the Qi State and Cloud State's experts battled in succession. There was one similarity in the opponents they picked. They all had not comprehended complete rule powers. Among those remaining, there were a group of people who had not comprehended complete rule powers. These people naturally became the target for many. Moreover, in these battles the challengers all emerged victoriously. After all, the challengers had all selected who they would challenge. Before the battle, they had already observed their opponents and hiccups were unusual. After 7 battles, only U State and the Baron State had not issued a challenge. At that moment a person from U State stepped out. Yi Futian's gaze looked towards this person from U State. The person's name was Kong Qing, and his life spirit was a demon elephant. This naturally made Yi Futian recall someone, Jisheng Cliff's Kong Yao, 9th on the 9-state sage ranking. Kong Yao had cultivated the strength of the divine elephant to the limit and dominated in his generation. Due to the difference in cultivation level, Kong Qing was not as strong as Kong Yao, but he was still very strong. It was likely that he was Jisheng Cliff's strongest person in this 9-state forum. Jisheng Cliff's only had one other person who could match him in strength. Kong Qing was Kong Yao's disciple. He had changed his surname to Kong and recognized Kong Yao as his godfather. Due to Kong Yao's status in Jisheng Cliffs, Kong Qing also received the best grooming, and Jisheng Cliff Saints would personally teach him. At that moment, Kong Qing's gaze also landed in the Baron State's direction. Back then, Jisheng Cliffs had suffered a loss in the Baron State, and his godfather Kong Yao was forced to retreat without achieving his objective. He had held a grudge all this while and was extremely unhappy. On the first day of the 9-state forum, Yu Sheng had disabled his Jisheng Cliff's Zhan Yao. Now it was time to settle the score. He had heard that brother Zhan Shao had died on Taihang Mountain while heading to eliminate the ape clan. Today, he would use the Taihang Mountain's demonic beast's blood to pay homage to his brother Zhan Shao and take revenge for Zhan Yao. I challenged the Baron State's Yuan Zhan, Kong Qing said. The opponent was an ape while his life spirit was a demon elephant. They both specialized in power and had some similarities, so it was as though this battle was destined. Jisheng Cliffs seemed to have something against the Baron State, the crowd thought. They had heard a little about the enmity between U State's Holy Land Jisheng Cliffs and the Baron State. It was rumored that even the Renhuang had appeared. Kong Qing's strength is one of the best among Jisheng Cliff's disciples. Yuan Zhan is probably going to be eliminated, someone commented. The Baron State has maintained its 8-man strong lineup for so long. One of them was eliminated in the first battle by Hua Yunshu. After this battle, there will only be 6 left. It looks like they still have too little people. After this round, who knows how many people the Baron State will have in the top 100, the crowd thought to themselves. When Yi Futian heard Kong Qing's words, he appeared very calm. From the previous battles, he could deduce that in this 9-state forum, the U State would be the weakest state. Jisheng Cliff's younger generation was evidently weaker than the Summer State, War State, Qi State, and the other states. Although Kong Qing was by no means weak, he could not be considered strong. He would probably not be successful in trying to eliminate Yuan Zhan. In Jisheng Cliff's direction, Kong Yao and Qin Zhong also looked towards them. Brother Kong actually picked someone from the Baron State. However, with his strength, he should be able to defeat Yi Futian, Qin Zhong said. Back then, when he descended on the Holy Ji Palace, he had dominated all the palace's disciples, until he had met Yi Futian. However, the number of people that Yi Futian had brought to the 9-state forum today was much more than when he had challenged the palace. In the short span of a year after Yi Futian had become the palace lord, a batch of geniuses had emerged from the Baron State. That is only natural. Although the Golden Ape clan has outstanding potential, they are savages that only know how to rely on brute force. After all, Kong Yao said nonchalantly. He did not lower his voice, causing many experts from other holy lands to look at him. Kong Yao was publicly humiliating the Golden Ape clan. However, his strength was 9th on the sage ranking, so he did not need to fear anything. If Sage Chunyang had not summoned Emperor Xia back then, that battle would be the Baron State's last. Yi Futian and Yuan Hong also heard Kong Yao's words and looked towards him at the same time. However, Kong Yao ignored their gazes and continued looking at the battle arena. Yi Futian's gaze was cold as he turned back towards the forum's battle arena. Yuanzhan stepped forward with huge steps. The golden ape's body was burly and was surrounded by a golden glow as if it was created with gold. His body was filled with a wild strength. Jisheng Cliffs, Kong Qing. When Kong Qing spoke, he did not look at Yuanzhan, but lowered his head and played with his fingers instead. He seemed to be intentionally showing his contempt for Yuanzhan by doing that. Yuanzhan's gaze swept across him and he did not say anything. He turned to the elder at the edge of the battle platform and asked, "Can we start?" "Yes." The elder nodded. Kong Qing raised his head, his gaze becoming sharp all of a sudden. An elephant's cry could be heard as a giant demon elephant appeared behind Kong Qing, its hulking body filled with boundless strength. Yuanzhan also let out a roar, and in an instant, his body became even bullier and larger. The golden ape went into a rampaging state and stepped forward, causing the forum's battle arena to let out rumbling sounds. Bang! Kong Qing also stepped forward, like a divine elephant taking steps. An unparalleled force descended on the battle arena as multiple giant demon elephant shadows appeared. They rushed forward at the same time, creating a massive stampede. The two of them had not even clashed but had both displayed unrestrained strength. Yuanzhan raised his giant fist and punched forward with a terrifying force. The golden fist tore through the air and crushed all the demon elephant shadows. However, Kong Qing's fist reached at the same time. When he punched out, his fist will was like a divine elephant rushing forward and trampling through the air, crushing everything. It was the divine elephant rule power, created by combining suppression rule power and force rule power, making it even more wild and strong. A deafening explosion sounded as the two of them split after the clash. The giant golden ape was sent flying and crashed into the ground with a giant crash. Yuanzhan's foot landed on the ground. He looked towards Kong Qing, who had slid back a short distance. In the clash of strength, he was at a disadvantage. The divine elephant rule power combined with strong techniques. It is no wonder that Yuanzhan cannot match up to it. Many people saw the scene and thought. They saw Kong Qing retract his fist and look at Yuanzhan with contempt. Yuanzhan stared at the opponent, the aura on his body still wild. With a roar, his body became even larger, like a giant beast. Not just that, terrifying golden rays shot through his body, causing his strength to skyrocket. When Yuanhong saw this, a glint appeared in his eyes and he looked at Yifutian. In fact, he was unsure of Yuanzhan's battle ability. Even now, this should be Sage Dozhan's body-enhancing technique. Now, he had also taught it to Yuanzhan. He was a demonic beast and his battle form was his physical body. By opening the 7-star acupoints and linking the entire body, every muscle on his body should be even stronger. A golden light fell on his body, and a golden storm started to brew in front of Yuanzhan, becoming a giant golden polearm. Bang! The golden polearm slammed in front of Yuanzhan and the ground shook. Yuanzhan stretched out both arms and held it in his hands. When he held it, a terrifying aura engulfed the area and his golden fur stood on end. His demonic eyes swept towards Kong Qing and at that moment, Yuanzhan was filled with a savage demonic qi, as though he had completely released his nature. He was a golden ape, a vicious ape that could rock the heavens. Thud! With a huge sound, Yuanzhan launched off the ground into the air like a bolt of golden lightning above Kong Qing. He brandished the golden polearm in his hands and slammed it downwards. In an instant, Kong Qing felt as though the sky was collapsing. Yuanzhan was much stronger than before. Clenching his fists, the divine elephant shadow behind Kong Qing merged with his body, turning into a rampaging giant elephant. He raised his fist and punched towards the golden polearm, the divine elephant attempting to suppress the heavens. A roaring sound could be heard as the divine elephant shadow was obliterated. Yuanzhan's body flew in the air, polearm shadows appearing throughout the skies, shadowing it. Kong Qing also flew into the air as martial arts mirages appeared around him. The divine elephant that could suppress the skies rushed forward. In the next moment, the two of their attacks clashed again. The polearm shadows and divine elephant figures clashed and the area they were in became terrifyingly rampant. What a terrifying force! The crowd was stunned. It seems that this Jisheng Cliff's disciple picked a tough opponent to challenge. An influential figure from a holy land said softly. At that moment, the crowd could naturally see that Yuanzhan had not used his full strength before. Kong Qing seemed to have picked the wrong opponent. The air seemed to be bellowing as a terrifying shock wave blasted past. The divine elephant and polearm shadows flooded the area, and after countless clashes, everyone could feel the horrifying omnipresent force. Yuan Hong was astounded. Yuanzhan's strength now was much stronger than he was before. If he continued following Yi Futian, Yuanzhan's achievements in the future would definitely exceed what he had achieved now. However, when he thought about the scene that Yi Futian had once shown him, he did not feel that it was strange. All this was only natural. At that moment, in the air above the battle arena, a golden polearm shadow encompassed the entire forum battle arena and cleaved downwards. Many people felt their hearts clench. The force behind this strike was shocking. Clang! A deafening voice was heard as the crowd saw the polearm shadows in the air disappear. At the same time, a figure landed on the ground like lightning and crashed into the battle arena with a thud. That figure was the Jisheng Cliff's Kong Qing. Kong Qing has been defeated. Many people were shocked, and Kong Yao's expression was grim. Looking at Yuanzhan again, he was like a wild demon god, holding a giant golden polearm in his hand and standing proud in the air. He looked coldly at Kong Qing on the ground. At that moment, he was at his wildest, his demonic qi overwhelming the area. Evidently, Yuanzhan had the capability to enter the top 100. He was extremely strong. Kong Qing was one of the Jisheng Cliff's strongest figures in this 9-state forum, but he was dominated by Yuanzhan and eliminated. The barren state is mystical indeed, many people thought to themselves. The barren state was only left with 7 people, and many people thought that Yuanzhan was slightly weaker. However, after this battle, not many people would continue thinking that way. The victor, barren state, Yuanzhan, the elder announced the result, and Jisheng Cliff's experts lifted Kong Qing off the battle arena. He was in terrible condition. Barren state battle, the elder continued. After you state was the barren state's turn. Yuanzhan had already been challenged, so he could not participate before everyone had battled once. Therefore, he kept his wild aura and retreated to the edge to rest. Many people looked at the barren state. Who would step out from the barren state next? Jisheng Cliffs is indeed the Yu state's holy land. Its disciples are very strong, Yi Futian said from the viewing gallery, causing many people to look towards him. For Yi Futian to say something like that after Yuanzhan had defeated Kong Qing sounded like sarcasm. As expected, after hearing his words, Kong Yao's expression became bitter as he stared at him. However, Yi Futian acted as though he did not see it and turned towards Yushang and the rest, saying, "Back then, Jisheng Cliff's disciple Qinzhong descended on the barren state's holy Ji palace and dominated the palace's disciples. Nobody could stop him then. Now, things have changed. Many of the barren state's disciples have grown. Since Jisheng Cliff's geniuses want to spar with the barren state's disciples on the 9-state forum, go ahead and challenge the Jisheng Cliff's disciples." This, when the crowd heard Yi Futian's words, they gasped. Was Yi Futian targeting Jisheng Cliffs? Behind Yi Futian, Huang Zhouge, Shui Yi, and the others all had triumphant expressions. They could naturally see that this batch of Jisheng Cliff's disciples was not strong, but they dared to emulate Xihua Sacred Mountain's example to target the barren state? If so, they would grant Jisheng Cliffs their wish and let them know their place. Yes, Palace Lord. Su Kei's voice still sounded lazy as he replied. He smiled and looked towards Jisheng Cliff's disciples with a look of ridicule on his face. The others also nodded and Yushang stepped forward. Seeing Yushang step out, Jisheng Cliff's disciples all tensed up and had an ominous premonition. Kong Yao's expression became even more bitter. Yushang was evidently the leader of the barren state's disciples. Based on the dominance that he had shown up until now, he was likely to be the Holy Ji Palace's strongest disciple. Now that Kong Qing had been defeated by Yuanzhan, who in the Jisheng Cliffs could stop Yushang? Probably no one. Yushang's finger pointed towards a person in the Jisheng Cliffs direction. He said, "Yuan Chen." On the Jisheng Cliffs viewing gallery, Kong Yao and the rest clenched their fists as crackling sounds could be heard. Although they had already guessed it, they still had an ominous feeling when Yushang challenged Yuan Chun. Yuan Chun and Kong Qing were the two strongest disciples from Jisheng Cliffs taking part in the Nine-State Forum. Although the others did not know, Kong Yao and the other higher-ups knew that Yuan Chun was even stronger than Kong Qing. He had already replaced Zhan Xiao and had been crowned one of Jisheng Cliff's 9 sons as a noble because of his exceptional potential. If Yushang defeated Yuan Chun in this battle, Jisheng Cliff's journey in the Nine-State Forum would come to a premature end. Yuan Chun will definitely defeat Yushang, many people thought, as though to give themselves solace. If the previous battle had not happened, they might have more confidence, but the battle between Yuan Zhan and Kong Qing was a huge blow to their morale. Yuan Chun himself stepped forward calmly and his gaze landed on Yushang. Yushang had left a deep impression on them in the first battle of the Nine-State Forum, so much so that they had all forgotten that he had not taken part in many battles. However, his dominance was unparalleled, making it hard for the crowd to forget him. However, he would show them in this battle that the Barren State's Yushang was not as strong as they had thought. Yushang did not think too much. His thoughts were much simpler. Since Yi Futian wanted to eliminate Jisheng Cliffs, the first thing he needed to do was to eliminate Jisheng Cliff's strongest cultivator. As to whether he could do it, he never even thought about it. Please. Yuan Chun turned towards Yushang and said, "Make your move." Yushang did not say much. Since the opponent was one of Jisheng Cliff's disciple, he did not need to be courteous. Yuan Chen's eyes became demonic all of a sudden, purple lightning shining within his eyes. A shocking purple light suddenly appeared in the skies, causing a stifling feeling. A dark golden light flowed around Yushang's body as he stared forward. The purple lightning surrounded Yuan Chen's body, and he slowly rose into the air, endless lightning being emitted from his eyes. In an extremely short while, the area had transformed into a lightning dimension. Ray after ray of terrifying light shot towards Yushang's eyes. Yushang did not close his eyes and allowed the light rays to rush into his spiritual will and attack it. However, Yuan Chun saw a cold demon statue in Yushang's spiritual will. What is this? Yuan Chun frowned as he muttered to himself. Didn't Yushang cultivate in his physique? Why would his spiritual will become a demon statue that was impenetrable? At the same time, streaks of lightning shot from Yuan Chen's body towards Yushang. In an instant, thousands of lightning bolts surrounded Yushang's body, overwhelming him. The lightning had numbing and adhering powers, so it was rooted to his body. Yushang lowered his head and looked at the thousands of lightning bolts. Although they were rooted to his body, their offense seemed to be on the weaker side. However, a cold glint flashed across Yuan Chen's eyes at that moment. Following the lightning, boundless energy from the area rushed towards Yushang. The lightning bolts flowed around his body, creating many pictures. "You're courting death." Yuan Chen's expression was ruthless as he declared. Gradually, the lightning bolts on Yushang's body turned into a lightning beast, the Kuei. At the same time, a giant Kuei shadow appeared behind Yuan Chun. This Yushang is too arrogant. Many people saw the scene and thought. At that moment, the Kuei surrounding his body let out a terrifying destructive aura. Kill! A gleaming purple glow shot out from Yuan Chen's eyes with intense killing intent. No matter how strong Yushang's body was, he would pay the price for underestimating him. As his voice landed, the Kuei let out an earth-shattering roar. Lightning flashed with its roar and strands of destructive power erupted in the area. Many people around the battle arena could feel their ears ringing and their spiritual wills shuddering, as though they were about to explode. There were even people who closed their eyes to try and resist it. The destructive lightning flooded Yushang's body. Standing within the terrifying rule power, he felt as though his spiritual will and body were about to be shattered. Yushang closed his eyes as he felt the demon statue in his head receiving powerful blows and quaking. Moreover, the explosive destructive power rushed into his body, attempting to tear him apart. All the forces erupted in an instant, crushing everything. However, at the moment when the force erupted, the golden light on Yushang's body turned into a golden whirlpool. Many people looked towards Yushang's body, and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. What's going on? The crowd faintly saw the burly figure standing steadily, not phased at all. The eruption of destruction rule power was actually rushing into his body and getting stronger. It caused the lightning's destructive power to become a torrent, quickly vanishing within the area after rushing into Yu Shang's body. It was as though it had been devoured by his body. Countless gazes froze there, staring at Yu Shang's figure. This was devouring rule power? Yu Shang did not just specialize in strength, he also specialized in devouring rule power. Before this, the Luoho Palace's experts had demonstrated this rare rule power. Now that Yu Shang had also used this devouring rule power, he gave people the impression of an even stronger, even more overbearing feeling by directly devouring the attacks on his body. He used his body to use the rule power. He already had a resilient physique. Coupled with this rule power, how would they defeat him? Just as Yuan Chun was spacing out, Yu Shang stepped forward and the battle arena quaked. Seeing Yu Shang walk towards him, the strongest person in Jisheng Cliffs, Yuan Chun had a feeling of helplessness. He knew that his attack just now did not just strike his opponent's body, but also his spiritual will. However, it was all pointless. He had no weak points. Boom! Boom! Yu Shang's body sped up and his body flew into the air. His body filled with boundless energy. Seeing the demon-like figure, Yuan Chun was in despair. If his body collided with Yu Shang's, what would the outcome be? Would he be disabled just like Xianxia? Yuan Chun clenched his fists and was in a dilemma. He knew that victory was impossible. The question now was, in what way would he lose? Would he be defeated or concede? Could he handle the price of defeat? Yu Shang's figure got closer. Yuan Chun took a deep breath, saying, "I concede." The fist that had already swung out stopped in midair. Yu Shang's body stopped in the air, and he glanced coldly at Yuan Chun, then turned towards Jisheng Cliffs. He ignored the grim faces and turned to walk back to the barren state. Looking at his figure, many people thought that they would need to re-estimate Yu Shang's strength. It seemed that his strength was not just worthy of the top 100. Jisheng Cliff's strongest disciple Yuan Chun had conceded without Yu Shang even launching an attack at him. To Jisheng Cliffs, this was a humiliation. Not just that, but what did Yuan Chen's defeat mean? This meant that Jisheng Cliffs had prematurely been eliminated from the 9-state forum. Moreover, they would continue to be targeted by the other members of the barren state. On the viewing gallery, many influential figures revealed enthusiastic expressions. Before the 9-state forum had begun, everyone thought that the barren state was just here as a formality and would be eliminated quickly, becoming a witness to the 9-state forum. The people from the eastern state had also felt that the barren state was only here to make up the numbers. However, at this moment, the barren state had shown an extremely strong side. Although they had the least people, they were very resilient. On the other hand, the Holy Land from State, Jisheng Cliffs, had fallen into an awkward position. They were very likely to be the first Holy Land to be eliminated from the 9-state forum. Even if some of their disciples managed to enter the top 100 because of luck, they would probably not do well. Moreover, they could have no one in the top 100. If that was so, the Jisheng Cliffs' reputation would suffer on the 9-state forum. The crowd knew the enmity between Jisheng Cliffs and the barren state was because of the Jisheng Cliffs bullying the barren state. However, on the 9-state forum, they were suppressed by the saintless barren state. They wondered how the 9th on the sage ranking, Kong Yao, would feel. After a round of battles, the barren state had participated in 3 of the 9 battles and won 2 of them. Their only defeat was Zue Qianqiu losing to Shihua Sacred Mountain's strongest person, Hua Yunshu. This was already a very good result. After all, their opponents were all prodigies and they had defeated the 2 strongest members of the Jisheng Cliffs. Next, it would be the eastern state's turn to battle again. This time, the eastern state did not challenge the barren state. In reality, since the start of the battle until now, the 7 people remaining in the barren state had all proven themselves. Although Phoenix and Yi Xiaoshi's strength were not that convincing, the others all had battles that proved themselves, such as Yuan Zhan defeating Kong Qing. If that was so, it was unwise to target the barren state. At least, among those remaining, there were still people weaker than the Barren State. Moreover, the battle between the Barren State and Jisheng Cliffs was not likely to end soon. The other Holy Lands were unwilling to be a part of it and would rather be onlookers. What was interesting was when it was Yu State's turn to battle, it was not Jisheng Cliff's disciples that battled, but the Stone Saints. However, when it was the Barren State's turn, Xianxia stepped forward and looked in the direction of Jisheng Cliffs. On the viewing gallery, Yi Futian and the rest all looked towards Xianxia, and they saw the fatty raise his head and point at one of the disciples of the Jisheng Cliffs and say, "I challenge him." Cough, cough. Yi Futian supported his head with his right hand and turned around. The others also had speechless expressions. They had thought that the arrogant fatty would challenge one of the strongest remaining disciples in the Jisheng Cliffs. However, they did not expect that the fatty would select one of the weakest disciples. What an interesting fatty. The Barren State styles were too different. Second sister, seventh brother is smart indeed. He found the weakest opponent in the Jisheng Cliffs with one look, ensuring that he can defeat the opponent. He has learned well from teacher to develop such good vision. Yi Futian looked at Zhuge Mingyue beside him and said, "Yes, little seventh is smart indeed. His skin is also getting thicker. It seems as though he is in need of a lesson." Zhuge Mingyue grinned and replied, "I said nothing." Yi Futian secretly thought to himself and turned back to watch Xianxia. On the battle arena, Xianxia had the chills all of a sudden and thought, could it be that someone is talking bad about me? However, on the battle arena, Xianxia defeated his opponent decisively. In the next few rounds of battles, Hua Jiu challenged a Jisheng Cliffs disciple and won. Yi Wuchen challenged a Jisheng Cliffs disciple and won. Suke challenged a Jisheng Cliffs disciple and won. Phoenix challenged a Jisheng Cliffs disciple and won. The 4 challenges were all victories. Moreover, all their victories were based upon Jisheng Cliffs' defeat. On the viewing gallery, Jisheng Cliffs' disciples all had grim expressions, especially the leading Kong Yao. He felt that he had lost all face in front of the people from the 9 states. Moreover, they had gone through 6 rounds of battling. In the 54 battles, 108 people had participated and 54 had been eliminated. The remaining 7 people in the Barren State had all participated in the battles. According to the rules, before all 300 remaining participants had battled once, they would not be able to battle again. The Barren State was the first to make it to the next round. The Holy Lands from the other 8 states continued to battle, and many confrontations between experts broke out. A few experts started to reveal their hidden strengths. Evidently, they had not given their all in the previous battles. Yu Shang and the rest looked quietly, observing everyone's strength. As time passed, the atmosphere became tense, even solemn. The battles also became more exciting, with each battle thrilling the crowd even more. When everyone had participated in the battles, the number of people on the 9-state forum had decreased by half. Only 180 people remained. There were about 30 Holy Lands participating in the 9-state forum. Adding on those from the Eastern State who were not from a Holy Land, every faction had about 6 people. Next, about half of them would be eliminated. The Summer State, Qi State, and War State had the most people remaining on average. Yu State's Jisheng Cliffs had the least people remaining among all the Holy Lands with 2 people. Previously, when the Barren State had targeted Jisheng Cliffs, the other factions had seen that Jisheng Cliffs was weak and had challenged them. The 2 remaining people had challenged others and won in order to stay in the forum. However, everyone knew that in the following battles, everyone would rush to challenge the weakest few. Jisheng Cliffs was likely to be the prime target. There was an extremely high chance that they would be eliminated without a single person entering the top 100. What was even more interesting was that the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace had more people than the average amount of all the Holy States remaining. Although the Barren State was a state, it had only 1 Holy Land participating. If they were calculating purely by Holy Lands, the Holy Ji Palace still had 7 people remaining. As long as they won another battle, they would enter the top 100. Not just them, but it was the same for everyone else. As long as they won another round, they would enter the top 100. Only 80 battles were needed for the 180 people, so 20 people could automatically enter the top 100 without battling. However, even without anyone challenging the remaining 7 people from the barren state, they only needed 63 battles to complete a round. So, it was impossible for the participants from the barren state to automatically advance. They needed to obtain a victory to enter the top 100. Continue, the elder announced. Without selecting the top 100, the battles would not stop. Countless people waited in anticipation. Now, every battle would decide a person in the top 100. An expert walked out from the eastern state and challenged one of the remaining 2 from Jisheng Cliffs. He did not have a grudge against Jisheng Cliffs, but under the current scenario, it was naturally best to challenge the easiest person to defeat now and secure himself a spot in the top 100. The eastern state's expert was victorious. An expert form, the summer state, also challenged Jisheng Cliffs' expert and won. As such, the participants from Jisheng Cliffs were all eliminated. Jisheng Cliffs was also the first Holy Land to have no disciples in the top 100, and it was very likely that they would be the only one. Next, an expert from the Qi state stepped forward. The person who stepped forward had an elegant demeanor and was dressed in a red robe. He had shoulder-length red and black hair to express his personality. He was the Jixia Holy Palace's disciple, Wang Yu. He was extremely strong. After Wang Yu had stepped out, his gaze landed in the barren state's direction, and he said, "I challenge the barren state's Xianxia." Previously, the fatty had challenged one of the weakest participants in the Jisheng Cliffs and had been extremely wretched. Many people had remembered him, so Xianxia was naturally a prime target for this round. If they could defeat this fatty, they could enter the top 100 of the 9-state forum. The fatty appeared lacking in self-confidence and no longer had the arrogant attitude he had when he dealt with Jisheng Cliffs. He walked out slowly and stared at Wang Yu. "The Jixia Holy Palace's Wang Yu wishes to spar," Wang Yu said. Xianxia stood upright and said in a solemn voice, "The Holy Ji Palace's disciple, Xianxia wishes to spar." Wang Yu's body rose slowly into the air. In an instant, an invisible flame current wafted in the air. The area suddenly became extremely hot, and Wang Yu looked at Xianxia, saying, "My specialization is fire while yours is wood." He had previously noticed that Xiaoxia's life spirit was an ancient tree, and fire countered wood. "The tree of emperors," Xiaoxia added. "It's the same," Wang Yu smiled and replied. As his voice landed, the dark flames suddenly started burning everywhere, surrounding Xiaoxia within. The flame current even rushed towards Xiaoxia. The entire world had turned into a hell-like flame dimension. Behind Xiaoxia, his life spirit, the Emperor's vine, flourished and golden vines surged forth rapidly towards all directions, constricting Wang Yu. Wang Yu's eyes appeared to have flames in them as boundless flame currents flowed. A giant flame pattern had formed under Xiaoxia. "Hellfire, burn!" Wang Yu spat in a cold voice. As his voice landed, the flame pattern engulfed the entire area, turning into a flame whirlpool, submerging the area, surrounding Xiaoxia's body within. The Emperor's vines were destroyed and reborn under the hellfire and were extremely resilient. Xiaoxia was surrounded by hellfire and let out a sigh of dejection, mumbling to himself, "The fatty is easy to bully?" His eyes turned golden and a mysterious golden glow surrounded his body. At the same time, boundless energy started to gather above him. "Godly creation of all things," Xiaoxia said out loud. In an instant, boundless golden light gathered at one point, and a strong spiritual will energy merged with Xiaoxia's body. Gradually, a golden ancient god appeared around his body. However, compared to the godly creation of all things that Bai Luli had used during his battle with Gu Donglu, the ancient god was much smaller. "A miniature?" Zhuge Mingyue saw the scene and had a strange expression. "Grow," Xiaoxia spat. In an instant, the golden ancient god grew rapidly. Zhuge Mingyue looked at the rapidly growing ancient god that had exceeded Bai Luli's back then and blinked. However, Xiaoxia seemed to have no intention of stopping and continued saying, "Grow, grow, grow." The ancient god got even larger, blocking out the skies like a real god. The crowd on the viewing gallery looked at the giant figure and their gazes all froze. Wang Yu also looked at this scene in astonishment. This was the rule of growth that was created by the wood element. "Trample him," At that moment, Xiaoxia's dissatisfied voice sounded out. See if you dare to bully fatties again. Wang Yu's expression appeared stiff as he looked at the giant ancient god raising its leg and stomping down. His heart clenched as its foot encompassed the entire area. How was he going to burn this with his flames? This? The spectators felt speechless seeing the enormous golden ancient god figure that was unable to be burned down by hellfire. You fat ass. Zhuge Mingyue smirked looking at the battlefield. That fat ass had what it took to best a mighty one of Jisheng Cliffs, yet he chose the weakest one to fight against nonetheless. Very dirty indeed. Wang Yu evaded and retreated. The golden huge leg stomped, causing a rumble throughout the entire forum stage. If the stage had not been one forged using matrices by the mighty ones of the Xihua Sacred Mountain, it would have crumbled right there and then. The golden ancient god continued to press forward. It was something that exuded intense pressure by simply standing around. The power of rules that Wang Yu was skilled at wielding were derived from flames. It was a type of rules useful against wood elemental powers, but it was unable to do anything against the huge golden body. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Xiaoxia yelled while hiding behind the ancient god's body. Wang Yu stared coldly in his direction. That fattass sure is one goddamn asshole. The ground continued to shake and Wang Yu looked awful. He eventually yelled, I quit. The ancient god figure had only ceased after the line was spoken. It gradually dissipated into countless blots of light, and Xiaoxia leaped from the air, saying to Wang Yu while looking at him, Too weak. Waste of my time. Xiaoxia then turned around and left in a dashing manner, leaving Wang Yu to stare at his fat silhouette. Too weak? Wang Yu's fists popped loudly and clearly. He gritted his teeth and wished he could have kicked the fat guy hard right there and then. That fat ass is just too much. What the hell? Many great figures in the grandstands felt rather speechless. They were thinking that the fat participant from the barren state really deserved to be called an asshole. Regardless, Xiaoxia was able to make it to the top 100 after that battle, and he also happened to be the first participant from the barren state to make it to the top 100. The barren state. Many turned to look in their direction, and their opinion of the barren state gradually changed. They had thought the barren state to be little more than just decoration, yet the barren state had just as many participants as the other participants from other sacred grounds at the moment. One could have easily seen that there would be at least 3 participants from the barren state capable of making it to the top 100. With that turn of events, the barren state's sacred ground began to look like something befitting their status. It was important to note that none from Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State was capable of making it to the top 100. Such a comparison was a form of disastrous irony to many. The spectators at the grandstands began to look amused. They began to look forward to the top 100 places being filled and the eventual matches between the top 100 candidates, wondering how brilliant the fights would be. Mighty ones from Cloud State, War State, and the others continued to step forward and fight. None dared to challenge the participants from the barren state anymore. Even Xiaoxia had proven his strength. The one among the remaining participants from the barren state who could be considered weak was none other than Phoenix. But what if she is just like the others who haven't brought their full powers to the game just yet? As such, no one dared to challenge her. When it was the barren state's turn again, Phoenix was the first one to step out. Yi Futian nodded to himself, getting what Yu Shang and the others were trying to pull with that. That round of eliminations had just begun, and if they were to make a move to challenge others first, there would be some weak ones available for picking. If they were to be challenged or if the rounds continued, the chances of doing so would lessen. As such, they simply let Phoenix seize the chance to make it to the top 100. Phoenix did not disappoint as she ended up defeating the one she challenged. She became the second participant from the barren state who made it to the top 100 after Xiaoxia. Both of them had been thought to be the weakest before that round of battles began, yet both were able to make it to the top 100 nonetheless. It would be difficult to eliminate the remaining 5. Yu Shang, Hua Jieyu, Yi Wuchen, Su Kei, and Yuan Zhan. It was especially so in the case of Yu Shang. There was no one who dared to challenge him unprovoked. That man is definitely worthy of being ranked in the top 30. It was apparent that no top-class genius wanted to challenge him at the moment. The risk was simply too great, and there was no need to do something like that so soon. The rounds of battles continued, with every battle ending with a participant reaching the top 100. The spectators were especially excited. Everyone felt that every battle was even more interesting as many geniuses brought their hidden powers to bear on their opponents. There were participants from the barren state who continued to step out and fight, with every single one of them winning. Yushang was the last to step out. He was deemed the strongest of the one remaining. As such, he was able to defeat his opponent without a doubt, even if he was not the one picking the fight. When all 7 participants from the barren state were done with their respective battles, the result was all 7 of them won and made it to the top 100. With fewer and fewer participants left on the forum stage, the 7 from the barren state grew increasingly eye-catching. With all entire 9 states taken into consideration, having 7 participants from one state ranked among the top 100 was not bad. If things were considered based on sacred grounds instead, there were about 30 sacred grounds remaining, and, on average, there were only 3 or 4 representatives among each. The Holy Ji Palace of the barren state, a place without a saint, took 7 places instead. Everyone's attention, whoever they might have been from the 9 states, was fully on the barren state. It was something that none had anticipated. Xihua Sacred Mountain had not anticipated such a turn of events when they invited the barren state, nor did Jisheng Cliffs when they went to provoke the barren state. It made one wonder if the humility that Yifutian had demonstrated previously when he talked to Saint Xihua was genuine. The 9 states aside, just look at Xihua Sacred Mountain. How many legendary figures have there been who sported immense talent? If you saw any of them, you should be humble and seek their guidance instead. Who allowed you to be so insolent? It was something Yifutian said to Yushang when the 9-state forum was about to begin. Be humble and seek guidance? Handing over a holy item if none from the barren state is able to make it to top 10? Is this humility? No, that is confidence. Everyone from the 9 states was aware of that, but nobody spoke about that explicitly. No one would have made a scene with that knowledge, as that would have made the host, Xihua Sacred Mountain, look bad. Furthermore, Yifutian's behavior had been courteous. Everyone's attitude towards the barren state decided what the atmosphere was like at that time. His humility did not seem out of place back then. If anything, it was the people of the other 8 states and the mighty ones of Xihua Sacred Mountain to be blamed for looking down on the barren state. None from the other 8 states expected things to turn out this way. Even the ones from the barren state and Yifutian felt surprised at how things turned out. Everyone made it to the top 100 except Zui Qianqiu. Many top-class figures who came all the way from the barren state to witness the event felt tremendously shaken. There was no way any of them would have expected that when Yifutian took over as Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace and ventured outside of the barren state, he and his peers would shine so brilliantly the very first time they stood on a stage outside of the barren state. Who would have thought something like this was possible? Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs alone had greatly embarrassed the Holy Ji Palace once. What was more ridiculous was that there were still those in the Holy Ji Palace who doubted Yifutian's decision to allow his friends to train in the Sage Hall. Yifutian hardly thought much about it all. He simply thought himself to be rather lucky. With the exception of Zui Qianqiu, who apparently was down on his luck, all the others had yet to meet top-class figures from other sacred grounds. The strongest Jisheng Cliffs had to offer had also been kicked out by Yushang. But then again, such luck was something that Yushang and the others had earned with their indisputable prowess. If it had not been the participants of the barren state bringing surprise and shock to everyone present with every single battle they fought, they would not have been treated as such. In the last round, no one other than Yi Shaoshi had been challenged. All the others from the barren state went to challenge the participants of other states instead, allowing them to pick comparatively weak opponents. If it had not been for their impressive show of force, they would not have been thought of as such. For instance, all from Jisheng Cliffs were stomped on and bullied like ants, and every single one of them ended up eliminated. In conclusion, luck stemmed from and was one's own prowess. The battles of the others continued while the barren state participants were done with theirs. The rounds continued until all of the top 100 places were taken 80 battles later. Countless eyes turned to the forum stage. There were only 100 people standing on the vast stage, taking their places at the 9 states' corners. By then, the number of remaining participants from the Eastern State no longer proved to be of an edge when compared to Summer State and Qi State. The top 100 places were as such. The Eastern State held 13 places. Summer State held 15 places. Qi State held 14 places. Cloud State held 12 places. War State held 12 places. Feng State held 11 places. Ocean State held 10 places. Yu State held 6 places. Barren State taking 7 places. With the utter elimination of Jisheng Cliffs, Yu State turned out to be the worst performer of all 9 states, with 1 participant fewer than the Barren State. Summer State and Qi State, on the other hand, due to their formidable strength in general, turned out greater than the Eastern State, the host of the event. Of course, when things were considered only from the perspective of sacred ground forces, many would have been even more surprised. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State had taken the most number of places of the top 100 among all other sacred grounds of the other 8 states. It was a marvelous scene to behold. The most underestimated sacred ground, the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, turned out to have the most participants among the top 100. Other than the sacred grounds, there were only 3 participants from the Eastern State who were not a student of a sacred ground. Furthermore, those places were taken from by top-class geniuses of sacred grounds. Every single one of those 3 remaining signified the elimination of a top-class genius from a sacred ground. That young girl, Yaya, was one of those 3. Congratulations to all who remain. At the moment, Saint Shihua addressed the top 100 on the forum stage from the main seat of the Eastern State. Top-class figures of noble plane gathered at the 9-state forum. Being ranked among the top 100 means that all of you are the most remarkable nobles of the younger generations throughout the 9 states. There may be many who, in the future, have the right to sit at the forefront of the grandstands to witness the event. The people from all 9 states nodded with a smile. Saint Shihua was apt with his words. Exceptional ones emerged from those top 100 and they would be qualified to be ranked on the Sage and Saint ranking in the future. The 9-state forum this year has very high standards, so much so that even I look forward to seeing the battles fought at the very end, the great Zhou Sacred King said with a smile. Zhou Zi, who was sitting behind him, looked rather displeased. She was eliminated right from the very first round, defeated by Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu and the other 6 from the Barren State, on the other hand, all made it to the top 100, which meant that she, as a princess of a sacred dynasty, paled in comparison to Hua Jieyu. She even lost to Hua Jieyu in terms of looks. What is more surprising is that the Barren State, which has not participated in the event for so many years, was surprisingly able to have 7 ranked among the top 100 for the first time in a long time. This is truly surprising, and I guess my opinion is shared by many here, the Sky Saint said with a smile, and others nodded in agreement. The Glass Saint added with a smile. Indeed. No one would have thought this would have happened when the 9-state forum began. This also proves that Shihua Sacred Mountain had been wise to invite the Barren State to participate in the event this year. It was they who had proved what they were capable of. Saint Shihua shook his head as he clarified. Everyone was able to see what was before their eyes, and that was something that even he had not anticipated. As such, he did not see fit to take credit for any of it. Saint Shihua scanned the forum stage area after taking a look at the 7 from the Barren State. He then smiled and said, "After spending so many days battling continuously, I'm sure most of our guests from all over the 9 states are rather worn now. I propose to bring this segment of the 9-state forum to a close. What do you all think?" Everyone nodded with a smile and had no opinion about it. As per tradition, the host of the 9-state forum would throw a banquet for the guests and participants when the top 100 participants were finalized. The participants would be given 3 days to recuperate and prepare for the ultimate battles of the later stages of the event. I've ordered for a banquet to be prepared, and all present here may make a move. All who hail from sacred grounds, as well as friends and family members of the top 100, are welcome to join, Saint Shihua said. They were obligated to treat all of the guests throughout all 9 states regardless if they were able to make it to the top 100, as they had all come a long way. As for those who were not of sacred grounds from the Eastern State, there were actually only 3 who made it to the top 100, and they were invited to the banquet as well. Saint Shihua stood as soon as he finished, and everyone present at the event stood as well, walking towards the inner parts of the Xihua Sacred Mountain. The mighty ones from all over the eastern state at the grandstands felt rather disappointed for not being able to witness the fights between the top 100 in one go. It made them feel rather dissatisfied, but they were unable to do anything but wait. The 9 State Forum's ultimate battles were to be held 3 days later. The clashes between top-class geniuses were ones to be looked forward to by all. Yi Futian and his people stood as well. Yu Shang, Hua Jieyu and the others flashed and came before him. "You guys did well," Yi Futian smiled and said. Their performances had given him, the palace lord, quite a lot of prestige. "We're not done yet," Yu Sheng said. The people of the other 8 states looked down on the barren state, and Xihua Sacred Mountain never afforded them with ample respect. The top 100 was not yet enough, and they saw themselves needing to go further and higher in the ranks before they were able to stand tall for all from the other 8 states to see. "I look forward to it." Yi Futian smiled and took a look at him. This guy has been fighting, feeling irked about things from the very beginning. His goal is, of course, higher than just the top 100. "Things were awful," Zui Qianqiu said rather dejectedly at the side. Yi Futian looked at him and smiled. "You've your luck to blame. It wasn't that you were weak. I'm weak and that's the truth. It has nothing to do with luck. If I had been strong enough, I wouldn't have lost." Zui Qianqiu turned around and looked at the side where the ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain were. If Hua Yunshu had picked Yu Shang instead, the outcome would have been unknown. "Stop feeling sad for yourself and let's go party," Yi Futian smiled and said, feeling better than he had been before. The 9 State Forum was off to a good start. The barren state would be able to stand on equal footing with other states in the future, and they may even be higher. "Let's go," Sage Wanxiang said. Everyone walked, heading for the depths of Xihua Sacred Mountain. Xihua Sacred Mountain had thrown a huge banquet. The vast venue of the banquet was divided into 9 separate areas. The banquet, which was capable of holding over 10,000 people, was intricately and elegantly done. People from all 9 states arrived, and the barren state, naturally, was still the one arranged the furthest from the host, being assigned to the very rear. However, Yi Futian and the others cared little about the arrangement as they had gotten used to it. They had to accept things due to them having no saints among them. While they still did not feel comfortable about it all, the only way to remedy the situation was for all of them to get stronger. The banquet was filled with fine drinks, and Zui Qianqiu helped himself to it without any reservations. He did not forget to delicately savor them as he kept saying, "Good stuff indeed." Servant girls passed through the seats time and again. All of them pretty girls. There was also an area at the center where the beauties danced, accompanied by beautiful music, making the scene look splendid and elegant. As a sacred ground of the eastern state, Xihua Sacred Mountain had 3 saints. Being of such a prestigious status meant that their words held great significance, wielding unimaginable power in all sense of the word. Furthermore, those pretty servant girls were not ordinary folk. They were all cultivators, and some among them were even daughters of renowned clans in Huatian City. Such was the power wielded by people of great prestige. Yi Futian arrived at his seat quietly, admiring the lively scene before his eyes, thinking to himself that the sacred grounds from all over the 9 states might have been at each other's throats under the table, but they still put on a friendly, peaceful facade. The sacred grounds had only been fighting each other moments ago in the event, yet the scene before him felt like a gathering of good friends instead. We cultivators don't go out a lot. It's a rare chance for us to be able to meet so many geniuses of the younger generations from all 9 states. We've all gathered here today and there is no need for reservations. Treat the banquet as you would in a family gathering. Chat and drink to your heart's content. Discuss anything throughout the 9 states. No status differences, no separation between sages and saints at this moment. Saint Xihua held his cup and said with a smile. His voice was calm and gentle. Everyone toasted. After all, it was a saint proposing a toast, and no one dared to not give face to a saint. Sky Saint, we were all like them once upon a time. We were young and full of life, but time flew and here we are. Saint Xihua smiled and said, "It is quite amusing to see that even a saint, a being envied by countless throughout all 9 states, has something to say about the passage of time. The leader of the Xia clan quipped with a smile. He knew that Saint Xihua was simply being polite. There was no one who did not want to break into the Saint plane, a plane where one's own powers and lifespan would undergo drastic changes. It was also a plane enabling those who reached it to become the most powerful of all men throughout the 9 states. A single word from those people would affect the lives of countless people. How is Senior Xia doing? Saint Xihua asked the mighty one from Xia clan. The old man is doing fine. The mighty one from Xia clan nodded. Saint Xihua might have been ranked high in seniority, but the old man in Xia clan was someone who was practically a living relic, so much so that even Saint Xihua had to address the old man as his senior. I'd like to pay the old man a visit if the chance presents itself. Saint Xihua smiled and said, You're being too kind, Saint. The mighty one from Xia clan said. On the other side, the great Zhou sacred king's eyes fell onto the glass saint, who was sitting right beside him. He said, with his cup held up, Glass saint, how have you been doing all these years? The glass saint took a look at the king with a smile and said, I've been training in the lapis lazuli holy temple all this while, and I'm doing fine. The glass saint's students all turned their eyes at the great Zhou sacred king. They all heard the rumor about the king having gone after their teacher once upon a time, and the rumor seemed to be true after all. Their teacher was unparalleled in terms of appearance and was known to be the #1 beauty throughout the eastern state. She had turned to become more beautiful with an air of holiness about her after becoming a saint, looking like a goddess who cared not for the mundane world. However, their teacher had been training alone for years, and there seemed to be no chance for the king to do anything further with her. Saint Xihua, who sat beside them, had naturally heard the king ask how the glass saint was doing, and he smiled and sighed. Despite the great Zhou sacred king having the great Zhou sacred dynasty in his grasp and the title of sacred king, enjoying a level of prestige and power unimaginable to many, there were still people that he was unable to get his hands on. The glass saint had probably become something the king clung to. Sacred king. The glass saint has always been renowned for her astounding beauty. Now that she has achieved sainthood, how can she be anything else but fine? Saint Xihua added with a smile. She is now just like you, sacred king, a glorious symbol of a generation. Saint Xihua was more senior than the two of them as he hailed from an earlier time. Please, Saint Xihua, we're all of such advanced age now. The glass saint smiled and said. Her voice sounded crisp, clear, and gentle, hardly different from a girl who was in her 20s. Since when did cultivators care about age? Saint Xihua shook his head and said, While that is indeed true, the time now belongs to them. The glass saint turned her eyes at the young geniuses from all over the 9 states. Saint Xihua and the great Zhou sacred king, as well as the mighty ones with them, turned to look at the ones from all over the 9 states. Saint Xihua smiled and said, Every era has its own symbol. Many performed astoundingly well in this year's 9-state forum. The Xia clan, Yu clan, Yi clan, and the 9-state College of Summer State. The Qi clan, Jixia Holy Palace, Hall of Holy Light, and Yu House of Qi State. The Vajra region, Luoho Palace, and Holy Temple of 10 Corners of War State, and the many other sacred ground geniuses of Yun State and the others. All of them shone brilliantly, and it seems that our Batliks of Judgment won't be staying with Xihua Sacred Mountain for long. Everyone naturally knew that Saint Xihua was half joking. If he had taken out such a holy item to serve as a prize, he was naturally prepared to part with it sooner or later. Hua Yunshu of Xihua Sacred Mountain and Zhou Yu of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty are people who will become the champion in the end. Maybe the holy item will stay with the Eastern State or Xihua Sacred Mountain. Some mighty ones smiled and said, There are indeed many mighty ones to be found in this year's event. Even I have grown excited about it all. The Sky Saint smiled and said, Speaking of which, there is the previously underestimated Barren State. Those youngsters have indeed demonstrated uncommon prowess, especially Yushang. He might actually be a dark horse. Many turned their eyes to where the Barren State was assigned. Yushang had indeed left quite an impression. He might have actually been able to go further now that he was ranked among the top 100. However, all who remained in the event at the moment were truly the best that the sacred grounds of all 9 states had to offer, especially when it came to the later stages of the event. If Yushang wanted to make it to the top 10, he would be met with the most powerful figures from many sacred grounds. The difficulty remained great. It remained to be seen if the dark horse had cards up his sleeve, and how powerful such cards were. I guess we can indeed look forward to the growth of this batch's younger generations from the barren state. Someone smiled and said, I have heard that Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, was a successor appointed by the previous palace lord Sage Chunyang, personally. He paid a great price having the young man take over the place, going so far as to call upon Emperor Xia. If the students from the barren state were able to perform so well this year, the palace lord himself must be someone more exceptional. Someone looked at Yi Futian and said, they were not the only ones with such a thought. Many shared the same opinion. Yushang had proven himself as someone incredibly exceptional. Other than him, there were Hua Jieyu, Su Ke, and the rest. All of them were proud sons and daughters, and all of them were willing to simply play at the sides. The palace lord from the barren state, Yi Futian, was someone of the same generation, and all those people were willing to follow his lead. As such, it was anyone's guess what the palace lord of a sacred ground of the barren state, who currently was seen sitting quietly, would be like. Many felt curious about him. I have heard from Qingni, a student of mine, that Yi Futian led the students of the Holy Ji Palace to break the Celestial Dragon chess game at the Chess Saint Villa, capable of playing 9 different playstyles all on his own. The glass saint turned to look at Yi Futian and smiled faintly. If he had not broken into Sage Plane, he would have participated in the 9-state forum, and we would have gotten to see what he is truly made of. You're being too kind, Glass Saint. My plane is still weak and there are so many talented people to be found in all the other 8 states. I dare not speak of my own talents in such a place. Yi Futian lowered his head and said, not looking at the eyes of the Glass Saint. While the Glass Saint was a saint, she was, nonetheless, a beauty like none other. If he were to somehow end up leering at her, he would have gravely offended a saint. You're too humble. The Glass Saint smiled and said, all 9 of the students of Chess Saint Villa are here. Someone looked behind Saint Xihua. All 9 of those students were standing beside Lu Zong. While Yi Futian demonstrated his uncanny talents by breaking the Celestial Dragon chess game, the Chess Saint chose Lu Zong. It seems that Lu Zong will perhaps become a successor of the saints. The great Zhou Sacred King smiled and said, you're being too kind, Sacred King. I was only the earlier one to break the game instead of Palace Lord Yi. His prowess at chess is in no way inferior to mine, Lu Zong said with a smile in a dashing manner. Many praised him in their hearts. That is Lu Zong indeed. The great Zhou Sacred King looked at Lu Zong and smiled, saying, well, we have so many proud sons and daughters here today, all in such a good mood. Are there any of the young people who'd like to show what they've got for a little bit? Sacred King, while it is true that many here are our juniors, many of them are already sages. It would be rather unsuitable to have them perform. Wouldn't it be fun to simply admire the dance and the music while chatting and drinking away? Speaking of dance and music, I heard that there are people from your house today. The ones that you hired pale in comparison. The great Zhou Sacred King then took a look at the Qi State's corner. True words indeed. Who in the 9 states doesn't know that the Yu House excels in such performing arts? Better than anyone else throughout the 9 states. Saint Xihua said, please, you're being too kind. The people from Yu House bowed and said to Saint Xihua, since both Saint Xihua and the great Zhou Sacred King are in such a pleasant mood, Liun, how about you play something for everyone? He looked at a young man who was dressed in a clean white robe beside him. The young man looked pleasant and dashing, with a hint of air of sorrow about him. Yu Luyun, an elder from the Jixia Holy Palace, said, one among the younger generation of Yu House, known to be incredibly talented in the art of music, and the personal student of the music saint. Everyone here is in for a treat today indeed. Is that so? The people of the other states all looked rather amused, and their interests were piqued as they looked at the young man. He had not participated in the 9-state forum, which meant that he was probably a young age who happened to look incredibly dashing. You're dismissed. Saint Xihua waved at the girl who was playing music at the moment. The troupe all rose and bowed, leaving the stage shortly after. Yu Luyun stepped onto the stage slowly, cupping his hands and saying, "I hope you'll find my performance to your liking. Please." Saint Xihua smiled and said in a friendly manner. Yu Luyun sat before the guqin and put all of his fingers on the strings. He looked as if he had turned into someone else in an instant. A crisp sound was heard from the strings as his fingers moved, playing a bright and light-hearted tune. The music from the guqin slowly rose in volume, bringing a powerful air with it, easily enabling all within earshot to steep into the scene illustrated by the sound of the instrument. The guqin's sound was loud and sonorous, like a high and mighty song. It was as if heroes had gathered there. Figures of legends were everywhere, steeping themselves in martial arts, fighting each other on the battlefield. There were dragons howling in the sea and phoenixes crying in the sky. Many vaguely saw silhouettes of elusive figures, with the shadows of true dragons and phoenixes appearing. At that moment, everyone felt as if they had been brought back to the forum stage of the 9-state forum, fighting on the stage and seeing who among the geniuses from all 9 states would be crowned champion. The power of the sound was incredibly penetrative, enabling one to feel as if they were in the scene itself. There was no noise of any kind heard in the banquet but the sound of the guqin. Many looked at Yu Luyun and found the young man looking incredibly dashing while performing with astounding skills. The loud music gradually took a more tranquil tone. The elders chatted away, and things had calmed. It was as if the battlefield scenes had turned into that of a banquet. The song had a hint of flightiness in it, as if the song was one from the heavens, with clouds floating around and spreading all over the banquet, making it seem like a banquet held among the gods. Colorful phoenixes soared above the clouds and danced about. The scene looked incredibly peaceful and prosperous. Splendid! Many lifted their heads and could not help but gasp. The young man is indeed a capable student of Yu House. His music indeed sounds like it's from the heavens. The sound of the song gradually ebbed, but many were still steeped within that mood. Many great figures throughout the 9 states smiled, and Saint Xihua did not hold anything back when singing praises to the young man, saying, "The Yu House is indeed the #1 in the art of song and dance throughout the 9 states. Be it guqin or flutes or anything else. All are known throughout the 9 states. I have experienced it and tell that it is all true today." "You're too kind, senior." Yu Luyun behaved in a composed manner. He slowly rose and bowed, returning to the area assigned to Yu House of Qi State shortly after. "I think the song has probably gotten quite a number of girls falling in love with him," the great Zhou Sacred King said with a smile. There was something charismatic about performances by musical sorcerers indeed. Yu Luyun was among the best of them, which made his performance even more exceptional and charming. "Do you know that other than the Yu House, there is another one of the younger generations from the 9 states who is incredibly capable in the musical arts? Saint Xihua? His aptitude at the art is, I dare say, comparable to that of the students of Yu House," a voice said. Many turned to look at the one who spoke, and it was none other than Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State. Many wore peculiar looks on their faces. Participants of Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State had all been eliminated, and it was an incredibly embarrassing matter. As such, none expected Kong Yao to actually speak at the banquet. "And who might that be?" Saint Xihua asked with a smile. Kong Yao's words piqued the interests of many. "One whose aptitude in the musical arts is comparable to that of the students of Yu House? That's probably quite an exaggeration. Have you all heard of the Yukio song?" Kong Yao said. "The Yukio song composed by Donghuang the Great?" Saint Xihua's expression turned solemn. The higher one's plane was, the greater one's respect became for someone at a level like Donghuang the Great from the bottom of their heart. So much so the mention of Donghuang the Great's name required one to behave seriously and solemnly. "Indeed," Kong Yao nodded. "There is one of the young generation among us capable of playing the song left by such a great figure." "Who would that be?" Saint Xihua asked, and many turned to look at Kong Yao. Even the people of Yu House were rather interested. "It is none other than Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State," Kong Yao said. Everyone was stunned for a moment when he finished speaking, before turning their eyes at Yi Futian. Yi Futian sat quietly where he was and felt rather cold inside, hearing Kong Yao's words. Jisheng Cliffs and the Barren State in general were enemies. If it had not been for the appearance of Emperor Xia, Jisheng Cliffs would have had Yi Futian killed. With the beef between them having worsened during the Nine-State Forum, Kong Yao would probably want nothing more than to kill Yi Futian where he sat. As such, it was apparent that Kong Yao had ill intentions mentioning Yi Futian at such a place, wanting to embarrass him in front of the crowd. When Saint Shihua said that Yu House of Qi State was #1 in the musical arts, Kong Yao went on to immediately tell everyone that Yi Futian knew the Yukio song. Yi Futian had played a song during the battle outside the Holy Ji Palace. Kong Yao would have easily found out a lot if he really wanted to dig for information. Furthermore, the Yukio song was not a secret. However, Kong Yao's action of mentioning that at a time and place like this spoke volumes of his ill intentions. Everyone from the other states looked on with curious expressions. Yi Futian was chosen as a leader of a sacred ground of the Barren State when he was still just a noble. The Glass Saint had also said that he broke the Celestial Dragon chess game a short while ago, which naturally meant that he had exceptional skills in chess. Now, Kong Yao came up and told everyone that Yi Futian knew the Yukio song, the song that an emperor composed. Is there anything that this palace lord of Barren State isn't good at? Is it true? Saint Shihua asked with a smile. I had come across the score of the Yukio song by chance in the past, and I have been practicing it since. Yet, I've been unable to understand more than what is on the surface even now. My skills are currently unfit for a performance. Yi Futian said humbly, the Yukio song is a song of emperors. My plane is low, and I'm still unable to grasp the key parts of the piece. You've played marvelously outside the Holy Ji Palace in the place? Yi Futian, why so humble now? Kong Yao said plainly, everyone is in a mood for a song right now. Why not play the Song of Emperors and entertain everyone for a bit? Many from the Barren State side went to glare at Kong Yao when he said those words. Unlike Yu Luyun, Yi Futian's current status was a leader of the Barren State. Are you really telling Yi Futian to play and entertain everyone, the people of other sacred grounds here, Kong Yao? It would not have mattered if Yi Futian was just one of the younger generations from a sacred ground like Yu Luyun. But his current status was a palace lord, so it was obvious that Kong Yao was deliberately insulting Yi Futian. Many looked at Yi Futian, but none said anything. Yi Futian smiled and said, I dare not show off in front of the seniors of the 9 states, but since you put it that way, I'd be willing to play a song. It would naturally be better if someone could accompany the song with a martial arts performance. Would you be in the mood to perform for us, Senior Kong? There are so many geniuses from the Barren State and there are also many from the Holy Ji Palace. As such, I don't see any need for me to perform. Kong Yao then added plainly, given your reluctant attitude about the matter, Palace Lord Yi, would I be wrong to assume that you think no one from the 9 states is worthy enough to hear you play? Kong Yao's words were as sharp as blades, cornering Yi Futian at every turn. Yi Futian looked at Kong Yao and then saw many looking at him. He then smiled and said, well, since there are so many who are in such a mood, I hope my performance is to your liking. He stood up right after he finished and walked to the guqin. Many eyes were on him. Yi Futian sat down quietly, and just like Yu Luyun, the air emanating from him felt different within an instant. He was quiet and tranquil, no longer looking like the exceptionally capable young palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. At the moment, he was simply a musical sorcerer. Yi Futian was handsome and had an exceptional bearing. When his slender 10 fingers began to pluck at the strings, the sound of the guqin penetrated the minds of many, enabling all to enter the scenes illustrated by the song of his music. Many were able to tell right from the second he started playing that his proficiency at the art was not inferior to Yu Luyun's. The sound of the music was winding, crisp, and pleasant to the ear. The tone was low, and it seemed as if he was telling a story with music. It was an ancient tale. The main characters of the tale were 2 young men who were growing, witnessing the fickleness of human nature and how the strong preyed on the weak. Yet they persevered with the initial intentions and grew along the way. Yi Futian's emotions at the moment were infused within the song, which made it felt as if he was telling a story about how he was being treated in the nine-state forum, prompting many to wear peculiar expressions. However, no one interrupted him. The illustrations of the song resonated within the minds of many. It presented the images right before them, enabling them to witness the growth of legendary figures. At the moment, someone was seen walking out, and many turned in that direction. That someone turned out to be Huang Zhouge, a student of the Holy Ji Palace. Huang Zhouge bowed to Saint Shihua and said, "The palace lord claimed that it would be best to have someone accompany the song with a martial arts performance. My name is Huang Zhouge, and I'm a young student of the Holy Ji Palace. I would like to perform with the song." "You may." Saint Shihua nodded. Huang Zhouge walked out and came to stand behind Yifutian. He turned around to face Jisheng Cliffs and said, "Before I came to become a student of the Holy Ji Palace, I heard that the son of Jisheng Cliffs, Qinzhong, had been to the Holy Ji Palace and bested many of the students. I'd like to spar with a student of your sacred ground as a way to accompany the song." Kong Yao frowned. "Is the Holy Ji Palace retaliating now?" At the moment, the sound of the guqin gradually grew louder and came to sound more penetrative. If there were people to accompany the song with martial arts, things would indeed be more interesting. "This is the banquet of the nine-state forum and ill-suited for sparring," Kong Yao said plainly. "I've acquired permission from the saint. Given how you're so reluctant to perform as requested, would I be wrong to assume that you deem the people of the nine states unworthy of witnessing a son of Jisheng Cliffs perform?" Huang Zhouge said, returning the words of Kong Yao right back at him. Kong Yao glared at Huang Zhouge with cold eyes. He had never expected a student his junior would actually dare speak to him like that. Qinzhong turned his eyes at Huang Zhouge. As one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, he saw fit to rise up, seeing how they were being challenged by a student of the Holy Ji Palace. "If you're in such a mood, I'd be willing to oblige." Qinzhong walked out slowly and came to stand somewhere not far away from Yifutian. He then said, "Qinzhong of Jisheng Cliffs, pleased to make your acquaintance." "Huang Zhouge of the Holy Ji Palace, pleased to make your acquaintance." Both gestured courteously at each other in a dashing manner. Yet there was a formless aura clashing in the space right before them. Qinzhong, one of the 9 warriors of the Jisheng Cliffs, had always been known as the most talented fighter amongst the youngest generation. He was the vanquisher of Sage in the Noble Peak realm, the strongest amongst his peers at the cliffs, but had lost at the hands of Yifutian. Huang Zhouge, descendant of the sovereign family, placed second in the law battle of Holy Ji Palace. Yifutian, being the winner, later entered the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. Huang Zhouge and Qinzhong were individuals with refined temperament, and when they stood face to face, an invisible current began to course around them. As if to accentuate the moment's tension, Yifutian's musical notes gradually became higher and higher. The emperor had started his journey to conquer the world. Massive air spheres began to collide, the ensuing gusts running wildly over Huang Zhouge and Qinzhong until their clothing was tattered and windblown. Qinzhong immediately perceived a great aura of suppression, and faintly observed that the area was being repressed by a massive shadow. He knew that Huang Zhouge was releasing his rule power. Buzz. Inconceivable, brilliant rays of gold flashed down from the skies, pulverizing all other power. With a long, shrill cry, a divine bird appeared. A dragon eagle, its golden torso sparkling and each feather sharp. A forceful cyclone formed. The shadow of the dragon eagle continued to expand, and a golden hurricane manifested between heaven and earth. A countless number of feathers shot out, sailing across the space towards Huang Zhouge. It was truly a battle of the sages, those stronger than the nobles with minds that could kill across sheer space. Boom! An equally shocking wave exploded upon Huang Zhouge's body, and illusions of combat began to appear, simulating a battlefield. Knights with war spears upon chariots swept across the field. Spears stretched out and clashed with the feathers of the golden dragon eagle mid-air, creating a terrible storm. The two entities poised in the midst of this dreadful battlefield with the music soaring ever higher, piercing the battlefield and reaching the ears of all involved. At this moment, the dignitaries of 9 State felt less like they were at a banquet, and more like they were in the middle of a battlefield filled with spears and horses. Just then Qin Zhong's body began to slowly levitate, the great wings of the dragon eagle spreading. From the firmament came an even more frightful storm. Some dignitaries at the banquet even began to set up defenses to isolate the interference of the battlefield. Many looked up toward Qin Zhong. He appeared brilliantly beautiful at this moment. The dragon eagle glided in the sky, while Qin Zhong stretched out his palms and pointed toward the sky. Sudden deadly streams of gold shot through the air, each one resembling a glittering and arrogant dragon eagle soaring towards Huang Zhouge. A Renhuang Bao appeared abruptly in front of Huang Zhouge. With the Renhuang Bao in his hand, an immensely powerful spiritual energy locked onto the incoming attacks. Threads of rule power turned into arrows, propelled by the bowstring to pierce through the space with incredible speed. The sound of continuous blasts announced the simultaneous destruction of every dragon eagle illusion headed his way. The glittering arrows even locked onto Qin Zhong, descending upon him. Qin Zhong was surrounded by a moving, destructive storm, the shining golden feathers of the dragon eagle shielding his front. When the arrows contacted the eagle's feathers, there were clear sounds of impact that signaled their intention to punch through. But the great feathers trembled violently and sent streams of destructive golden rays to crush the arrows. As the beautiful feathers fluttered through the space, Qin Zhong's eyes focused on Huang Zhouge, and the feathers trembled again. Qin Zhong's body became a shining arc, and the golden feathers of the dragon eagle slashed through the sky, sharper than any sword blade. Shrieking, the feathers flew through the expanse like golden lightning, as if to bisect Huang Zhouge's body. Almost at the same instant, an impressive shadow appeared behind Huang Zhouge, resembling the absolute Renhuang and wielding the Renhuang sword. It cleaved toward the expanse with piercing lightning as it slashed towards the descending dragon eagle. Boom! A blinding light exploded from where the two entities collided, destructive waves coiling around the surrounding area as the immense dragon eagle was propelled upward toward the firmament by the shock. How strong! The onlookers felt the exhilaration of the collision and silently applauded. Such strength would indicate the character of an unmatched genius. Within the battlefield, Huang Zhouge's body rose gradually into the air, the solemnity radiating from the Renhuang body enveloping the earth and sky. Dreadful illusions of war instantly appeared, surrounding the area and suppressing the firmament. Suppression rule power, and an exceptionally unusual one at that, many people thought. Huang Zhouge was a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer, but he mainly trained in martial arts. This rule of martial will took command of the expanse, turning the space into his own arena. Racing chariots and other martial illusions swept out across the field as Qin Zhong's body became one with the life spirit of the dragon eagle circling above, its gnashing wings turning into a golden storm that immolated the powers that attacked him. Cut and pulverize. Qin Zhong's rule power was equally devastating. After all, he was known to be the most naturally gifted among the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. Just then, the piercing power of the string music became even greater, as if the battle between the two had no bearing on the contagious power of the music. It made the blood boil, and as if to witness the coming of the emperor, the music endowed rays of holiness upon Huang Zhouge. Naturally, everyone could sense that there were no additional powers afoot. It would be impossible for Yi Futian to play tricks in front of the saints. There have always been rumors that the sovereign family of the Baron State was also the descendant of the ancient Renhuang clan. So this Huang Zhouge should be the descendant of the Baron State sovereign family. This kind of power indeed resembles that of Renhuang's descendants, commented the cultivator of the Xia clan. Many looked at him with smile. 9 State had even more successors. Xia clan itself was a branch from the Emperor Xia. In the meantime, the Renhuang body took possession of Huang Zhouge. He appeared as the true Renhuang now, stepping out wielding the Renhuang sword, while the power of his suppression rule crushed the space nearby. At the same time, behind Qin Zhong, all the feathers on the dragon eagle shone brightly, bursting with power as wild winds blew across the expanse. Huang Zhouge stepped across the field, the shadow of Renhuang wielding its sword slashing down towards Qin Zhong. But the dragon eagle behind him flapped and expanded its wings furiously, every feather continually extending and turning into two sharp blades that cut through the expanse. An even more powerful collision than the last was now at hand. Renhuang smashed straight down and the dragon eagle's wings covered the sky. Boom! 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 Again and again the attacks exploded against each other, the destructive power surging up from the earth and towards the sky. In front of the banquet, the dignitaries set up an even stronger light screen to guard against the waves of battle. Bam! Another loud blast. The current of destruction remained, but the battle had finally stopped. Everyone turned their gaze to the battlefield and saw that Qinzhong had been blasted into the ground. The feathers of the dragon eagle scattered and broken, while Huang Zhouge held the Renhuang's sword aloft, in front of Yi Futian. Even now Yi Futian continued playing as the climax of the piece approached its end, slowly bringing closure to the piece. He controlled the rhythm of the music skillfully, keeping it hidden in the background, and allowing the music to revolve around the cadence of the battle. In this fight, Qinzhong of Jisheng Cliffs had been defeated. Qinzhong looked at Huang Zhouge. The breath in his body fluttered. He lay defeated by a great suppressive power. No tricks, just an incredibly aggressive offensive. And then he turned to look at Yi Futian. In the past, when he stepped into the Barren State Law Palace, the public opinion of Law Battle platform swept the disciples of the Law Palace, and all thought that the Barren State had no talent. But Yi Futian and Huang Zhouge both defeated him. And then there was Yushang who, if at the same plane as he, the outcome would be unknown. Cultivators were abundant in the land of the 9 states, but Qinzhong was defeated by several from the Barren State alone. He thought of his past pride and found it foolish. From now on he needed to reflect upon himself and concentrate on training. Then Yi Futian stood up, bowed slightly to Xihua Saint and said, "I beg your indulgence." Yi Futian turned and walked towards his seat, followed by Huang Zhouge. Nothing more was said, and nothing more needed to be said. Kong Yao had wanted to make a fuss at the banquet. This battle had been enough of a response to him. In the direction of Jisheng Cliffs, Kong Yao's countenance was extremely foul. This time at the 9 States Forum, not only were all the disciples of Jisheng Cliffs eliminated, but Qinzhong had been defeated again by the Barren State at the banquet. All the geniuses at Jisheng Cliffs were crushed by disciples of the Barren State. This was an unimaginable humiliation. Spectacular, Xihua Saint lauded approvingly. Indeed, spectacular, nodded the glass saint, smiling. Both the martial arts and the music. Everyone nodded in agreement. In this battle there was one more person from the Barren State who had demonstrated his strength. And even in such a battle, the brilliance of the music could not be overshadowed. Praise given towards the music was therefore considerable. Many watched Yi Futian as he sat down, while Huang Zhouge quietly sat behind him, and the thought from before had started to manifest again. Yushang, Su Ke, and many other extraordinary individuals were incredibly distinguished, but the leader of the younger generation of the Barren State was Yi Futian. These people all gathered together around him. No one, young or old, would dissent. The same praise was heaped upon Huang Zhouge, who had truly fought the battle for Yi Futian to spite Kong Yao. So many excellent figures had gathered around that handsome youth. Just exactly what was his attraction? Or just how mighty was Yi Futian's talent? I'm so curious about the strength of this young Lord Yi. Great Zhou Sacred King laughed. The curiosity was not merely from him, but many others at the banquet. In chess he could crack the divine dragon board. In music, he could play the Emperor's Ukiyo with unparalleled excellence. In martial arts, he had defeated Qizhong, had surpassed all his peers in the Barren State, and had been elected as Palace Lord by many top sages as the leader of the Barren State. Such a figure would indeed ignite the curiosity of many, especially after Yushang, Huang Zhouge, and all of the others had already showcased their excellence. Yi Futian glanced at the great Zhou Sacred King, whose eyes sparkled with mirth despite the imperial authority that radiated from him. Amongst all the saints, he seemed the hardest to approach. He was the king of the sacred dynasty and ruled an empire. His authority was undisputed, and a word from him could determine the lives and deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. I am young, my cultivation is unrefined, and I have not belonged to the sages for long. "I dare not speak of my strength in the presence of such illustrious company," said Yifutian with humility. Great Zhou Sacred King looked at him, and he could see that this young lord was not as modest as he appeared but was quite the opposite. Judging from the later performance of Yushang and the others, Yifutian was extremely confident and proud. Yifutian had stated that if Yushang could not enter the top 10, he would bequeath a divine implement to Xihua Sacred Mountain. Great Zhou Sacred King had not quite understood the offer, but now realized that this offer was a demonstration of Yifutian's extreme confidence. He had thought that Yushang, a disciple of the Law Palace, was certain to be among the top 10. But the Great Zhou Sacred King was also a confident and proud individual since his youth. He could feel that he and Yifutian were two of a kind. However, he was still young, a fledgling. "You ought to know that what I meant wasn't just about the plane," said the Great Zhou Sacred King with a laugh, looking at Yifutian. "Modesty in excess is hypocrisy." Many of the others looked at the Great Zhou Sacred King and saw a nonchalant smile on his face. A slight shock flickered in Yifutian's eyes, but he quickly smiled and nodded. "Rightly so, Sacred King," he replied. Behind the Great Zhou Sacred King, Zhou Zi watched Yifutian coolly. She felt that Yifutian was being insincere, only pretending to be humble and polite. And now that he had been admonished, the man was speechless. The barren state has no saints and is ranked last among the 9 states. Because talented individuals are few and far in between, this explosive confluence of the barren state's youngest generation is particularly interesting, said another strong cultivator. Many agreed, understanding the reasoning. The contrast of their previous slight and the current rise of barren state astonished everyone. Look at the Battle of the 100 at the 9-state forum. 7 are from the barren state, the most out of all the holy lands. How many of the 7 will make it to the top 10? Another piped up. If they make it to the top 10, perhaps the venerated saint will need to prepare another divine implement, someone joked. Saint Xihua idly regarded Yifutian, and then smiled. "Drink everyone, as you please." The banquet continued, and the mood was festive, but people from the 9-state Holy Land had thoughts of their own. At this moment, everyone anticipated that their own Holy Land would rank high in the Battle of the 100 at the 9-state forum. Yifutian and the others were still minding themselves. The cultivators from the barren state seemed a bit dull, as if they did not truly belong. They understood that the lack of saints in the barren state was an original sin, which justified the superiority of all other holy lands of the 9 states above them. But for the many cultivators who came from the barren state, to be able to have a seat here and witness Yifutian had caused the geniuses of the younger generation from the barren state to shine on the stage of the 9-state forum. It was vindication itself. Perhaps now the barren state only needed a little more time. As the relaxed atmosphere was maintained within the banquet, many people started to mingle and drink. Yifutian stayed where he was, but a group headed towards him, led by none other than Lu Zong, who raised a goblet in front of him and smiled. "To Lord Yi," he toasted. Yifutian smiled and raised his cup, and the two drank together. Behind Lu Zong was the disciple of the chess saint, Xianxia, who laughingly said, "Lord Yi led the disciples of the barren state to excel at the 9-state forum. Congratulations." "Overstated, elder," said Yifutian, spying Zhou Gongzi behind the crowd as he continued, "Zhou Gongzi, we meet again." Zhou Gongzi shrugged. He liked Yifutian, who was generally easygoing and free-spirited but most dedicated while cultivating. He observed that quality when Yifutian had first started with chess, but unfortunately the master chose Lu Zong as his apprentice instead. "Clan leader Yi, perhaps you will consider my suggestion at Chess Saint Villa," Lu Zong said with a grin. "I have considered it," replied Yifutian. "Good." Lu Zong raised his cup in acknowledgement before turning to leave. Just then another man arrived, arrayed in elaborate gold with phoenixes magnificently embroidered upon his clothing. He walked beside Yifutian and said, "Zhou Ye of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Perhaps there will be an opportunity to be advised by Lord Ye's talent." Many people watched attentively. Lu Zong and Zhou Ye were both from the Sage Plain. One was even valued by the 3 saints of Xihua Sacred Mountain, and very likely to be named as a saint in the future. Zhou, also prestigious, was rumored to possibly be the heir of the great Zhou sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. And both approached Yi Futian inquisitively, apparently quite curious about him. Not only them, but many other notable noble geniuses at the Nine-State Forum were in attendance, with a significant number of them hailing from other holy lands. They were extremely fascinated by geniuses from other holy lands, especially those who had missed the original Nine-State Forum. After the banquet ended, everyone from the 9 states dissipated. Yi Futian and the others returned to their lodging in Huatian City. Huatian City was now a picture of prosperity, with everyone discussing the strongest 100 in the impending and explosive battle of the 100. Some gambling dens even started odds for the top 10, with the most intense interest landing on who would be the first of the 9-state forum. Those who were in attendance of the 9-state forum wondered who would stand on the summit of the 9-state forum. Hua Yunshu of Xihua Sacred Mountain? The genius, Zhou Yu of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty? Or even that unparalleled figure from the Xia clan? Of course, the Qi clan, Vajra region, Hall of Holy Light, Yu clan, and every other principality would have at least one powerful figure, and these figures would all be possible candidates at the summit. Until the final battle, all there was to do was guess, and everyone had their own opinion. Aside from that, there was one other who was mentioned frequently, and that was Yushang of the Holy Ji Palace from the Barren State. Yushang plowed through his opponents in every battle even though he was from the Barren State, but until today, no one could truly fathom the depth of his strength. Could it really be as Yi Futian had hoped, that he would step into the top 10? 9 states had nearly 30 holy lands competing for the top 10. Its power was unimaginable. No one could claim absolute confidence in Yushang, even if his performance was extremely solid. No one could dare to declare his place among the top 10. They could only say that such a possibility existed. For many people and their expectations, 3 days was an indeterminably long time. Inside their palace, Yi Futian's barren state congregation were all present and ready to depart. Looking up at the sky, Yi Futian focused his attention to those in front of him. He surveyed Yushang and the rest, then smiled. "Do you have the confidence?" The battle of the 100 that followed would only be the strong versus the strong. There would be no more weak links, so any battle fought would be hard won. Out of the 7, how many would last until the end? Even Yi Futian himself could not be sure. He knew that when he stepped out of the Sage Hall, there would be no weaklings amongst them. The 100 strongest were from all holy lands in the 9 states and would be equal to them in strength. It would be a matter of who was the strongest. Just wait and see. Suke seemed distracted. Confidence was not something of great practicality. Naturally, the competitors all felt themselves to be the strongest, but that did not mean the others were weak. Yi Futian glared at him, the lily-livered jellyfish. "Seventh brother, do not weaken the reputation of our cottage," Yi Futian said to Xianxia with a smile. Fatty puckered as he spoke. Yushang is only half a disciple of the cottage. So long as Yushang was in the front, he did not feel overly pressured. Yushang. Yi Futian looked at the massive frame standing before him and laughed. People from the 9 states are all prideful, prizing their own holy land geniuses. Let us give them a surprise. Naturally, Yushang wasn't concerned, but he wished the others could advance as well. No matter what happens at the 9-state forum this time, we of the barren states will not fall weaker than any other state. "That is enough," said Sage Wanxiang. His goal was simple. The barren state had been slighted by the 9 states, and his only wish was that the barren state wouldn't lose to its competitors. The rest needed time. Proceeding forwards would not simply be a matter of days. "Of course not," Yi Futian said. "Very well, it's time. Let's go." Everyone nodded and proceeded to depart, in quite a formation, towards the direction of Xihua Sacred Mountain. Many gathered at the foot of Xihua Sacred Mountain, moving upward along the stairs. This day, all of Huatian City was exuberant thanks to the gathering of the cultivators. 9-state forum, the final battle of the 100, was finally about to begin. When Yi Futian and the others arrived, many were already present, and cultivators from the 9 states gradually began to enter. Still at the seat he occupied the previous day, Yi Futian could hear discussions behind him about today's Battle of the 100. Delegates from the barren state have arrived. I heard that 3 days ago, Saint Shihua hosted a banquet where Lord Yi Futian performed an imperial ode, and Huang Zhouge, disciple of the Law Palace, challenged and defeated Qin Zhong of the Jisheng Cliffs. I heard. Jisheng Cliffs was disgraced this time. This young generation of the barren state is indeed excellent. If Yusheng can take one of the top 10, that would be an ideal result. Exactly. If he can enter the top 10, Saint Shihua even agreed to apologize. But even though Yusheng is magnificent, entering the top 10 is still a tough proposition. Perhaps he has some hidden strength that we have not yet seen. The crowd continued to speculate, and while many voices entered Yi Futian's ears, he only smiled indifferently. Yusheng, top 10? After this battle, everyone from the 9 state would forever remember Yusheng's name. In the opposite direction, Saint Shihua arrived with the cultivators of the Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Xia State Holy Land. Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Glass Saint, and Sky Saint arrived from the Expanse and landed in the east, inciting great excitement amongst the people. The peak battle of the 9-state forum was about to begin. After waiting for some time, the sun hung in the east and shone on the battle arena. Saint Shihua, the Great Zhou Sacred King, the Sky Saint, the Glass Saint, and the other saints sat high up, looking at the crowd. At that moment, the elder hosting the 9-state forum stood at the east edge of the battle arena and announced, "The top 100 from the 9-state forum, enter the arena." As his voice landed, the top 100 cultivators from the 9 states forum stepped forward onto the battle arena. Beside Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu looked at him and stood up. "Don't feel pressured. The ranking is unimportant." Yi Futian smiled and reminded her. "Okay." Hua Jieyu nodded softly and replied, then turned around and walked off. Although Yi Futian had claimed that the ranking was not important, she knew that it was definitely important. If the Barren State's disciples did not obtain a good ranking, the already ostracized Barren State would be even more underestimated by others and be unable to gain respect. As such, the 4 of them would do their best to obtain a good ranking in the battle. Yi Futian looked at their figures and felt a sense of pensiveness. He had a bitter smile as he shook his head. What were these fellows thinking? The 9 states' top 100 stood on the enormous battle arena. At that moment, the battle arena appeared extremely spacious. Immediately, the viewing gallery fell silent. Everyone looked towards the battle arena, anticipating the start of the final battle. In the 9-state forum top 100 battle, the rules are simple. Challenge someone, the victor stays, the loser is eliminated. There is no order. Anyone who wishes to challenge, step forward and point at the person you wish to challenge. If you win, you will enter the top 50. The elder announced the rules of the final battle. They were simple. There was no lot drawing among the top 100, as it would cause some of the strongest cultivators to battle prematurely. For example, what if the 2 strongest people in the 9-state forum were made to battle because of the lots they drew? Under this type of unrestrained challenge rules, if the strongest 2 people willingly fought each other, they would accept the unavoidable. Generally, this kind of scenario would not happen. These people would try their best to avoid those who were too strong and leave their toughest opponents last. Of course, this was unfair too. There were people who would be targeted by the strongest elites. However, since this was a battle, there could not be absolute fairness. Nobody would care about fairness anyways. The world only looked at the results. In the battle of the top 100, winning one battle would allow someone to enter the top 50. "Begin," the elder announced. As his voice landed, a solemn atmosphere shrouded the battle arena. The 9-state forum's most elite confrontation had begun. An invisible wind blew on the forum's battle arena. When the elder announced the start, nobody stepped forward and it was exceptionally silent. According to the rules, it was time to challenge the weakest. However, among those who managed to enter the top 100, there were no weaklings. Apart from some of the most elite, it was not easy for them to determine who was strong or weak, so it was not easy to pick an opponent. At that moment, a figure stepped forward. The person was from the eastern state's Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and he had an arrogant look in his eyes. The robe with golden phoenix patterns embroidered on it swayed in the wind. The mark of the great Zhou sacred dynasty was also embroidered on his robe. Zhou Yu. Countless gazes froze as the people in the viewing gallery looked at the figure that had walked out. Zhou Yu was the strongest cultivator from the great Zhou sacred dynasty in this 9-state forum. He had an extremely high position in the sovereign family's younger generation. In the past 3 days, it was established that he was a figure who had the ability to enter the top 10, and there were even people who wondered if Zhou Yu could be crowned as the winner of the 9-state forum. One could imagine how strong Zhou Yu was. The Eastern State was the host of this time's 9-state forum, and more attention would be placed on the Xihua Sacred Mountain and Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's younger generation. So there would be certain bias towards the guessing of the rankings. Even so, if Zhou Yu was not strong enough, there would not even be such a conjecture. His opponent is really unlucky, many people thought to themselves. Even in the battle arena, many people were nervous. It was hard to be confident when facing Zhou Yu. If they were challenged, the likelihood of being eliminated was too high. They could only hope that Zhou Yu would not challenge them. Of course, there were also a few people who were extremely confident in their abilities and did not mind. To them, the first battle was merely a course of events. Zhou Yu's gaze looked around the crowd and finally stopped in one direction. Everyone immediately turned towards his gaze, and the 7 people there stood out. Each of them had their own place in the barren state's direction. Since your life spirit is also a phoenix, I'll challenge you, Zhou Yu said. Evidently, he was saying that to Phoenix. Many people did not expect that the first person that Zhou Yu challenged would be a girl. She was the barren state's Holy Ji Palace's disciple, Phoenix. The other people from the barren state all looked at Zhou Yu. Could it be that the people from the barren state stood out? Why did they always like to target the people from the barren state? Yifutian also had a perplexed expression. Could it be that the great Zhou sacred dynasty disliked him? First Zhou Zi. Now it seemed like the great Zhou sacred king had something against him. Now, the strongest person from the great Zhou sacred dynasty, Zhou Yu, was the first one to step out, and the person he was challenging was from the barren state. Phoenix was likely in danger. However, this was uncontrollable and unavoidable. Phoenix appeared very calm. She stepped forward and stood opposite Zhou Yu. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's Zhou Yu, the Holy Ji Palace's Phoenix. As they finished, flames lit up around both their bodies. The flames around Zhou Yu's body were golden phoenix flames and were extremely overbearing. The flames around Phoenix's body were milder, but also had a terrifying aura and had a faint, inextinguishable feeling. Their flames clashed in the air, making 2 giant phoenix shadows appear in the skies. The golden phoenix flames on Zhou Yu's body seemed capable of incinerating all forces in existence and started to devour Phoenix's flames, converting it into his own flames. This caused the golden phoenix shadow to become even larger and suppress Phoenix's flames. The huge phoenix flapped its wings, and they turned into golden phoenix blades, slashing down towards Phoenix. A giant crimson sycamore tree appeared behind Phoenix amidst the crashing sounds of the blades. The ancient sycamore's leaves spread rapidly towards the slashing blades in the air and were continually sliced apart. The flames raged on but were eventually smothered, unable to escape the grasp of the sycamore. Zhou Yu's body turned into a flash of golden lightning and reached unbelievable speeds. He tore through the air and descended, his palms stretched out. In an instant, the surrounding phoenix flames seemed to have been siphoned by him. He then fired it from his palm towards the area where Phoenix was. Feeling the terrifying destructive power, the sycamore engulfed the surrounding area and Phoenix hid within it. At the same time, countless vines rushed towards Zhou Yu. "Cut!" Zhou Yu said in a cold voice. The golden phoenix slashed down and severed all the vines. At the same time, the energy fired from his hand turned into a seething flame dimension, gradually melting the giant sycamore. The sycamore also turned golden as a decaying aura appeared around it. Zhou Yu raised his hand and stepped forward, the phoenix shadow flying into the air and diving down. With a slash, the sycamore rapidly exploded and turned into countless golden wisps. The destructive figure rushed into it with overbearing force. Phoenix's figure appeared within his sights, and the sycamore's vines continued to rush towards the opponent's body. A golden light flashed across Zhou Yu's eyes as he maintained his dive downwards. Thud! The golden phoenix figure tore through the air towards Phoenix. Phoenix did not dodge, and the phoenix figure shot right through her. Phoenix spat out a mouthful of blood, and her expression was pale, but the sycamore entangled Zhou Yu at the same time. Zhou Yu frowned. Phoenix did not dodge intentionally. Are you courting death? Zhou Yu looked at the beautiful lady in front of him and asked without much tenderness. The golden light glowed as it promptly destroyed the sycamore on his body. He waved his palm again, and the golden phoenix continued to rush into Phoenix's body, causing her to glide backward, blood spewing from her mouth. Zhou Yu wanted to continue attacking, but at that moment he frowned. There was a wisp of undying flame burning within his body and causing havoc in his bloodstream. A strong force flowed within his blood, attempting to remove it. However, he felt the resilience of the flame. Every wisp appeared to be like a tiny phoenix, nibbling away at his body slowly, causing him to reveal a pained expression. Undying flames. Zhou Yu's expression was grim as he raised his head and looked at Phoenix. He saw her wiping away the blood from her mouth, looking at him. She said, "I concede." After saying that, she dragged her injured body back to the barren state seats. "Are you all right?" Yifutian looked at Phoenix with worry. Why was this woman going so far? "I'm fine," Phoenix replied, ate a pill and sat down cross-legged. When Yifutian saw this, he was slightly relieved. Phoenix's self-regeneration ability was very strong, so he would not have to worry. However, she was really obstinate, injuring Zhou Yu at the expense of getting injured. At that moment, Zhou Yu had also returned to his position but was also sitting on the ground. He bathed in golden flames, evidently still trying to neutralize the force in his body, and was suffering. In the first battle, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's Zhou Yu had won. The barren state finally had one more person eliminated. However, this battle also gave people a deep impression of Phoenix. She had injured Zhou Yu and made him pay the price even though she was eliminated. The barren state's participants were really resilient. Now, there were only 6 barren state disciples left. The crowd had not collected their thoughts before another person walked out, causing them to all stare. The person who had stepped out was the barren state's Suke. "It is rude to not reciprocate. I'll challenge you then." Suke's finger pointed in the eastern state's direction as he spoke. He had pointed at a person beside Zhou Yu, a descendant of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The eyes of everyone at the grandstands fell onto Suke as soon as he finished. Suke challenged Zhou Yan of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Zhou Yu had defeated Phoenix of the barren state in the previous battle. Suke had, of course, set his sights at the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty because of that battle. However, Zhou Yan was not weak. Or rather, he could have been said to be very powerful. It was anyone's guess if Suke, who specialized in killing powers and the rules of darkness, was capable of beating Zhou Yan. At the same time, Zhou Yan's eyes fell onto Suke as well. He walked, and his robe with golden phoenix designs on it billowed, making him look incredibly dashing. The barren state had 7 ranked among the top 100, while there were only 4 from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The 2 previous battles were fought between the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the barren state. They were already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers at the moment, so it was not an option for Zhou Yan to lose to someone from the barren state. The Sky Saint looked at the Sacred King on the grandstands at the Eastern State's corner. He smiled and said, "Who do you think will win this battle, Sacred King?" The Sacred King glanced the two at the forum stage with a cold expression, exuding the might of a ruler, then said calmly, "Zhou Yan, of course." "Is that so?" The Sky Saint smiled and added, "You're indeed confident, Sacred King." While there were none of the Sky Saint's students participating in the event, he remained interested nonetheless. Zhou Yu was the most powerful of the students from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty participating in the 9-state forum. He had challenged Phoenix of the barren state right from the first battle. However, Zhou Yu had definitely not anticipated that the barren state was so forceful, challenging someone from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty in the very next battle. As such, it felt as if the previous battles had become a showdown between the students of the two major forces, the Barren State and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. It would have been fine if the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was able to win. If they were to lose, however, it would have reflected badly on the Sacred King. Zhou Yu naturally had formidable powers, but then again, Su Ke was not the most powerful one from the Barren State. Yu Sheng still had not fought yet. If the showdown were to continue, it was anyone's guess how it would end up. The Sky Saint smiled at the thought, becoming rather intrigued by the battles between the younger generations, which seemed to be getting rather amusing. The Sacred King was not the only one interested in the upcoming battle. Every great figure sitting at the grandstands was just as interested, looking forward to seeing those two fight. First the Jisheng Cliffs and now the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The students of the Barren State sure are tough. Su Ke, of the Holy Ji Palace. A lazy voice was heard. Su Ke stood around nonchalantly, seeming to pose no threat to anyone. However, his previous battle had left a deep impression on those who saw it. As one capable of lurking in the shadow, disposing of his targets in silence, he might not have been the strongest, but when it came to a life-and-death battle, he would definitely was among the deadliest. Zhou Yan. A cold yet forceful voice was heard from the man himself. Golden phoenix shadows appeared brilliantly just like with Zhou Yu. He was basking in the light of golden flames. As a descendant of the royalty of the Sacred Dynasty, his awakened blood of the golden phoenix and his natural talents made him a terrifying figure. The golden flames swept through their surroundings. The aura bursting from Zhou Yan's body seemed capable of burning everything down. A cry of the phoenix was heard, and a shadow of the golden phoenix launched at Su Ke at blinding speed, as if to drown Su Ke right there and then with its golden flames. Boom! An extremely ferocious aura descended in an instant and took up a corner. The phoenix came down with intimidating force. However, a gray afterimage was seen, and Su Ke's body disappeared right from where he stood. The eyes of the spectators followed where the afterimage went. Streaks of gray currents filled the forum stage. Su Ke's silhouette seemed to have been extended, making it seem like he was everywhere. Gray auras flowed within that space, coiling around Zhou Yan. That place gradually turned dark, as if the entire place would meld into the shadows. Power of rules of darkness. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battlefield, trying to discern what was happening. While the rules of light and darkness had no inherent offensive capacities, they nonetheless remained one of the most terrifying rules to be found. It was especially so for those capable of manipulating such rules perfectly, enabling them to bring the power of said rules to the extreme. At the moment, Su Ke seemed to have immersed himself within that dark space. There was not a tinge of his aura to be found. Many sage-level figures who were not of very high training were not even able to tell where he had hidden. Zhou Yan was caught in the darkness. He continued to bask in boundless golden light. The phoenix's shadow grew increasingly large, shining light in that place, attempting to penetrate the darkness. However, the dazzling bright light of the phoenix was devoured right as it touched the darkness. The light dissipated into the darkness. The light of golden flames did not originate from the power of rules, and as such it was only natural that it was incapable of penetrating the rules of darkness. The cry of the phoenix grew even louder, and with a violent flap of its golden fiery wings, Zhou Yan gradually took to the air. Beams of golden light seemed to burst from his body, shooting at the dark space around him. The expression of the spectators changed as they saw the beams penetrate into the darkness. The attack had apparently seeped into the dark space, attempting to kill Su Ke, who was lurking within. Boom! A huge dark current lashed out at Zhou Yan like a dark shadow, exuding terrifying killing aura. Zhou Yan turned around and the wings of his phoenix vibrated and flapped forward. Wisps of golden fire feathers imbued with immense devastating power burst forth, penetrating the dark current heading for him. The dark current exploded. Slivers of killing aura extended from within, but Su Ke was nowhere to be found. At the same time, in the surrounding dark spaces, an intense sense of danger emanated and slivers of killing aura wandered in the darkness, coalescing into a killing storm. Zhou Yan took a look at the space around him that grew increasingly dark. He frowned as the dark currently seemed intent on drowning him. If he was further caught in the darkness, his defeat would be inevitable. The brilliant wings flapped harder and faster. A hurricane whipped up, and golden lightning burst. A golden phoenix appeared on the battlefield and headed straight for the darkness. Terrifying golden flames burned the darkness, intending to burst out of it. Zhou Yan's eyes seemed to have failed him at the very moment he burst into the darkness. There was nothing but pitch-black darkness before him, and not even his spiritual will was able to pierce through it. Being able to only sense his immediate surroundings, his only choice was to go forward. An intense sense of danger loomed as thousands of killing aura descended upon him. The phoenix's wings flapped. Intense golden light burst from it, clashing with the incoming killing aura. Yet, at that very moment, the hairs on Zhou Yan's body all stood up, and he felt a bone-chilling cold. It was an intuition like no other. An incredibly cold sword fell above him in the dark. Zhou Yan seemed to have been clad in phoenix armor, yet the sword was still able to burst with the most powerful killing intent without making a sound. All the killing aura within the darkness seemed to coalesce into a single sword, which burst through the armor and shattered it. Zhou Yan felt himself freezing to the bone as he sensed the killing aura seeping into his body. "I yield." Zhou Yan's reaction was incredibly fast, and he was able to yell in time. Regardless, if Su Ke dared continue his course, Zhou Yan dared not make the gamble. The dark current dissipated right as soon Zhou Yan's voice was heard. He fell from the sky and dropped to the ground in an unceremonious manner. He was clouded in a layer of dark aura, losing all the brilliance about him from before. Cough! Zhou Yan spat up black blood with a slight cough. He lifted his head and stared at the silhouette that just made it to the ground. Su Ke returned to looking lazy and nonchalant, making it appear as if he did not care about what just happened. While Zhou Yan is powerful, but he was completely overwhelmed in this battle. He was unable to bring his powers to bear at all. Many who watched the battle were trembling. So this is the rules of darkness, and it seems that Su Ke has developed matured use of it. The Sky Saint smiled as he glanced at the Sacred King at the grandstands. At the moment, the Sacred King was staring at the battlefield as well. His eyes were on Su Quebec. A descendant of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's royalty was defeated in that battle. Worse still, it was a crushing defeat. While Zhou Yu had indeed been able to overwhelm Phoenix, he had been injured by her nonetheless. On the other hand, Zhou Yan was unable to even touch Su Quebec. Furthermore, Zhou Yu had been the most powerful of the ones from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty participating in the event. When compared in this the Sacred Dynasty looked rather awkward. Su Ke returned to his corner at the barren state after the elder announced the outcome. He lifted his head and took a look at Phoenix, who was near Yi Futian at the grandstands. He smirked, looking rather pleased with himself. Phoenix looked at him and smiled while covering her mouth. "Show off!" Yi Futian chuckled and said. Regardless, Su Ke had been able to avenge Phoenix in that battle. "Continue." The elder's voice was heard, and another figure was seen walking out. Many looked on with amused expression. The one who walked out was also from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. His eyes were still on the remaining 6 from the barren state. This? Many looked at the scene puzzled. Both sides already seemed to be at each other's throats while the battle for the top 100 just began. None seemed to yield to each other in terms of show of force. But then again, it was very normal. The 9-state forum had always been a battlefield fought between sacred grounds. It was inevitable to have sacred grounds go tit for tat with each other. All from sacred grounds were proud people, after all. "I challenge Hua Jieyu of the barren state." A voice was heard. This time, the one from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty challenged the wife of the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state. Hua Jieyu walked out calmly. The other 5 glanced at her would-be opponent coldly. Their eyes were a clear indication that the battle was still being fought between the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the barren state. Furthermore, if Yushang were to battle in the next round, the Sacred Dynasty's defeat was almost inevitable. As such, it was imperative for the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty to win that battle. It would have been 3 losses out of 4 battles for them, completely overwhelmed by the barren state. Worse still, if the outcome were to be such, there would be only 1 from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty left in the top 50 Zhouyu. On the other hand, there would be at least 3 from the barren state remaining in the top 50. On the forum stage, Zhou Luoyun's eyes were on Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu had defeated Zhou Zi, a member of the Sacred Dynasty's royalty, right in the very first battle she fought. She was a cultivator with very powerful psychic powers, capable of attacking spiritual will powers of others. Someone like that would be incredibly troublesome, not to mention dangerous. But at the moment, people from both the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Barren State were at each other's throats. There had been 1 win and 1 loss in the 2 previous battles. Even Zhouyu, the most powerful among the Sacred Dynasty's remaining participants, had fought and sustained damage, making it seem like they were being overpowered by the Barren State. As such, Zhou Luoyun, as one of the 2 remaining participants from the Sacred Dynasty, had to come out to fight someone from the Barren State. The best course of action was, of course, to defeat Yushang. However, he apparently was not confident enough to beat Yushang, whose true power was still unknown. As such, he picked the girl who had exceptionally stunning looks instead, the girl who also happened to be the wife of the leader of the Barren State, Yi Futian. As for Yushang, Zhou Yu would be there to take care of him. After you. Zhou Luoyun exuded faint air of royalty. He deemed it necessary to keep his bearing, as he was challenging an exceptionally beautiful woman. Hua Jieyu looked at her opponent calmly and did not bother with pleasantries. She let her life spirit burst right away. A crown hovered above her head and a sliver of powerful spiritual will power covered the entire place. In that very instant, Zhou Luoyun was able to feel incredibly powerful telekinetic power invading his spiritual will. The feeling was very unpleasant. There was simply no one who would have felt fine having their spiritual will invaded by others. The power of rules all over him burst in an instant. His spiritual will seemed to have taken the form of a golden phoenix, shining with brilliance like no other. His spiritual will's defense had turned incredibly powerful, stopping the invading powers from going further into his head. If you're thinking psychic powers will be enough to take me out, I'm afraid you're clearly mistaken, Zhou Luoyun said. Hua Jieyu's deep, dark eyes turned exceptionally demonic, as if tainted with mystical colors. Her hair billowed without a wind blowing about, flapping wildly in the air. A formless aura coursed about in a frenzy in their surroundings, flowing from all directions at Zhou Luoyun. Zhou Luoyun frowned as he sensed her psychic powers had grown far more potent all of a sudden, and her powers were everywhere. The phoenix that manifested from his spiritual will seemed to have been isolated, fully exposed to any incoming attacks. That felt very different from what Zhou Zi had experienced before. Boom! The wings of the phoenix burst and terrifying flowing golden lights coursed in their surroundings. Zhou Luoyun stepped out and charged at Hua Jieyu all of a sudden, like a bolt of lightning. He deemed it necessary to not just sit around and let his will keep being invaded, as it would be imminent that he lose the round. The telekinetic powers around them seemed to have been imbued with elemental offensive powers at the very moment he accelerated. Slivers of lightning flashed about, blocking out the sky around him. He felt his spiritual will getting numbed, as if the telekinetic attack had been imbued with elemental powers, which, worse still, seemed to be growing increasingly strong. That powerful spiritual will protection in the form of a golden phoenix seemed to be caught in a terrifying storm of will of lightning. How is it that her telekinetic powers are growing so strong all of a sudden? Many sitting at the grandstands questioned. They were able to tell the change taking place clearly even though they had not been subjected to such attacks themselves. As such, the effect was even more apparent on Zhou Luoyun, who was caught in the middle of the storm. Lightning thought, descend. A voice was heard from Hua Jieyu. Her hair danced around wildly as a flamboyant beauty was seen in her at the moment. Her body, which was seen hovering the midair at the moment, made her look like a goddess. Boundless lightning thought flashed about with her at the center of it all. Boom! At that very moment, Zhou Luoyun's body, which had taken the form of a golden phoenix, halted all of a sudden as his mind went blank. It was like he had been struck by lightning. His thoughts seemed to have stopped. His body and his soul all seemed to be trembling at the moment, having sustained a terrifying blow. The eyes of the sacred king froze. He stared at the forum stage, knowing clearly what happened on the battlefield due to his plane level. A divine spiritual sorcerer's attacks are special indeed. It was said that a divine spiritual sorcerer at their pinnacle would be an ultimate sorcerer and a nightmare for any cultivator who had to fight them. However, there was no divine spiritual sorcerer at the saint plane to be found among the 72 saints ranked on the sage and saint rankings in all of the 9 states. As such, most were utterly unfamiliar with divine spiritual sorcerers, knowing little about the powers they wielded. That day was a day where many came to know what divine spiritual sorcerers were like. One strike was all it took to rob Zhou Luoyun of his combat capacity. If Hua Jieyu had pressed on with her attacks, Zhou Luoyun's spiritual will would have crumbled and he would have died soon after. At that moment, Hua Jieyu's aura returned to her usual calm state. The frightening telekinetic powers in the air around them dissipated, as if nothing had happened in the first place. Zhou Luoyun stood in a dumbfounded manner. He lifted his head and looked at the incredibly beautiful silhouette in the air, feeling rather dazed about what happened. I was overwhelmed in one go. How could this have happened? It was not only he who had not anticipated any of that. None on the grandstands would have predicted such an outcome as well. Zhou Luoyun did not even get a chance to strike. The battle ended more cleanly than the previous battle between Su Ke and Zhou Yan, and crueler as well. A proud son of the great Zhou sacred dynasty lost without even knowing why. The eyes of all the others on the forum stage were on Hua Jieyu. The crushing and quick victory seemed to be a statement saying that Yushang was not the only powerful one from the Barren State. Hua Jieyu wins. A voice was heard. The elder at the edge of the forum stage announced the outcome. Everyone had only just come to their senses. Such power, many at the grandstands said. Hua Jieyu turned around and walked towards the corner where the people from the Barren State were seated. The Sky Saint looked at her and said, "The students of the great Zhou sacred dynasty seem to have gotten themselves in trouble, O sacred king." He teased the sacred king in an amusing manner. None had anticipated the ones from the Barren State to be so powerful and forceful before the battles began. A divine spiritual sorcerer. Not bad indeed, the sacred king said. His tone seemed to be calm. Indeed. I wonder who her teacher is, the glass saint added. Women who had both exceptional looks and talents, with powers at such levels, were but a handful in the Barren State. She took a look at Goddess Qingni beside her and said, "I'm sure you can already tell that this girl's talents are not below that of yours, Qingni. You'll need to train harder from here on out." Understood. Goddess Qingni nodded. Hua Jieyu returned to her people and did not forget to take a look at Yifutian, showing a proud smile. Many at the grandstands behind Yifutian felt rather dazed. That cold, uncaring goddess on the battlefield who had overwhelmed Zhou Luoyun without saying a word showed such a side in front of Yifutian. "You're good." Yifutian smiled at Hua Jieyu and said. Hua Jieyu's eyelashes fluttered a little. She looked rather pleased with herself. She then turned around to look at the forum stage as if nothing happened. Another figure was seen walking out from the Barren State at that moment. Many were astonished. It was as everyone had anticipated. However, the one who walked out was not Yushang. It was Xiaoxia, the fatty. The students from the Barren State had probably thought that they had no need to field Yushang to take care of the remaining student from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. The only one from the sacred dynasty who had yet to fight was thoroughly frightened. They had suffered 2 losses already. If they were to lose again, it would make it seem like the great Zhou sacred dynasty had been crushed by the Barren State. The fat guy narrowed his eyes and looked at his opponent while smiling sheepishly. He threw his head back and said, "I'm giving you a chance. If you refuse, I'll go challenge someone else." The eyes of the spectators froze. The fat guy is insulting the student from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. That ass. Many looked at Xiaoxia and thought he was asking for a beating. The great Zhou sacred dynasty had provoked the ones from the Barren State before, and now they were being run over. It was truly vexing with Xianxia being able to speak in such a nonchalant tone. Furthermore, they all had come that far. If the last one standing from Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were to shirk from a fight, the dynasty would be severely embarrassed, more so than if they were to lose a battle. Zhou Qing was the only one left from the four of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty who had yet to come out and fight. He glared at Xianxia before him coldly, then walked out. Of the remaining four from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, he was the weakest. If the dynasty side was said to be brimming with confidence before Zhou Yu challenged Phoenix, when Zhou Yu had sustained injuries despite defeating Phoenix, and both Zhou Yan and Zhou Luoyun were defeated, Zhou Qing really had lost all confidence facing one from the barren state. However, it was not permissible for him to shirk from the fight. "After you," Zhou Qing said coldly. The fat guy held his head high and had a brimming smile on his face, lashing out with the emperor's vines, shining brilliantly. Zhou Qing became bathed in golden fire all over his body. A brilliant phoenix's shadow appeared, and when the vines came near, its fires burned them. However, the vines simply became golden fires and continued to lash out at their intended target instead. Boom! An even more violent aura burst, and the phoenix's shadow on Zhou Qing appeared in a glittering manner. The vines, which were unable to be burned by fire, were snuffed out and turned into ashes by the golden fires on Zhou Qing when the vines came near. Yet at the very same time, everyone's eyes looked at the other corner. There was a boundlessly huge golden shadow continuing to grow over there. "Grow, grow, grow!" The fat guy stared at the huge body and yelled, "This again!" Everyone's eyes froze and they witnessed the golden body of an ancient god continuing to grow, feeling rather speechless. The near 100-meter-tall giant that looked like a god came to stand before Zhou Qing shortly after. It did not continue to grow. Boundless brilliant golden light showered below and melded with the giant. The ancient god's body lifted its leg and stomped on Zhou Qing. If the move had been a hit, it would probably have killed Zhou Qing right there and then. Winds howled and golden fires swept all over the place. The phoenix's shadow behind Zhou Qing flapped its wings hard and retreated backward like a bolt of lightning. Boom! With a loud rumble, the ancient god's foot stepped onto the forum stage, but the golden lightning had fled its range and escaped from being stomped. Winds tore through the air as Zhou Qing cranked his speed to the limit. Golden lightning streaked through the air, heading for Xianxia. At that very moment, the incredibly huge arm of the ancient god was extended and reached for Zhou Qing. But Zhou Qing's speed was so fast that the hand would probably have a hard time catching up. However, Zhou Qing saw countless hands split out from the huge palm all of a sudden instead, blocking out the sky like vine-like tentacles. The move blocked the space out right there and then and went for Zhou Qing, making escape impossible. Zhou Qing's eyes became tremendously sharp. He, who was clad in golden fires and the body of a phoenix, zapped to a corner, tearing the vines as he continued to shoot outside. But then, he quickly saw that the vines seemed to be endless, seeming to continue to grow in numbers. He was still accelerating as the tremendously hot glow of the phoenix, which he clad himself in, continued to cut everything in his path. Everyone outside saw Xianxia still growing his vines furiously and knew that he was unleashing his most versed power of rules. Rules of growth. The ancient god's body had an arm that turned completely into vines, which shone with terrifying glow seen penetrating from within. Everything knew that it was Zhou Qing in there. Boom! The huge ancient god's arm was torn off right. The shoulder connecting to the arm yanked, and a new giant arm grew out from the stub immediately. Incredibly hot golden glow burst and lashed out with the might of the heavens. At almost the very same time, Zhou Qing's body turned into golden lightning and shot out, shattering the arm that was torn earlier. Yet, a huge golden fist soon came for him. Zhou Qing's face looked extremely pale at that very instant. He knew that there was no retreat. His only way left was forward. The fist and the golden phoenix clashed. The huge fist cracked with a strong light bursting. Cracking noises were heard from the arm of the ancient god at the same time, which crumbled shortly after. There was even terrifying golden light shooting right through the giant, making its body tremble. Zhou Qing's body was similarly rattled. The phoenix's shadow turned pale and he spat up blood. His face looked pale as he felt his internal organs being ruptured, staring the one before him with cold eyes. Zhou Qing lost. Many took a deep breath. The grandstands appeared extremely quiet. However, the aura on Zhou Qing burst again, as if to say that he had no intention of backing out yet. You want to fight some more? Xiaoxia's voice was heard, and golden light shimmered. The torn arm of the ancient god coalesced and became whole again, shining with golden light. Zhou Qing's face went utterly pale at the scene. He only realized at that moment that he had not been battling Xiaoxia himself, but the shadow of a giant that fat guy summoned. The shadow contained Xiaoxia's powers. Despair was written all over Zhou Qing's face. Its strong shimmering light dimmed again, and Zhou Qing looked on with an awful expression. He then turned around to leave, making it clear that he was giving up on the fight. The huge ancient god's body gradually dissipated, and Xiaoxia rubbed his brow, feeling his spiritual powers being exhausted. But then again, there is probably no other sacred ground that would dare look down on the barren state anymore. The 4 battles between the ones from Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the ones from the barren state resulted in 3 losses for the dynasty. The only one who won was the number 1 from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Zhou Yu fighting Phoenix, who was not deemed all that strong amongst the ones from the barren state. If it had been a fight between the 2 major sacred grounds, then the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty would have suffered a crushing defeat. From their fights with Jisheng Cliffs to the ones with the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, the ones from the barren state proved their worth again and again, even as there were only 6 of them left on the forum stage. Furthermore, 3 among them had made it to the next stage. Yu Sheng's powers definitely qualified for him to move to the next stage, which meant that in the upcoming top 50, there would be at least 4 emerging from barren state, and they remained the most numerous compared to the other sacred grounds. Where is their limit? Many turned their eyes at the Zhou Sacred King, wondering what was going on in his head at the moment. However, the king looked calm and nothing was able to be told from his face. Instead, the Sky Saint who sat beside him smiled and said, "We've had dark horses emerge from every 9-state forum held in the past. Sacred grounds fought against each other and mighty ones were many. But there has never been a 9-state forum in the past like this one. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State has not participated in the 9-state forum for many years, yet they became the one with the most number of participants remaining in the top 100, maybe even the top 50. I guess no one saw that coming. It is rather surprising," the leading figure from the Xia clan of Summer State said. After all, the Holy Ji Palace did not even have saints to begin with. The Zhou Sacred King turned to look at Yi Futian's direction and said, "Being able to beat 3 mighty ones from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Yi Futian, your people from the barren state really surprised me. Everyone was fooled by your appearance before the 9-state forum was held. Even Saint Shihua thought you to be low-profiled and humble. From the looks of things now, it seems that you've got quite an ambition." Everyone turned their eyes to look at Yi Futian. Thinking about it now, Yi Futian had fooled everyone present. "Please, senior. This is the first time the barren state is participating in a gathering of 9 states like this and appearing one such stage. Hell, this is the first time I've been outside the barren state. I've only been to Eastern State for less than half a year, and there was no way I would have been able to tell how strong the students of sacred grounds from the other states were. I've participated in the 9-state forum to learn, and the very reason I ventured outside the barren state was so that we could grow, hoping that we will eventually have a saint among us, preventing the sacred ground of barren state from being taken apart. It just so happens that some students of the barren state come to surprise me." Yi Futian looked at the king with a calm, collected expression, appearing neither submissive nor proud. Everyone looked at the exchange with a peculiar expression. Yi Futian did sound sincere with his words, and there was nothing anyone was able to say to retort. Yi Futian was participating in the 9-state forum and venturing outside the barren state for the first time, after all. They were simply unable to say anything about that. "We jumped the gun and thought the people of barren state to be weak just because they had no saint. You seem to have overstated things, claiming to be fooled by Palace Lord Yi, Sacred King." The glass saint smiled and added, "The students of the barren state had a hard time coming this far from the very beginning. Yifutian looked at the glass saint. Zish happened to look at him as well. There was a faint smile in her eyes, which looked incredibly alluring. Yifutian smiled and nodded in gratitude, not anticipating the glass saint to be speaking on his behalf. The king took a look at the glass saint and thought that the girl he had been seeing in his dreams was still just as charming after all those years. He smiled and said, "You're right. It is indeed my fault for appearing so small-minded. Speaking of which, the mistake that the glass saint spoke of was one that I have made before as well. I never thought the students of the barren state to be able to make it this far. People really shouldn't be bound only by what they know. We're now fooled by ourselves." Saint Shihua smiled and said, "But then again, the Zhou sacred king has always been frank, and it is not that he has anything against Yifutian. With the students fighting in the 9-state forum, it is inevitable that students of sacred grounds clash with each other. As the clashes only happen once in 3 years, it goes without saying that the more intense the clashes, the better. We old people should just sit back and watch the show." "Indeed," the glass saint smiled. "Speaking of which, I'm rather curious now. With the group from the barren state being able to make it this far, the students of sacred grounds from the other 8 states are now evidently overshadowed by the ones from the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state. We should really reflect on ourselves and think of better ways to teach our students," Saint Shihua said with a smile and looked at the forum stage below, adding, "Don't mind us, just carry on." At that moment, a figure was seen walking out, and many wore peculiar expressions before their eyes turned to sparkle with excitement. Ji Hua of the Hall of Holy Light. Ji Hua's powers were extremely formidable, and each of his battles before ended in mere seconds. He forged through with incredible force. No one was able to stand in his way for long, making him a very popular candidate in this year's 9-state forum. Many thought he would definitely make it to the top 10 and that he might actually be ranked in the top 3. All of that spoke volume of his prowess. The first participant to walk out from the Hall of Holy Light in this year's 9-state forum was none other than Ji Hua, the strongest among them. Ji Hua turned his eyes at the direction where the barren state participants were. There were 3 who had yet to do battle: Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, and Yuan Zhan. All 3 of them had formidable powers, and Yu Shang was the strongest among them all. He was most curious about how far Yu Shang, among the ones remaining from the barren state, would be able to go and whether or not Yu Shang had what it took to stand before him in the top 10 battles. "You then," Ji Hua said as his eyes turned towards Yuan Zhan. Yet another one to challenge the barren state. Many in the grandstands talked. Ji Hua of the Hall of Holy Light challenged Yuan Zhan of the barren state. It seemed that barren state was simply too eye-catching at the moment. There were still 6 of them on the forum stage, and none of the top-class geniuses wanted to be overshadowed by them, as it would have made all the other sacred grounds look rather bad. While the participants from the barren state this year were indeed very formidable, none of those from the other sacred grounds wanted to be overshadowed by the barren state's brilliance. As such, Ji Hua chose to challenge someone from the barren state. There are too many of them from the barren state left. Yuan Zhan walked out. His stout body still felt imposing and brought pressure to bear on others. His aura was immensely thick. However, Ji Hua burst with brilliant light at that moment, and beams of blinding light shot around them, shining into Yuan Zhan's eyes. He was unable to help but shut his eyes, shielding them with his arm. The light was just too blinding. It was not only Yuan Zhan who felt so. All who sat on the grandstands looked at Ji Hua and felt blinding light emanating from him. Ji Hua's body slowly took to the air and shone brilliantly, like he was a descendant of the gods, shimmering with overwhelmingly dazzling light. Even though Yuan Zhan's aura was incredibly formidable, when Ji Hua's light was brought to bear, it became clear that he was the main character of that battlefield. No one else could have stolen Ji Hua's thunder. Yifutian sat on the barren state's area of grandstands and looked at Ji Hua. While the rules of light of the Hall of Holy Light did not possess inherent offensive capabilities, it was still a terrifying type of power of rules. It was said that the Hall of Holy Light's Holy Light spell was capable of melding all types of power within the rules of light, bringing greater power to bear. The minimum requirement for learning the Holy Light spell was to develop comprehension of the power of rules of light. As such, the Hall of Holy Light had very few true core students, but all of their core students were impressive geniuses with exceedingly rare talents, making them tremendously terrifying beings. It seems like Yuan Zhan will have a tough fight ahead of him, Yi Futian thought. However, he was hardly surprised. Among the top 100 participants from nearly 30 remaining sacred grounds, the strongest students of all those sacred grounds were present. The barren state had 7 making it to the top 100, so it was normal for them to run into opponents of such classes. Blinding light was shot at Yuan Zhan, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. He was able to see nothing but light when he opened his eyes. His opponent had developed very proficient use of the rules of light. Yuan Zhan lowered his arm while still having his eyes shut. His consciousness was also filled with holy, dazzling light. At the source of the light stood an incredibly bright figure, who was none other than Ji Hua. Boom! Yuan Zhan stepped forward and rushed to that spot where Ji Hua stood. The light turned even more intense. A row of swords appeared before Ji Hua, swords of light. The offensive capacity of swords had always been formidable. It was anyone's guess how powerful such attacks were when they were melded with light. Boom! Yuan Zhan's body turned even stouter and larger. Beams of golden light pierced through his body as he opened his acupoints. He extended his hand and a golden staff materialized. The ape went straight into berserk mode before the battle had actually begun. It was apparent that he knew that his opponent this time was very powerful as well. Ji Hua remained standing where he was. Extremely dazzling light continued to encase the space he was in. He waved his hand nonchalantly. In an instant, the swords of holy light shot out. A row of streaks of light cut through the space as they came for Yuan Zhan. The speed at which the attacks moved made it nearly impossible for him to evade. Yuan Zhan roared and swept his golden staff, clashing on the swords of light. Golden light coursed through his body at the same time, laying sturdy physical defense, as his opponent's attacks were incredibly dangerous. The light from the swords rampaged with a loud rumble. The staff was unable to catch all of the attacks of the swords of holy light. They were many that landed on Yuan Zhan's body, making lacerations on his golden physical body, cutting his defenses open. Yuan Zhan continued moving forward as if he had felt nothing. He wanted to end the fight as soon as possible, and there was nothing else for him to do so. However, at that very moment, the holy light grew even more blinding as it encased Ji Hua's body. He extended his hand and swords of light and shadow of untold numbers appeared. He opened his palm and countless swords of light rushed at Yuan Zhan's body. Yuan Zhan returned with an angry roar and stopped moving forward, swiping his staff before him, laying down a screen of shadows of the staff. Holy light sword, judgment, Ji Hua said, and everyone saw countless swords of light gushed at Yuan Zhan. The ape's screen of shadows of the staff blocked many of the sword's advance, but there was still quite a number that made it through the openings. Yuan Zhan swung his staff around trying to resist the attacks, but then he heard Yi Futian say, "Yuan Zhan, that's enough." Yi Futian knew from watching the attacks that Yuan Zhan would be pinned without any way to retaliate, making it impossible for the ape to win against Ji Hua. Yuan Zhan swiped one last attack with a rumble and backed away. Countless lacerations were seen on his golden body. He was covered in blood as well, making it obvious that he was injured. Yi Futian had him retreat so as to not have him fight any further, as there was no such need. The light dissipated and Ji Hua remained hovering in midair like some kind of god. Invincible. The word emerged from the minds of many as they watched Ji Hua hovering in the air. The holy light spell of the Hall of Holy Light was simply too terrifying. Ji Hua, who had developed extremely proficient use of the rules of light, looked utterly invincible. There was no one so far who was able to pose even the slight threat to him. Yuan Zhan's powers had been incredibly formidable, and it was evident to everyone who saw his previous battles. However, there was still left to the imagination as to who would come out on top when they faced Ji Hua. That battle seemed to showcase Ji Hua's immense strength. "That is indeed the strongest figure from the Hall of Holy Light," Saint Shi Hua said. The Hall of Holy Light of Qi State was an immensely fearsome sacred ground. This year's 9-state forum is really getting more and more interesting. The Sky Saint smiled. The clashes of titans were getting increasingly close, with one extremely formidable figures being eliminated one after another. Many at the grandstands took a look at Jihua. His combat capacity was such that it was entirely possible that he had what it took to take one place in the top 3. Yuan Zhan's powers reflected that of the Barren State's general performance. They were generally strong and there were no weaklings among them, which was why there were 7 of them getting into the top 100. That one battle had also proven that while Th3 Barren State was formidable as a whole, they were not quite there to be compared with the top-class figures just yet. Yuan Zhan's attacks did not even manage to pose a threat to Jihua. With that said, despite being the one with the most participants remaining, it was difficult for the participants from the Barren State to advance to the very forefront, and there would be others eliminated still. The situation was just like how it had been with the Eastern State. They had the most number of participants when the 9-state forum had just begun, but when it came to the stage of top 100, participants from Summer State had overtaken those of the Eastern State in terms of numbers. Yuan Zhan retreated from the battlefield and came to the grandstands, taking a seat behind Yifutian. Yuan Hong said to him, "Your attacks were formidable, but you didn't even manage to attack your opponent. Do you know the difference in power now?" Yuan Zhan looked rather dejected and his head was hanging low. That battle had been a frustrating one. "Grandpa Yuan Zhan has done a very good job so far." Yifutian smiled and praised him instead. If the rampage had been able to get to Jihua, there is no telling that he would have been able to take it. But it was a pity that Jihua was versed in rules of light, which he incorporated in his attacks. In such a scenario, Jihua's attacks would definitely reach Yuan Zhan first. Besides, the power that results from attacks being melded with rules of light is probably something that not even Yuan Zhan's defenses could withstand. In actual fact, the difference is not actually as great as shown in the previous battle. Yuan Hong nodded slightly. Jihua was indeed capable of holding Yuan Zhan back. Yuan Zhan had a pondering look on his face. He scratched his head for a bit and looked rather puzzled. Besides, this Jihua is one of the very best the 9-state forum has to offer this year. The strongest in the Hall of Holy Light, so there was no doubt that he would be very powerful. But there is no need to feel dejected. Focus on your own training. Victories and defeats in battles for a time won't say much, Yifutian said. Yuan Zhan was a demonic beast with a straightforward temperament, and he required a lot of encouragement. "Yeah." Yuan Zhan nodded, taking Yifutian's words to heart. Many turned to the forum stage again. There were still 5 from the Barren State left. Yushang and Yi Wuchen had not fought yet. At the moment, Yi Wuchen walked out on his own and stood at the center of the forum stage. The first 5 battles among the top 100 saw the participants from the Barren State fighting in every single one of them. It remained as such for the 6th one. The one-armed figure remained as quiet as he had always been. He stood tall and firm at the forum stage. He turned his eyes to the direction of the Hall of Holy Light. Many wore peculiar looks on their faces. Zhou Yu had challenged Phoenix before, and that triggered the head-on clashes between the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the students of the Barren State. Said students had almost overwhelmed the dynasty by defeating 3 out of 4 of their people, making it so that only Zhou Yu remained standing on the forum stage. The number 1 figure of the Hall of Holy Light walked out and defeated Yuan Zhan right after. Yi Wuchen then turned to look at those from the Hall of Holy Light. Is Barren State trying to take on all who dare to challenge them? "I challenge Wang Qing of the Hall of Holy Light," Yi Wuchen's voice said, making all tremble. From the battles fought so far, everyone was able to sense that the students of the Barren State seemed to have a unique bearing. The sacred grounds of the other 8 states looked down on the Barren State. As such, all who dared to challenge the students of the Barren State would suffer retaliation. They stood at the very bottom of ranks among all sacred grounds, yet they feared none of the formidable figures from the sacred grounds of the other 8 states. All who dared to challenge them were to be met with fierce retaliation, and they had no intention to give in to anything. Many on the grandstand seemed to have, for one reason or another, felt a mild whiff of sorrow emanating from the students of the Barren State when they saw the figure clad in white standing on the forum stage. While they were the most numerous among all who made it to the top 100, They shouldered an exceptional amount of pressure instead just because they came from the barren state. If renowned sacred grounds from Summer State or Qi State had many make it to the top 100, the scene would have looked very different. Wang Qing walked to face Yi Wuchen. A sliver of light will flowed throughout his body. His eyes were incredibly bright, harboring will of light. While his powers were not comparable to Ji Hua's, he was a very formidable figure and had also developed comprehension of the power of rules of light. Yi Wuchen, a student of the barren state, would like to go against the Hall of Holy Light, like they had done with the great Zhou sacred dynasty? Wang Qing thought. There were few students from the Hall of Holy Light, but everyone who managed to make it far were all top-class geniuses. The genius who had been beaten by Suke before was very good as well, but he would have made it to the top 100 if he had not encountered the rules of darkness. Yi Wuchen of the barren state, pleased to make your acquaintance, Yi Wuchen said. Wang Qing of the Hall of Holy Light. Will of light emanated from Wang Qing as soon as he finished. Holy light emerged from all over his body. An extremely terrifying will of light shot from his eyes, heading straight for Yi Wuchen's eyes. The dazzling light had Yi Wuchen close his eyes, but an extremely bright light emanated from the center of his brow nonetheless. The flash of the sword. An eye seemed to have emerged from the center of Yi Wuchen's brow, which looked like the eye of a sword, sharp and dazzling. Wang Qing felt his eyes in an instant, sensing slivers of sword will shooting right into his eyes, traveling through his brow and entering his brain. At the very next moment, he felt as if his body had disappeared from the forum stage, appearing in a word of swords. The sword realm. Elusive sword rules. Spiritual illusion. Wang Qing's brow became incredibly sharp all of a sudden. He felt a tinge of threat and lashed out with powerful holy light swords, sending them straight towards Yi Wuchen's silhouette. He then saw Yi Wuchen make a move. Terrifying whirlpool of swords appeared on Yi Wuchen's hand, and as he pointed his finger forward, sword aura coalesced into terrifying storms, bringing shredding will, clashing with the swords of light of his opponent in the air. Streaks of illusions flashed and disappeared. The silhouette of the one-armed swordsman disappeared. Wang Qing looked up and saw Yi Wuchen's body appear above. A powerful spiritual sword will shot into Wang Qing's mind, making it so that he had to split his spiritual powers to resisting the invading force. His eyes turned rather hazy. In the very next moment, he saw many one-armed silhouettes appearing in the air. All of them were Yi Wuchen. The one-armed figures all had outstretched hands. In an instant, boundless sword aura coalesced, landing before their hands, and terrifying sword aura poured below with the shredding rules to bear. At the moment, Wang Qing was no longer able to tell the true person from the illusions. It seemed to him that all of those silhouettes were Yi Wuchen himself. Giant swords of terrifying might gathered and appeared one after another, bringing will of shredding swords to bear. Wang Qing's expression turned solemn at that very scene. Holy light coursed throughout his body, and the holy light swords enveloped him. He then pointed at the air. Both of them were shining with immensely brilliant light. At the very next moment, sword will showered down from above, and the shredding giant swords shot forth. Wang Qing cranked his powers to the extreme and sent his holy light swords in the air. Blinding light drowned the space they were in. Wang Qing's eyes remained staring at the air within that terrifying light. He felt an incredible sense of danger all of a sudden, so much so that he felt his hairs standing up. He turned around and unleashed holy light. At the very next moment, a one-armed figure continued to grow in his eyes, and the figure was armed with a sword. He felt like backing off like a streak of light, but the sense of danger simply grew stronger. A streak of terrifying sword will fell from behind. He went totally pale and stopped retreating. He did not even dare to move. Yi Wuchen's silhouettes appeared in front of and behind him. There were lots of other silhouettes of Yi Wuchen found in the air as well. It was as if he was truly everywhere. But which is real and which are not? Wang Qing was unable to tell anymore. As such, he dared not move. Be it forward or backward, he would have sent himself flying into a true killing sword. He then felt the cold tip of a sword being put right before his throat. Wang Qing then said, "I yield." There was a bit of blood dripping from the skin of his throat as he spoke. The sword was cold. The illusions vanished. Yi Wuqian stood quietly before him, holding a sword in his hand, looking as calm as he had always been. You attacked me with spiritual powers so that I wasn't able to split my attention to sense what was going on outside, fooling both my eyes and my senses, thrusting me deep into the realm of illusions, no? Wang Qing asked. He ended up as the one being pinned in that battle. Being affected by illusory sword rules, he was unable to tell which sword was real and which sword was an illusion. The sword before his throat disappeared, dissipating into sword will. Yi Wuqian did not answer him, simply walking back to where his people were. Wang Qing took a deep breath, watching his back. He had not expected to lose to a student from the Barren State as well. The people at the grandstands looked at the one-armed swordsman who was walking back to his corner and thought him to look rather cool. He and Suke both excelled in swordsmanship, yet their ways of the sword were completely different. The only commonality shared between their swords was that both were just as dangerous. The Barren State had won 4 rounds, and 2 participants were defeated. Yu Shang, who was deemed the strongest, had yet to battle. It was no surprise that there would be 5 from Barren State who would make it to the top 50. Yu Shang walked out right after Yi Wuqian was done, casting his sight at the Hall of Holy Light. The eyes of many froze once again. Even though everyone was able to guess at the possibility of that happening, they were still unable to help but feel shaken inside. After Yi Wuqian was done besting a student of the Hall of Holy Light, Yu Shang was going to challenge a student of the Hall of Holy Light as well. Is the Hall of Holy Light going to suffer the same outcome as the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty? When Yu Shang and the student of the Hall of Holy Light came to stand on the forum stage, dazzling light shone onto Yu Shang's body. Golden lights coursed throughout his body like a whirlpool, sucking up all will of light that was cast on his body. The student brought even greater killing power of light to bear on him. But that student's powers were still devoured right away by the power of rules coursing throughout Yu Shang's body. It was as if that student was unable to do anything to move Yu Shang. He remains immovable. Many shuddered deep inside. Ji Hua was probably the only one out of all the remaining participants of the Hall of Holy Light capable of making Yu Shang budge. Boom! A cracking rumble was heard as Yu Shang stepped forward. He then took to the air and headed towards his opponent, who retreated at breakneck speeds like a streak of light. Yu Shang's expression was cold. 2 beams of light shot through his body. In that instant, blinding light shone from his torso and his feet. He leaped at the air, and his stout body actually approached his opponent at an even greater speed, bringing massive devastating power to bear. That student continued to move backward, not daring to clash head-on with Yu Shang. That guy is truly a human-shaped monster, even more ferocious than the golden great ape who is an actual demon beast. His powers are even more terrifying. God knows what happens if he manages to hit me. At that moment, Yu Shang swiped at the air with his hand. Dark golden light flowed through his fist in a frenzy, and his body continued to chase after his opponent like a beam of light. He then shouted and launched his fist forward. Streaks of huge golden fists shot through the air in an instant, encasing the space they were in. His opponent continued to evade while cutting the fists with holy light powers. At that very instant, Yu Shang's body showed up right before the student and punched out like a god of war. His opponent went pale as he took the strike head-on. Boom! Golden flowing light shot through the air. The body of that student of the Hall of Holy Light was sent flying very far away, crashing onto the edge of the forum stage, then dropping hard on the floor as he continued to spit up blood. Boom! Yu Shang's body landed heavily on the ground, shaking the forum stage. Many looked at the stout figure, feeling speechless. An overwhelming finish just like before. Like Ji Hua, no one so far has been able to take his attacks. At the Hall of Holy Light's corner, Ji Hua's expression was sharp. He emanated a very strong will of battle. He was hoping that Yu Shang, a student of the Barren State, would make it to the very end, standing right before him just as he did then. That was really something. Many were rattled. Yu Shang is really probably going to be fighting in the top 10. It is entirely possible that even the number 1s of many sacred grounds will be unable to fight him at equal footing. 3 battles, The Hall of Holy Light bagged 1 win and suffered 2 losses, many said to themselves. The clash between the Hall of Holy Light, a sacred ground of Qi State, and the Holy Ji Palace, a sacred ground of the Barren State, ended up with the Barren State coming out on top. The Barren State students really walk out with no hesitation and fight any who dare move against the Barren State head-on. They seem to really earn the respect that the Barren State deserves, using their very own powers. Yushang returned to his place and looked at the other 5 remaining on his side. After that battle, the students of the Barren State had all fought in the battles among the top 100, taking 5 victories out of 7 battles. 5 students making it to top 50. While the participants from the Barren State were done with their rounds of battles, the clash between other mighty ones continued. One mighty one after another continued to bring frightening powers to bear. Evidently, many had hidden what they were truly capable of in earlier rounds and were actually pulling punches. As the battles went on, those people began to reveal what they were truly capable of. Top-class students of sacred grounds from other 8 states continued to shine with their prowess in their rounds of battles, making it to the top 50. Some sacred grounds had only 1 participant left on the battlefield. Other than those from sacred grounds, those 3 from the eastern state who were not members of sacred grounds only had 1 remaining. It was none other than the mystical girl, Yaya. Like Yushang, she caught a tremendous amount of attention. A girl of around 15 years of age standing on the stage of the 9-state forum, never once defeated. Furthermore, there was no one who was able to tell how powerful she actually was. All of her opponents suffered a crushing defeat. She never needed to use more than 3 moves to end her fights. She and Yushang were deemed the most surprising dark horses in that year's event. Everyone looked on with anticipation, wondering how they were able to do so and who would be able to stop them. Yi Futian, at the grandstands, scanned the 5 remaining from his side. All who were left were the strongest all sacred grounds had to offer at the moment, which meant it was inevitable that most who remained on the forum stage would have to fight the strongest people from other sacred grounds. There was simply no running away at that point. The 9-state forum had entered a very dire stage. Even the number 1s of sacred grounds had to be wary, as there were definitely some among them would be kicked out in those rounds. Carry on with the battles. The rules remain the same as before, the elder hosting the event announced. A stout monk walked out as soon as the elder finished. He was clad in a golden kasaya, emanating a layer of golden brilliance all over him. It was apparent that it was a change, resulting from training some sort of methods for prolonged periods, so much so that the result was apparent in both his appearance and his air. He was one of the students of Vajra region of War State, of a generation who bore the word Wu in his name, which was Wuliang. Even Wuliang of Vajra region has gone out to fight now. I wonder who he will challenge. Many looked at him. There were only 2 mighty ones from Vajra region left on the battlefield. Master Wuliang was somewhat inferior to his junior, Wu Bei, but he was still an extremely terrifying figure. He trained in the sacred methods of Vajra region, the Dharma body of the Vajra. He had trained his Dharma body to the level of being unbreakable, so much so that no weapon was deemed capable of piercing his body. As such, no one wanted to face off against him. The 2 remaining figures from Vajra region were incredibly fearsome. Wuliang cast his gaze at a direction and said, "Benefactor Yushang, I see that you've attained a powerful physical body and that you excel in the body refining techniques, which I find to resemble the training methods of the Vajra region somewhat. As such, I wish to ask for a session with you and see how far both of us have progressed in our respective training." Many wore peculiar looks on their faces. The very first person whom Wuliang of Vajra region challenged was none other than Yushang. Many sitting in the grandstands talked as soon as Wuliang finished. Wuliang is known to have acquired an unbreakable body, and his physical body holds frightening power. Yushang is just the same, and now Wuliang is going to challenge Yushang. I wonder who among them has a stronger body. Many were talking. Even those great figures who were sitting on the grandstands looked on, feeling amused. It seemed that the ones from Vajra region liked true challenges, evident from how one went to challenge Yushang right off the bat. Hua Yunshu, Zhou Yu, Ji Hua, and many others looked on, feeling intrigued. The battle should be able to show how powerful Yushang's physical body actually was. Wuliang would definitely give his all when facing such an opponent. Yushang stepped forward. He seemed to have grown used to being challenged right off the bat in the first battle fought in any stage. Two stout figures stood facing each other. Wuliang looked calm and composed as he put his palms together and said, "After you." Golden brilliance shone as soon as he finished, and he looked incredible. Boundless golden light spread throughout his entire body, and the air rang with crisp, clear sound of bells. Wuliang's body turned into an incredibly pure golden body in an instant. Dazzling golden lights shone on top of that golden body. Dharma body of the Vajra region. Many saints on the grandstands looked at the battle with immense interest. The physical body that resulted from training in the Dharma body of the Vajra was also known as the unbreakable body. It was said that when the training reached its pinnacle, one's body would achieve the state of the unbreakable sacred body, a state where one's body would not rot, age, die, or be rendered broken in any way, even if the one who trained passed away. At that moment, golden lights shone around Wuliang's body, seemingly turning into a ring of golden light screens, making him seem like an unbreakable ancient Buddha, melding with his own physical body. Dong! A loud rumble was heard as Wuliang stepped forward, heading in Yushang's direction. Yushang's eyes remained on his opponent. Raging aura coursed throughout his body. Dark golden lights shone all over him. 2 acupoints of the 7-star acupoints were opened at the same time, making the overflowing power of his body course through both of his arms. At that moment, Yushang's right arm was filled with raging power as he continued to look at his opponent, waiting for the monk to come. The Dharma body of the Vajra was blindingly bright. Wuliang descended from the air, lifting his hand and striking out a streak of golden handprint that engulfed the air before him. The invincible Vajra mark. Many set their eyes on that incredibly huge mudra. The golden handprint engulfed Yushang's body right there and then. The golden mudra made of pure gold lashed out. The air shook, speaking volumes of the move's terrifying power. At the very same time, Yushang stepped forward aggressively, arching his back and lifting up his arms with great force, hitting the invincible Vajra mark that came for him. His fist looked like golden flowing lights in that instant, tearing through the space. At the point where the mudra and the fist met, blinding golden light burst and clashed with each other. Boom! Many felt their eardrums shaking violently, their hearts about to jump out of their chests. Yet their eyes remained on the point where the clash happened. What will the outcome of the clash of formidable power between the Dharma body of the Vajra that Master Wuliang from Vajra region trained in and Yushang be? Many trembled. They saw the point where the clash happened, and they saw a fist punch right through the mudra, shattering it right there and then. Yushang continued and landed his fist on Master Wuliang's unbreakable body. Boom! Another rumble was heard, and a crisp cracking noise was heard. Cracks were seen on the golden Dharma body. At the very next moment, Wuliang's body was sent flying out while the Dharma body crumbled shortly after. Wuliang spit up blood after crashing to the ground. The 9-state forum stage became incredibly silent as everyone set their eyes on that very scene. The hearts of many continued to tremble. Was that really what they called the unbreakable body? Was Wuliang truly a young genius from Vajra region? Their eyes were not fooling them. The fight ended with one punch. Even against someone with incredible power like Wuliang, it still took only one punch. Why did you want to put yourself through this? Yifutian shook his head in silence. Engaging in a power match with Yushang? Regardless of what body-refining methods he was training in, how could he compare to Yushang? Yushang had been put through hell since young by Yifutian's godfather to train in the demonic methods to build up his body, shouldering pain and suffering that few were able to withstand. He had gained an incredibly powerful body as a result. Furthermore, Yushang differed from Yifutian in that he had been taking the path of pure body refinement and training in only physical arts. That, coupled with Yushang's naturally inhuman strength, brought him to his frightening state today. The methods that the students of Vajra region might be very powerful and might even exceed those of our teacher, Sage Dojan, but are they able to compare with the demonic methods of Godfather? If a match of pure power was concerned, none would be qualified enough to clash head-on with Yusheng. Even Wu Bei, the number 1 in Vajra region, wouldn't be qualified enough to do so, let alone Wuliang. So even Wuliang of the Vajra region proved inadequate. It seems that Wu Bei, the number 1 of Vajra region, will be needed before they even have any chance of doing anything, the Sky Saint said calmly. Many great figures from Vajra region paid close attention to the battlefield, deeming Yusheng a suitable person for training in the arts of the Vajra region. They were able to tell that he was an uncanny genius with an immense affinity for physical arts. As for Wu Bei, they looked at the last remaining student from Vajra region. If Wu Bei is to act, there wouldn't be many on the 9-state forum stage capable of standing off against him, no? They were still wondering if Yusheng would have been able to stop Wu Bei dead in his tracks. A figure was seen walking up the stage after Yusheng retreated. It was Ji Hua. Due to repeated challenges made by students of the Barren State in the last stage of battles, Ji Hua had become the only remaining participant from the Hall of Holy Light on the stage of the event. Everyone else from his palace was eliminated. In contrast, there were still 5 from the Barren State remaining. As such, Ji Hua challenged yet another from Barren State. The target that he picked that time was Xianxia. The fat guy's expression turned grim. Yuan Zhan lost to Ji Hua before, and Ji Hua's attacks were such that not even Yuan Zhan's defenses had proven adequate. The golden ancient god body was summoned again, but Ji Hua did nothing to stop him. He simply let the ancient god continue to grow in size. Ji Hua, who was then clad in boundless holy light, charged forward like a beam of true light. The ancient god's arm was turned into countless vines again, lashing out at Ji Hua, but he simply kept his arms behind him and stood, not even bothering to evade. Streaks of holy swords around him cut through the air, and the vines continued to be shredded in an instant, blowing the arm of the ancient god in repeated explosions. New arms lashed out at Ji Hua, but he seemed to have not even seen the attack, unwilling to evade the coming attacks. He then turned into an intense beam and charged straight into the ancient god's fist, punching through it. In the next moment, a blinding light shot out from within the giant ancient god's arm, which crumbled in a frenzy afterward. The beam shot right through the head of the ancient god. Ji Hua was seen emerging once again, keeping his arms behind his back as he looked down on Xianxia. His body was clad in holy light, making him look like a god. The fat guy shrugged exasperatingly. With attacks of light being utilized to such an extent, things turned out as he had guessed. If Yuan Zhan, whose defense was greater than his, was incapable of withstanding such attacks, there simply was no way Xianxia would have been able to win. "I quit," Xianxia said before he left the battlefield glumly, ending his advances at the top 50. There were 4 students from the Barren State remaining by then. Even so, they still had higher numbers than other sacred grounds, who only had 1 or 2 participants left on the stage by then. Another figure was seen walking out. Many mumbled, seeing who the one who emerged this time. The number 1 of the Sea Clan, the successor of the Saint of Killers, Si Ming. He walked out and cast his gaze at Su Quebec. Both of them trained in rather similar arts. Seems like Su Ke will get eliminated soon. Many thought to themselves, worse still, the remaining participants of the Barren State will probably be kicked out one after another later. Yin Qi, disciple of the Sea Clan in Feng State, walked in silence and moved as if he were completely weightless. Clad in a form-fitting black suit, he exuded an icy aura of darkness. As the student of the Saint of Killers, Yin Qi practiced a particularly malicious method of execution. He killed invisibly without ever being seen. Su Ke's rules of darkness were comparable to the Sea Clan's methods of cultivation. "Please," said Yin Qi. Su Ke gathered up his languid attitude, staring at his opponent. Yin Qi was extremely dangerous. Cold darkness emanated from the man, and his hands were undoubtedly stained by the blood of many. Su Ke had observed Yin Qi's techniques in the previous battles, and knew he was adept in exercising the rules of darkness. Yin Qi could morph into shadows without sound. "Please," responded Su Quebec. Just as his voice faded, Yin Qi's life spirit appeared. It was a shadow into which he melted, his body now turning to shade. The transformation did not stop there. The shade stretched, becoming longer and longer until a multitude of shadows began to spill forth from it. They appeared just as any other shadow would, quiet and without breath, moving without a sound to surround Su Quebec, bondage of shadow. The eyes of those from Feng State lit up. Perhaps Suke did not comprehend the techniques of the Sea clan. The bondage of shadow was an exceptionally well-known rule spell of theirs. Suke felt the shadows stretch towards him, forming tethers as if to limit his movements. He dodged away and shot up towards the sky as if he were a bolt of lightning. At the same time, the shadow stretched alongside Suke, remaining unbroken. Buzz. An elongated shadow shot forwards with thunderous speed, diving in front of Suke and presenting an incredible threat. Noting the shadow's approach, Suke's finger turned into a slaughter sword, pointed forward. The murderous sword chi abruptly exploded, instantly pulverizing the shadow. More shadows burst concurrently towards Suke across the expanse. Suke faced this with a cool countenance, and the life spirit of his slaughter sword blossomed. When he held the weapon, a murderous aura coursed through the space. Holding the sword with both hands, Suke thrust it down and allowed the bloodthirsty sword spirit to burst forth. It slashed against the power of the bondage of shadow and, at the same time, Suke's body rotated in a series of deadly whirls. He himself turned into a mournful shade, and faded shadows appeared in the expanse to vanquish the one that had intended to kill him. However, just as he was about to step downward, Suke found a countless number of shadows covering the skies and swarming in his direction. Shadow transformation, said the cultivators from Feng State. This would be a challenge for Suke. The killing saint, Si Ming's successor, would not be easy to defeat. A wild draft began to gather, and the power of shadow rule flowed between the heaven and the earth until suddenly a storm of shadows descended upon the battlefield. It seemed to have turned into a dark void, swallowing Suke entirely. But Suke discovered that the shadows had followed him into that void, hiding within the shadow rule's power and melding directly with the dark. It was as if these shadows survived better in his darkness. Suke began to feel uneasy. Underneath the shadows there was nothing but stillness. He couldn't locate his opponent. The power of the bondage of shadow moved forward in the darkness as if to extend to every corner of the battlefield. Soon Suke could feel the shadows homing in on him as Xianxia's power descended upon him. He could sense countless shadows surging silently towards him as if they were an army of ghosts. The rules of darkness were completely useless to them. Suke's countenance became grave, and instantly, he steeled himself with resolve. He was from the Tingxue house, and his specialty was assassination. That was why he could understand the rules of darkness and recognize the most effective strategies to counter opponents wielding similar abilities. Still not giving up? A ghostly voice spoke from the dark. Many at the grandstand looked unsure. Was Suke at a disadvantage in the darkness? I wouldn't mind if you admitted defeat, Suke replied lazily, still nonchalant. The voice did not respond, but an even colder power of will began to rise from the darkness. A shadow rose from the dark, appearing in front of Suke, thrusting an icy blade towards his throat, but the man did not move. A killing storm grew around Suke and enveloped him. When the shadow reached him, it was torn apart by the storm. Suke was motionless. He closed his eyes like a hunter. Even as shadows rained down, continuing to fragmentize and disappear, Suke remained motionless. The two seemed to be engaged in a contest of patience. The highest state for the assassins was death from a singular strike. At the same time, a menacing feeling descended upon Su Quebec. He tensed up. Amidst the darkness a shadow appeared behind Suke, wielding a destructive dark spear intended to lance through his throat from behind. Fast as lightning, Suke moved to the side. Despite his maneuver, the attack still pierced through the slaughtering sword will and pierced his shoulder. A terrifying and destructive power entered Suke's body, and blood seeped from the wound. After landing his attack, Suke's opponent disappeared, once again submerged beneath the shadows. Suke ignored the injury, standing unfazed by the blood. Afterward, The combat proceeded with different attacks, and after what seemed to be an eternity, the battle still raged. In the dark, Sukei's clothing was stained with blood. He was heavily wounded. "These two are indeed patient," some dignitaries from the 9 states commented. In the direction of Feng State, members of the Sea clan observed the engagement inside the darkness with sharp focus. Sukei truly grasped the essence of assassination. His endurance was unbelievable. Yifutian and the others also stared into the darkening space of the battlefield, using the freedom meditation so that their eyes could bore through the darkness and observe what occurred within. Yifutian saw that Sukei was under constant attack but had no intention of giving up, so he did not interfere. This fight was different from the fight with Yuanzhan. This was a face-off between 2 assassins. Sukei may have appeared unenthusiastic and without restraint, but he had his own mind and could judge for himself. The center of the darkness abruptly burst forth with murderous intention. Yifutian's eyes sharpened to focus on the disturbance within and saw that Inchi had lost his patience to tarry any further, exploding towards his opponent with a flurry of attacks. An apparition lancet pierced through the defense of the slaughter sword and entered Sukei's body. At that same moment, Sukei buried his body into the darkness, as if to become one with it. The apparition lancet punctured the darkness, but Inchi detected an alarming sensation. Within the darkness, there were endless waves of annihilation. A shadow darted across and soon disappeared. Inchi had forged too deep into the darkness and found himself unable to retreat. Boom! Many shadows split and shattered, the dark space howling wildly. Soon a pair of bodies appeared from the expanse, back to back and dripping with blood. Sukei was soaked in gore, but Inchi had blades of light running through his body as his body plummeted towards the earth. He landed prostrate and coughed out blood, the breath within his body slowly fading. He couldn't even rise to his feet. Sukei also landed, standing, albeit unsteadily. Clearly, he was the victor. The forerunner of Feng State's Sea clan was defeated and eliminated. From then on, no one from the Sea clan would remain on the forum, each one now disqualified. This was the second sacred land since Jisheng Cliffs to have suffered a total loss. And this round of battle had only just begun. There would undoubtedly be situations where entire sacred land would be expelled. However, no one would have thought that the one to defeat the Sea clan would be Sukei of the Barren State. He wasn't the leader of the Barren State, yet he had been able to terminate the leader of the Sea clan. Sukei won. "Someone from the Sea clan please take Inchi away," the hosting elder commanded, and a cultivator from the Sea clan immediately removed his leader from the battlefield. From the same direction, an elder clad entirely in black stared intently at Sukei. He knew how Inchi had been defeated, as assassins preferred one move to yield one kill. Where Inchi was incapable, Sukei had executed his technique. He endured much, remaining calm and suffering the pain of ceaseless attacks before seizing the opportune moment to deal a final blow. Obviously, Sukei was a more qualified assassin than Inchi. Within their plane, results were better proof of skill than strength. If this had been a real battle, Inchi would already be dead. Dragging his worn body towards the barren state, Sukei only shrugged as Yushang, Hua Jieyu, and Yi Wuchen looked at him. "I'm fine." "Why?" Yifutian looked down and said. Sukei looked up at Yifutian, who stood upon the grandstand, and smiled. "At least we didn't lose, right?" Yifutian looked at Sukei and smiled, understanding his meaning. Sukei could not lose against those who possessed ability equal to his, not just for the honor of the Barren State, but for the pride of the Tingxue house. "Forfeit the ensuing battles," said Yifutian. Sukei was unfit to continue fighting. In his severely wounded state, would he be able to triumph over the strongest of the 9 states' other sacred lands and advance? "All right," Sukei agreed. To continue battling as he was would make no sense, but at least he had done his best at the 9 states forum. Sukei of the Barren State requests to forfeit. Yifutian looked in the direction of the eastern state. "Granted," the elder nodded. Even in forfeiture, Sukei was now amongst the top 25 strongest competitors. He could leave with his head held high. After this battle, the barren state only had 3 people remaining. After the Battle of the 50, the next round would normally have 25 contestants left. But Sukei's forfeiture meant that the next round would only have 24 cultivators left on the stage of the 9 States Forum. Within the 9 states, there were more than 24 sacred lands, which meant that even if each sacred land had 1 person remaining, the next round would not accommodate everyone. Ultimately, the strongest of many sacred lands would be eliminated, such as Inchi of Feng State. But if an extremely prolific sacred land had 2 candidates advance to the next round, then it would mean that a cultivator from another sacred land would be excluded. The barren state had 3 people remaining: Yu Shang, who defeated Wu Liang in the first battle, and Sukei who, though forfeited, counted as an advance, thus lowering the space by 1. If Hua Jieyu and Yi Wuchen wished to advance, that would only translate to 2 fewer spaces. Consequently, even these 3 remaining contestants from the barren state were being closely watched by everyone. A sacred land, especially one such as the barren state, would have occupied 4 allotments. For barren state to compete, other sacred lands of the 9 states would have to sacrifice those 4 spaces. It would be hard for barren state not to be closely scrutinized as such. Just now, in the direction of the ocean state, a youth clad in silver armor stepped forward. He was well-built and handsome, tall in stature with smooth skin that radiated with unusual beauty. His eyes shone with a blue glimmer, as deep as the ocean. This was Ao Kuan, noble prince of the Ocean Palace from the Ocean State. Ao Kuan was also the strongest amongst all nobles of the Ocean Palace. Aggressive and forceful, he was known for his mastery of many martial techniques. The Ocean State was located at the Endless Sea and included 3 major sacred lands: the Celestial Cliffs, the Ocean Palace, and the North Deep. Amongst the 3, the Ocean Palace carried the greatest sense of mystery. Rumor had it that the palace was built underneath the sea, with its people possessing unique talents and bloodlines. However, because Ocean Palace was located at the easternmost boundary of Endless Sea, its relationship with the 9 states was not a close one. Ocean Palace had the least interaction with the 9 states, aside only from the barren state. One reason for this was due to the sheer distance, and the second was because of its location beneath Endless Sea. "I challenge Yi Wuchen of Barren State," Ao Kuan announced. Everyone's eyes gleamed. The barren state had been chosen again. The least favored barren state already had a difficult journey so far. They were the black horse of the 9 States Forum, yet the most spectacular. It was precisely because of this distinction that they were pursued by the 9 states' other sacred lands as a target. From the Battle of the 100, the opening battle, and each of the battles that came before, all were battles for the barren state. Yi Wuchen glanced at Ao Kuan of Ocean Palace and immediately strode up to the battle stage. Before he even arrived, Yi Wuchen asked, "May we start now?" "As you please." Just as Ao Kuan finished the sentence, a trident appeared, forming from his outstretched hand. Surrounding Yi Wuchen was an acute sword will. His pupils took on a ferocious appearance, and a massive will of swordsman, disregarding distance and space, shot out toward Ao Kuan's eyes. Despite the attack, Ao Kuan's pupils exuded an incredibly powerful spiritual will, so that when Yi Wuchen's sword will plunged towards him, it sank as if falling into an endless ocean. At the same time, Ao Kuan stepped toward Yi Wuchen. Spiritual chi gathered between heaven and earth, first giving birth to waves, and then an ocean that spilled forth as if to engulf the martial arts platform. Because Ocean State was located within the Endless Sea, their cultivators were especially talented with water affinity and could cultivate through ocean waves while perceiving different powers from it. The forum stage was now flooded with vicious waves, all howling toward Yi Wuchen, who seemed to be completely unaware. Horrific currents surrounded the man, yet he walked directly into the water and continued forwards without regard for its punishing waves. This was the first time that Yi Wuchen had started the offensive before he was ready. Clearly, the barren state had been targeted in the challenges, so even if he had been in a tranquil state of mind, he still felt anger now. Everyone present could feel it from the one-armed swordsman in training. The sword chi swirled forwards into the ocean and through the giant waves, attacking Ao Kuan. Ao Kuan's body shuddered suddenly, seeming to morph into a fish before swimming swift as lightning towards Yi Wuchen, trident in hand. The sword will's power upon Yi Wuchen intensified, the sword appearing within his palm. Shredding rule power permeated and fracturing the waves. Yi Wuchen's sword pierced the waves with a terrifying whistle, creating a massive funnel of water. The unending sword chi focused, turning into a shredding sword aimed straight ahead. The trident in Ao Kuen's hand simultaneously launched an aggressive attack. His arms were covered with what looked like the scales of a dragon as his body ripped through the giant waves to land in front of Yi Wuchen. As his trident attacked, waves piled upon one another with tremendous force, as if to crush the shore. Before the attacks even made contact, an unimaginable force crashed into Yi Wuchen. The waves were harder than even the strongest rocks, tossing Yi Wuchen about. The man felt as if every organ in his body was about to be smashed. But his sword remained pointed forwards, clashing with the trident. The sword chi continued to shred forwards even as the pulverizing momentum struck wildly against Yi Wuchen. Both opponents endured the incredible pressure. Between Yi Wuchen's brows, a silver ray arced through the expanse and stabbed into Ao Kuen's pupils, while Yi Wuchen began to back up. A mirage suddenly appeared amidst the sea, before many images of Yi Wuchen began to manifest simultaneously. Yi Wuchen could sense Ao Kuen's spiritual will transforming into the massive shape of a whale dragon, and almost instantly, a colossal illusion, that of a whale dragon, appeared behind Ao Kuen. Its large mouth opened with a bellow and a sudden sharp, shrilling sound began to reverberate with the waves, shaking the very firmament itself. The mirror images of Yi Wuchen scattered about the water were shattered, and even the spiritual will in Yi Futian's head was cast out and broken. The shrieking sounds forced Yi Wuchen to retreat into the ocean along with the waves. The spiritual will within him continuously assaulted to the point of collapsing. Obviously, Ao Kuen was a formidable spiritual cultivator, specializing in soundwave-based attacks. In the grandstand area, cultivators below the sage level felt a sharp pain from their spiritual power. Some even covered their ears to no avail. They saw that the forum stage ahead had been transformed into an ocean, familiar territory for Ao Kuen. This top disciple of the Ocean Palace in the Ocean State was frightfully strong. Perhaps Yi Wuchen will be eliminated, many of the onlookers thought. It was suggested that Ao Kuen's strength could overcome Yi Wuchen. Even if his illusion spell proved to be useless, Ao Kuen wouldn't be weaker than Yi Wuchen in a face-to-face battle. Yi Futian could see that Yi Wuchen was indeed in danger during this fight and could possibly be eliminated. Winning or losing aside, to be where they were now was already an achievement by itself. Years ago, they stepped out of the Kangyi Kingdom, from the land of the 100 Kingdoms. They strove and toiled, for their journey was not easy. And now to see an even more expansive world, to exchange with stronger opponents and push forwards. Even losing would be an encouragement to Wuchen. Your spiritual elemental illusions are useless against me, Ao Kuen said. The enormous whale dragon morphed into what seemed like a monstrous riding beast underneath him. Ao Kuen, with his trident in hand, resembled the king of the seas and a natural warrior of the ocean. The whale dragon let out another piercing scream, and its enormous body broke the waves, like lightning within the sea, created giant, terrible waves that crashed towards Yi Wuchen. With his sword in hand, Yi Wuchen's endless sword chi flowed and coursed into the swordsman's whirlpool, making similar waves. Yi Wuchen did not flinch when he saw his opponent. Instead, his body shot forward like a sharpened sword, slashing again. Trident and sword collided once more and tides of storming shock waves surged, forcing back Yi Wuchen and his sword. The opponent's attack embodied rule that was conceived from the rhythm of the ocean, encompassing its boundless concussive power. As Yi Wuchen stepped backward, Ao Kuen continued forward, riding his whale dragon with unimaginable speed directly at Yi Wuchen. The two men clashed in the water, causing great waves to slam against the forum grandstand. Many cultivators moved to defend against the waves, attempting to avert disaster. In the ocean that had once been the battlefield, a tsunami began to form alongside a dreadful whirlpool, and as Yi Wuchen's body continued to be knocked and thrown backward, his organs on the verge of shattering, he closed his eyes to feel his body moving with the water. The sea was turning into a terrifying funnel, surrounding their bodies like a storm. Aokun once again descending as the whale dragon and, growling, launched his trident with unfathomable power. Yi Wuchen's sword blocked the trident with a clang. At once, Yi Wuchen opened his eyes. They were a pair of sword eyes, and now, the brilliant blade of light stabbed into Aokun's eyes. Aokun ignored the attack, his trident continuing its rapid, violent slashing. This onslaught could very well end the fight. Bang! The trident once again collided with the sword, but this time the sword shattered. Cruelty flashed through Aokun's eyes as he pushed forward with the trident, piercing Yi Wuchen's body. The water trembled violently and Yi Wuchen's shadow fragmented, but Aokun's brows remained knitted. He saw a one-armed figure following the direction of the whirlpool in a nearly perfect arc, returning once again to the waves. One sword began, 1,000 swords began. Giant waves cloaked Yi Wuchen, along with an immense sword will that moved faster than the eye could see. Aokun had just launched his attack, but his momentum decreased. Retreat! Aokun's mind manifested the command and the whale dragon began to back-paddle against the waves. In front of him, Yi Wuchen was carried forth by the waves of the whirlpool, the sword within his pupils expanding. The trident was raised again, offensively, attacking the image that Aokun saw, but this time he was too slow. The sword came and left in a flash. His trident pierced nothing but its afterimage. Once again his eyes had been fooled. The two combatants collided in passing, and Aokun saw red in the sea. He felt a coolness on his neck and raised a hand to it, uncertain whether water or blood flowed across his skin. As Aokun's breath calmed, the water soon dissipated. He looked at his palm, red with his seemingly thin blood, still mixed with the sea water. He turned to regard the one-armed swordsman. Was my spiritual spell effective? Yi Wuchen slowly turned around and asked him. Within my ocean territory, you were able to utilize the advantage of an ocean funnel and accounted for it within your strategy. Aokun focused on Yi Wuchen. Congratulations, you've won. As he finished speaking, Aokun turned to leave and walked out of the forum. In this fight, Yi Wuchen of the Barren State was victorious. The #1 disciple of the Ocean Palace in the Ocean State, Aokun, had been eliminated. The Barren State was able to grab yet another seat from the other sacred lands. Jieyu, you are next. Before Yi Wuchen even left, Yi Futian secretly transmitted his voice to Hua Jieyu. The stronger sacred lands were intentionally blocking the advancement of those from the Barren State. As such, it was better to be more proactive by challenging those who were weaker to procure opportunities instead of facing the top competitors. Hua Jieyu lightly nodded. As Yi Wuchen walked back, she stepped out and challenged the disciple of the Stone Saint of the U State, who was rich in attack but poor in spiritual will. Hua Jieyu would use her own extremely powerful will to subdue the opponent, thus advancing again. When Hua Jieyu walked back to the area occupied by the Barren State, many eyes accompanied her in interest. Even if they backed out now, 3 of the top 24 spots were now occupied by one single sacred land from the Barren State, the Holy Ji Palace. The 24 strongest, laughed the Sky Saint. The Barren State surprised everyone. Saint Shihua 3 were able to advance from the Barren State, and if Suke was not wounded it would be 4. They are not far from the top 10. Previously Saint Shihua had agreed to bestow a divine implement if someone from Barren State could include themselves in the top 10. At the time, no one took it as anything other than a joke, viewing it as Yi Futian offering Shihua Sacred Mountain the implement. But now looking back, they had a completely different perspective. Upon the grandstand, many dignitaries surveyed those left standing. They were all proud sons and daughters from the sacred lands of the 9 states, but the 3 from the Barren State outshined them all. Let's wait and see, Saint Shihua said, his eyes fixed upon the field. The ensuing battles were still extremely exciting, still the strong versus strong. And at the end, excepting the disciples from the Barren State, 21 more would still advance. For U State, aside from the Jisheng Cliffs, everyone had been eliminated. Of the last 24, no other sacred land had been able to procure 2 spaces aside from the Barren State. Even the Xia clan was no exception. The other notable contestant among them encountered an incredible character from Luoho Palace. Likewise, other scared lands had also encountered formidable opponents. Once many of them had been targeting the Barren State, but looking back, those who had targeted the Barren State seemed weaker in comparison to those that remained. So it was actually the Barren State that had taken the placements from them instead. Now, amongst the 24 strongest, all would be the top geniuses from all the sacred lands. Among the top 24, Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, and Hua Jieyu came from the Barren State, while Yaya came from the Eastern State. She was not a member of a sacred ground. There was one participant remaining from the 20 sacred grounds from the other 8 states beside the Barren State. They were Eastern State, Hua Yunshu of the Shihua Sacred Mountain, and Zhou Yu of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Summer State, Xia Yi of the Xia clan, Yi Guhong of the 9 State College, Yi Zhuyang of the Yi clan, and Yu Mengqi of the Yu clan. Qi State, Qi Haoran of the Qi clan, Zhuge Yi of the Jixia Holy Palace, Ji Hua of the Hall of Holy Light, and Yu Yang of Yu House. Cloud State, Chu Xiang of the Great Chu clan, Su Tu of the Li Palace, Tantibation of the 100,000 Great Mountain, and Bai Yu of Yunmeng City. War State, Wu Bei of Vajra region, Maluo of Luoho Palace, and Shi Yen of Holy Temple of 10 Corners. Feng State, Song Qi of Fengdu House, and Tai Guang of Daluo Sacred Mountain. Ocean State, Mo Li of Celestial Cliffs. Yu State, none all 24 were top-class geniuses, the best of the best to be found among those at the pinnacle of the noble plane. The Eastern State, which was the host of that year's event, only had 3 participants left, even with Yaya included. The Summer State, Qi State, and Cloud State all had 4 participants remaining, respectively. The overall powers of the 9 states were vaguely reflected on the number of remaining participants of each state. But then again, the Barren State was an exception. There were actually 3 who made it to the top 24. If Suke had not been injured, it would have been 4 participants from the Barren State in the top 25. The crowd in the grandstands behind Yifutian was all quiet and tense. Every single battle that would follow was to be a clash of the mightiest titans. The top 10 would be out soon. What rules will await the participants in the upcoming battles? At that moment, the elder on the edge of the forum stage hosting the event said, "There are 24 remaining participants in the 9-state forum. The top 10 in this year's event will be determined in the upcoming battles. The rules are as follows. Every participant is free to choose who to challenge until there are 10 left on the forum stage. For the purpose of fairness, a participant who already makes a challenge will allow others the opportunity to issue challenges. If no one emerges with 3 seconds, the one who issued a challenge before will be free to continue issuing challenges. There is no limit to the number of challenges to be made." Many gasped after the elder finished. There were no more rules limiting the number of times one would be able to issue challenges. The one who won in a challenge was free to continue challenging others to kick them out. Such rules were set in place to allow the strongest to eliminate the relatively weaker ones. Of course, they were also allowed to challenge the ones who looked to be the strongest. "You may begin," the elder added. The air on the forum stage became heavy and solemn. It would be a battle determining the top 10. Several participants wanted to make a move before. Suddenly, a silhouette stepped out right after the elder finished. The others halted their steps after seeing the person step out, not proceeding to fight for the chance to make the first challenge. The spectators on the grandstands were all shaken. Under such rules of issuing challenges, the place would be dead silent if no dared to challenge anyone. Furthermore, even if one were to issue a challenge and came out victorious, the others were to challenge said one. As such, wouldn't it be more prudent to refrain from making challenges? It is obviously more risky to issue a challenge, some thought. However, when the elder finished elaborating, many became eager to make the first move instead. It was an intriguing scene to behold. The eyes of everyone present were on the figure who stepped out. It was none other than Yu Shang of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. The hell? Yifutian knew right away what Yu Shang intended to do when he saw Yu Shang make the first move. Someone is going to get hurt real bad here. Zhou Yu of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Yu Sheng's eyes were incredibly sharp as he looked at the Eastern States corner, locking onto Zhou Yu. A golden sheen of incredible sharpness was seen in the eyes of Zhou Yu, who was wearing an extravagant golden phoenix robe. As he looked at Yu Sheng, "You challenge him in the very first battle? Do you have a death wish or what?" Boom! A golden bolt of lightning flashed in the air, and Zhou Yu came to stand right before Yu Sheng. He was emanating incredibly sharp aura all over him. He had been injured by Phoenix in his last battle, and it was a mistake he would never make again. Yu Sheng of the Barren State would be the first true stepping stone on his path to becoming the champion of the Nine-State Forum. That battle was the only true battle that posed a threat to him. Who do you all think will emerge victorious in this one? The Sky Saint looked at the battlefield and asked. The battles from here on out would be ones that even saints would find intriguing, as they looked forward to the performance of the best the younger generations had to offer. Even the Sky Saint, who did not have one of his own on the forum stage, found some in the event to have performed very admirably. Zhou Yu is the strongest of the participants from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty this time. While Yu Sheng is incredibly powerful, he has too little in the way of offensive tricks. If Zhou Yu is able to tear down his defense, his defeat will be set. It is very possible that Zhou Yu's offensive capacities prove sufficient to tear down Yu Sheng's defenses, the Rain Saint of the Xihua Sacred Mountain said. He looked forward to Zhou Yu's performance. If Yu Sheng were to win yet again, he would simply be one step away from entering the top 10. If that were to happen, Xihua Sacred Mountain would have to apologize by offering a holy item. These were the words said by Saint Xihua himself, and there was no way he could have backed out. From the looks of things, it seems that none are capable of threatening Yu Sheng. Zhou Yu had been injured by Phoenix, and I think Yu Sheng stands a better chance here instead. The Glass Saint chuckled and said. She looked at the battlefield instead of the corner where the ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain were seated. Zhou Yu underestimated his opponent, and his body was invaded by the undying flames. Zhou Yu was not able to bring his best in that battle. In this one, it will be impossible for Zhou Yu of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty to lose. Zhou Ye, who was standing behind the Sacred King, said plainly. His sharp eyes went all the way to look at Yi Futian. He said, "What do you think, Palace Lord Yi?" Yi Futian lifted his head to look at Zhou Ye, a young man who had toasted to him in the banquet, and the one who was known to be the Sacred King's heir. His talents were greater than that of Zhou Yu, but given that he was already a sage, it was only natural that he was not allowed to participate in the event. Yi Futian grinned and said, "Would you like to hear what I really have in mind?" "Of course." Zhou Yu smiled and said. From the looks of things so far, Yi Futian turned his eyes at Zhou Yu and a proud smirk was seen on his face. He then said, "Zhou Yu is not good enough." Zhou Yu was stunned. The Great Zhou Sacred King, Saint Xihua, the Glass Saint, and many others turned to look at Yi Futian. They saw his plain smile, and he seemed to have absolute faith in Yu Sheng's powers. The humble leader of the Barren State finally drops his act and reveals his pride then. Zhou Yu is not good enough. The words were so direct that they sounded insolent, as if he did not bother with the upcoming battle at all. Zhou Yu will end up losing? Many at the grandstands behind Yi Futian turned to look at the palace lord of a sacred ground in the Barren State. It was the very first time that Yi Futian spoke with such confidence about a battle on the stage of the Nine-State Forum. As Zhou Yu was someone from the Eastern State, there were many more who had heard of his name, and many came to name him as one of the top contenders from the top 3 places. But as the Nine-State Forum went on, and geniuses all over the 9 states came to bring their best to the game, they knew that the chances of Zhou Yu being ranked in the top 3 would be very slim. Even so, the fact that he was incredibly powerful did not change. Yet, Yi Futian spoke as if he never considered Zhou Yu to be able to pose any threat at all, as if he was unqualified to even be discussed alongside Yu Sheng. His words seemed to have reversed the impression Yi Futian had left on the minds of all present. He was still the youngest palace lord of a sacred ground in the history of the 9 states. So underneath that humble facade lies sharpness and pride after all. Zhou Yu laughed and said to Yi Futian loudly, "You're indeed confident, Palace Lord Yi. Well, we'll see." It was a given that both Zhou Yu and Yu Sheng heard the conversation between the ones at the grandstands. Zhou Yu gradually took to the air, and a shadow of golden phoenix covered his body, bursting with boundless golden light. Zhou Yu seemed to have taken the form of a divine bird. An extremely terrifying golden storm whipped around him. Yi Futian, you dare to say that I'm not good enough. Boom! Dark golden lights coursed throughout Yu Sheng's body. His Dozhan body burst in an instant, turning into an impressively stout and golden vague figure, covering his body. Terrifying golden lights coursed all over the Dozhan body, making him nigh invincible. A cry of the phoenix was heard in the air. Zhou Yu's body turned into a combat divine bird in an instant. Golden lights shone brilliantly in their surroundings and came before Yu Sheng, descending from above. Many felt stunned seeing the scene before them. The one that was attacking did not seem to be Zhou Yu, but an incredibly magnificent divine bird instead. It tore through the space, and golden lights showered everywhere, lashing out like a straight golden blade, flowing through Zhou Yu's hand as he attacked. It turned into the sharpest of phoenix claws, coming down hard on the Dozhan body. Dark golden lights coursed all over Yu Sheng's Dozhan body in a frenzy, which trembled with a loud boom. However, it remained shinning and unfazed. Zhou Yu immersed himself into the phoenix. His eyes turned demonic and he turned incredibly wild as his body moved against the flow. He struck from above yet again, turning into an extremely fast beam of golden light. Boom, boom, boom. One attack after another burst and countless shadows of golden phoenixes appeared in that place, striking down hard at the Dozhan body, which continuously trembled, and cracks were vaguely seen. Some defense indeed. The minds of many trembled. The scene was too shocking, be it about Zhou Yu's attacks or Yu Sheng's defense. Still stays intact after all that? At that very moment, even greater beams of light burst from Yu Sheng's body. His arms trembled violently and sent the beam coursing through the top of his arms. The beams of light penetrated right through his body, opening up his acupoints. Boom! Yu Sheng stepped forward and saw that golden phoenix's shadow about to strike again. His golden arm lashed out at the incoming attack. The boundlessly huge battle form moved in sync with his body, lashing out with an incredibly violent golden fist. The golden phoenix clashed with the fist. Zhou Yu's body trembled, and the fist shattered and dissipated. Yu Sheng took to the air in the very next moment, lashing out with both arms. The huge Dozhan body lashed out with countless golden fists, blocking out the sky as they struck in a particular area. Zhou Yu's eyes focused and a streak of extravagant arc flashed by him. The wings of the phoenix turned into nigh invincible blades and lashed out at the air before him, cutting at the punches flying at him. The claws kept destroying the fists before him as well. But at the same time, Yu Sheng's body took to the air again, and his entire battle form came crashing down. His arm lashed out at the body of that huge phoenix itself. Zhou Yu shouted and kept moving forward. The phoenix clashed with the Dozhan body. Claws and fists came into violent contact. Boom! The air before them rumbled. The phoenix's shadow was thrown behind and its wings spread open. It remained extremely elegant in its retreat. Doom! Yu Sheng stepped forward in midair. The light on his arms turned even more dazzling as he chased down the phoenix and lashed out with yet another punch. Everyone saw an incredibly terrifying scene in the next moment. Both men were countering each other's offense with offense. They clashed hard with each other. The phoenix's shadow continued to be beaten and thrown backward, rumbling violently all the way. Boom! 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 Rumbles continued to be heard in the minds of the spectators. Every single clash seemed to make their hearts about to leap out of their chests. The phoenix's overbearing silhouette was sent all the way from the air down to the ground, being pummeled as it continued to retreat. PFFTT. Zhou Yu spat up blood and no longer able to lash out with attacks to defend. It was obvious that he was at his limit. At that very moment, a huge leg was seen stepping down from the sky onto the phoenix's shadow. Boom! Yet another rumble was heard. The leg came crashing down from the sky, and the phoenix's shadow was seen crashing to the ground, floundering for a bit on the forum stage. The phoenix's shadow ceased shining and dissipated soon. Zhou Yu was seen where the phoenix was. His breathing was weak and blood kept spurting out from his mouth. He looked at Yushang, whose body remained hovering in the air above Zhou Yu like a god of war, incredibly unruly and imposing. The figure above remained strong and completely unfettered, as if it was effortless for it to dish out such attacks. The place of the event turned silent, dead silent. Zhou Yu had been known to have what it took to be ranked among the top 10, and some claimed that he had the opportunity to be among the top 3. However, presently he was completely overwhelmed. He had no way of retaliating when Yushang went offensive and ended up seriously injured, being stepped on by his opponent. Zhou Yu's face was completely ashen, losing all traces of the insolence and pride from before. Had the stage of the 9-state forum truly been his? He had undergone his darkest, most humiliating defeat in his life at the moment. The saints of the Xihua Sacred Mountain were speechless at the scene. The great Zhou Sacred King was not even able to conceal the shock he felt. His eyes were incredibly sharp as he stared at the battlefield. "Take him away," the great Zhou Sacred King said. Some people from the Sacred Dynasty went to carry the severely injured Zhou Yu away from the forum stage. The Sky Saint, the Glass Saint, and many other great figures remained watching Yushang. That kid has what it takes to be ranked among the top 10. There is no doubt about it, seeing how he just stepped over Zhou Yu to advance. No one would have made any challenges if he did not come out to challenge the strongest. He would have made it to top 10 if he just stood there and did nothing. Yushang of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. The one who had walked out from the very beginning was a figure that even saints would remember. Many turned their eyes at the corner where the people from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were seated. Zhou Ye had declared with absolute confidence that Zhou Yu was capable of winning, so much so that he dared to ask for Yi Futian's opinion. None of the students of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty remained on the forum stage. Every single of them had been eliminated. Zhou Zi and Zhou Zichao looked on with soured faces. Those who had earned Zhou Zi's ire back in the Chessaint Villa were still being able to shine on the stage of the 9-state forum, and even Zhou Yu ended up severely injured by one of those people. Impressive. Zhou Yu grinned all of a sudden and looked towards Yi Futian. It seems that you know well where Yushang's powers stand among all in the 9 states, Palace Lord Yi. I didn't know much before, but it was only natural I learn a thing or two after watching so many battles being fought. Yi Futian smiled and replied, "If that should be the case, where would you think Yushang of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State will end up in the event, Palace Lord Yi?" Zhou Ye asked with a sharp look in his eyes. Yushang shouldn't have any problems making to top 10. As for specific rankings, we'll see. Yi Futian answered plainly. Zhou Ye stared at Yi Futian and then smiled. With you being able to take over as the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace at such an age, there is no doubt that you're possibly the number 1 among the younger generations of the Barren State. With Yushang being that exceptional already, I'm sure your talent will be something of an even higher caliber. Should the opportunity present itself, I'd love to spar with you. There are many among the current generation in the Barren State who prove to be top-class geniuses. If you'd like to try your hand, I'm sure there'd be someone who'd be willing to oblige. Gu Donglu, who was sitting beside Yi Futian, answered. Zhou Ye took a look at Gu Donglu. That man had been sitting there without making a sound all the while he had been around. Upon a closer look, however, Zhou Ye nonetheless found him to be an exceptional figure, looking like a dashing scholar. I look forward to it, Zhou Ye said plainly. The 9-state forum no longer had anything to do with the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. They became little else than mere spectators from there on out. Yushang remained standing where he was, seemingly having no intentions of leaving. Many stared at him looking amused or troubled. Yushang's powers were of such caliber that, barring unforeseen circumstances, no one would dare to make a move against him in the next round, even if he were to step down. That would make him a sure candidate among the top 10. There was no need for him to continue challenging others. Do you intend to continue? The elder at the edge of the forum stage asked Yushang. Indeed, Yushang nodded. You'll be allowed to continue if no one comes out to challenge anyone in 3 seconds. The elder then added, Starting now. Many counted silently as soon as the elder finished. 3 seconds were brief moments. Many at the forum stage continued to look at Yushang. Who does he intend to challenge? You may continue, the elder declared. No one stepped forward, and according to the rules, Yushang was allowed to continue issuing challenges. Hua Yunshu of Xihua Sacred Mountain of the Eastern State, Yushang said slowly, making many freeze. Yushang challenged the number 1 noble of Xihua Sacred Mountain, as well as the only remaining participant from a sacred ground in the Eastern State, Hua Yunshu. While Yaya was also from the Eastern State, she was not a member of any sacred grounds. Even the pupils of the elder who hosted the event contracted as he took a look at Yushang. The elder was someone from the Xihua Sacred Mountain. Hua Yunshu. Many at the grandstands stared at the stout figure standing on the forum stage. Yushang would have been able to make it to the next round without having to do anything, yet he just challenged the strongest person from the Eastern State. Is he nuts or something? The Sky Saint looked amused. Everyone from all over the 9 states knew how Xihua Sacred Mountain treated the people from the Barren State before the event began. None from the other 8 states paid any heed to the ones from the Barren State. The host of that year's event, Xihua Sacred Mountain, did not pay heed to them as well, arranging for them to be seated at the corner for servants. Yushang was displeased, and there he was. He went on to challenge Hua Yunshu before making it to top 10. It would look intriguing if Hua Yunshu was defeated. Everyone from the Xihua Sacred Mountain looked at Yushang and thought him to truly be crazy. Hua Yunshu stepped forward and came before Yushang. He did not anticipate Yushang to challenge him. The streak of miracles created by the Barren State ends here. I will eliminate everyone from the Barren State, making none of them capable of being ranked among the top 10. The Barren State behaved disrespectfully in many ways while participating in the 9-state forum. We fought and learned of what the others from the other states were capable of. Finally, I'm now fortunate enough to stand before the strongest student of Xihua Sacred Mountain. Yushang's voice was serious, and his words sounded solemn. He then added, Yushang of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Many looked at him and found his words to be humble. They were unable to find any fault with him. However, everyone was able to sense that the humility belied his unruly, wild emotions looking for an exit. Yushang of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State was finally been able to stand at the forum stage, facing and challenging the only remaining, as well as the strongest participant from the Xihua Sacred Mountain. Hua Yunshu turned his eyes at Yushang and said, Hua Yunshu of Xihua Sacred Mountain. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Both finished greeting each other and lifted their heads to look at each other, sending extremely intense battle will at each other. Hua Yunshu stepped forward and, within an instant, thunderous rumbles were heard all around them. Rock-like sheen appeared on Yushang's body as if he was about to be petrified and be made a state. Dark golden light coursed throughout Yushang's body. A whirlpool seemed to have emerged from his body, devouring the invading powers, which was the rock-like sheen all over him, in a frenzy. Devouring rules. Hua Yunshu extended his hand, and a terrifying rocky storm whipped up in the air. Magnificent rocky mountains appeared and hovered above Yushang's head. Every single mountain felt extremely heavy, which, when combined with the power of gravity rules, made them capable of crushing a wide area. Even spectators who watched the battle from afar was able to sense the stifling pressure on the stage. Yushang activated his battle form. Terrifying golden lights circled around his body, making his stout battle form look like a god of war. The mountains in the air landed heavily on him. The mountains crumbled with thunderous rumbles, but his battle form was withstanding the intensely terrifying power and shook violently. Boom, boom, boom. One mountain after another fell onto him, pinning down Yushang's battle form and cracking it. At that moment, Hua Yunshu stepped forward, and he transformed into a mountain himself, stepping on Yushang's body. Cracking noises were heard as cracks were seen on the Dojan body. Yushang looked up at Hua Yunshu, who was, at the same time, looking down on him. Cracks on the Dojan body grew in numbers. Rocks fell onto the man below in a frenzy, burying the Dojan body. In the very next moment, Hua Yunshu took to the sky and burst with his life spirit. Boundless power of the heavens gathered into his body, and a boundlessly huge golem appeared behind him. Hua Yunshu turned to look like a god. Some power indeed. Many looked at Hua Yunshu, feeling stunned. Is this what Hua Yunshu is truly capable of? This is really something indeed. Hua Yunshu then swooped down below, lashing out with a punch powered by unbelievable powers of the heaven and the earth. Like a devil, landing on the huge rocks that covered Yusheng's body. A stifling noise was heard around in an instant. Crazed rocks swept all over the forum stage. Many who did not participate in the battle, who were all standing at the edge of the stage, came to be covered in rocks, as if the aftershock itself was enough to petrify people. Wah! The hearts of many raced at the scene, at the performance of the number one in the Xihua Sacred Mountain, Hua Yunshu. The ones at the Xihua Sacred Mountain looked confident and proud. Yusheng might be powerful, but does he really intend to take on Hua Yunshu? As the host of that year's 9-state forum, it was simply impossible for Xihua Sacred Mountain to not nurture a top-class figure for the event. Hua Yunshu had actually been able to make it into Sage Plane, but he had suppressed his plane at the pinnacle of Noble Plane nonetheless, all for that year's 9-state forum. Does Yusheng intend to bar Hua Yunshu from being ranked among the top 10? How is that even possible? The rocks exploded wildly, and Yusheng's battle form was seen, which shattered shortly after. Hua Yunshu charged with his fist ready to punch, bringing intense strength capable of crushing everything to bear. Yusheng's body was covered with rocks as well, as if he had been turned into a statue. Hua Yunshu did not pull his punch back and kept his course instead. Boom! A terrifying rumble was heard and the rocks on Yusheng's body crumbled. That punch seemed to land on Yusheng's chest like that of a god. The crumbled rocks covered him yet again, as if intending to petrify him all over. The strike should have been able to shatter a petrified person. Despite Yusheng's apparently strong body, it seemed to have proven inadequate. How are you able to stop me? Hua Yunshu asked proudly. His voice reverberated in their surroundings, while his eyes remained cold. He looked at Yusheng with extremely sharp eyes. Time seemed to have stopped, and the hearts of many continued to race. Hua Yunshu's proud voice reverberated in the ears of the spectators, sounding immensely arrogant. It had been a battle to crush Yusheng. The battle should have been over. Are the ones from a sacred ground in the barren state, who had cooked up a storm like a miracle in the event, going to meet their end right? Time seemed to pass very slowly. The place was dead silent. Hua Yunshu then found that Yusheng continued to look at him. He frowned as he seemed to feel something from Yusheng's eyes. How are his internal organs still intact? Is this the best you've got? Yusheng said calmly at Hua Yunshu, who was about a foot away from him. His words, however, sounded incredibly cold in Hua Yunshu's ears. The hearts of the spectators pounded hard against their chests. Is this the best you've got? He actually said something like that as if nothing happened? What does he mean by that? Was that attack not enough to crush his physical body? Boom! Boundless fossilization rules emerged from Hua Yunshu's fist and rushed into Yusheng's body, intending to petrify all of his internal organs. At that moment, however, he sensed a terrifying, devouring power. Yusheng's body seemed to have turned into a frightening whirlpool, devouring Hua Yunshu's power of rules. The whirlpool turned increasingly intense, seemingly about to devour everything before him. Hua Yunshu's face changed altogether. He wanted to retreat, yet a terrifying light seemed to flow onto his body, like a sheen of darkness. Slivers of dark, rocky light covered his body, and he soon found his body turning stiff. He felt immensely heavy and hardly able to move. How is this possible? Hua Yunshu looked thoroughly frightened. He was not the only one who felt so. Every single great figure of Xihua Sacred Mountain trembled at the scene. That is not the devouring rules. The eyes of all mighty ones from all over the 9 states stared at Yusheng. A wild, unruly storm emerged from Yusheng's body. Hua Yunshu's body was drowned in an instant. The dark, rocky light covered and buried his body, as if Yusheng had thrown all of Hua Yunshu's powers back at him. Yusheng lifted his arm before Hua Yunshu's despaired eyes. That cold eyes from a devil seemed to have locked onto him. The elder, who was hosting the event, was somewhat frightened when he saw Yusheng lifting his arm. He said immediately, "He lost fighting capacity. Spare him." Yusheng took a look at the elder and brought his arm down still. Hua Yunshu was sent flying with a thunderous rumble, heading towards where the Eastern State people were seated. Boom! Hua Yunshu crashed onto the edge of the forum stage. His body trembled violently and then fell flat on the floor. He spat up blood, feeling his internal organs had all been ruptured. Yusheng threw that punch, a punch that he had held back for a very long time. However, he had spared his opponent. That punch would have completely crippled Hua Yunshu otherwise. But Yusheng did not go that far, as he knew whose turf he was on. In that silent battlefield, many turned their eyes at Hua Yunshu, who was slowly getting up. The #1 student of the Xihua Sacred Mountain, immensely proud and confident, so much so that some claimed him to have been able to become the champion of the 9-state forum, was eliminated. He was not even ranked among the top 10. Every single powerful one from sacred grounds of the Eastern State had been eliminated. The strongest from Xihua Sacred Mountain and the strongest from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had been kicked out of the stage of the event by the same person. Yusheng, a student from the Barren State. No one cared about those who came from the Barren State before the event was held, and yet those very people had kicked the participants of the hosting force out of the event. With that, there was only one participant from the Eastern State left, Yaya, who was not a student of a sacred ground. It was a scenario that none had seen coming. None had imagined that it would take Yusheng just a single punch, yet again, to defeat Hua Yunshu. "Thank you." Yusheng looked at Hua Yunshu and said. He then turned to the elder and apologized. "I beg your forgiveness for injuring a student of the sacred mountain." "It's all right." The elder's heart flinched. There was nothing he could have done about it, as it was all within the rules. It was something bound to happen on a battlefield, so I don't see anything wrong with your actions. The Sky Saint looked at Yusheng and smiled. Students from sacred grounds of all over the 9 states are here to fight. It is the most intensive clashes to be had in all of the 9 states. Winning or losing, that all depends on one's powers. There is no need for you to fret about it. If any of the seniors or elders find fault with you, they have truly underestimated the bearings of the elders of sacred grounds indeed. The Sky Saint was not wrong. There was no one that could always emerge victorious in the fights between students of sacred grounds in the 9-state forum. If any sacred ground were to hold grudges and went about settling scores after the event, they would have been looked down on and ridiculed by all of the 9 states. Yifutian looked at Yusheng calmly. While those words held true, there was simply no sacred ground in all of the other 8 states that had experienced what the Barren State was going through. The Barren State was weak for having no saints among them. The Sky Saint was actually siding with the Barren State with his words. "What is the power of rules that you have come to develop?" Saint Xihua looked at Yusheng and asked. He naturally knew what the Sky Saint meant. As the Lord of Xihua Sacred Mountain, it was inappropriate for him to hold grudges against a junior for such matters, no matter how irked he felt inside. His students had been inferior to others, and there was nothing he was able to say about it. He had lost face. Regardless of how uncomfortable he felt, he was not allowed to say a word about it. Demonization. Yusheng looked at Saint Xihua and said. Saint Xihua's expression turned sharp. It had not been merely devouring rules. It was the demonizing rules that were even more overbearing. He had demonized the fossilization rules that he had devoured and made those powers his own, before sending it back onto his opponent. Hua Yunshu, who had been on the receiving end of the demonized fossilization rules, was rendered completely immobile. Furthermore, Yusheng's force rules had definitely been stronger than that of Hua Yunshu. It was only natural that Hua Yunshu had lost that battle. Saint Xihua looked at Yusheng for quite a while before turning his eyes to Yifutian and saying, "I did not expect myself to have trained for so long and come this far to still hold prejudices. I've underestimated the students of the Barren State before the event began because the Barren State had been weak. Yusheng has earned the respect that the Barren State deserved. He will definitely be ranked among the top 10, and it was my mistake for arranging such seats for the Barren State." Countless eyes froze as Saint Xihua finished his statement. Saint Xihua, the lord of a sacred ground, had apologized. Yushang had stepped out to earn respect for the barren state. Saint Xihua had promised that if any of the students from the barren state would be able to make it to top 10, he would offer a holy item and apologize. The top 10 participants had not been determined just yet, but Yushang had already defeated Zhou Yu and Hua Yunshu consecutively. There was simply no further need to prove such powers. As such, Saint Xihua kept his promise and apologized. No one felt that to be an insult in Saint Xihua's part. Many had instead come to be impressed. Such is the bearing of a saint. Yifutian was stunned. He looked toward the direction of Saint Xihua and bowed. I admire the saint's generosity. Yushang had previously disrespected you, and we are already indebted for your forgiveness. Now that the saint has made this admission, how could the likes of us bear such grave? Whether it was sincere or not, if Saint Xihua had admitted fault, Yifutian was obligated to express his position. Otherwise, he would be perceived as insolent and ignorant. Yushang had only just won on the battlefield of Nine States Forum, and only the Battle of the Nobles. He still had quite a ways to reach the Holy Lands. Yifutian understood clearly that their status was much like the seats they sat. The distance was still too great. Naturally, he could not afford to act ungraciously even if he was right. Saint Xihua waved. I am the host of the Nine States Forum for this year. I cannot speak without keeping my word, and whatever I promised before, I will fulfill. I am not happy that Yushang defeated my disciple Hua Yunshu, but it's what it is. We have nothing further to say except that our skill was not up to par. I will fulfill my previous promises. Yifutian was speechless, then without another word, bowed slightly again. This year at the Nine States Forum, everyone misjudged and did not expect such an excellent candidate from Barren State. Then let us see how far he can go. Rain Saint, who stood next to the Saint Xihua, also jumped in and cast a meaningful look at Yushang. Yushang still did not get off the stage. You would like to continue? Asked the host from Xihua's Sacred Mountain. Yes. Yushang nodded, and many people were speechless, vaguely knowing who he wanted to challenge. Without surprise, it should be Jihua of the Hall of Holy Light. Jihua, who was previously uncivil towards the disciples from Barren State. Anyone else who would like to fight? The elder looked at the crowd. Yes, a voice answered. Many followed the sound and saw it was in the direction of Hall of Holy Light, as Jihua was already stepping out. Clearly, he knew that Yushang would challenge him. Elder, according to the rules, he already battled consecutively twice. So, if no one else will rise up to the call, I can also battle twice in a row, is that correct? Jihua looked up and asked the elder. Yes. The elder nodded. Jihua nodded lightly and glanced at the Yushang. You wish to challenge me? Yushang looked at him without a word, but his eyes said everything. You have excellent strength, and it should be within the top 10 or maybe even higher, so you are definitely qualified to continue. Of course, the premise is that you can beat me. However, before that happens, there are two others from the Barren State who should be eliminated, Jihua said without much emotion. His eyes were fixed on Yi Wuchen and Hua Jieyu. I challenge Yi Wuchen. Now, even Jihua himself did not have absolute certainty that he could defeat Yushang. But what was certain was that before the two of them meet in the final confrontation, he would wipe out the other two from the Barren State. If Yushang and he were destined to battle for a place, then by what right did the other two from the Barren State have to stay in the competition? Therefore, before he battled Yushang, he would eliminate the competitors from Barren State. Yushang regarded Jihua with frigid intensity. You can exit now, the elder said to Yushang, who retreated to the edge at the same time Yi Wuchen stepped forward to meet Jihua. Illusory sword. Shredding sword? Jihua looked at Yi Wuchen, on whose body the sacred radiance shone in bursts with a blinding light. His body dazzled. Let the sword of holy light teach you a lesson. As Jihua finished, the sword of light radiated brilliant light. Yi Wuchen's expression was grave. He closed his eyes, and a dazzling light shot out from his brow chakra. A terrible storm of sword chi appeared all around him. Judgment. Ji Hua commanded indifferently. As soon as he finished, the sword of endless light descended upon Yi Wuchen, like streams of light swiftly passing through with unimaginable speed. A sword veil now surrounded Yi Wuchen, guarding him, covering his body. Slashes of sword of holy light crossed the void to attack, rocking the sword veil, which now quickly began to show cracks and fissures, on the verge of disintegration at any moment. Just then, Yi Wuchen seemed to have transformed his body into a sword that could shatter all things. With a flash, he shuttled through the expanse, a sword light that penetrated the holy light, shattering all the attacks that blocked in front of him. He then started his attack on Ji Hua. Ji Hua's eyes were full of blinding light. Under the gaze of everyone, his body moved, like streams of light, moving forward in multiple folds so incredibly fast. It was impossible to see which stream of light was actually him. Yi Wuchen swept his sword across, cut through the void, chopping off the streams of light. But in the next moment, a light suddenly appeared in the sky above him and turned into Ji Hua. Ji Hua extended his hand, and the sword of holy light shrouded Yi Wuchen, falling through the sky like rays of light shooting out. The sword in Yi Wuchen's hands danced and once again formed a sword veil as a guard. But the sword of holy light was relentless, and in a short instant, shattered the light curtain and pierced through. "Get off on your own now." Ji Hua stood proudly in the void and said. In front of Yi Wuchen, there was the sword of endless light, suspended at the moment, but with a turning of Ji Hua's mind, it could be turned into the sword of endless slaughtering light. Yi Wuchen looked at Ji Hua and felt a sense of powerlessness. Even if he wanted to fight to the end like Suke did, he was unable to do so. His opponent was an expert on the power of light rules and had integrated that into the sword and its moves. There was no solution to that. On the stage of 9 States Forum, he was still quite a ways from the top 10. He turned around to step down. All eyes were on Ji Hua, the number 1 from the Hall of Holy Light, whose strength was beyond measure. If Yushang could not defuse the attacks wielded by his sword of holy light, it would be difficult to defeat Ji Hua. After all, Yushang could not possibly match the speed Ji Hua had demonstrated. Ji Hua would be even more difficult than Hua Yunshu and Zhou Yu. Yi Futian looked at the battle, and there was nothing to say. Wuchen's foundation was just a tad weaker. He had made great progress since the days of Kangyi Kingdom and had realized 2 extraordinary rule powers. Of course, the nobles were not the focus of cultivation, and rule power could still be improved upon after entering the realm of the sage. As long as Wuchen's heart was still in it, he could continue moving forward. For now, an opponent such as Ji Hua was just too thorny for Yi Wuchen. "Anyone else wishes to fight?" The elder looked out to the crowd. Ji Hua had said that he would continue to answer the challenge. A sound was heard, and a young girl emerged out of the crowd. It was Yaya. Yaya walked to the center of the battlefield and glanced at Ji Hua. "Your strength is fair, but 9 States Forum has more than just the 2 of you. So stay back now and I'll deal with you later." "I challenge Mo Li of the Celestial Cliffs," she remarked with the ease of a breeze, full of self-confidence, as if she was not even worried about facing Yushang and Ji Hua. Her comment surprised many. Just how powerful was this little girl? Mo Li walked up to the battle stage and looked at the girl in front of him, sensing a strange vibe. The girl in front of him was so petite, although she seemed to be very powerful. "Are you ready?" the girl asked. "Aha." Mo Li nodded. The next moment, he saw a pair of terrible eyes, and in his mind, there appeared a blood-curdling scene. His look rapidly changed as the aura of his body exploded, as if he had felt how truly dangerous this seemingly harmless girl was. Suddenly, the girl disappeared, and it was almost with an unbelievable speed that she reappeared right in front of Mo Li. She pointed a white and delicate finger at Mo Li, while he released a powerful defensive force to try to shake off the girl. But that finger pierced through everything and landed right in front of Mo Li's chest. Instantly, Mo Li felt his whole body turning stiff, as if with a single thought from the other, his body would be torn into pieces. "I admit defeat," Mo Li said, looking pallid. "Boring." The girl released her finger and turned around to leave. Mo Li was left alone there, soaked and in shock. Was there really such terrible genius existing in this world? Not just him, but everyone else also fixed their attention there. The only remaining noble of the celestial cliffs from Ocean State, Emoli, could not even bear one strike. Just as with previous battles, even now the girl was putting away her opponents easily. Yushang, Jihua, Yaya, who was the weakest? Moreover, there were other extremely powerful practitioners who had yet to fully unleash their strengths. The battle of the top 10 would be beyond imagination. I will also join in for a bit of fun. Another figure emerged. It's the sorcerer Wu Bei of the Temple Vajra. He challenged Qin Guang of the Daluo Sacred Mountain in Feng State. Many were speechless. This round was unnecessary and had no advantage at all, but these top geniuses were still eager to show off one after the other. This was perhaps what they meant by the spirit of the real cultivator. They loathed to enter the top 10 by simple elimination. What they wanted was more than rankings. Wu Bei and Qin Guang each allowed their own power to effloresce. Wu Bei, chanting the name of Buddha, the sound lingered between heaven and earth. Behind him, there appeared an enormous Buddha, golden and ancient. Along with the reverberation of the Buddha sounds between heaven and earth, there appeared statues of Buddha in the firmament, who stood in the void and overlooked the ground below, rendering an endless oppressive power, suppressing all evils in the world. The strength of Qin Guang was equally terrible. There was a gargantuan figure appearing behind him, like a ghost, the dark air of destruction flowing, along with terrifying power. But at this instant, a sun appeared above the sky, right on the top of the ancient Buddha. The golden Buddha morphed into gods of all heavens, and countless palms slammed down for the kill with extreme aggression. The ultimate move of the Vajra realm, the palm of Mahavarakana. So mighty, the hearts of many trembled. Qin Guang let out a roar and tried to resist the palm of Mahavarakana, but he was quashed nonetheless. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground and was crushed and defeated. Outstanding. Yifutian also praised what he had just witnessed. Seeing the top geniuses of 9 states gradually showcasing their real power, Yifutian felt that the battle for the top 10 would be very interesting indeed. Now, for competitors had demonstrated their superior strength and crushed the top 20 geniuses. In the grandstand area, many people felt excitement in their hearts. It turned out that neither Hua Yunshu nor Zhou Yu were the stars of the show. The 9-state forum continued, and in the following battles, the Summer State took over as the dominant force in the forum stage. Xia Yi of Xia Clan overwhelmed by Yu from Yunmeng City of Cloud State. Yi Zhuyang of Yi Clan won against Song Qi of Fengdu House of Feng State. All from Ocean State and Feng State were eliminated by then, without a single participant left. Yu Mengqi of Yu Clan had also defeated Yu Yang of Yu House of Qi State. Yi Guhong of 9 State College won in the challenge brought forth by Qi Haoran, a member of Qi Clan, the old royalty of Qi State, showing unparalleled might and elegance. Summer State won in all 4 of their battles, demonstrating their prowess as the number 1 state in all 9 states. Zhuge Yi of Jixia Holy Palace of Qi State had also demonstrated incredibly overwhelming prowess, defeating Tantibation of 100,000 Great Mountain of Cloud State. Maluo of Luoho Palace had also brought incredible powers to bear by defeating Su Tu of Li Palace of Cloud State. Chu Xiang of Great Chu Clan walked out when Cloud State was down to last man standing, defeating Shi Yen of Holy Temple of 10 Corners of War State. Every single battle was incredibly intense. After those battles were over, only 12 were left in the top 24. Among those battles, as Yu Shang had defeated both Zhou Yu and Hua Yunshu, there was then only one participant who had yet to fight. That last person was none other than Hua Jieyu of the Barren State. It was unknown if it had anything to do with Yu Shang, but all who went up to choose their opponents avoided challenging Hua Jieyu. As such, Hua Jieyu became one of the remaining 12 at the end. 2 more battles and the top 10 participants would emerge. At that time, another figure walked out. It was Zhuge Yi of Jixia Holy Palace of Qi State. He had been the one challenged before. As such, he was able to pick his own opponent without having to wait for others. "Who will you challenge?" the elder asked. Every single participant of the remaining 12 was tremendously powerful. "No one from the Summer State has been eliminated so far, and I'd like to try them out." Zhuge Yi continued and said, I challenge Yi Zhuyang, a member of the Yi clan of the Summer State. The Nine-State Forum was a grand event throughout all 9 states. If the Summer State was able to take 4 places out of the top 10, it would reflect rather badly on the other states. The pupils of all the spectators dilated somewhat. Yi Zhuyang was tremendously powerful. But then again, Zhuge Yi was just as powerful. Both of them stepped onto the forum stage. Bright flames burst from Yi Zhuyang's body. Suns seemed to have appeared on top of his head, making him look like a fire god. A whirlpool of flames was found in all of those suns, and sun arrows appeared within the whirlpool, pointing at Zhuge Yi. At that moment, the light of the suns showered everything, despite both participants being so close to each other, making it seem like the ground below was bathing in the light of fires. Zhuge Yi's body shimmered with light. Sizzling sounds were heard. He extended both arms. In an instant, rings of light spun and 5 ancient symbols appeared behind his back. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. All 5 major ancient symbols turned into 5 beams of light, absorbing spiritual chi from the air in an instant. Furthermore, the power of the 5 elements in their surroundings seemed to have resonated with Zhuge Yi's body. The light from his body encompassed the entire forum stage, as if he was able to mobilize the power of all 5 of those elements with his will alone. Life spirit. Many turned to look on with peculiar looks. That was the very first time Zhuge Yi unleashed his 5-element spirit. He had never even used the power of his life spirit in all of his previous battles. 5-element spirit. Many great figures looked on feeling amused. There were many among cultivators who were versed in wielding multiple elemental powers. There were even those capable of wielding all elements including wind and thunder, aside from the 5 elements. But then again, being adept at wielding the elements and being born with 5-element spirit were 2 totally different concepts. The later was a type of physique. Many looked at the corner where Jixia Holy Palace was assigned. Every one of the great figures of Jixia Holy Palace was looking at the scene with calm expressions. Zhuge Yi was the most powerful one in Jixia Holy Palace for the past century, making him a rare genius seen only once a century. Having a body born with 5 elemental powers meant that he was destined to become a saint. Jixia Holy Palace had to bring Zhuge Yi along in that year's 9-state forum. That action alone said a lot, as they knew who would become the champion of that year's 9-state forum. They believed, without a doubt, that it would be none other but Zhuge Yi. You people from Jixia Holy Palace have been hiding Zhuge Yi for so long. Now, you've finally found the right time to unleash him. Someone from Qi clan of Qi State said to the people of Jixia Holy Palace. They were both from the same state, and Jixia Holy Palace had been founded by the Qi kingdom. As such, the Qi clan knew him better than others. Zhuge Yi had been training in Jixia Holy Palace for a long time, and yet the palace never let him outside on a pilgrimage. Even people from Qi State did not know what Zhuge Yi's true powers were like. The stage of the 9-state forum was truly the first time Zhuge Yi went to train in the outside world. Divine birds do not cry for 3 years, and when they do, their cries will definitely shock all who hear them. Zhuge Yi had been spending so long training in Jixia Holy Palace, and he finally had to come out to the world to train. A mighty one from Jixia Holy Palace said calmly. So this is to say that Jixia Holy Palace is confident in taking the title of champion of this year's 9-state forum then. A mighty one from the Hall of Holy Light said. Ji Hua from the Hall of Holy Light was a genius who was just as brilliant. The powers of the participating students in this year's 9-state forum exceed those from 3 years ago. Let us wait and see. A mighty one from Jixia Holy Palace said calmly, and everyone nodded in silence. While the top 10 had yet to emerge, everyone felt the same about the situation. The top 10 participants of that year's 9-state forum were more powerful than participants from all past events. The battle had erupted on the stage. Beams of dazzling arrows shot at Zhuge Yi, who then performed mudras with his hands and conjured a ring of light, which turned into a golden disc spinning before him. Zhuge Yi went on to create further seals on the disc, making the disc burst in power all of a sudden. Patterns emerged on the disc, seemingly containing art of rules. The arrows streaked through the air and collided with the disc, rattling it violently. Fearsome explosions were heard. Those arrows were apparently more than simple projectile attacks. They were imbued power of rules. However, the attacks proved inadequate to pierce the disc. Yijiang's body turned to look even more massive all of a sudden. A silhouette looking a fire god appeared behind him, and countless arrows appeared, blocking out the sky and rained down his opponent. Zhuge Yi cranked the powers of the risk up to ridiculous levels, but cracks continued to appear. However, Zhuge Yi continued to look calm. The 5 elemental symbols behind him burst with light, looking even more brilliant, resonating with the powers of his surroundings, and doors seemed to begin to appear before him. Every door was dazzling, and the marks in them surrounded the spaces around them. Zhuge Yi waved his hand and the golden disc before him disappeared. He gestured with both hands and took control of the marked doors hovering in the air instead. Countless arrows streaked through the air intending to render everything before them to ashes. But Zhuge Yi looked very calm still, gesturing with both hands. The doors combined before him and formed a wall, extending to the skies. The sides covered the entire forum stage, like a godly door standing between the earth and the heavens, blocking everything in its path. The thousands of arrows streaked through the air imbued with frightening power of penetration, violently shaking that godly door. However, the door shimmered with tremendously dazzling golden light and was impenetrable. It also unleashed a cold will capable of freezing everything before it, rendering all the arrows frozen, before cycling to flow with devastating fire of lava, melting all arrows into nothing. He is uncannily versed with the use of the 5-element rules. Everyone looked at Zhuge Yi. His eyes were closed and his black hair billowed in the wind. His handsome appearance shone with mystical light. His body hovered in the air as if he was one with his surroundings. Both hands waved around and the door moved again, splitting up into separate smaller doors again, flying towards Yijiang, zipping about before him and caging him within. The aura around Yijiang grew even more fearsome. A regal silhouette of fire seemed to have merged with him. The fire godlike figure he had become struck with a palm attack, but the doors simply circled around him in a frenzy to avoid his attack. The doors soon stuck with one another once again, forming a tower and descended from above, intending to pin Yijiang down below. Boom! A rumble was heard, and the boundlessly huge tower landed on the ground. Yijiang was trapped within, and fearsome noises of collisions were heard. It was apparent that he was attempting to break free, yet the power of 5 elements continued to rush into the tower, making the colors of the tower shift constantly and the change of the 5-element rules unpredictable. Eventually, a voice was heard from within the tower. "You won." Jiang apparently gave up the fight. Zhuge Yi dispersed the tower with a thought and the doors dissipated. Many turned their eyes at Zhuge Yi. He won the round very easily and his breath was completely still, without any unrest felt from within. It was obvious that he was having it easy. Zhuge Yi ended up kicked out one of the 4 mighty ones remaining from the summer state with his overwhelming power. Yet another terrifying being, many thought. What will the clash between the top 10 be like? There were only 11 remaining by then. One more person being eliminated and the top 10 would be decided. Who will fight in the last round? The elder at the edge of the forum stage asked. There were only 11 left behind on the vast stage. There were 9 who were not allowed to be challenged, and thus did not need to fight any further to make it to the top 10. At that moment, a person walked out, and many looked troubled upon seeing her. Hua Jieyu of the Barren State. She was the only one who had not fought in the rounds deciding the top 10. She might have made it to top 10 without having to fight at all if she simply waited, but she walked out on her own instead. It is a battlefield of the 9-stage forum. There is simply no meaning to winning without fighting. Yi Futian was not taking students to participate in the 9-state forum to merely rank themselves, but to allow students to experience the true prowess of the mighty ones from other states. As Yi Futian himself put it, before the battles, he had no idea what the top-class geniuses of the other 8 states were like. Yi Futian smiled on the grandstands, seeing Hua Jieyu walk out. The outcome of the fight did not matter. I challenge you Mingxi of Summer State, Hua Jieyu said. They were both the only two adult women left on the stage of the Nine-State Forum. Hua Jieyu chose Yu Mingqi of the Yu clan as her opponent in her quest to make it to the top 10. Yu Mingqi stepped onto the battlefield. She was also a top-class beauty, cold and emanating an inviolable sense of beauty. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Hua Jieyu said with a bow. Likewise, Yu Mingqi returned the gesture. They both emanated incredibly power auras right after. Both unleashed their life spirits at the same time. A crown shone with dazzling light. A moon rose into the air, basking the ground below with its light. Both participants were able to feel the other's tremendous spiritual will within that instant. Hua Jieyu was a divine spiritual sorcerer while Yu Mingqi was adept at sealing powers. Her spiritual will was equally as powerful. The moonlight shone on Hua Jieyu's body. She was able to vaguely feel a powerful spiritual will power from within the light, isolating her from her surroundings and preventing her will from sensing her surroundings, intending to put a seal on the connection between her and her surroundings. As such, she was prevented from unleashing her powers altogether, regardless of how powerful she actually was. Hua Jieyu's eyes looked deep and dark as terrifying telekinesis power emanated from within and wandered in the space around her. Streaks of lightning shimmered in the air and zipped across the space, blasting the moon. Slivers of formless power were blasted to pieces right there and then. The moonlight continued to bask and shine around Hua Jieyu. Cold will struck and icy powers continued to form under her legs, spreading through her body. That was the power of the seal of cold, invading her body. A spiritual will that permeates everywhere? Hua Jieyu's black hair billowed and brought greater telekinetic powers to bear. Streaks of lightning will power wandered around her surroundings. She looked up and blue light shone from her eyes. Countless bolts of lightning burst in an instant. The spiritual will around Hua Jieyu's body crumbled, and the sealing icy power stopped covering her body. Within Hua Jieyu's perception, there was simply no spiritual will power capable of getting to her through using sealing powers. The moonlight being, Yu Mingqi, shone with an even more brilliant light and continued to rise, becoming a huge moon. Yu Mingqi's body melded with it, making her look like a goddess appearing in the moon. Moonlight of greater intensity shone, and countless ravens flew from within the moon, blocking out the sky, forming into storms of darkness as the moonlight continued to shine, making their surroundings look dim and dark. Hua Jieyu felt her powers unable to pierce through, being isolated by the area encased in the moonlight. The darkness shrouded the space around Hua Jieyu, and the ravens blocked out the sky. Hua Jieyu's body remained hovering in the air. The crown life spirit continued to shine with dazzling light. She turned her eyes at the sky, and spiritual chi throughout the space coalesced at a certain point. Her powers were focused within that point at the same time. An incredibly huge figure appeared before Hua Jieyu like an ancient god of lightning, filled with raging power of devastation. Godly creation of all things was a power that had been passed down through the lineage in the Wanxiang Hall of the Sage Hall of the Holy Ji Palace. It had been a power that Bai Luli had been most versed in years ago. Hua Jieyu was a spirit elemental type cultivator, and she was also suited to learn godly creation of all things, directing the powers of her surroundings with her spiritual will, taking the form of an ancient god of Wanxiang. Countless ravens flew in an attempt to drown out Hua Jieyu, turning her surroundings pitch black, making it very difficult for even spiritual powers to penetrate. However, that ancient god of Wanxiang extended countless arms, each imbued with the terrifying power of lightning, which was also infused with incredibly powerful telekinetic powers. The arms of lightning and the dark ravens clashed, penetrating the dark area. Bursts of lightning erupted in an instant, tearing the dark space apart. Hua Jieyu's body was then infused within the ancient god of Wanxiang, and lightning continued to flash around on the outside. The ancient god stepped out, and countless arms of lightning lashed out where Yu Mingqi was like whips. The dark ravens were torn apart in a frenzy, and a frozen sky river appeared before Yu Mingqi, cutting off the space between them. But the whips seemed to be directly lashed out at Yu Mingqi's spiritual will, and the river crumbled. The ancient god of lightning then shone with boundless flashes of lightning as it stepped through the air. Lightning of even greater intensity coalesced, and they grew incredibly powerful, spreading out throughout even the entire forum stage. The wandering power of lightning seemed to intend to cage Yu Mingqi within. The sealing arts were directed using spiritual powers, but Hua Jieyu's attacks were directed at said spiritual powers, extending to even those attempting to keep her sealed. Yu Mingqi was then being suppressed by Hua Jieyu's powers. Yu Mingqi took a look at the beautiful silhouette while sensing the telekinetic powers all around her. She then said, "Congratulations. You are qualified to make it to the top 10. The moonlight dissipated as soon as she finished. Hua Jieyu looked at her and rescinded all the telekinetic powers she had been spreading out in her surroundings. Her breath was rather unstable and she was being washed over by overwhelming exhaustion. In truth, it had been incredibly difficult for her to sustain herself in such a battle, as it was tremendously taxing to her spiritual powers. But she prevailed nonetheless. There were 2 from the Barren State making it to the top 10 in the 9-state forum. Hua Jieyu turned around and looked at the grandstands where the people of the Barren State were assigned to, and she smiled brightly. Her beauty was stifling. "You idiot!" Yi Futian smiled, looking at Hua Jieyu. With 2 participants from the Barren State making it to the top 10 of 9-state forum, no one dared question the powers of those from the Barren State anymore. Hua Jieyu returned to where the Barren State was, and everyone turned their eyes to the remaining top 10. They were Xia Yi and Yi Guhong of the Summer State, Zhuge Yi and Ji Hua of Qi State, Yaya of Eastern State, Chu Xiang of Cloud State, Wu Bei and Maluo of War State, Yu Shang and Hua Jieyu of the Barren State. Participants from Feng State, Ocean State, and Yu State were all eliminated. Everyone from all over the 9 states on the grandstands watched the last remaining 10, feeling ripples in their minds. It's really unexpected that the only one remaining from the Eastern State in the top 10 is actually one not from a sacred ground, and furthermore, it's a brat. Saint Shihua looked at Yaya and said in exasperation. Both Hua Yunshu of Shihua Sacred Mountain and Zhou Yu of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were both hopefuls meant to take 2 spots in top 3, but they were unable to even make it to the top 10. The Barren State, which hasn't participated in the 9-state forum for many years, actually has 2 in the top 10 now. The Sky Saint smiled and said, "Geniuses are born all over the 9 states all the time. It wouldn't be spectacular if the state of affairs wasn't as such." Lu Zong, who was standing behind Saint Shihua, said with a smile. He took a look at Yu Shang. No one back in the Chess Saint Villa had anticipated that both he and Hua Jieyu, people who stood right beside Yi Futian, were so exceptional. He was not the only who hadn't anticipated it. All 9 students of the Chess Saint had not expected this either. They thought Yi Futian's breaking the Celestial Dragon chess game had been a miracle in itself. However, Yu Shang had taken 1 place in the top 10 of the 9-state forum as an incredibly powerful fighter. Such immense talent was deeply moving. It seemed that there was to be another important figure discovered in the future. With the last 10 remaining in the 9-state forum, who do you think will be able to make it to the top 3, and who will be the champion? The Sky Saint smiled and asked the people of all 9 states. The final battle was right around the corner, so the Sky Saint thought it would be rather amusing to guess the final rankings of that year's 9-state forum. "What do you think, Sky Saint?" the Great Zhou Sacred King asked. "The top 3 will probably people include Xia Yi, Zhuge Yi, Yu Shang, Yaya, and Wu Bei. As for the champion, that would be a tough guess." The Sky Saint replied with a smile. It was apparent that he looked forward to the performance of the 5 he mentioned. Xia Yi was a member of the Xia clan, while Zhuge Yi was a member of the Jixia Holy Palace. He, like Yu Shang, had eliminated 2 people from their last rounds. Yu Shang and Yaya were obvious enough as well, while Wu Bei's palm of Mahavarakana was insanely strong and powerful. Ji Hua was powerful as well, but the conflict between Yu Shang and Ji Hua meant only one of them capable of making it any further, and the Sky Saint had higher hopes for Yu Shang. "Yu Shang, huh? Why not Yi Guhong or Ji Hua?" the king asked. Yi Guhong was an incredible genius of the 9-state college, while Ji Hua's light powers meant that despite Yu Shang's powerful defense, the overwhelming difference in speed meant that he would end up being suppressed by Ji Hua. "I also agree with the words of the king," Why don't you think my junior, Ji Hua, has a better chance? A slender young man with a brilliant bearing and an incredible genius at the Hall of Holy Light's corner, who seemed to be shining with a sliver of holy light all about him, looked at the Sky Saint and asked, "The sword of holy light is unparalleled in terms of offense, capable of breaking any physical defense. Yushang might be very powerful, but I still believe that my junior Ji Hua will come out on top. He might even be one of the top 3. As a student of the Hall of Holy Light and one training in the rules of light, it was only a given for him to be confident of his own powers." "Is that so?" The Sky Saint smiled and looked at the Xia State corner. He asked, "What do you think? Xia Yi will probably be able to make it to top 3. A mighty one from the Xia clan smiled and said, "For the top 3, I'd be more partial to Xia Yi, Yi Guhong, and Zhuge Yi." An elder from the 9 State College said. Yi Guhong was one of their own, and Xia Yi was a member of the Xia clan, while Zhuge Yi was from the Jixia Holy Palace. All of those places were incredibly renowned sacred grounds, and he thought them to have better chances. "Don't you think you've underestimated the student of our Luoho Palace a little too much?" A mighty one from the Luoho Palace said plainly. "Maluo's powers are by no means weak, and he just got overlooked like that? That's bullshit." A rude voice was heard at the same time. Many looked rather irritated, and the great figures of the 9 states discussed. "There is actually someone here talking in such a rude manner? What would that be?" Everyone's eyes turned to look at the grandstands behind the people of the Barren State. An old man was seen blowing his beard and glaring. "Our Yaya will be number 1. The people of the 9 states turned to look at the old man. "Yaya number 1? He really knows how to talk big indeed. Yaya might be powerful, but she is still a brat. Becoming number 1 won't be that easy." "You seem very confident." Saint Shihua smiled and said, having no intention of being petty with that old man. "Yaya, if you get anything but number 1, I'll marry you off to someone when we get back to the village." The old man threatened Yaya. Everyone looked at the old man, feeling speechless. Back to the village? Marrying her off? While Yaya was not actually pretty, she was quite good-looking, and her talents were undoubtedly frightening, being so powerful at the tender age of around 15. If she were to be married off to someone, sacred grounds from all over the 9 states would have probably fought for her. "Chief, even if I'd agree to that, someone would have to be willing to marry me." Yaya looked at the old man and said, "Ahem." The old man blew his beard and glared again. "That truly is a problem indeed. Man, those two." Many were speechless. Where did these 2 weirdos come from? And what village is that old man a chief of? "What do you think, Palace Lord Yi?" Zhouye from the corner of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty asked Yi Futian. When Zhou Yu and Yushang fought before, he thought Zhou Yu would have been able to win against Yushang. But Zhou Yu was quite literally crushed instead. Yi Futian took a look at the battlefield, shaking his head and said, "Hard to say indeed. Are you afraid of offending the guests from other states, Palace Lord Yi?" Zhouye smiled and said, "Yi Futian should be incredibly faithful in Yushang." Yi Futian looked up at Zhouye. The king asked as well, "It's all right to voice your speculations. Let us all hear it. It's all in good fun after all." "All right." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. "I think the final battle of this year's 9-state forum will be fought between Yushang and Yaya. The one who wins will become the champion. As for the 3rd place, everyone else has a fair chance at it." Many were dumbfounded hearing Yi Futian's words. He truly is confident. Yushang and Yaya fighting for number and the winner to become the champion. So he's overlooking everyone else? While Yushang was indeed incredibly powerful, it was still unknown if he was truly powerful enough to become the champion. The same went for Yaya. Yi Futian had actually speculated that the 2 of them would be the ones fighting in the final battle. "It seems that you, Palace Lord Yi, are getting increasingly confident in Yushang's powers." A mighty one from the Xia clan looked at Yi Futian and smiled. Yi Futian's words, while not enough to actually anger the great figures of the 9 states, showed their opinions were different. "Well then, let the final stage begin," Saint Shihua said at that moment. The atmosphere seemed to have changed when he announced that. Countless eyes turned to stare at the forum stage. The ultimate battles in the 9-state forum had finally arrived. Even the elder who had been hosting the event at the edge of the forum stage looked solemn and serious as he looked at the last 10 remaining in the vast battlefield. He then said, "Stand up and circle the stage. Take your places in the battle area." The 10 all walked up and circled the forum stage as soon as he finished. The 10 mighty ones all took their corners, which were no longer divided by where they were from. The battles between the top 10 are no longer how battles were done before. All participants may fight anyone they wish. There is only one rule. No forming any massive alliances to gang up on one particular participant. You are free to do as you wish otherwise, and there is no order in the battles. You are even free to withdraw should you see yourself unable to continue. The rest are free to continue battling right away. The first to be eliminated will be ranked last, while the last one standing on the forum stage will be the champion. The elder announced the rules of the final battles officially. Everybody held their breath. A battle royale between 10 without rules other than not ganging up on one participant. It's a free-for-all, and everyone can all fight at the same time if they wish. If they are unable to take down their opponents, they are even allowed to stop. When I announce for the battles to begin, enter your fighting states. The round is only considered finished once you all have fought to the last man standing. The elder looked at everyone else and continued, "Now, let the final battles of the 9-state forum begin." A formless air shrouded the entire vast space as soon as he finished. The forum stage looked incredibly empty. 10 participants stood in 10 corners and their clothes billowed with the wind. Every one of them had powerful aura shimmering, as if fights were about to happen at any second. Boom! An incredibly heavy sound was heard. Everyone turned their eyes and saw Xianxia step onto the forum stage. Dark golden lights coursed through his body, and an incredibly violent aura emanated from him. His Dozhan body coalesced, making him look like a god of war. Xianxia was the first one to come out and fight. The eyes of many turned to another corner, where Jihua of the Hall of Holy Light stood. It was apparent that Xianxia's target was Jihua. Both of them were to have a Clash of Titans showdown right there in the final round. Dazzling light coursed about Jihua's body, blinding the eyes of others. He waved his hand and a row of swords of holy light appeared before him, encasing his surroundings. Boom! Xianxia's arms trembled and streaks of light burst through his body as he opened his acupoints, flowing through his arms, legs, and torso. His blood boiled and he was in very high spirits. However, the swords of holy light appeared right before Xianxia before he was able to make a move, cutting his body like streaks of light. The light around Xianxia's body coursed, and he shouted as he raised both of his arms, blasting golden flashes of his fists, which tore through the space and shattered all the swords of holy light. However, there were still a few that made it past and managed to crack him. Jihua's expression was cold. Seeing how the swords of holy light were incapable of breaking Xianxia's battle form, he extended both arms. Rules of light coalesced in a frenzy before him instantly, shining with incredibly dazzling light as swords materialized in the air, ringing loudly between his arms. "Go!" Jihua uttered a single cold line. The beams of light tore through the space as soon as he finished. Xianxia's body was blasted by tremendously powerful attacks in the form of beams of intense light at the very next moment. The beams shone intensely as the swords kept blasting onto Xianxia, and cracks grew increasingly numerous. His battle form finally blew up with a huge boom, making many of the spectators tremble. The people of the Hall of Holy Light had their reasons for being so confident in Jihua. Jihua then infused the rules of light within the swords, bringing frightening power to bear. What was more terrifying was that those attacks were simply unavoidable, as no one could have moved faster than light. Only tremendously exceptional defense and attack would be able to contend with such attacks and carve a way out. The one on the receiving end of such attacks would definitely lose otherwise. The Hall of Holy Light naturally had its own strengths for being able to stand at the top of the 9 states for so many years and being renowned through the entire Qi state. The swords of holy light continued to blast on Xianxia. Many were shivering deep down. Will Xianxia lose this battle? At that moment, Xianxia's body seemed to be clad in a layer of dark golden armor. Slivers of terrifying dark aura circled his surroundings with his body at the center, devouring the powers around him in a frenzy. The swords of light continued to blast on his physical body, and violent metal-like clashes were heard. Yusheng's body was violently rattled and was being pushed backward, speaking volumes of the terrifying power of the attacks. Demonic aura swept throughout the place and devoured all powers around him, rendering the surrounding powers demonic. At that moment, Ji Hua felt as if he was fighting a devil. He felt as if he was able to see a tall, imposing shadow of a devil appearing in his mind, and there was no way he was able to resist it. Kill, kill, kill! Ji Hua shouted furiously, and his eyes were cold. His body was still blindingly gleaming. He refused to believe that he was unable to bring Yusheng down. The swords of holy light continued hit Yusheng, and the swords dissipated bit by bit before they were able to actually pierce Yusheng's body. It was as if his body was devouring all the incoming attacks. Ji Hua's expression turned extremely ugly. He saw a terrifying power of storm whipped up around Yusheng. Yusheng's battle form was materialized once again in his image, growing increasingly huge. Dark golden light coursed above his battle form, with rules of light vaguely seen imbued in it. Boom! Yusheng stepped forward with a loud rumble. Ji Hua looked incredibly troubled as his body continued to emanate dazzling light, yet he was seen backing off. At that moment, terrifying aura flowed about in the air, and devil halberds imbued with incredible power streaked through the air from above, locking the space around Ji Hua. Ji Hua responded by bursting with even brighter holy light, yet Yusheng took another step on the ground, his arms extended in the air. His huge battle form lashed out with 2 punches. In an instant, thousands of flashes of the fist burst through the air, blocking out the sky and encasing a huge part of the space within. The golden fists were surprisingly covered with power of rules of light and were extremely fast. It seemed as if Ji Hua's swords of holy light attacks were being used on the fists coming at him. Many were shocked to see the dazzling scene unfolding before them. Swords of holy light manifested in a frenzy around Ji Hua, yet he was still entirely drowned by the shadows of the fists. The light on Yusheng's battle form shot to the heavens, and the boundless flashes of his fists continued to pummel their intended target. Eventually, a flash of the first managed to land on Ji Hua's body, rattling him violently and making him spit blood from his mouth. Ji Hua was shocked at the moment. His attacks had been incredibly powerful, yet they proved incapable of busting his opponent's defenses. In contrast, his opponent was able to severely injure him with just 1 strike. So this is what a cultivator who dedicates himself to body refinement looks like. I yield, Ji Hua said. However, even with the words said, he continued to be pummeled by the punches and was sent flying to the edge of the forum stage, falling hard to ground while continuing to spew blood. Yusheng had only stopped attacking by then, and his battle form dissipated. However, everyone who watched the fight continued to be rattled deep within. The first battle among the top 10 ended with Yusheng winning. His tremendously overbearing power enabled him to defeat Ji Hua of the Hall of Holy Light. He truly defies all conventions, having refined his body to such extents. Many great figures said to themselves looking at Yusheng, it was not that one could simply achieve such levels of strength by dedicating themselves to body refinement. Ji Hua's swords of holy light were so powerful that even the most genius of body refinement cultivators would have been defeated. It was, however, unfortunate that he encountered Yusheng, one whose art in body refinement was simply godlike. The mighty ones of the Hall of Holy Light were completely speechless. Ji Hua's powers had been tremendous, but still, he had been thrown off the stage of the top 10 by Yusheng in the very first battle. Countless eyes at the grandstands turned to look at Yusheng. Ji Hua was yet another top-class genius to be thrown off the forum stage by Yusheng. Just how many formidable geniuses have lost to Yusheng already? Yusheng is just like a walking embodiment of malice. Anyone who dares to mess with him will end up being thrown out of the stage. Hua Yunshu, Zhou Yu, Ji Hua, all of whom were unparalleled figures of their generation. All of whom were crushed by Yusheng. Who will be the next to fall by his hands? A pair of cold eyes were seen glaring at Yusheng on the forum stage. His body was clad in terrifying aura, and he was none other than the most powerful student of the Luoho Palace, Maluo. His powers were incredibly frightening as well, and the arts he practiced were similar to Yushang's in the sense that it was demonic. Demonic arts, devouring rules. However, Yushang's rules were a mutated form of devouring rules, demonizing rules, which was even more overbearing and violent. The battle between Yushang and Ji Hua made Mo Luo extremely excited, as if he had found his prey. Aside from wanting to be crowned champion of the event, a person like him was on the stage wanting to fight the most powerful of participants in all of the 9 states, clashing with the very best. An extremely powerful being would only make them extremely excited, and Maluo was indeed in such a state of excitement. He would not have felt fear just because Yushang was powerful. The way he behaved was like a beast that smelled blood. His shivering cold eyes were focused on Yushang as he clad himself in demonic might. Slivers of dark aura swept through his surroundings as Maluo approached Yushang. The elder had made it clear in the announcement before the final stage of the 9-state forum began that the process of battling would continue until there was the last man standing. There was no need for salutations and greetings. So long as none of the participants were allying with each other to gang up on a participant, he was allowed to kick Yushang out anytime he wished, even if Yushang was severely injured. As such, he simply approached Yushang. Maluo is going to fight Yushang. Many turned their eyes to the forum stage. Every single remaining participant on that stage was the most terrifyingly talented of geniuses to be found, and that one had a particular crazed fixation for martial arts. Maluo knew well what Yushang was capable of, but he did not hesitate for a single second to pick Yushang as his opponent. Yushang burst forth with his dispersed powers once again. Dark golden lights shimmered, and his battle form appeared. Beams of light shot through his body and filled him with boundless power. Yi Fuyan, who was on the grandstands, felt rather speechless. Even a being like Yushang must have been exhausted having to fight consecutive battles like that. None of those whom he fought before, Zhou Yu, Hua Yunshu, Ji Hua, had been weaklings. All of them had been the best the 9 states had to offer. And at that very moment, Maluo went up to Yushang. Dark demonic aura extended to his surroundings and turned into arms. A terrifying, ferocious-looking demonic figure appeared behind Maluo, making him look like a demon king with 3 heads and 6 arms, which looked extremely ugly. The arms of that horrific figure all went to grab Yushang at the same time. Yushang extended his hand with a cold expression, and a dark golden bat leaks appeared, carrying terrifying power of rules. The arms reached out to grab Yushang, yet he was seen taking a single step forward, shaking the ground as he took flight. He swung his bat leaks right afterward, and as how one would split logs, an arm was split down the middle by the attack, leaving little to the imagination. However, Maluo seemed unfazed, sending more arms to grab Yushang's body. Yushang charged straight into the mass of arms and kept swinging about with the axe in his hands, creating a bloodbath right there and then. At the very same time, Wu Bei of the Vajra region of War State put his hands together and said, "We shouldn't be sitting around and looking." He stepped out as soon as he finished and walked towards Chu Xiang of the great Chu clan of Cloud State. Incredibly dazzling golden ancient Buddha appeared as Wu Bei lowered his head, chanting his mantras. Buddhist voices were heard throughout the air soon, and the shadows of Buddhas appeared in the air, blocking out the sky and shrouding the entire space. Chu Xiang continued walking out, looking imposing and dashing with his robe billowing, even without any wind. Streams of formidable power burst and an incredibly huge thing appeared behind him. A demon ape of great strength. The demon beast had truly existed, possessing great strength and was a natural-born king of sheer power. Members of the great Chu clan were versed in such godly powers. Their sheer strength was known to be indisputable. The Buddhist voice was getting increasingly intense, shaking the entire space while that demon ape of great strength roared, shaking its surroundings with its voice. The entire space was vibrating as one Buddha after another descended from above, bringing their palm attacks to bear on the ground below, heading for Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang was entirely unfazed. The demon ape of great strength extended its hand and shook its surroundings by clashing with the palms of the Buddhas, and the two sides crumbled at the same time. The Buddhist voice, however, got increasingly loud. The light of the ancient Buddha shone brightly behind Wu Bei, and a sun appeared, a signal of the all Buddhas returning to the source. Of course, other than them, Wu Bei's immensely strong and forceful attacks were also incredibly formidable as well. Their surroundings shook violently and intense fires burned. The palm of Mahavarakana descended from the heavens with a force to crush everything beneath it as it went for Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang seemed to have merged with the demon ape of great strength, his life spirit as a single being wielding a spear in his hand. Streaks of flashes of the spear tore through the space before him. Boom! Chu Xiang stepped forward with a loud rumble, and his body charged forward. The Overlord's spear in his hand was wielded in an imposing manner and lashed out at the incoming palm of Mahavarakana. The demon ape roared, shaking the air, and cracks appeared. The palm of Mahavarakana crumbled and Chu Xiang's body was thrown back to the ground. Even so, the spectators from the 9 states felt themselves trembling. These people are indeed the top 10. Wu Bei's palm of Mahavarakana was blocked. The sheer godly strength of Chu Xiang of the Great Chu clan and the overbearing art of the Overlord spear proved capable of fighting Wu Bei toe-to-toe. The others in the other corners moved. Xiayi stood before Zhuge Yi and said, "Your reputation as a member of the Xianxia Holy Palace precedes you in all of Qi State, and I'd like to have a match with you." "After you," Zhuge Yi returned the courtesy. Power aura emanated from both of them. Xiayi's body was encircled by 9 dragons. The air of the true dragons shrouded the air, and the roar of the dragons resonated with the heavens and the earth. 5 huge ancient symbols appeared behind Zhuge Yi and took their respective corners, turning into powers of the 5 elements. He waved both arms, and all powers of the 5 elements in his surroundings were rendered under his control and made their mark in the air. 5 elemental doors appeared one after another and flew towards Xiayi at breakneck speed. Xiayi moved his arms and lashed out with a martial art technique. Every single move melded with the great ways of the world as he mobilized the powers of his surroundings. Dragon roars were heard, and one shadow of dragons after another circled in the air around Xiayi, giving birth to extremely frightening power of rules. Shadows of treasured towers appeared on the marked doors surrounding them, flying downwards with the doors, heading for Xiayi. When the marked doors were near Xiayi, the circling aura of dragons formed an extreme form of repelling power, stunning off the marked doors which were about to attack, rattling the doors enough to make crisp creaking noises. Xiayi's repelling rules. The spectators' eyes sparkled. Xiayi was versed in 2 rules of powers, attracting and repelling, which were capable of bringing frightening power to bear when used proficiently in battle. At the moment, Zhuge Yi's attacks using the 5 elements were utterly incapable of getting close. The battle between both of them attracted countless eyes from the audience. Those 2 are Xiayi of Xia Clan and Zhuge Yi, the hidden genius of Xianxia Holy Palace. Who among them will win the fight? Zhuge Yi continued to craft marks with his hands, and the marked doors surrounding Xiayi in the air continued to emanate dazzling lights as they formed a unified formation. Xiayi raised his arm all of a sudden. A dragon shadow descended from above with a roar. The huge dragon shadow appeared in the air and snatched several of the doors in the air. The dragon clapped and the snatched doors shattered in an instant. Zhuge Yi remained unfazed. The ring of light of the 5 elements shone even more brilliantly. More doors appeared in the air in an instant. Doors appeared beneath Xiayi's legs, which were materialized from the power of the 5 elements. Xiayi became surrounded by dazzling marked doors quickly, isolating him from his surroundings. An incredibly terrifying holy dragon's shadow shot up when Xiayi saw that happen. He waved his arms and an even more terrifying might burst. Storms of dragon shadows whipped up, encasing the entire space. The marked doors seemed to be shrouded by that power as well, flying towards Xiayi's body after being put under control by the attracting rules. This aura. Many were shaking deep down. It was just too powerful. It was said that the great figures of the Xia clan had practiced their methods to the extreme, enabling both attracting and repelling forces to complement each other, controlling everything in the world. It was said that the methods they trained in were taught by Emperor Xia himself, a form of qigong capable of manipulating the surroundings, with every breath, shaking the world around them. Yi Guhong and Yaya are fighting as well. The pupils of many grew wide as Yi Guhong was seen attacking Yaya in another corner of the battlefield. Many great figures said before that the people of the 9 states were in the opinion that Yaya had a better chance of coming out on top instead of the top-class genius of the 9-state college, Yi Guhong. Yi Guhong intended to show the world just what kind of a place the 9-state college was. His eyes were locked onto Yaya. His eyes emanated intensely frightening power, as if he was able to cut things down just by casting his gaze alone. When Yaya turned to look at him, she surprisingly felt a kind of power encroaching her spiritual will, bringing formidable force to bear. Her eyes sparkled, and in the next moment, the face that had looked rather naive turned bone-chillingly cold. Her eyes looked incredibly deep, as if she intended to swallow Yi Guhong's eyes with her eye sorcery zone. Yi Guhong's body shivered all of a sudden as if he had seen something frightening. His eyes could not help but contract, staring straight ahead. A doomsday scene was unfolding in his mind. There was a cemetery with countless swords were stabbed into the ground, as if the place was a cemetery of swords. A blood-colored sword was seen in front. Yaya's silhouette seemed to be standing there and staring at him. The blood-colored sword swung straight at Yi Guhong. He felt as if his body had been cut into 2 by the sword, from top to bottom. No! Yi Guhong yelled and broke free of the realm he was trapped in, preventing himself from getting completely shackled within. He would have died with that eye sorcery zone otherwise. At that moment, Yi Guhong came to truly realize how terrifying it had been for those who had been defeated by Yaya before. That brat is a demon. Upon the forum stage, for battles erupted simultaneously, which caused a flurry of excitement so that no one knew just which one to focus on. Yushang and Maluo, Wubei versus Chu Xiang, Xia Yi of the Xia clan against Zhuge Yi of Jixia Holy Palace. The fight between Yi Guhong, the top contender from 9-state college, and Yaya. Any one of these battles would rock the audience to the core, much less all 4 happening at once. What's wrong with Yi Guhong? His attacks seem to have stopped, and he doesn't look so good. Many looked at Yi Guhong and marveled. Eye sorcery. The 2 of them are fighting using eye sorcery. Yi Guhong might be under some terrible attacks. Some guessed. Was Yaya really that dangerous? In the grandstand area, the old village chief was the picture of calm as he watched the battle between Yaya and Yi Guhong. Even though there were many excellent candidates in this year's 9-state forum, and there were some top geniuses within the top 10, to find someone who would subdue Yaya was still a tough task. After all, from a theoretical perspective, this girl was unbeaten by all the nobles and was literally invincible. Careful! In the direction of Xia State, someone from 9-state college let out a low cry. They saw Yaya disappear right where she was standing and reappear in front of Yi Guhong, still pointing with just the one finger. Yi Guhong concentrated all his power to defend against the power of this one finger. Nevertheless, his defense crumbled to nothing, and the instant the fingertip landed on his brow chakra, Yi Guhong's face paled. If Yaya had willed, this one fingertip could end him for good. Yi Guhong lifted his head to look at the girl and saw that her pupils were abysmal and dreadful. He felt a coldness penetrating through him, so unshakably strong. Spatial rule. So many people on the grandstand moved their attention to Yaya. She hopped through the expanse with one step, not with speed but with the power of spatial rules, just like shifting in space, disregarding distance and space to descend in from of Yi Guhong. Who was this girl? Many eyes were attracted by the battle between Yaya and Yi Guhong, and all shared an expression of misgiving. Was there already a winner and loser? Could someone as strong as Yi Guhong be defeated so quickly? Yaya still appeared indifferent. After defeating Yi Guhong, she turned around and glanced the battlefield. She Hua Jieyu alone without any challengers. Yaya levitated and drifted toward Hua Jieyu. Likewise, Hua Jieyu stared at the oncoming opponent. Life spirit bloomed and exploded with tremendous telekinesis, encompassing the expanse. But when her eyes met Yaya, she felt as she was sinking, just as Yi Guhong had, into a horrific scene. The sword mound stood like Armageddon, the boundless sharp sword thrust in the grave. The bloody sword stared at her, slowly chopping away her will. Hua Jieyu released her telekinesis rule power to the utmost, controlling the powers between heaven and earth, and the spell of godly creation of all things unfolded once again. An ancient god stood skyward, and this ancient thunder god seemed to have thousands of arms, reaching through the expanse to launch an attack at Yaya. A scene of the apocalypse manifested between heaven and earth. The hands of the ancient god turned into thundering lightning and landed on Yaya, thrusting through her body, aimed toward her crown. Hua Jieyu intended to strike her will, but all she found was that bloody sword. Cut! Yaya spit, and the sword erected upon the grave started to chime. At the same time, boundless sword chi traversed the expanse, hacking at the ancient god. Immediately, Hua Jieyu paled. Her willpower was being smashed and chopped. The body of the ancient god shook violently and started to crack. With a loud boom, the ancient god burst open. The spell of godly creation of all thing was repelled. "Nay, you better get off," said Yaya to Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu looked at the girl in front of her, feeling a slight sense of defeat. She glanced at Yushang, wondering if he could win against this magical girl. She turned and swiftly joined Yifutian at the grandstand area. Yifutian looked up and smiled at her, pulling her to sit next to him. "Don't be discouraged. This girl is a bit tricky, you did well." If Hua Jieyu were to fight against others, she had a chance. But with Yaya, there was no doubt of the outcome, which he already knew. Otherwise, he would not have predicted that the final battle would be between Yaya and Yushang. Hua Jieyu nodded lightly, glanced at the girl on the forum stage, then directed her beautiful eyes at Yifutian. "Her spiritual will is very unusual." "How?" Yifutian looked at Hua Jieyu. A flash went through Hua Jieyu's eyes. She secretly transmitted her voice to Yifutian. Yifutian's pupils contracted imperceptibly, and he turned his attention once again to Yaya on the forum stage. He certainly knew Yaya was exceptional, but he didn't expect that it would be her spiritual will. Then it was possible that she, at this time on the forum, another battle has come to an end. Maluo was knocked to the edge of the forum by Yushang. There was a frightful trail of blood upon him. He was defeated. Turning around, Yushang's eyes fixed upon Yaya. He was about to step forward. "Yushang." Just then, a voice was transmitted into his ears. It was Yifutian. Yushang looked up at the grandstand area and heard Yifutian say, "Leave her for the end." In the final battlefield of 9-state forum, Yushang and Yaya ought to be the strongest too. There was no need to hasten the final conflict. A terribly loud clanging was heard. Wu Bei and Chu Xiang separated. Both possessed secret yet dreadful offensive powers and techniques. It turned out they were equal in prowess, and there was not yet a winner. There was still an ancient Buddha standing behind Wu Bei, and various illusions of the divine Buddha appeared. Behind Chu Xiang, there was an unimaginably savage, forceful demonic ape, with the overlord spear in hand, looking indomitable. They glared at each other, unsure if one could vanquish the other, and then they scanned the other battle stage. Even as they were battling, they were aware of the results of the other battles. Yaya was a bit demonic. Yushang defeated Maluo. Zhiga Yi was still fighting with Xia Yi. Bang! A loud sound. Chu Xiang abandoned Wu Bei and went directly towards Yushang. He wanted to feel which one of them was stronger. From the firmament, the terrifying demonic ape behind Chu Xiang descended from the sky, holding the overlord spear like a deity coming down to earth. An immense power of pressure descended along with it. A savage storm surrounded Yushang, his clothing fluttering wildly. A dreadful demonic might surged forth. Gloomy golden rays weaved with demonic might upon Yushang. At once, Yushang appeared to have donned the demonic armor. An illusion of the demon manifested and merged with Yushang's body, and he seemed to have become even taller, muscular, and omnipotent. Yushang's arms trembled, and rays pierced through his body. An endless power exploded. The devilish illusion raised both arms, aiming at the overlord's spear that was heading toward him. The spear crushed down with immense vigor, but a pair of demonic mighty hand prints plunged down and then closed together, accompanied by a horrendously loud boom. The overlord's spear was thus clamped by the palms. Suspended in the expanse, Chu Xiang watched the scene unfolded with chills. His terrible strike was blocked by the opponent's palms. The palms suddenly clapped abruptly, and the Overlord spear continued its momentum downward, grinding along the palms. Chu Xiang seemed to have transformed into the mighty demonic ape, smashing down from the firmament. Bang! With the loud boom, the Overlord spear found its way to the front of Yushang, but Yushang had shot up with the wings of devil appearing behind him. The next instant, both of his arms punched forward and collided with the incoming Chu Xiang. The hearts of many pounded. The scene before them resembled the collision between a humongous invincible demon ape and a demon god. The instant they made contact, a frightening hurricane started between heaven and earth, sweeping through the surrounding area. Everyone saw Chu Xiang hurled toward the sky, and the wings of devil fluttered behind Yushang, taking him up, chasing after Chu Xiang. His two arms cleft open the firmament, attacking with madness. Palm after palm of devil fist tore through the space, heading straight toward Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang growled and confronted Yushang's power straight ahead. Boom! 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 Heavy loud booms exploded between heaven and earth. Everyone saw Chu Xiang go higher until finally, an aurora from the fist pierced through the expanse and blasted Chu Xiang toward even higher altitude. Chu Xiang's strength still failed. The hearts of many quivered. That figure of demon god had peerless power. The wings of devil vibrated. And without stopping, Yushang hurled his terrible body toward Wu Bei. Webii seemed to have anticipated that, waiting for this moment. The sound of Buddha enfolded the space. The gods of heaven appeared upon the firmament and blasted out the great Buddha handprint. Yushang stopped in the expanse arrogantly, wings vibrating, eyes fixed upon the blazing Buddha handprint with terrifying demonic will lingering in his eyes. With gloomy, golden rays coursing within his body, Yushang stood in the expanse quietly, without evasion. Presently, his body melted with the Buddha pure body and became demonic pure body, with dreadful light screens flowing around him. When the palms blasted down, loud booms were heard, and everyone beheld the enormous body of the demonic god remained standing like an unbreakable statue. Everyone's pupils contracted. Wu Bei's body seemed to be engraved in gold, the Vajra incorruptible body from the Vajra region, widely known as indestructible. However, Yushang, standing opposite of Wu Bei, seemed to also be in possession of an indestructible body, but his was the gloomy, golden demonic pure body, a strength completely opposite to that of Wu Bei's. Wu Bei's strength was comparable to Chu Xiang, and Chu Xiang was defeated by Yushang, so Wu Bei has almost no chance of winning, many thought. The prowess of Yushang was shocking. Undoubtedly, he would be included into the top 4 strongest, and even the top 3 was now just a step away. Countless Buddhas appeared and prayed along with the candle Buddha, chanting in sound of Buddha. The great sun was suspended in the sky, burning it all. The apotropaic palm of Mahavakana radiated intense light, swooping down on Yushang. Palms together, eyes closed, Wu Bei continued to chant in sound of Buddha, as if to concentrate all his power within this one strike. In an attempt to upend Yushang, Yushang's arms tremored, dark air streams coursing through the space, the endless power of heaven and earth seeming to have gathered within him. He lifted his arms, and monstrous demonic light concentrated upon them. When the palm of Mahavakana slaughtered toward him, his wings trembled, and his body turned into a ray of light fluxed toward the palm. His arms raised to attack and brought the countless demonic air currents between heaven and earth with them. It settled upon the fists, blasting forth as if to blast apart the space. A terrible hurricane formed ahead, resembling a black hole that could swallow everything. The masculine and bright palm of Mahavakana collided with Yushang's fists. Glaring rays made it hard for the eyes to open. Dark and bright lights effloresced. Everyone scrutinizing the battlefield saw that the figure of the demonic god penetrated through the palm of Mahavakana, like a dark ray rushing against Wu Bei, and with that momentum, dispatched a strike. As the fist made contact, Wu Bei felt the entire power of the universe land with it. Cracks started appearing on the brilliant Vajra pure body and then broken into pieces. Wu Bei's body was thrown as he spit up blood. It's still the same method of battle, but stronger than before. On the grandstand, everyone's attention was fixated on Yusheng. In the battle of the top 10, Yusheng alone defeated 4 of them: Jihua, Maluo, Chuxiang, and Wubei. 4 geniuses were all defeated by him alone. This signified his powerful stance. Ultimate body, ultimate power. Even the talented cultivators of the Vajra region and Chuxiang of the Great Chu clan were all beneath him. One power expelled all methods. It was the ultimate power that could create the universe. Natural cultivator for body enhancement and natural possessor of the juggernaut, said some dignitaries from the grandstand, amazed that such incredible talent was born out of the barren state and not theirs. Many notable figures among the 9 state sacred lands had a mind to treasure such talent, wondering if they could recruit him to join their own sacred land. Indeed, it was a bit of a waste for Yusheng to cultivate in the barren state, which was weak and disadvantaged. It would make his journey to becoming a saint a difficult one. His chance would be augmented if he chose to cultivate in a prestigious sacred land. Now, upon the forum stage, only 4 remained. Yaya, Yusheng, and Xiayi still battling Zhuge Yi. If their battle would yield a winner, then the top 3 would present itself. The top 3 would be standing on the apex. Would the final battle really be as Yi Futian predicted, between Yusheng and Yaya? Many looked toward the direction of the barren state grandstand, staring at Yi Futian. Yusheng was already exhibiting an aptitude for the divine path and could very well be sainted while still remaining in a physical body. Such rare talents were hard to come by in other sacred lands of the 9 state. To reach the apex of 9 state forum, by what good fortune should the barren state possess such disciple? Many also remembered the interest surrounding Yi Futian, the leader of the barren state. Could his talent really tower over that of Yusheng? Many had their doubts. After all, Yusheng was certainly powerful. Suppose Yi Futian could not overpower Yusheng. Then there was no reason for Yusheng to remain in the Holy Ji Palace at the barren state to cultivate. The result is almost here. At this instant, in the midst of the battlefield, the battle between Xia Yi and Zhuge Yi exploded in luminous light, as if to announce the final confrontation. Xia Yi and Zhuge Yi were both extremely strong competitors, especially Xia Yi. Because he hailed from the Xia clan, many counted Xia Yi as a possible candidate in the contest for the 9 state forum. However, after his exhibition of strength, Zhuge Yi of the Jixia Holy Palace was also considered to be a likely contender. The clash between those two might prove to be the most provocative battle of all. Yaya and Yusheng, though strong, were paired with opponents that were obviously weaker than them. But if a fight were to erupt between Yaya and Yusheng, it would certainly surpass the battle between Xia Yi and Zhuge Yi. But for now, neither Yaya nor Yusheng moved. They stood in their own positions and watched the engagement between their peers take place. At this instant, the stage upon which the combatants stood had been violently changed. A multitude of true dragons surrounded Xia Yi's body, enveloping a vast void while gravity and repelling rules simultaneously activated between heaven and earth. Behind Xia Yi, there appeared an immense divine dragon, its sharp claws grasping towards the void. Suddenly the marked door that Zhuge Yi had released rushed towards Xia Yi from the skies, only to be shredded by the dragon's talons. Xia Yi seemed to have morphed the entire battlefield into the space of tailfeather rules, and the area now looked to be completely under his control. Xia Yi's strength grows as the fight draws on. Many of the onlookers trembled at the sight before their eyes. This was the Xia clan's all-universe flowing method, and it was extremely powerful. If the fight continued in this manner, Zhuge Yi would most likely be defeated, and Xia Yi would progress into the top 3 to compete with Yaya and Yusheng for the 9 States Forum's top position. From the Qi States delegation, the elderly man of the Jixia Holy Palace looked on calmly, unfazed by the proceedings. Perhaps many favored Xia Yi of the Xia clan, but there was still Yusheng and Yaya, both of whom many regarded as the strongest. This rare, once-in-a-lifetime prodigy who possessed the physique of the divine path from the Jixia Holy Palace would allow everyone present to witness what it meant to be a naturally born saint. Both of Zhuge Yi's hands crystallized to form the mark, and a wave of sound instantly began to echo between the earth and sky. Qi power of the 5 elements coursed wildly through the battlefield. Behind Zhuge Yi, the halo around the ancient symbols of the five elements became even more brilliant, and lines formed to connect the 5 rows of characters. Wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates gold, gold generates water, water generates wood. Thus the 5 elements are born. Thus, life is endless. The radiant light behind Zhuge Yi became brighter and brighter, and the 5 elements integrated into one before emitting a dazzling elemental halo. As the halo increased in size, it exuded the power of the 5 elements that could devour heaven and earth. Linear beams of light crossed and overlapped with one another, resembling the power of the 5 elements' grand way. Ha! The spectators looked surprised as Zhuge Yi's breath became stronger. The essence of his spirit seemed to transform. There was a flame flickering upon his brow chakra. Scintillating rays of light shot forth from his hands, feet, and chest. The 5 elements are born of heaven. There is no imperfection in the grand way, the elder of the Xianxia Holy Palace said proudly. This was the genius that had not been seen in Xianxia Holy Palace for more than 100 years. This time, at the 9 States Forum, there would be a stage for Zhuge Yi. Heaven, earth, thunder, wind, fire, water, mountain, lake. Zhuge Yi solidified the mark between his hands, and suddenly, the 8 great ancient characters were branded into a pattern with ever more dazzling rays, the patterns transforming and evolving with feverish speed as if to contain endless conversions. The 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. The hearts of the people trembled again. The pattern continued evolving, containing not only the power of the 5 elements, heaven, earth, thunder, wind, but also the power birthed from their interactions with one another. The 8 trigrams evolved as well, causing the engraved pattern to bloom endlessly with light, illuminating the entire area. Many people of the 9 states changed their countenance. Everyone could feel the transformation of Zhuge Yi. At this moment, with the qi rising and sublimating from his body, Zhuge Yi's very existence seemed unstoppable. He was layered in glory. With the engraved patterns of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams suspended in the sky, Zhuge Yi seemed like an elected privileged of the heavens who ruled over all. Even Xia Yi's aura seemed dim in comparison to Zhuge Yi's. Body of perfection, Saint Xihua said, his eyes sharp. Divine path was perfection, and the body of perfection was the body of a saint. Zhuge Yi gathered the elements together, and with life everlasting, created the 8 trigrams. Because the grand way was perfection, the 5 elements embodied a saint. The natural physique of a saint. It's unexpected that such a character should appear in Xianxia Holy Palace. It seems that the battle between the top 3 will be more interesting, Sky Saint said with a smile. This session's 9 States Forum was indeed strong beyond doubt. Xia Yi's strength alone should have been enough to compete for the top spot of the 9 States Forum, but this time, Xia Yi's position within the top 3 was uncertain. Metal, heaven hexagram, sword of innocence. A voice sounded, it was Zhuge Yi. As his voice fell, the boundless pattern behind him bloomed with an infinite golden brilliance, falling on top of Xia Yi as if the sword of heaven itself had descended to slay him. Xia Yi reacted, and his dragon screamed behind him. Sky and earth were shaken, and the ruthless rule of exclusion broke out. Golden rays fell from the sky to either part or crest backward but cascaded without bound to eventually cover the entire battlefield. With a loud roar, the true dragon leaped towards the sky, and Xia Yi rushed toward Zhuge Yi. Wherever he passed, the rule power reached its limit. Even the swords of the heavens were forced to divert away from him. Earth hexagram, prison of Terra. Zhuge Yi's black hair was flying as he spoke again, a pattern of light shining upon him while the power of the 5 elements within heaven and earth bloomed wildly. Around Xia Yi, a prison of light manifested itself and bound the space, trapping him within. Xia Yi continued to skyrocket within the prison with the all-universe flow method working, his arms blasting heaven and earth with intent to pierce through the prison while he rocked and shook the expanse. Earth mountain hexagram. Zhuge Yi continued to engrave, and the light of the pattern continued to bloom, dropping down like endless mountains to penetrate the field. Finally, the prison was broken, and Xia Yi was seen within, his long hair strewn about his shoulders, appearing slightly flustered. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and even his breath sounded weaker. Zhuge Yi gazed at Xiaoyi. He did not continue the attack. Xiaoyi returned the look. After a moment of thought, he finally said, "You won." He never thought that he would lose and be eliminated outside of the top 3. Nevertheless, he was truly defeated and there was no more doubt. Zhuge Yi's power was obviously greater than his. Therefore, he was more qualified to enter the top 3. It seemed that he made the mistake of underestimating the geniuses of the 9 states. When he returned home, he would need to reflect upon that. After this battle, the top 3 contenders of the 9-state forum had emerged. Yushang, Yaya, and Zhuge Yi. Countless eyes gazed at the 3 that remained upon the forum stage. 3 stunning, talented geniuses stood on the highest stage of the 9 states. I didn't expect there to be someone with the perfect divine path physique in Xianxia Holy Palace. It seems that, in the future, another figure of the Saint Plane will arise. A cultivator of the Xia clan commented. The 5 elements are perfect, but to be elevated to the Saint Plane, there still needs to be understanding and feeling, which all depend on his fortune. The cultivator of Xianxia Holy Palace said with a smile. But of course, Zhuge Yi is indeed a genius not to be had for centuries at our Xianxia Holy Palace. Everyone at the grandstand area was shocked to hear the dialogue between these 2. In the eastern state, Lu Zong was taught at Xihua Sacred Mountain by the 3 saints and was praised as the future saint whose divine path was long expected. Now, when Zhuge Yi of the Xianxia Holy Palace only qualified in the noble plane, could he deserve such high praise? Could it be that now Zhuge Yi had the power to vanquish Yushang and Yaya to triumph at the 9-state forum? All 3 were incredibly strong. Congratulations to the Xianxia Holy Palace for housing such a disciple. Saint Xihua smiled. It has been wonderful to see so many amazing talents here at the 9-state forum. In this forum's final battle, who do you all favor? Zhuge Yi was able to defeat Xiaoyi, so he has the opportunity to win, of course. But he must be able to defeat that magical girl. A cultivator of Xia clan said, apparently optimistic about Zhuge Yi and Yaya battling for first place at forum. Many of the others silently agreed. They thought that as incredibly strong as Yushang was, and even given his great talent, Yaya's genius was nearly demonic. Even Yi Guhong had been defeated by her. Zhuge Yi also exhibited unparalleled qualifications. As strong as he was, perhaps Yushang would still be able to rank 3rd. My thoughts also, the sacred king of Zhou piped up, and his eyes drifted toward Yifutian. Behind him, Zhou Ye and Zhou Zi also looked in the direction of the Barren State. This time around at the 9 States Forum, the Barren State had been basking in the limelight. Were Yushang to emerge as the winner, it might encourage Yifutian to be even more imperious. But now it might be difficult for Yushang to win. Yifutian looked on as he usually did, calmly watching the 3 contestants on the battle platform. At his side, Gu Donglu said, "It's hard to imagine the noble plane to possess this kind of strength. By comparison, I was far from it. Cultivation is an endlessly growing practice. Once 3rd brother was only in the Eastern Barren Territory. The situation was not the same. Zhuge Yi has been cultivating at Xianxia Holy Palace since birth. As for Yaya," Yifutian continued dispassionately, "if we were all to stay in the Eastern Barren Territory, we would not be here today." Gu Donglu nodded. All those from the Barren State behind him agreed that the 9-state forum this time affected them greatly. Zhuge Yi is a rare genius. If it wasn't for Yaya and Yushang showing up, he would be first place already. Gu Donglu whispered, "But not many are optimistic about Yushang's chances." Which disciples of the Barren State participating in this session's 9 States Forum have been favored? Yifutian said casually. The facts would be the best proof. Even if Zhuge Yi possessed the natural-born body of perfection for the divine path, what of it? As they were speaking, the 3 on the stage assembled into a triangular formation. Zhuge Yi stood proudly in the air. The power that had bloomed from his previous battle with Xiaoyi had not dissipated. He looked at the other 2, obviously prepared to continue fighting without reactivating the power. A terrible storm swept through the stage, gradually enclosing Yaya and Yushang within. Yaya glanced up at Zhuge Yi while Yushang stood quietly. None of them were moved. What does Zhuge Yi want to do? Many looked on intently. Could it be that he wanted to attack both opponents at the same time? Incomparably luminous patterns of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams encased Yaya and Yushang before surging downwards. Metal, Heaven Hexagram, Sword of Innocence. Zhuge Yi launched a simultaneous attack on both. The rules of the battle stated that 2 should not be against 1. Now that there were only 3 left, Zhuge Yi would rather let his opponents pick. Let Yaya and Yushang choose. Whoever decided to move first would be the one he'd fight. The Sword of Innocence fell, and neither Yaya nor Yushang moved. They stood quietly as if they did not see it. Brilliant energy emerged from Yaya's eyes as her hands stretched outwards, and the Sword of Innocence descended only to suddenly stop its movement before her. Time and space seemed to solidify. This? Many trembled in their hearts. This girl was too demonic. A terrible dark golden gust of air circulated around Yushang. Demonic light lingered around him, and then the true body emerged. The Sword of Innocence continuously blasted the true body before being engulfed and demonized. Just then, Yaya's hands stretched out, her shirt fluttering. The endless sword will between heaven and earth plunged, and the void seemed to darken. An ancient atmosphere began to manifest, and her eyes became ever more enchanted. When Zhuge Yi saw her eyes, he seemed to have sunk into the world of sorcery, and the bloody sword slammed into his spiritual will. Zhuge Yi's attitude changed slightly, the light of the 5 elements becoming even more resplendent, and his spirit was powered to the limit. In his mind, the spiritual will transformed into the pattern of the 5 elements, becoming indestructible. But then, Yaya stepped forward instinctively and that primordial breath descended. The endless sword ignored space and distance, landing in front of Zhuge Yi. Zhuge Yi's pupils contracted and his intent moved. Presently the pattern of the 5 elements flew directly in front of him, frantically rotating and expanding. Turned into a giant golden disc impossible to evade. Bang! 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 The sword penetrated, and cracks appeared on the disc, but they were constantly repaired by Zhuge Yi's astonishing defenses. Yaya did not continue the attack, but looked at Zhuge Yi instead and said, "Whichever one of you wins can fight me." This girl. Many were speechless and deeply shocked. Zhuge Yi had been similarly arrogant but still seemed unable to subdue her. Yaya had issued a direct challenge to whoever won between Zhuge Yi and Yushang. How presumptuous. Zhuge Yi took a long look at her, then turned his eyes to Yushang. "Get off the stage yourself." Yushang looked up and said to Zhuge Yi. As soon as he finished, the countless people at the grandstand area once again gathered their attention to the combatants. Was each one of them more impetuous than the last? Zhuge Yi possessed the naturally born saint's body of the 5 elements, with the grand way of perfection. He was praised by the illustrious of the 9 states as a future saint. Yaya told him to fight with Yushang so the victor could then battle her. Yushang told him to get off the stage. Was the saint of the grand way of perfection to be belittled in such a manner? Madness! Even those from Jixia Holy Palace on the grandstand couldn't tolerate it anymore. However strong Yushang was, his tone was too disparaging. For Zhuge Yi to get off on his own? Was to announce again that the final showdown of the 9-state forum would be between him and Yaya? Zhuge Yi's face turned green, his handsome countenance distorted by rage. As he walked, strength and force exploded from within him. He had eliminated Xia Yi, the strongest of the Xia state, and entered into the top 3 of the 9-state forum for the ultimate battle. His move to directly attack the 2 and, by doing so, select his next opponent was a demonstration of his strong self-confidence by declaring war on Yushang and Yaya, both strong competitors. But now, what was this? He was being completely ignored by these 2. This was simply intolerable. Boom! Even more violent breaths bloomed, and the vastness of the universe's power exploded on the forum stage, with Zhuge's body at the center from which it was concentrated. At this instant, Zhuge Yi seemed to be the only one between heaven and earth. 9-state forum would be his stage. Zhuge Yi gazed at Yushang. The vastness of the atmosphere roared between heaven and earth, echoing with the pattern of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams hanging behind him. Endless airflow coursed around Yushang and rumbled. The pattern behind him was getting brighter and brighter, and there were even patterns of light projecting down and falling on Yushang. Earth hexagram. Prison of Earth. Zhuge spat out the command in a cold voice. His spells used the formation of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams as bases. His power was great and oppressive. Instantly, prison appeared around Yushang, with his body as the center, intending on burying him, enclosing him within the prison of earth. Yushang stood without moving, but dark golden light flowing within his eyes, containing terrifying and tyrannical force. At this moment, his hands stretched out, and dark golden air currents swept through the space, with incredibly horrifying rule while shrouding the vast void. All the endless power between heaven and earth now turned into dark golden rays and flowed toward him. In an instant, Yushang's body seemed to become gradually more imposing. Soon, he had grown to over 100 feet in height. The pure body now merged with his own physical body, just like a true demon god. The terrible dark golden airflow crystallized into a halberd of the demon god, appearing in the hands of the demon god that was Yushang. It was equally incomparably enormous, just under 100 feet long, and the terrifying light of darkness billowed out from it. The scene shocked many deeply who witnessed it. Was this the ultimate manifestation of his pure body? The body of a demon god, devouring the power of the universe. Clomp. The forum stage trembled with the footsteps. The halberd of the demon god smashed out toward the prison of earth, hitting the dazzling barrier made by the earth hexagram. Suddenly an unimaginable violent power exploded, and endless cracks spread like spider webs to every corner of the prison. With a loud boom, the prison blasted and shattered. Power, invincible. Many people stare at Yushang on the battle platform, hearts pounding. Could this really be the battle of the nobles? Even the cultivators from Jixia Holy Palace were not so confident anymore at the moment. Yushang was simply too terrifying. Before, he did not exert all his power. Perhaps it was because Yushang felt his opponents were too weak and did not require the use of his full strength. Was this then his ultimate form? Immensely strong. Zhuge Yi's countenance changed. His face solemn and with a slight turning of his mind. Suddenly the engraved diagram behind him flew right out and over above Yushang. A radiance of light shining down from the pattern, covering Yushang's entire body. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, heaven hexagram, earth hexagram. The 5 elements and the 8 trigrams were all clear and bedazzling, too bright to behold. Every ancient hieroglyph flowed with a domineering power. Sword of Innocence, Zhuge Yi said coldly, and an even stronger sword of innocence bloomed forth. Golden blade of light rained down, sheltering the sun and the sky, enveloping the demonic body of Yushang. Yushang looked up at the pattern in the sky, made a gripping gesture with his hand, and dark golden brilliance erupted above the halberd of the demon god. With his body as the center, halberds of darkness appeared, and flared up towards the sky, aiming for the sword of innocence. Beautiful and radiant gold and dark rays collided, causing unimaginable devastating power within the space. Water hexagram. Zhuge Yi once again spat out the command, and heaven and earth were frozen. The vast forum stage turned into the shade of frost with an iciness that reached the limit. Anyone at the grandstand that was below the rank of sage plane was shaking with such severe coldness as if every cell in their bodies were going to be frozen. Fire hexagram. Zhuge Yi did not stop his attack. The fiery fire of the magma flowed and melded with the power of the ice, eroding Yushang's body. The demon-like figure seemed to be frozen between heaven and earth and then horribly burned by the flames. Hot and cold were the ultimate strengths of the 5 elements. Countless eyes focused on Yushang. A bang was heard, and his body moved. The next moment, cracks continued to appear within the frozen heaven and earth. Incessant sounds of crisp squeaking were heard. Yushang stepped forward, and the universe trembled. As the power of ice was crushed by him, the demon-like body of Yushang seemed to be bathed in the flaming fire. The power that attacked him seemed to have been engulfed by him. At this moment, he looked even more terrible, like a demon god from hell. Zhuge Yi's eyes twitched. This guy, can I really shake him? Even with these attacks, there is no chance of moving him. Xia Yi was already extremely ruthless, but when he released the spell with the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, he was still able to quickly suppress Xia Yi and defeat him. But Yu Shang, like an undefeatable demon god, could not be destroyed, as if no power could ever stir him out of his existence. Clomp! The step that Yu Shang took trembled in Zhuge Yi's heart. His handsome face slightly twitched. He lifted his head to look at the pattern suspended above Yu Shang. Then he closed his eyes. At this moment, Zhuge Yi's body seemed to be burning. The ancient hieroglyphs of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams emerged from his body, resonated with the pattern, and the infinite power of the universe flowed into the pattern. Suddenly, the pattern grew ever larger, covering the sky and sheltering the entire forum stage. The power of the 5 elements in the universe, even the power of wind and thunder, were surfacing from this pattern. The forum stage seemed to be facing the apocalypse. Glittering lights sprinkling, the rays shined upon Yu Shang. The next moment, the pattern appeared its infinitely changes, with the mountains and rivers of Earth hexagram crashing down, like mountains of destruction, attacking Yu Shang presently. Yu Shang, like a demon god, looked up at the sky, the 100-foot halberd of the demon god in his hand, piercing the void. Suddenly, the mountains and rivers were punctured and collapsed. But then, chains of thunder surged his way, destructive patterns continuously falling down on him. Their infinite power seemed to destroy all existence, and keeping the demon-like figure in place. The cultivators from Wuxia Holy Place looked grave. They knew that Zhuge Yi meant business. Endowed with perfect 5 elements, this naturally gifted genius in the Saint Plane had exercised his talents to the extreme. This rare, talented genius possessed extremely high comprehension in cultivation. While he was studying at Wuxia Holy Palace, he was taught personally by the saints so that Zhuge Yi practiced a lot of brutal and domineering abilities, and they were thoroughly integrated. Now it erupted with tremendously terrible power. In this battle, those from the Wuxia Holy Palace were not so concerned with winning anymore. Zhuge Yi had done his best. Yi Futian stared at the battlefield and looked at Zhuge Yi thoughtfully. For him to be able to get to this point, Zhuge Yi was indeed a genius, and his natural sage talent was legitimate. If it was not for Yu Shang and Yaya, these 2 oddities participating in 9 States Forum, Zhuge Yi would have taken the first place in 9 States Forum without a doubt. But unfortunately, Zhuge Yi met Yu Shang and Yaya, these 2 anomalies at this year's 9 States Forum. It was untimely. Yu Shang looked up at the devastating attack that fell down. Every part of the body of the demon god turned into dreadful whirlpools, madly engulfing the power of the universe. Even the power of the attack was engulfed and demonized. His body became greater and mightier, and horrifying demonic halberds now surround him. Boom! As his foot touched the ground, the halberd of the demon god in Yu Shang's hand smashed toward the sky. In that instant, the sky changed its color, and countless demonic halberds gathered together, moving as one with the halberd of the demon god, and attacking the same direction. A destructive black hole appeared, swallowing up all the forces in the world. Mountains and rivers collapsed, the prison shattered, and the pattern pulverized. Yu Shang was like a colossal demon god standing from heaven to earth. In his hand, the halberd of demon god blasted the diagram of 5 elements and 8 trigrams out of the void. Whoosh! A storm of incomparable horror swept out, and the airflow over the sky was madly changing. Horrible streams of breaths bloomed toward the grandstand, and many powerful cultivators acted quickly to block the oncoming force. In the void, the light from pattern of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams became dimmer and dimmer, and the light continued to shrink until it finally turned into a single beam and returned inside of Zhuge Yi. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spat out, and the aura of the ancient hieroglyphs on Zhuge Yi's body became tarnished. He looked at Yu Shang somewhat desperately. Is such an attack still of no avail? Still lost. The people from Wuxia Holy Palace sighed under their breaths. Even with the perfection of the 5 elements and natural divine talent, he was still unable to overcome Yusheng. The grandstand platform was very quiet. Although Zhuge Yi was defeated, no one had thought of him as weak. On the contrary, he was strong. It was just that he encountered someone even stronger. Zhuge Yi smiled bitterly. He looked at the Yusheng and Yaya, then said, I thought that at the 9 States Forum I would take the first place. I never expected to be in the 3rd place. However, it is worthwhile to experience the strengths of both of you. This trip was not in vain. Yusheng looked at Zhuge Yi and remarked coldly, You are already exceptional. Zhuge Yi was slightly shocked. He did not expect praises from this guy. He smiled. It's all yours now. As he finished, he turned and left, leaving the highest stage of the 9 States Forum to Yusheng and Yaya. At this moment, all eyes were on the last 2 standing. So far no one had really been able to threaten these 2 genius characters. Even someone as strong as Zhuge Yi still could not touch them. Finally, it was time to watch their final showdown. The most tenacious battle of the 9 States Forum. Winner would take first place. Finally, we are getting started. At the viewing platform behind Yifutian, the old village chief looked at the battlefield. He brought Yaya to the 9 States Forum, but in reality, he did not have much hope that there would be people who could defeat her. But the 9 States Forum had gave him a hint of surprise. This guy, Yusheng, was indeed strong, extremely strong. Maybe he could fight with Yaya. He was looking forward to it. Yifutian was also very expectant. He had already detected that Yaya was of a demonic genius and not at all ordinary. She could even detect it when he tried to use the freedom meditation to peer into her thoughts. Jieyu's comments to him later further convinced him of her rarity. But Yusheng also belonged to monster level, and within the same realm it was almost impossible to discern winning or losing. Even he would be reluctant to battle Yusheng. What would happen if Yaya battled Yusheng? Even if he was looking forward to the battle very much, he still could not say that Yusheng would definitely win. Many were looking at Yifutian, surprised that his prediction had now come true. The final decisive battle really would be between Yaya and Yusheng, and the winner would take first place. On the immense forum stage, the 2 stood in mid-air, quietly, and no one spoke. A breeze passed through and ruffled Yaya's hair. Her eyes were extremely demonic, while Yusheng still remained in battle form as he was before, like a demon god. The 2 of them, one great and one small, creating visual impact. Just then, an invisible wind blew, but with extreme sharpness, started on the forum stage. Yaya's clothes fluttered. Her body slowly rose to gain the same altitude as Yusheng, who was like a demon god. She directed her eyes toward Yusheng, piercing through to him. In the blink of an eye, Yusheng also saw the terrible scene. The demon sword mound, the graveyard, and the bloody sword. Yusheng's body, demon-like, stood there still, with his eyes deeply staring to the front, not avoiding the eye sorcery of Yaya. In the spiritual will, the sword mound and the bloody sword existed as if in the end of time. The bloody sword was so sharp, and from it permeated a terrible way of the sword will as if the swords of all heavens were also controlled by it, severing the spiritual will of Yusheng bit by bit. However, at this time, in the world of eye sorcery there gathered streams of unlimited demonic magic, gradually morphing them into a statue of gigantic demon god. Ancient, solemn, emanating an essence that overpowered this world, as tyrannical as could be. In the depth of those eyes there was a terrifying disdain, like a real demon. The will of the sword descended, but it did not affect Yusheng one bit. The demonic magic that he had cultivated was unique. When his cultivation reached a certain level, astonishing abilities would begin to manifest themselves. He concentrated in the way of the demon and practiced the unparalleled body, but neither did he abandon cultivating the power of spiritual will. The demonic meditation could cast the will of the demon, and it was an extremely forceful spiritual defensive that could not be destroyed. Yaya's lashes fluttered, revealing a shade of surprise. Clearly, she was shocked inside. This statue of the demon god appeared in the world of the Sword Mound Cemetery, but it was not at all out of place. Obviously, the attack of spiritual will could not shake Yusheng. Yaya's long hair danced in the wind, and the wind upon the forum stage became ever sharper. She stretched out her hands, An endless airflow between heaven and earth gathered around her. Above the firmament, the sword of no limit appeared. Her sword seemed to be different from all of the previous swordsmen, as if it was summoned from ancient times, fierce and solemn. Everyone on the grandstand platform felt the uniqueness of this sword, and quietly observing at the battlefield. Before this, Xianxia had not fought seriously. Would Yusheng be enough reason to force her revealing her real strength? Heaven and earth seemed to have solidified. The swords that seemed to have come from time immemorial did not make sharp and harsh sound, but were surprisingly quiet. But the pressure they gave was even more pronounced. Xianxia moved her arms, and in the next moment, the sword from the sky suddenly disappeared from where it was, and instead, penetrated through space regardless of the distance and landed in front of Yusheng. Spatial rule power. Everyone's pupils contracted. Before, when Xianxia used her ability, there were some who were aware that it was the power of spatial rule. At this moment, they were even more convinced that the way of sword had been integrated into spatial rule, able to disregard distance and kill at will. Just how horrendous would that be? With Xianxia's strength on the stage of Nine States Forum, as long as she was willing, a swing of her sword could kill a genius. At this moment, Yusheng was facing the horrible scene of countless swords coming at him. Many were sweating profusely on Yusheng's behalf, wondering if his body, no matter how seemingly invincible, could withstand these terrible swords. Bang! Yusheng stepped out the moment before the sword landed, both arms trembling, and rays of light on his body flashed simultaneously, which seemed to have penetrated his body. His 7-star acupoints have opened 6, spirit, breath, essence and the flesh have all elevated to their limits. The dark golden air flowing around rushed into his body and turned into his power, causing his body to continue its change, as if the demon god had reincarnated. Boom! 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 The sword arrived, as if piercing through the defense of the true body of the demon god, directly hitting the body of Yusheng. Shaken, he stumbled back several steps. The swords of all heavens, when simultaneously attacking, was a terrifying scene to behold. Even the invincible flesh was unsettled at the moment. Many took a deep breath. Since Nine States Forum began, Yusheng had been undefeated, and this seemed to be the first time that he had retreated. Even genius such as Zhuge Yi had not been able to make Yusheng retreat. But Xianxia, with just one blow, the ancient sword crossed the expanse and repelled Yusheng. Countless people held their breath, and they knew that the confrontations at Nine States Forum had reached its peak. Xianxia and Yusheng both would be invariably shaken. The body of the demon god rubbed against the ground, then stopped. Yusheng stood there, head raised. His cold eyes stared at Xianxia deeply. As he extended his hands, everyone felt an even more dreadful demonic magic pressuring down at that moment, centered from the body of the demon god, spreading outward toward the entire forum stage. Thump! Yusheng walked out and the whole earth shook. Just one step, he crossed the expanse, unimaginably fast, like a god moving toward Xianxia. The petite body of Xianxia seemed even more insignificant in front of the demon god that was Yusheng. But she did not evade him. She looked up at Yusheng. Heaven and earth seemed to have darkened and ushered in a world of doomsday. An ancient atmosphere descended upon the battlefield. Many looked up at the sky, revealing a strange look. Zhuge Yi and Yi Guhong both contracted their pupils slightly. This is the scene of the bloody place in Xianxia's eyes. Would that scene appear in the real world? Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Xianxia's petite body raised her fist that made the hearts of many beat wildly. Did she want to collide hand to hand with Yusheng? Was she crazy? The ancient sword appeared out of thin air behind Xianxia, and her small fists blasted out to Yusheng. Without knowing why, many felt that for once, in the face of Yusheng's overbearing power, perhaps her petite fists could really even the score. Bang! The fists of the two collided. Xianxia's body flew out to the far distance, hitting the edge of the forum platform, while Yusheng likewise fell back, not by the power of the fist, but a sword. The endless sword will penetrated the fists and rushed into his body, wreaking havoc. Both of them retreated. Just then, Xianxia's body floated forward, as if nothing had happened, her long hair flying. For the first time, the invincible fist of Yushang did not cause harm. Prior to that, those who dared to collide with Yushang had met with unfortunate end. Was this really flesh and blood? Yaya looked up at the void. Her eyes were bloody and witchy. In an instant, the sky darkened, the space was covered in gloominess, and that ancient sword. Zhuge Yi and Yi Guhong both trembled in their hearts. That scene really was going to appear. Above the firmament, there were countless swords that cover the expanse. Yushang looked up and the demonic prowess on his body radiated and enveloped the entire forum stage. Horrible demonic airflow raged and gradually turned into countless halberds of the demon god, pointing toward the sky. Down! In Yaya's eye, a bloody brilliance flashed, and the swords above the sky fell down, once again ignoring the distance and slayed toward Yushang. Yushang roared, an endless halberd of the demon god flew upward to the void, and collided with the swords of all heavens that seemed infinite and eternal. Yaya continued to direct her stare toward him, so that there were ancient swords continuous crossing the void to attack. If it was anyone less than Yushang, they would have been annihilated already, and only Yushang could withstand such attack. Even so, the swords that defied spatial distance were simply unstoppable, and landed directly on the true body of the demon god, causing the body to shudder constantly. If allowed to go on, even the true body of the demon god would collapse, and his body was not in fact invincible, merely extended to the limit of the realm of the nobles. He had to end the battle soon. Along with a loud boom, the demon-like body, marching on in the apocalyptic rain of swords, allowing the swords of all heavens continue its assault on the body. The scene was astounding to behold. Yushang alighted in front of the Yaya, and threw a punch that seemed to burst open the expanse. But a ray of light suddenly effloresced, and Yaya had disappeared with it. Next, Yushang felt a strong attack behind him as Yaya appeared, pressing down a finger behind him, and the horrible way of sword penetrated through the true body. Boom! An extremely strong reactive force transmitted out and shocked Yaya into retreat. Yushang turned to look at her, only to see that Yaya was already at a distance. No matter how fast he was, facing Yaya's ability in space and distance, he would never be able to attack her if she intended to evade. Your ability is still not enough. How long can you withstand such attacks? Yaya said to Yushang. Even though Yushang was extremely powerful, but if the village chief wished for her to find someone who could defeat her in the realm of the nobles, he would most likely be disappointed. Everyone who heard her on the grandstand platform was speechless. Yaya had demonstrated unbeatable abilities. Even with Yushang's unparalleled body, it was only a matter of time before it would break down. Yaya's attacks clearly were capable to hurt him. Continuous battle would eventually overwhelm him. Yushang's demonic eyes casted a glance at Yaya. He did not respond, but the rule power within his body was released to the fullest. A more horrifying airflow now coursed between heaven and earth. The body of the demon god became ever more massive. Starting with his body as the center, many towering halberds of the demon god appeared in the void. When Yaya saw what was happening before her, she released an extremely sharp light from her eyes. She took a step and disappeared again. This time, Yushang did not bother checking where she was, and called down the halberds from above, not to attack Yaya, but madly smote down, all embedded on the forum stage. At the same time, Yaya appeared once again behind him, again with one finger pointing down. The true body of the demon god shook and cracks seemed to appear. However, Yushang's eyes were still controlling the descent of the halberds of the demon god. In no time, this space was turned into a world of demonic magic, and the halberds of demon god clamped the space shut. Do you really think this will work? Yaya glanced at the space that was clamped shut, and the swords of all heavens likewise fell from the sky, turning this dark world into a scene of the end days with extreme horror. Yushang raised his head and looked at her. With just one look, Yaya felt that the heaven and earth seemed to resonate with Yushang, as if the world of the end days was now controlled by him. An even more terrifying demonic will emerged, and the halberds of the demon god trembled on the ground, and ghost-like shadows of the demon god appeared between heaven and earth. With this as the boundary, here is my world. Yushang's cold eyes stared at Yaya, and his voice was solemn and ice-cold, which made Yaya's heart quiver. She felt that she was now within the space of the demon god, and in her mind's eye, she saw endless demonic shadows, walking toward her, step by step. At this moment, Yaya was shaken. Someone had actually made her shook. She looked up, staring at Yusheng with bloody eyes, like a sharp bloody sword. The swords of all heavens came down on the forum stage. Above the sky, there was a terrible storm that resonated with the sword of heaven and earth. At this instant, all the swordsmen viewing at the grandstand, some actually felt their own swords chiming in response behind them, as if they too wanted to break out of the sheaths. This phenomenon shocked them, and they now had their eyes fixed on Yaya. How did she do it? No, this is my world, Yaya responded coldly. No matter where she was, it would always be her world, the world of the swords. Above the firmament, there was an endless sword descending within the terrible storm. The swords upon the forum stage chimed, and a storm of destruction enveloped this space, the real horror of the slaughtering technique. Is this really the battle of the nobles? The delegates of the 9 states stared at the battlefield. Even the battle of the sages was just about as intense as this. Those who had just entered the realm of the sages, if encountered these two geniuses, perhaps would not be up to par to take them. I felt the essence of the Lord of the Way of the Sword, as if that girl could hold the sword of the world. A powerful swordsman looked at Yaya and commented. Although Yaya's essence was not yet strong, it was enough to move him. The same with Yusheng, someone said. It was the spirit that could overcome the world, demon god incarnate, ruling it all. At this point, Yusheng exercised the method to the strongest level. Had Yaya not been powerful enough, he would not have done so. After the demonic attack was initiated, a terrible scene appeared in his mind. A demon-like figure sat on the throne, overlooking all beings, the demon god lord over the world. Do you admit defeat? Yaya stared at Yusheng, still stubborn. Yusheng casted a cocky look at her, said coldly, "Little girl, you are in no position to ask me that." Sword burial. When Yaya heard what Yusheng had to say, she spat out the command in an extremely cold voice. As soon as she finished, a bloody blade of light fell from the sky. The next moment, the swords of all heavens broke through the sky and took aim at Yusheng. Bury Yusheng with the sword way of all heavens. Limitless magic. A voice sounded inside of Yusheng. He looked up and his eyes released a ray of dark light. An immense shadow of demon appeared in the space now. The sword that penetrated the emptiness for the kill suddenly appeared in midair, as if the spatial rules were forcibly interrupted, unable to continue its direct attack toward Yusheng. Many beheld this scene with trembling hearts. Could the power of spatial rule be forcibly interrupted? Yusheng had said that this was his world. The expanse oscillated, and the swords of all heavens chimed and continued their paths to kill. But Yusheng stepped out, and suddenly the eternal demon shadow hauling the halberd of the demon god to slaughter toward the sky, colliding with the falling swords of all heavens, exploding and bursting like crazy. Throughout the firmament, streams of air flew madly into Yusheng's body, as if he was devouring and demonizing all the power of this world. Immediately after, Yusheng raised his arms and smashing toward the firmament. Violent sounds boomed and rumbled. Eternal Devil's fist seemed to blast open the void, running through heaven and earth, destroying the swords of all heavens, and blast toward Yaya who was above the expanse. Yaya looked at the scene before her with disbelief in her eyes. How could her world of sword way be crushed? Looking at that endless aurora of the fists rushing toward her through the expanse, Yaya's body seemed to melt into the void and headed toward the sky, avoiding the attack. However, she saw that within the endless fist, there was another giant fist opening into a palm, grabbing in the void, and instantly a terrible power of bondage was born, oppressing the space. She wanted to cross the expanse again, but the power of spatial rule was again disrupted. As if it was indeed as Yusheng had said, this was his world. The aurora of the fists drenched her body, and Yaya seemed to turn her body into a sword, demolishing all the attacking forces that were coming at her. But at this instant, a fist of the demon god punched, and the expanse seemed to burst open, She felt her body flew up toward the sky. Her sword-like body was about to break when it was blown to the firmament. At the grandstand platform, countless people looked up at the battlefield. Sword chi and demonic prowess were still colliding. Yaya's body flew toward the vault above. Everyone's hearts quivered. So powerful it was beyond imagination. They finally understood why Zhuge Yi, though claiming the possession of the perfect 5 elements of the divine path, was still defeated and could not compete with these two. They were unbelievably strong. Even those who were in the same plane had never seen any two nobles broke out in a fight on this level. Some of them had attended many of the 9 states forums in the past, and there was no doubt that the final battle of this year was definitely the strongest. In the grandstand, the old village chief looked at the scene playing out in front of him and revealed a strange look. He did not expect that at the 9 states forum, there really would exist someone who could actually beat Yaya. Just as they were trembling, a blade of light was born above the firmament. A bloody blade of light, joining the swords of all heavens and unified into one sword. Hundreds of thousands of way of the sword smashing down as airflows, cleaved toward Yusheng who was below. Seeing this scene, the hearts of many beat again. Was it not over yet? How strong was that attack from Yusheng? Sages on lower plane probably could not even endure it. Previously, whenever Yusheng impacted the opponent directly, was it not the end the battle? Only freaks like Yaya would still continue to fight in this state. The demon-like figure stood tall, and saw the bloody blade of light traversing the void coming toward him. He clenched his fists, and the pressure of an extreme horror shrouded heaven and earth, until the speed of the bloody sword seemed to start slowing down under the effect of the demonic power. Endless demonic air streams flew toward Yusheng. He was like a demon god who was in control of earth and sky, and a turning of his mind could move everything within this space. A humongous halberd of the demon god appeared, and Yusheng aimed it toward the void, and the endless demonic power in the void rushed upward in countercurrents. The halberd seemed to break the void, colliding with the sword that came through with murderous intent, and wheels of destructive lights blooming toward the surroundings. The halberd of demon god continued rushing to the front, carrying the power of all heavens with it. The sword chi collapsed and shattered. The way of the sword of all heavens could not surpass the demonic magic in this space. The blood-colored sword blasted high up into the sky, but very quickly, the brilliant light appeared once again. A girl stood above the void, with blood on the corner of her lips. Her breath fluttered, and she watched Yusheng coldly. She clenched her fists, and suddenly an ancient atmosphere descended. There seemed to be an even more terrible storm looming above the sky. Yusheng felt it, and frowned at the threatening atmosphere. He glanced at Yaya coldly. "If you still want to fight, I will beat you until you want to stop." Boom! Blood boiled inside, and the demonic power was overwhelming and seemingly getting stronger. Everyone at the grandstand were completely speechless when witnessing this scene. Could it be any stronger? These two, were they even human? Yifutian was also in a bit of shock. They wanted to continue? This was just too much. How embarrassing it would be for everyone else who fought at the 9 States Forum. "Yaya, that's enough." A voice was heard, and all eyes turned to the old village chief. Yaya raised her head to look at the grandstand. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly, showing some stubbornness. But when she saw the stern look in the eyes of the village chief, she nodded, and gave Yusheng a dirty look. "Fine, you won, but how dare you hit me?" Yaya's remark attracted everyone's attention again. This did not seem right. The battle that had just occurred was on an epic scale. Now that the battle was over, how come it felt like a little spoiled girl pouting? "How dare you hit me? What?" Numerous eyes fell on Yaya, but she was really just a girl of 15, so everyone could only remain silent. Yusheng also looked at her with shock. When he saw the look in her eyes, he suddenly felt the air went out of him, and that mighty demonic magic dissipated. The true body of the demon god also disappeared as well, and heaven and earth returned to normal. Seeing Yaya was still staring at him, Yusheng scratched his head. How come it felt more troublesome than actual fighting? "It's finished." Seeing that the remaining aura on the forum stage had dissipated, many let out a sigh of relief. From more than 3,000 competitors until the final battle so the strongest could emerge, 9 States Forum finally came to a close. Moreover, there was no disappointment. Looking at the 2 figures that were finally standing on the stage, they were the generation to watch out. In the future, there may yet be stories from them. 9 States Forum, Yusheng 1. Barren State, the Holy Ji Palace, Yusheng, all stood at the peak of 9 States Forum, and vanquished the geniuses of all the holy lands of 9 states, and took the top place with deciding victory. No one dared to question the validity of his placement as champion. No one dared to question the strength and talent of Yusheng. His way of battle and his domination conquered everyone who came to watch, even those who were saints. Whether they liked him or not, they had to admit that he was magnificently strong. Not only was he unquestionably the champion of this 9 States Forum, even placed in the many 9-state forums in the past, he could very possibly be the only one who stood at the top. Strong as Ji Hua or Wu Bei or Chu Xiang and these other strong competitors, all of them were crushed by him. Zhuge Yi, with his natural gifted talent to divine path, exhibited unparalleled genius, who had defeated Xia Yi of Summer State, but in the face of Yusheng, Zhuge Yi still did not show much resistance. If Xia Yi was destined for the divine path, then what about Yaya? What about Yusheng? This year's 9 States Forum, there appeared at least 3 qualifiers who demonstrated gifts to the divine path. One can only imagine how glorious this generation would be. People who came from all walks of life from Eastern State felt extremely excited and satisfied. The 2 people who finally stood at the peak of the battle were the ones that no one had ever thought of before 9 States Forum began. No one even knew who they were. When Yusheng came out to speak for Barren State before 9 States Forum started, how many people gave him the boot, and who took him seriously? On what basis would a disciple from Barren State dare to question the arrangement of Xihua Sacred Mountain? That was him asking to be embarrassed. Now that stubborn burly youth stood there, but who dared to make fun of him? As long as Yusheng was willing, he can enter any holy lands of 9 states, and choose any saint from 9 states as his mentor. Who would refuse such a disciple as he? However, some people were displeased. Great Zhou Sacred King was somewhat unhappy. He did not like the people of Barren State, and there was no particular reasons for that dislike. Perhaps it was because the people from Barren State had gone head-to-head with the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty from the beginning, or perhaps because in his eyes, the people from Barren State appeared modest just to cover their air of superiority which seemed insincere. In short, he was displeased, so he observed it all with a cold detachment, and did not bother to cover up his displeasure. After all, he was a saint, and there was no need for him to pretend for anyone's benefit. Zhou Zi and many others were unhappy as well. Of course, there was also Kong Yao of the Celestial Cliffs, who never though that there was a freaky genius from Barren State named Yi Futian, and then there was also Yusheng. He had looked into Yi Futian and his cohort. Yusheng seemed to have been with Yi Futian from very early on. Both entered Barren State from Eastern Barren Territory, and both were so strong. In fact, not only the 2 of them, but Yi Wuchen and Hua Jieyu also could not be ignored. Unexpectedly from the declining Barren State, its younger generation was so dazzling. It was undeniable that Sage Chunyang made a good move before his death by making Yi Futian the palace lord. Spectacular! At this point, Sky Saint let out a praise. There was genuine appreciation in his eyes, for both Yusheng or Yaya. Everyone from the holy lands of 9 states nodded. It was indeed spectacular. Those geniuses who had tasted defeat at their hands could not claim it was undeserved. I never expected that I would feel so thrilled by the battle between the young ones. This is a first. Glass Saint laughed daintily, her voice crisp and gentle. She spoke the truth. As a cultivator of Saint Plain, she had seen it all. However, Yusheng and Yaya's battle really moved her, because she felt the courage of this epic collision. Even if none of her disciples made it into the top 10, she still felt that the overall experience was worthwhile. At the 9 States Forum this year, Yusheng, disciple of the Holy Ji Palace from Barren State, is the champion. At this time, Saint Xihua announced with a clear voice that reverberated between heaven and earth, echoing in the area of 9 States Forum. Held once every 3 years, the stage that brought the geniuses of all holy lands of the 9 states, Yusheng, a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace from Barren State, took the championship. Second place, Yaya. Third place, Zhuge Yi. Saint Xihua personally announced the top 10 ranking one by one and said, "Go back to the battlefield. You top 10 of 9 states forum. This glory is yours." Zhuge Yi, Xia Yi, and the others walked back onto the forum stage. Their hearts were also disquieted. They were the top geniuses from all the Holy Lands, and were by nature extremely proud and confident. They wanted to exhibit their prowess at 9 states forum by crushing other geniuses. But this time, these few freaks had taken away all the attention. Even figures such as Zhuge Yi seemed to have his glow dimmed in comparison. Only Yushang and Yaya would be remembered. Yushang turned his head to look in the direction of Barren State, and his gaze landed on Yifutian. Yifutian smiled at him and returned his gaze. "Although you took the first place, but don't be too full of yourself." At this moment he was happy for Yushang. He had thought before that after this battle, the people of 9 states would remember the name of Yushang. However, this battle still exceeded his wildest imagination. Such battle was enough even for the most powerful figures of 9 states to remember. Yushang nodded and looked away. First place at 9 states forum, he had won back the respect for Barren State. At the moment, many looked at Yifutian. Such a rare genius came from the Holy Ji Palace, and Yifutian seemed none too disturbed. They all looked at the young, handsome leader of the Barren State, and many felt impressed one way or another. The Barren State, who had not had saints among them for many years, had a young leader bring a group of people to participate in the 9-state forum and ended up achieving a very surprising, miraculous, glorious result. Could even be said that the students of the Barren State were the strongest in this year's 9-state forum. Among the top 10 who stood on the forum stage at that moment, there were 2 from the Barren State, 2 from the Summer State, and 2 from Qi State. Furthermore, Yushang emerged as the champion of the event. No one had even anticipated before the 9-state forum was held that the Barren State would emerge on top of everyone else. Many wondered before that with the ones from the Barren State being so exceptional, just how capable the new young palace lord from the Holy Ji Palace truly was. Many had been curious about it, but such curiosity reached new heights with Yushang being crowned champion of the event. After seeing how Yushang fought, many were in the opinion that it would be impossible for Yifutian to overpower Yushang, no matter how powerful the young palace lord was. Yushang was one specimen of top-notch, a cutting-edge genius that was difficult to find in all of the 9 states. There were even some who wondered if it was possible to take Yushang in and have him train in their sacred ground instead. I have said before that all top 10 participants in this year's 9-state forum are to be rewarded. Saint Xihua's voice was heard, and he turned to look at the 10. Yushang, the champion of 9-state forum, bestowed with the holy item, the battle axe of judgment. He waved his hand as soon as he finished, and a batleax gleaming with terrifying aura throughout its entire form appeared and floated before Yushang. Everyone looked at that holy item. While none of the sacred grounds lacked such equipment, a holy item was still something incredibly precious, and every one of the geniuses throughout the 9 states wanted one for themselves. The holy item now belonged to Yushang. Yushang extended his hand and held the axe. Terrifying aura pulsed, but he did not rush to feel its might, putting it away instead. He said to Saint Xihua, "Thank you, Senior. You deserve it." Saint Xihua smiled and said. He then waved again, and the catalogue of saints floated before Yaya, saying, "First runner-up of the 9-state forum, Yaya, bestowed with the catalogue of saints." Yaya took it without any hint of reservation and said, "Thanks. Which village are you from, young one?" Saint Xihua asked with a smile. All eyes suddenly shifted to Yaya. Yifutian's talent and Yaya's background were perhaps what everyone present was most curious about. The nameless village. Nameless village? Saint Xihua looked puzzled. "You know, just a village without a name," Yaya said again. Saint Xihua looked stunned and took a good look at the young girl. But there was no way he would have gotten into a petty argument with a 15-year-old girl. Ahem! Yifutian looked at the scene feeling awkward. The girl actually dares tease a saint. She is something, all right, almost every bit like that village chief of hers. Second runner-up of 9-state forum, Zhuge Yi, bestowed with the holy pill, Saint Xihua continued. All remaining 7 of the top 10 were rewarded one after another. Saint Xihua looked at everyone present. After all 10 were rewarded, he smiled and said, I have said before that if any of the top 10 would like to train in Xihua Sacred Mountain, they would be welcomed as my student and would be tutored by all 3 saints of ours. Would of you be willing to take the offer? Many people's eyes sparkled as they looked at Saint Xihua. 7 out of the 10 were tutored by saints, and they all hailed from other renowned sacred grounds. In truth, Saint Xihua's words were meant for 3 people: Yushang, Yaya, and Hua Jieyu. There was still hope for the 3 of them to train under saints. There was no reply. It was naturally impossible for Yushang and Hua Jieyu to train in Xihua Sacred Mountain. As for Yaya, she was simply looking around the place without much care, making it apparent that she had not given it any thought. Saint Xihua felt somewhat disappointed at the response. Any sacred ground in the 9 states would have wanted someone with talents like Yushang and Yaya among their ranks. Hua Jieyu was just as exceptional, and her potential had yet to be truly brought to light. Telekinetic powers capable of attacking and controlling spiritual wills were signs of her being the ultimate sorcerer, which meant that she had incredible achievements waiting for her in the future. Saint Xihua did not respond immediately. He turned around to look at Yi Futian and said, Yi Futian, I promised you that if there were to be any from the Barren State in the top 10, I would reward the Barren State with a holy item. Saint Xihua knew by then, without a doubt, that he had fallen into Yi Futian's trap. That boy Niu Yushang was incredibly exceptional right from the beginning and deliberately led me into a trap. He was incredibly humble and polite, so far so as to offer a holy item from the Holy Ji Palace. As a saint, there was simply no way Saint Xihua would have lost his bearing right there and then. As such, he had to respond to Yi Futian's offer, but by doing so, he had fallen into Yi Futian's trap. Worse still, there was no way he could have blamed Yi Futian for anything, as the young man had not behaved inappropriately before. Yi Futian had been so polite and humble that he even refused the counter-offer at his own will, making him look like a humble member of the young generation like no other. Besides, Yi Futian said it himself. This is his first time venturing outside the Barren State, and he has no idea how powerful the others from other states are. What more can I say to that? Saint Xihua had no choice but to admit defeat in front of everyone. Many wore bewildered looks on their faces after hearing Saint Xihua's words. The Sky Saint wore a faint smile. It was quite surprising for Saint Xihua, the Lord of the Sacred Mountain, to be set up by a member of the younger generation, and, worse still, rendered utterly incapable of retorting. Many turned to look at Yi Futian with amused looks. Kong Yao turned to look at him with cold eyes. While Saint Xihua had indeed lost in this battle of wits, will Yi Futian be able to stomach an extra holy item like that? Yi Futian stood and bowed slightly at Saint Xihua, saying politely, I beg your forgiveness, senior. Many looked puzzled at Yi Futian's reaction. What do you mean? Saint Xihua felt puzzled as well, looking at Yi Futian. I was somewhat looked down on when I came to participate in the 9-state forum after taking over as the Palace Lord of the Holy Zh Palace of the Barren State, and I couldn't help but feel rather dissatisfied. As such, despite knowing how immensely talented Yushang was, I went on to incite you with words, Great Saint, so as to vent my frustration. With Yushang emerging as the champion of the 9-state forum, we from the Barren State share the glory as well. Furthermore, Yushang has been bestowed with a holy item by you. I'm afraid I dare not accept yet another gift from you, and I hope you don't bear a grudge against me for my trespasses, Yi Futian said with a smile. Many great figures throughout the 9 states looked at him with great interest, rather surprised by his actions. The level of proficiency in dealing with social matters is nothing like that of a member of the younger generation who is still in his 20s. Not only did he not ask for the promised holy item, but he even went on to apologize to Saint Xihua, speaking his mind about everything related to the matter. In truth, everyone knew by then that Saint Xihua had been set up by Yi Futian. If Yi Futian had truly taken that holy item, it would have been anyone's guess if that item would have been boon or his bane. However, the words he had just spoken gave ample face to Saint Xihua. Saint Xihua felt rather surprised as his deep eyes stared at Yi Futian. He continued, I've made my promise and I cannot back out of it. And that promise was my fault, Senior. There is no need for you to behave as such with me. If you insist, I'd be more than willing to hand the holy item to Xihua Sacred Mountain for safekeeping. Should I need help with anything in the future, I'd like to exchange a favor for the holy item. What do you think? Yifutian smiled. This kid. Many stared at Yifutian, surprised at how clever he actually was. This guy is trading the holy item for a favor from Saint Xihua. A favor from a saint was no small matter. Furthermore, not only had his actions given face to Saint Xihua, but there was also no need to take out a holy item. There was no way the saint would be petty with him about what happened before, which had rid Yifutian of any loose ends. Saint Xihua took a look at Yifutian with eyes of admiration. He had indeed misjudged things, as he should not have underestimated the people of the barren state simply because the state had no saints. This young palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace is sure not someone to be trifled with. Furthermore, there are people like Yushang and the others by his side. The barren state might truly be able to achieve a great deal in the future. Saint Xihua naturally would not argue any further since Yifutian was willing to give him face in the matter. He smiled and said, Yifutian, I look forward to the future achievements of the barren state. If you should need help with anything, you are welcome at Xihua Sacred Mountain. Thank you, Yifutian bowed and said. The Sky Saint and the Glass Saint both looked at Yifutian with eyes of admiration. Not only did he not offend Saint Xihua, but he had also actually forged closer ties with him, wiping off the friction on the battlefield without a trace. The kid sure knows his way with things. Things were, at the moment, very much in Yifutian's favor. Sage Wanxiang, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others beside Yifutian also looked at Yifutian with eyes of praise. There had been quite a number of people waiting for him to take the place of Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace back then, yet he simply went off to the Eastern Barren Territory to train alone, only agreeing to the arrangement several months later. It seemed that he was truly prepared at the very moment when he agreed to become the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace. The barren state was deemed weak, and they had attracted too much attention in the nine-state forum. A nail that stuck out was to get hammered. If Yifutian had really gone on to take an extra holy item from Xihua Sacred Mountain, it would have worried Yifutian's elders. However, Yifutian's actions right there were impeccable, tying up all loose ends and ending all troubles that would have come. Saint Xihua turned his eyes to everyone present. His eyes were smiling and he seemed to be in a very good mood. He raised his voice and said, Any who made it to the top 100 in the nine-state forum are welcome to train in Xihua Sacred Mountain. I'll tutor them when I'm able to. Thank you, great saint. Many bowed slightly at Saint Xihua. Saint Xihua continued with a smile. With that, I conclude the nine-state forum for this year. Thank you all for coming here from all over the 9 states. It is my honor, as well as that of Xihua Sacred Mountain, to be able to hold this event. It's finally over. Voices were heard from the western side of the grandstands, with many feeling that they had not yet had enough. Those people had witnessed what the best among the young from all over the 9 states were truly capable of. Some of those people would make it to the sage and saint rankings of the 9 states in the future. Hey kid, you're training in the power of rules of space. Do you mind coming to train with me for a while? The Sky Saint's eyes turned to Yaya, who was still on the forum stage, making the place silent once again. The Sky Saint was versed in space-related powers, and the Sky Saint felt rather itchy seeing Yaya, wanting to take in another student. I'm not going nowhere. Yaya shook her head and turned to look at the village chief, seemingly having no interest in training under a saint. All right. The Sky Saint did not push her and smiled, nodding instead. The kid sure has an attitude. Yu Shang. Someone was shouting at that moment. Everyone turned their head and found it was someone from Vajra region. A high monk draped in a kasaya looked at Yu Shang and said, You've trained your body well and are unparalleled in the physical arts. The Vajra region has many arts to train the body with and is most suitable to further your training. Besides, you train in the demonic arts. While it is indeed extremely powerful, it will make you succumb to your demons, thus losing yourself. The Buddhist methods of Vajra region would be able to help complement that weakness and make you stronger. Would you like to train in the Vajra region? Even the monks go about fighting for talented ones now? Many looked at the high monk from Vajra region. It seemed that they were unable to sit still. Yushang's talents were indeed enough to prompt them to do so, and the high monk was right. Vajra region was indeed very suitable for Yushang to train in. The Sky Saint and the Glass Saint smiled at each other. What the monks were doing was akin to trying to rob the barren state, and they did so without reservations. If it were other sacred grounds, they might have argued and fought the Vajra region right there and then. For instance, would Vajra region even try to rob Jixia Holy Palace and the Xia clan of Zhuge Yi and Xiaoyi? Yushang, the Great Chu clan has the most suitable holy arts for you to train with, and we have holy items that would benefit your training as well. What do you think? Mighty One from the Great Chu clan of Cloud State said without any reservations. The 9 State College is versed in many arts. We are also the number college in all of the 9 states. The Jixia Holy Palace. One mighty one after another opened their mouths. Representatives from many sacred grounds actually made offers to Yushang at the same time. All the conditions were very good, throwing out holy arts and holy items like they cost nothing. All of those were things that students of sacred grounds could have only dreamed of, and they were easily within Yushang's reach, so long as he said yes to any of them. They really have no reservations. Yifutian saw the scene and said, if someone from some sacred ground were to take the lead and ask, it was only natural for others to follow suit. They did not care if Yushang actually agreed to it, but they owed it to themselves to at least try. Yushang scratched his head, hearing all the invitations thrown at him. The offers were indeed enticing. He turned around and took a look at Yifutian before shaking his head, saying, I'm a student of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, so it is only natural that I cannot train in other places. Thank you for your offers. There is no saint to tutor you and their resources are limited. Your training will be hindered, someone said. Are you concerned with how the Barren State thinks of you? Someone else said, and their eyes were on Yifutian. Yifutian waved his hands, seeing the eyes of everyone on him, and said, please do whatever you wish. If Yushang is willing, the Barren State would be willing to let me go any time. Please, do continue. Many looked at Yifutian feeling rather speechless. Is he welcoming others to come rob him? Something sure is wrong with his brain. However, Yifutian was actually taking it all like he was watching a circus performance. They were welcome to do whatever they pleased while he simply sat back and watched. Robbing Yushang from the Holy Ji Palace? This looks amusing. Many continued to throw offers about without reservations after hearing what Yifutian said. Yushang turned around and glared at Yifutian. This shithead is doing this on purpose. I'm sorry. Yushang simply broke through the noise at the moment, bowed, turned around and left with those from the Barren State. You had to be direct at times like this. Everyone was dumbfounded at Yushang's antics, who returned to sit behind Yifutian. He was completely unfazed by all the invitations thrown at him. The scene made everyone understand that Yushang shared a very deep bond with Yifutian. Despite all the invitations from the sacred grounds of the 9 states, there was not the slightest hint of interest seen on his face. His attitude said it all. All of them had no hopes of roping him in. Such a pity. Many thought that Yushang had a surreal fate in being able to train in such unreal demonic methods. It would have done him a lot of good if he were to be able to train in other sacred grounds, such as the Vajra region and the 9 State College. At the very least, he would have been able to grow faster and set his path on becoming a saint sooner. Many turned to look at Yifutian, who simply shrugged, a gesture telling them that he had nothing to do with Yushang's decision. That brat! Everyone glared at Yifutian, knowing that he had full confidence that there was simply no way Yushang would have left the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. Sous Quebec. Another voice was heard at that moment. It was from the Sea clan of Feng State's corner. An elder with a dark complexion from Sea clan, who looked rather spooky, looked at Suke and said, the arts you train at fit what we do at Sea clan very well. If you'd be willing to train under us, I'd be happy to recommend you to our leader, the Sea Saint, and have you study under him. Many turned to look at the elder from Sea clan, It seemed that someone had extended an invitation to Suke of the Barren State after being unable to get Yushang to join them. Suke was versed the power of rules of darkness. While he was unable to make it to the top 10, he was nonetheless an incredibly talented student, especially as his training fit that of the Sea Clan very well, which made him eligible to be a personal student of the Saint of Killers. It was deemed the best path for Suke to take. Suke's eyes sparkled as he turned to look at the one speaking to him. As someone who came from the Tingxue house, it was a given that he knew of the Saint of Killers. The figure was like a manifestation of his people's faith, so he would have been lying if he said that he was uninterested. It was a dream opportunity for a cultivator like him to train under the Saint of Killers. He turned his eyes to Yifutian, shrugged and asked, "What do you think? Have it your way?" Yifutian smiled and said, "Shouldn't you at least try to keep me?" Suke looked at Yifutian, feeling rather speechless. "He actually didn't try to hold me back. Get lost." Yifutian rolled his eyes at Su Quebec. It was the people of all 9 states turned to be speechless at their antics. Suke scoffed at Yifutian and gestured exasperatingly at the elder at Sea Clan, saying, "You can see for yourself, elder. Somebody here is already getting upset here. If I were to leave right now, I'd break his heart. As such, I'll be staying back at the Holy Ji Palace to train for the time being. I'll pay Elder Sea Saint at Feng State a visit, should the opportunity presents itself in the future." Yifutian was completely baffled. "Me? Getting upset? Breaking my heart if you leave? Gosh, this guy is shameless." Everyone else from the other states was speechless yet again. Another refusal. Furthermore, the conversation between Suke and Yifutian felt like friendly jabs and banter with one another. While their relationship was that of a palace lord and a student, they were of the same generation, and it would seem that they had trained together before Yifutian took over as the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. Yushang and Suke both declined offers of becoming students of saints. Does Yifutian have that much charisma about him? Are there really things in the barren state that they deem worthy of staying behind for? However, everyone else from the Holy Ji Palace, such as Sage Wanxiang, felt rather impressed, and the scene had them thinking. Yifutian had caused dissatisfaction among many when he listed the candidates to train with him in the Sage Hall. Back then, Yifutian had said that the ones needed to be nurtured in the barren state then had to be more than just those with exceptional talents. There were other factors to be taken into consideration. What he said was proven at that very moment. If students like Shimin Hanjiang were in Suke's shoes, would they have just taken the offer of other sacred grounds right there and then? After all, it would have been overwhelmingly easy to choose a path that would have suited one's interests best at times like that, and that would have been joining a more power sacred ground and learning under a true saint. Very well. The elder from the Feng state nodded and did not pursue the matter further. While a talented one like Suke was indeed rare, it was not exceptionally so. The 9-state forum was held once in 3 years, and the ones participating in the event were simply the most talented at the pinnacle of Noble Plane. There were other top-notch talented ones in other planes. But then again, the ones like Yushang and Yaya were truly exceptionally rare people. The talents of those two were probably some of the best ever seen for the past several decades throughout all of the 9 states, let alone the event that was held once in 3 years. Zhuge Yi was known to be a genius that appeared once in 100 years in Jisha Holy Palace, but he was beaten by those two nonetheless, a feat which spoke volumes of their talents. However, both of them were completely unfazed by the invitations of the many sacred ground representatives present. The people of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State sure have an attitude, the Zhou Sacred King said nonchalantly. His somewhat golden eyes turned to Yifutian of the Barren State's direction and said, "On the path of cultivation, there are those who are born with uncommon talents. There are those who train and know much but reveal little, and there are those who move indomitably forward with a firm mind. It is a good thing to have an attitude, just so long as it doesn't get in the way of developing one's talents. Thank you for your guidance, elder." Yifutian nodded at the Zhou Sacred King. The king turned his eyes away, his expression cold, without saying anything more. Zhouya, who was standing behind the king, said, "I heard that the previous palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace gave his life and called upon Emperor Xia to have you, Palace Lord Yi, take your current position. He went through all that just to keep you safe from Jisheng cliffs. Under such a background and you taking the students of the Holy Ji Palace outside the barren state, showing everyone from the states your mettle, it would be safe to assume that your talents are even more exceptional than those of the students of the barren state, which is why you were chosen as the successor. Countless eyes turned to look at Yi Futian as soon as Zhou Ye finished. Everyone was curious about Yi Futian's background. After all, Yi Futian's status at his place was different from the other sacred grounds. He was peers with Yushang and the rest of the students. It was also said that he was but a noble when he was chosen to take the place of Palace Lord. If he were chosen under such circumstances, it would then be within reason that his talents were more immense than that of his peers. Yushang was crowned champion of the Nine-State Forum. As the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, shouldn't your talents be even more exceptional than Yushang's, Palace Lord Yi? A mighty one from the Hall of Holy Light asked. Since someone started the topic, everyone became eager to see what the young Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace was truly made of. Our students at Jisheng Cliffs have had first-hand experience with Palace Lord Ye's talents, and they might actually be more exceptional than what many expected of him. Kong Yao of the Jisheng Cliffs said nonchalantly, showering praise to Yi Futian without reserve. Kong Yao was up to something, and he did not mind Yi Futian displaying his talent in front of the crowd. Is that so? Are Palace Lord Ye's talents peerless in all of the 9 states then? Many had gotten even more curious. Everyone in the grandstands behind Yi Futian all looked at the handsome figure sitting before them. Saint Shihua, the Sky Saint, and other saints from the eastern state did not do anything to stop them. They simply sat back and watched the fiasco instead. Even the glass saint turned to smile at Yi Futian. They too were curious. The barren state's participation that year had given them too many surprises. After all, the barren state's corner in the grandstands became the focus of everyone present in that vast space. And Yi Futian, who was sitting at the forefront, became the very center of attention. Yi Futian smiled and looked completely composed as he addressed everyone present. I'm truly flattered by all the praises you shower me with. While I do admittedly have decent talent, I dare not claim to be peerless in all of the 9 states. Furthermore, in today's event, Yushang, a student of ours from the Holy Ji Palace, truly displayed that his physical prowess is indeed peerless, while I'm nothing close that. Yaya is capable of taking care of her opponents using space manipulation, while I'm utterly incapable of such feats. Zhuge Yi was born with complete 5 elements, and his manipulation of said elements is truly perfect, while I do not have such abilities. There is simply no way to say that my talents are peerless in all of the 9 states. You're being too humble, Palace Lord Yi. Yushang's case aside, I'd like to know why it was you who was chosen to take the place of Palace Lord instead of Yushang and the others then. Zhou Ye continued. Perhaps it was due to my luck, having many of my elders have high expectations of me. Yi Futian simply smiled and said, You are indeed humble, Palace Lord Yi. Zhou Ye continued calmly. As it is the 9-state forum today and there are so many geniuses hailing from all 9 states, with top-class figures from even the sage plane present instead of just nobles, how about you take the opportunity to show a thing or two to everyone from all 9 states, Palace Lord Yi. Zhou Ye's voice was heard all over the place, and countless eyes stared at Yi Futian. Zhou Ye was attempting to get Yi Futian to make a move. Most from the other states were perhaps displeased at how Yushang of the barren state ended up as the champion of that year's 9-state forum. As such, they wanted to know what Yi Futian was capable of. If you'd like to see a spar between sages, we've got quite a number of sages from the barren state as well. If anyone from the other states would like to try us out, we from the barren state would be happy to oblige. Zhuge Mingyue, who was beside Yi Futian, smiled and said, Zhou Ye or even the prince of the great Zhou sacred dynasty might have been immensely talented, but they were not the king himself. There is no way Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, will act just because someone told him to. Does Yi Futian have to fight all of the genius sages from the other states? I'm addressing Palace Lord Yi Yu. Zhou Ye turned his eyes at Zhuge Mingyue. While he was still smiling, his words turned rather sharp. What he truly meant was someone like Zhuge Mingyue had no place interrupting the conversation. He was talking to Yi Futian, not her. Countless in the grandstands turned to look at Zhou Ye. Zhouye was no ordinary figure in the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. He was hailed to be the successor of the Great Zhou sacred king. Even Zhou Yu was deemed below him in the sacred dynasty. Zhou Yu's status and talents made him worthy of addressing Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, directly. At the moment, Zhou Yu was showing his forceful side. Zhuge Mingyu's smile turned rather stiff, and the eyes of Gu Donglu, who was sitting right beside her, turned cold. But then Yi Futian said, "What my second sister said was what I meant." He glared at Zhou Yu with sharp eyes. He was without a doubt able to sense Zhou Yu's pride, but there were simply people Yi Futian would not tolerate being insulted by anyone. "Is that so?" Zhou Yu stood and walked out. He then looked at Yi Futian and said, "I, Zhou Yu, would like to spar with you, Palace Lord Yi, just so to learn a thing or two." Zhou Yu shone brilliantly. Countless eyes from the geniuses of the sacred dynasty fell onto him. Zhou Yu walked out and was asking for a friendly match in name, but what he meant to do was simply to challenge Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. The place where the event was held was dead silent once again. Everyone's eyes turned to look at Yi Futian. Will he accept the challenge? At that moment, everyone saw a faint smile appearing on Yi Futian's face. He stood up and looked at Zhou Yu, saying, "Since you'd like to have a friendly spar, Prince, I, as the palace lord, would be happy to teach you a thing or two." Countless eyes were frozen right there, looking at the figure dressed in white as Yi Futian was done with his words. "I, as the palace lord, would be happy to teach you a thing or two." Palace Lord Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, referring to himself as Palace Lord for the first time, said to teach a thing or two to Zhou Yu, in a holier-than-thou tone. What he meant there was, "Since you begged me, I will oblige." It seemed as if those words were spoken by an elder to their juniors. The pride and attitude were very obvious. However, the fact was that he had probably been a sage not long ago, and Zhou Yu was considered his peer. Zhou Yu's powers were probably no weaker than his. As for status, Zhou Yu was a prince of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty and a figure known to be the successor of the sacred king. If they were to speak in terms of the status of sacred grounds, Yi Futian would have easily been higher, given that he was a palace lord of a sacred ground. But then again, he was still a palace lord of a sacred ground of the barren state, which had fallen onto hard times, while the Great Zhou sacred dynasty was in full flourish. As such, Zhou Yu's status was not actually lower than that of Yi Futian. Furthermore, the chess saint had chosen Lu Zong over him, which served as a further testament of that fact. However, Yi Futian had actually answered Zhou Yu's intentions. "You ask to be taught a thing or two. I then, as the palace lord of a sacred ground, will teach you a thing or two." Everyone had gotten excited at the turn of events. The barren state had been too dazzling in this year's 9-state forum. Yushang was crowned the champion, and everyone grew interested in how capable Yi Futian was. At that moment, he finally stopped concealing his pride and walked out. They would be able to see how capable the young leader of the barren state was and how he fared compared to Yushang. Even the saints of the eastern state turned their eyes to the confrontation, showing immense interest. Boundless golden light shimmered on Zhou Yu, which shrouded the sky of the forum stage. A regal, huge, golden phoenix appeared. As it flapped its wings, countless shadows of the phoenix seemed to streak through the air, heading for Yi Futian with a destruction aura. "It would be an honor to learn from you, Palace Lord Yi," Zhou Yu said, whose voice sounded regal yet cold. He had never anticipated Yi Futian to retort in such a forceful manner. He grew eager to see how Yi Futian would be able to teach him anything. "You're welcome," Yi Futian answered coldly. A tremendously dazzling screen of stars lit up around him, blocking all of the phoenix shadows coming at him, making them incapable of touching his body at all. Both men began trading blows while they were still chatting. Countless held their breaths as they stared at Zhou Yu. As the huge golden phoenix behind him continued to flap its wings, more and more golden phoenixes appeared in the air and took tangible forms. The golden phoenixes turned into terrifying storms, dancing about as they soared the skies. The golden wings were incredibly sharp as they went about cutting the space before them. The scene was a brilliant one. It was as if the phoenixes had descended upon their realm. Zhou is going at it for real. Many people's minds shook violently at the brilliant lights dancing about in the air. Zhou had only broken into the Sage Plane a little more than a year ago. His plane was already incredibly stable and his development of rules had matured. He was able to manipulate his surroundings with his will alone. Zhou had once been known the most powerful noble in all of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. While he had not been a sage for long, he had already been lauded highly as the successor of the sacred king. His talents reigned supreme in all of the sacred dynasty. Yifutian was at the same plane as him, which was why Zhou wanted to spar with Yifutian. However, it remained to be seen who, at the same plane as Zhou, would be capable enough to teach that unparalleled genius of the great Zhou sacred dynasty anything. One phoenix after another, having taken tangible forms, rushed and rammed hard at Yifutian's starry defenses. The screen of light shook and dazzling starlight coursed on it as if it would have cracked and shattered at any given moment, but it stayed intact and incredibly stable. Some defenses indeed. Many praised, but it was not a surprise at all. As a leader of the Holy Ji Palace and there being so many uncanny geniuses in the barren state, how could he, Yifutian, be a weakling? Zhou remained unfazed. The vast forum stage became incredibly wild and unruly. Many golden phoenixes danced about in the sky and coalesced behind Zhou. A terrifying storm whipped up soon enough. An even greater golden phoenix appeared, with Zhou's body at the center, melding into one single being with him. The demonic-looking eyes of the bird shot golden lightning. They looked identical to Zhou's eyes. The great wings shone brilliantly as they flapped, and the golden light emanated seemed to be able to cut the space around them apart. Boom! The huge, golden phoenix wings trembled, and storms of even greater magnitude manifested. Lethal golden colors shot about in the air, and the huge phoenix dived with its wings cutting down, tearing the space around them. Everyone turned their eyes to the sky above the forum stage and saw beams of golden light shooting down, cutting the air into pieces as they landed around Yifutian. The hearts of many leaped. What a terrifying attack! Yifutian was caught in the center of the storm at the moment as if it was only a matter of time before he was torn to pieces. Yifutian lifted his head and pierced the phoenix's shadow with his eyes. He looked straight at the eyes of the phoenix itself, which had an oppressively overbearing aura as well as coldness. Those eyes that he looked at were Zhou's own. At the moment, a formless power covered every corner of the forum stage. The unruly storms seemed to have turned sluggish with the incredibly huge phoenix shadow striking down at him. The space around them seemed to have been frozen solid by that formless power. Space freezing. A line was uttered from Yifutian's mouth. The terrifying golden phoenixes around him all froze and ceased moving as he said the line. It was as if everything had stopped in an instant, giving birth to a brilliant, picturesque scene hanging in the air. However, the incredibly huge phoenix shadow continued to come down at Yifutian, as if the bird intended to tear apart the power of rules that froze the space. It stayed on its set course unflinchingly. That was the battle of rules. Space rules were not invincible. However, the speed at which Zhou's phoenix was flying down had been severely reduced. Power of rules of space. The eyes of the people of the other states all sparkled. Yifutian also developed space rules, but different from Yaya's. Yaya wielded space manipulation while Yifutian developed space freezing, both of which were branches of space rules. Countless eyes stared at the battlefield. Everyone saw Yifutian step forward at the very next moment, turning into a bolt of starlight, streaking through the space, shining incredibly brilliant light on the field, zipping about the frozen golden phoenixes in the air, ultimately arriving right before Zhou. Yifutian attacked Zhou right away with a single attack, which was so difficult to trace that many were unable to see it as more than a punch. The attack launched like a meteor as it landed in the shadow of the great phoenix's shadow. Boom! A muffled rumble was heard, and many saw the great golden phoenix being thrown backward by the attack, streaking in the air like a beam of golden light as it crashed at the edge of the forum stage. Such power! The hearts of many seemed ready to leap out of their chests. Imbued with the rules of stars, The eyes of the great figures of all 9 states glittered. Yi Futian's punch might have looked simple, but rules of stars were imbued within that single attack, making it packed with the force of a star. The phoenix might have been huge, but it was unable to withstand such an attack and was thrown backward all the same. One attack was all it took to send Xianxia flying. Many people's hearts continued to pump hard at the silent scene. Many continued to stare at the figure clad in white in the air. So powerful. The great Zhou sacred king's eyes glittered as he glared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was seen standing in the air quietly, looking Xianxia, who had taken to the air again. He said, "Flashy moves without substance are mostly useless techniques. Those moves will do you no good in battle. It is best that you keep the use of such moves to a minimum in the future." Wah! Everyone turned speechless. Yi Futian is actually teaching Xianxia without reservation. Xianxia became clad in his golden phoenix form, obscuring his face, but it was assumed to look incredibly frustrated. That much was seen from his incredibly sharp eyes. Both of them were of the same plane, and Yi Futian's words sounded like an insult to him. "Since when do I need teachings from you, Yi Futian?" A loud phoenix cry was heard as Xianxia's golden phoenix form flew straight up, basked in golden divine fire, looking incredibly dazzling. It dove soon after, and boundless golden divine fire shot below, sending terrifying storms out to tear everything apart with earth-shaking force as if nothing was to stand intact before it. Yi Futian remained standing where he was, calmly, staring at the silhouette shooting down from the sky at him. The air was filled with lightning bolts all of a sudden as countless flashes of lightning sparkled. In the very next moment, one bolt of thick lightning vines after another appeared in the air, lashing out at Xianxia. Xianxia was shooting down at breakneck speed, but the space-freezing rules were once again used and his speed could not resist turning sluggish once again. The lightning bolts in the air flashed and purple-golden lightning vines reached the huge golden phoenix's body in an instant, coiling around its body as if a divine tree had appeared in the air. It was the countless vines from that divine tree that had shackled Xianxia's body. At the same time, terrifyingly destructive powers rushed into the phoenix's body, making the huge phoenix shake violently, letting out brutal cries. Yi Futian extended his hand and a huge purple-golden whip appeared in the air, whipping at the phoenix's head. Crack! The whip lashed out like a thunder god's whip. The head of the golden bird blew up, and the huge phoenix shuddered all over, signifying its spiritual will being subjected to ferocious attacks. Attacks are too one-dimensional and powers too weak. Yi Futian continued standing there and teaching his opponent. Extremely cold killing intent was seen in Xianxia's eyes. The golden phoenix's body seemed to have burned as it turned even more dazzling, as if a boundlessly enormous shadow of the phoenix burst forth, shattering the purple-golden vines shackling Xianxia. The spectators from all over the 9 states continued to shudder at the scene. He was able to shackle Xianxia using just vines. But was that because Xianxia is really weak? Everyone was able to sense right there that there was yet another unparalleled genius who stood before them. The young palace lord of a sacred ground of the barren state might have proven more exceptional than they had imagined. Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, Su Ke, and all the others were students of the barren state, while Yi Futian was the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. Everyone lauded him to be the palace lord without exception and without objection. Even when the other sacred grounds from other states wanted to rob them of their students, Yu Shang and Su Ke refused outright and remained where they were. Even someone as powerful as Xianxia, who was widely known to be the successor of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, was unable to fight back at all before Yi Futian. The fight was more like a slaughter than a spar. The phoenix that Xianxia had taken the form of completely incinerated at that very moment. Golden divine fire shot from Xianxia's eyes, targeting Yi Futian's eyes. The sky around them burned, and shadows of phoenixes continued to appear as they streaked through the sky in a dazzling manner. The golden phoenix tactics of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Xianxia is truly bringing his all in this fight, giving everything just to crush Yi Futian. The hearts of many shuddered violently. The scene before them was simply too dazzling. The golden phoenix's shadow shot through the air and headed straight for Yi Futian. The divine fire shot from his eyes and landed straight into Yifutian's. Xianxia was unable to stand such a humiliating battle. He was a prince of the scared dynasty, lauded as the successor of the sacred dynasty. It was not a humiliating defeat that someone like him deemed acceptable. It would be a stain in the history of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Yifutian looked up at Xianxia. His eyes turned incredibly demonic as they clashed with Xianxia's. Yifutian's eyes were like a dark, bottomless whirlpool. Swallowing all of the divine fire shot out from the prince's eyes. At the very next moment, Xianxia felt as if he had been caught in an eye sorcery world. He saw incredibly terrifying spiritual storms whipping up right before him. Yifutian's silhouette appeared within that eye sorcery world. Terrifying purple-golden lightning lashed out directly at his spiritual will. The huge phoenix suddenly was clad in fearsome lightning glare. The fearsome power that Xianxia was clad in was shed bit by bit as his body trembled. You have not been a sage for long and your mind is not in the right place. You have decent talent but you lack mature temperament. You think too highly of yourself, yet your powers do not match that of your pride. You need to train harder, Yifutian said plainly, and his voice was heard all over the place. Yifutian's body was nowhere to be found as soon as he finished. He appeared right before the phoenix's shadow and launched a finger at the head of the phoenix, piercing right through it to attack Xianxia, who was inside. Xianxia felt as if his brain was to explode. He let out a horrifying shriek, and boundless golden light burst out. Flames danced in the air, and the bird's wings flapped. His body reappeared again and fell downward. Xianxia fell onto the ground with his hands cradling his head, feeling his head about to split, looking incredibly pathetic. Enough! A cold shout was heard. The great sacred king's voice penetrated into Xianxia's brain, and only then did Xianxia calm down. His face was completely ashen and his brow was covered in sweat. Xianxia clenched his fist as he looked up at Yifutian, who was still in the air with incredibly cold eyes. None of the pride and bearing befitting that of a genius remained to be seen in him. Many felt sympathy looking at Xianxia at the moment. Their eyes looked different as they turned to look at Yifutian again. The young palace lord of the barren state is just too terrifying. The battle that day would be etched in Xianxia's memory for the rest of his days. Could even be said to be Xianxia's nightmare. Please steady your mind and heart more in the future. And beware of getting too worked up and thinking too highly of yourself. Yifutian spared Xianxia a plain glance but did not sympathize with his opponent. There were people who he deemed not worthy of sympathy. He looked up at the Zhou sacred king and bowed. I have overstepped my authority to teach Xianxia a thing or two. For that, I beg for your forgiveness, sacred king. He returned to his corner right afterward, flailing his robe. He sat down, looking tremendously impressive. The eyes of all those from the 9 states were directed at Yifutian, the young leader of the barren state. At this moment everyone truly felt as if he was also the palace lord of the sacred land. Although he was still young, the spirit Yifutian exuded was already that of a head saint. Xianxia's provocation of Yifutian was thought of as a potentially exhilarating showdown. However, against expectations, it turned out to be no more than a lesson akin to an experienced elder giving guidance to a young underling. Strong as he was, Xianxia could offer no resistance at all. Humble, unassuming, polite, but arrogant at this moment. Which attitude was that of the real Yifutian? It was unexpected that his martial arts would be so powerful. The chess saint's 9th disciple praised from the direction of the eastern state. He only knew that at the chess saint's villa, Yifutian displayed extraordinary comprehension and cultivated diligently. However, on this day he saw the other side of Yifutian, an authoritative master and palace lord of the sacred land. Although still somewhat inexperienced, he had a bright future. The many disciples of the chess saint showed a touch of surprise. Xianxia even cast Li Kaishan a sideways glance. He did not know how accurate the master's choice was, but he did know that were it not for the slight bias of second brother Li Kaishan, Lu Zong might not have beaten the chess game that day. Had Lu Zong proven unable to solve the game, the master would have chosen Yifutian. Still, none of that mattered anymore. Right now, it was more important to look ahead and free the master from his prison. He is indeed strong. I was not amiss in my judgment. Lu Zong smiled. It was a pity that he hadn't been able to recruit Yi Futian, who could have been an asset of considerable strength in the future. The barren state had garnered all the attention this day. Now all those who had spoken before fell silent. This battle had proven the strength of Yi Futian. Yi Futian sat and surveyed those around him before saying, "Many who came today are the geniuses and prodigies of the 9 states. I dare not instruct those of higher planes, but if those in planes near my own desire my feedback, I shall do my best to please." Everyone looked at him curiously. Zhouya was a warning. Even though many from the 9 states did not consider themselves to be weaker than Zhouya, Yi Futian had not simply defeated Zhouya, he had totally crushed him. For Zhouya, it was a humiliating fight, and under such circumstances who would be insane enough to ask for it? "Would someone still like to try?" questioned Saint Xihua from the direction of the eastern state as he looked out across the crowd. However, those who were curious and doubtful remained silent. Even members from the Hall of Holy Light were quiet. If the fight took place on the same plane, even the rule of light might be subdued by the power of space-freezing rules coupled with the many other rule powers exhibited by Yi Futian in that battle. Defeating him in this plane would be difficult. When no one answered, the Sky Saint looked in the direction of Yi Futian and smiled. It seems the youngest lord of the Holy Land in the history of 9 states has shocked all the geniuses of the 9 states with a single battle. For someone who just entered the Sage Plane and who uses rules so skillfully, the multi-rule ability itself is an extraordinarily powerful ability. It seemed that it was just a matter of time before the barren state rose in power. The Sky Saint was a figure of the Saint Plane, but he was also a gentle and relaxed soul who had not established any sects in the Holy Land. Instead, he was willing to assist gifted youths in their growth and watch them become additions to the 9 states. "Thank you, revered Sky Saint. I shall endeavor to do my best and hope that one day the barren state will yield saints so that we no longer bear the name of Holy Land in vain." Yi Futian bowed his head to Sky Saint. "Is your goal so low?" Sky Saint smiled at Yi Futian as if he could see through him. "Judging from the strength of the barren state's representatives, the emergence of strong cultivators from the Saint Plane was very likely. I dare not set the bar too high. This is the immediate goal for the barren state," Yi Futian replied. "Well, I also practice the way of space rules. If there's an opportunity, you can always ask me for advice." The Sky Saint nodded to Yi Futian. Even if he had a mind to take Yi Futian on as a disciple, Yushang and Suke had both refused to become the disciples of saints, and as the palace lord of a holy land, Yi Futian would be even more unsuitable. But he did not mind if there was ever an opportunity to counsel Yi Futian. Perhaps he could witness the birth of a legend. "I will remember that." Yi Futian nodded with a smile. Those of the 9 states who witnessed this scene knew that the Sky Saint was partial to Yi Futian and were becoming impressed as a result. In the direction of the Jisheng Cliffs, Kong Yao had a strained look. In the past, the Jisheng Cliffs had never even considered the barren state as an equal. Yet the entrance of Jisheng Palace from the barren state in the 9 States Forum was so dazzling under the leadership of Yi Futian that he felt threatened. Saint Xihua smiled. He looked at everyone present and said, "Well, this time at the 9 States Forum, the barren state has passed. With so many young and intelligent palace lords, it seems that there is something worthy of hope. In this session of the 9 States Forum, there were astonishments and surprises, but moreover, there was passion just as there was during my youth. The forum has now concluded fortuitously. Everyone from the holy lands of the 9 states is welcome to stay a while at the Xihua Sacred Mountain if they so wish. No need. It's over now and we should return home." The elder of the Xia clan smiled and replied, "The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty has other duties to attend to, so we are unable to dally," said Great Zhou Sacred King. This time at the 9 States Forum, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty suffered the most severe losses. Zhou Zi was swept out in the first battle, and in the battle after the 9 States Forum's conclusion, Zhouya had been crushed. As the Sacred King of the Great Zhou Dynasty, he felt disgraced and was naturally unwilling to stay. "Just as well, I will not keep you any longer. But those who are willing to stay with us will be hosted by the Xihua Sacred Mountain." Saint Xihua repeated with a smile. Everyone from the 9 states got up at once and prepared to leave. In the grandstands, everyone from the eastern state also felt sadness. Was it finally over? The 9 states forum had left a deep impression this time. Farewell, the sacred king of the great Zhou dynasty said lightly, looking at the glass saint. Shall we? Since the sacred king is occupied, he should feel free to take his leave. The glass saint shook her head gently. She knew that the sacred king of the great Zhou dynasty had always been interested in her, but it was obviously an impossibility. Well, I will visit you at the lapis lazuli holy temple when I can. The sacred king of the great Zhou dynasty waved and stepped into the void, followed by a dazzling army of golden phoenixes, with Zhou Zi, Zhou Zichao, Zhou Yu, Zhou Ye and the others close behind. They hung their heads and glanced in the direction of the barren state, still looking a little apathetic. Many cultivators of the Holy Lands in the 9 states had risen to say their goodbyes, and each cultivator took to the sky in a spectacular scene. Just then, Lu Zong looked out at the crowd and his gaze fell on Yaya. He walked over to Saint Xihua and whispered something. Saint Xihua's eyes suddenly flashed with resplendent light, and he also turned his gaze towards Yaya. By now, Yaya had returned to the side of the old village chief, who was squeezing through the crowd toward the barren state. Yi Futian had already stood up and saw the old village chief appear in front of them, his eyes traveling between Yi Futian and Yushang. He took the opportunity to come to the 9 states forum to find someone who could defeat Yaya, and Yushang had been able to achieve that. Therefore, the one he wanted to see would naturally be Yushang. But after Yushang's fight, he'd seen Yi Futian's abilities. Even though the young palace lord did not use the entirety of his power, he had displayed his extraordinary talent to all. So, Yushang or Yi Futian? At the old village chief's side, Yaya glared at Yushang. It seemed that she was still sore over her loss to him. Yushang returned her stare and said, "What? You'd better be careful." She fixed her stare on Yushang. Yushang was speechless. This girl was a moron. Yi Futian was also somewhat stunned. Did this girl still want to retaliate? "What are you looking at?" She turned around and stared at Yi Futian instead, pouting. Yi Futian blinked, then smiled and walked up with his hand extended. Yaya looked up at his hand, which was placed well above her head. She glowered madly, bright flashes like a sharpened sword appearing as her entire being was surrounded by a trace of sword will. An invisible force shrouded Yaya, and Yi Futian's hand slowly came down until he rested it on top of her little head and gave it a rub. Smiling, he said, "Where does this little girl get her hot temper?" Yaya's stare turned stiff and she blinked while regarding Yi Futian. "What are you looking at? Something to say?" Yi Futian knocked on Yaya's head. Her jaw tightened in response, and her body emitted traces of strong and powerful energy. "Yaya, don't mess around," the old village chief said. Finally, Yaya reined in her energy but continued to glower maliciously at Yi Futian. She lifted up her small fist and snarled, "This guy, how dare he rub my head, and then knock on it? Outrageous." Yi Futian smiled and looked at the old village chief, asking, "Is there anything I can be of service for?" "Yes." The old village chief nodded. "I would like to invite you all to our village as guests. Since Yushang and Yi Futian were together, they'd be invited together." "Village?" Yi Futian looked surprised. "Where?" "You will know when you get there," the old village chief continued. Yi Futian's countenance appeared slightly strange. From Yaya, he could deduce that the old village chief would not be a straightforward character, and similarly, their village would not be so simple either. "We would be willing to visit. Would the honorable elder care to lead us?" A voice piped up. The old village chief and Yi Futian both turned their attention to the speaker and saw Lu Zong walking towards them. Seeing this scene play out before them, those who had not left the forum yet were all watching intently. This was Lu Zong, one cultivated by the 3 saints and the most talented of all at Xihua Sacred Mountain. He actually wanted to visit the village that Yaya came from. Could it be that there was more to the situation than meets the eye? Lu Zong smiled and nodded at Yi Futian before continuing to look at the old village chief. "Why do you want to go to the village?" the old village chief asked. Once an elder of ours embarked on a trip there but encountered some troubles. Could the honorable village chief be willing to render aid? Lu Zong said again. Going where one should not have, this I cannot help. The old village chief sharpened his eyes and glanced at Lu Zong. Since the honorable village chief is the head of the tomb village, naturally he would be able to help. Lu Zong acted unfazed, replying with a smile. The old man's eyes suddenly became sharp as he stared at Lu Zong, but they quickly turned calm again as he remarked nonchalantly, "You are the one they call Lu Zong." "Yours truly." Lu Zong nodded. Behind him, the 9 disciples of the chess saint fixed their attention upon the old man. The 2 people who ever cracked the celestial dragon chess game at Chess Saint Villa were Yu and Yi Futian. The old village chief cast a glance at Yi Futian again, looking amused. What a coincidence! Likewise, Yi Futian showed a look of surprise. The old village chief appeared to be a hermit. Even the saints did not know where he came from and what village this was. But how did Lu Zong know about it? Moreover, the old village chief knew of Lu Zong and knew of him. Could there be a connection with Chess Saint Villa? Yes. Lu Zong nodded. Chess Saint chose you as his successor and not him. The old village chief smiled. That being the case, if you want to save Chess Saint, you ought to go by yourself. I am an old man and cannot really help. Lu Zong looked at the old man, as well as the people around him. Some did not understand the meaning of the dialogues between them. Save the Chess Saint? Wasn't it rumored that because Chess Saint planned to sit for peaceful death, Lu Zong was chosen as the successor? What exactly was going on? The 9 disciples of the Chess Saint were now following Lu Zong. What was the secret behind it? And where was Tomb Village? They had never heard of this village. Tomb Village is isolated from the outside world. Even its existence is unknown. However, these many years, Tomb Village has always existed outside the forbidden land of the Nether Sword Mound. Chess Saint went to the forbidden land of the Nether Sword Mound and was trapped. How would Lu Zong save Chess Saint? Surely you jest, sir. Just then, Saint Shihua himself stepped forward and addressed the old village chief. As his voice fell, the hearts of the crowd around him trembled, and all eyes were now on the old man. Nether Sword Mound. Could this old man and Yaya be from outside of Nether Sword Mound? The Nether Sword was known as the premier restricted area in the eastern state. There were countless swords that were hidden within the mound, along with countless bones. For many years, many had ventured to the Nether Sword Mound, but none had returned, losing their lives in the process, hence its notoriety. Gradually, this forbidden land was slowly forgotten and no one dared to approach. It was subsequently rarely mentioned. There were also many rumors about the Nether Sword Mound. Some said that within the Nether Sword Mound, a matchless, ferocious sword was gestating within, slaughtering all who dared to invade. Some said that there were supreme beings practicing within the mound, murdering many. Some even said that the Nether Sword Mound had buried an extraordinary strongman. But these rumors could not be confirmed nor denied. Perhaps only those who are of the Holy Land would know the truth. Could it be that Tomb Village was tasked to guard the Nether Sword Mound? Rumor had it that the Nether Sword Mound was a place of nothingness, extremely difficult to reach. No one had ever thought that those who guarded the Forbidden Land at Tomb Village would come here. Yi Futian also showed a look astonishment. He had known about all the holy lands of the 9 states but had never heard of the Tomb Village or the Nether Sword Mound. But if this place would even cause Saint Shihua to pay attention, then clearly it was not ordinary. The old village chief looked at Saint Shihua and said, "That is his own business." He then looked at Yaya. "Yaya, let's go." "Yes." Yaya nodded and once again gave Yi Futian and Yushang a dirty look. The old village chief also turned to look at Yushang and said, "It was an extraordinary feat to defeat Yaya. You are welcome to come to my village as guests when you have time." As soon as he finished, the 2 figures turned into 2 swords, broke through the air, and disappeared instantly. At the same time, a voice secretly transmitted into Yi Futian's ear, which made Yi Futian reveal a look of shock. Saint Shihua looked at the disappearing shadows of the swords, and his countenance was uncertain. He did not expect that a seemingly worthless tomb village outside the Forbidden Land would turn out to be not so simple. There would be troubles again in the 9 states, and those who had left would hear about it soon enough. Of course, there was a purpose for him to deliberately point out the origin of the other party. After all, this was the Nether Sword Mound that trapped even the Chess Saint. Xihua Sacred Mountain did not have so many strong cultivators to sacrifice in vain. Naturally, it would be better to have others along to investigate. News about the Nether Sword Mound was enough to alarm the Holy Lands of 9 states. Lu Zong, as the successor of Chess Saint, knew a bit more than the others, which was an advantage for Xihua Sacred Mountain. I shall bid my farewell as well. Yi Futian put his hands together in respect for Saint Xihua. Saint Xihua looked at Yi Futian, smiled, and nodded. This time at the 9-state forum, Baron State had the most dazzling performance, and I look forward to your future. If you ever want to cultivate in the Holy Land, Xihua Sacred Mountain welcomes you anytime. Thank you, Saint. I will remember that. Yi Futian bowed slightly and then turned away with the rest of the delegates from the Baron State. After Yi Futian left, Lu Zong stared at his disappearing figure and said, Master, according to the information chest Saint passed on to me, and in addition to the fact that the people from Tomb Village have been out and about, perhaps they are looking for successors. A flash flitted across the eyes of Saint Xihua. Even though the old village chief deliberately evaded him, the fact that they had sought out Yi Futian and Yusheng prior to that was enough for him to connect the dots. Especially since Yusheng had taken first place at this year's 9-state forum. And in the battle pursuant of the 9 states forum, Yi Futian had also exhibited exceptional brilliance. Thus, Lu Zong's comment was enough to infer a lot of information. Send the word, Saint Xihua said lightly, then turned to leave. The curtain had drawn on the 9-state forum, and when the news came out, all of Huatian City was shaken. No one ever thought that the Baron State, which had not participated in 9-state forum for many years, would turn out to be the Black Horse, showing the most dazzling light on the stage. Perhaps this was what they meant by heroes came from all places. As for the news of the Nether Sword Mound and the Tomb Village, the response in Huatian City was not as strong. After all, because of the distance to places such as the Forbidden Land of the Nether Sword Mound was far from them, their knowledge of it was limited. Just after everyone had left Xihua Sacred Mountain, a carriage of phoenix descended from the sky in the area above Xihua Sacred Mountain. It rained down brilliant rays of incomparable glory, heading directly to the center of the mountain. The one upon the carriage was Great Zhou Sacred King, who had actually left and came back. Great Zhou Sacred King stepped down from the carriage. Behind him, the strongest of the Golden Phoenix Legion, Zhouya and other descendants followed. Is there something I can be of service for the saint to call on me? Great Zhou Sacred King landed on the ground, where Saint Xihua, Rain Saint, and Lu Zong were. Happy news. Please sit down, Sacred King, Saint Xihua said with a smile as he walked over to a seat, a chessboard in front of him. He made a gesture to Great Zhou Sacred King. Great Zhou Sacred King walked over and sat down. He looked at the chessboard and said, What kind of happy news would strike such fancy in the saint today? I assume the name of Nether Swordsman is one that is known by the Sacred King? Saint Xihua placed a pawn on the chessboard and smiled. The champion sword of 9 states. Great Zhou Sacred King replied solemnly as he placed a piece on the board. That was a legendary figure. Just knowing a few of his deeds was enough to make one's blood boil. Even the Great Zhou Sacred King was full of admiration for this forebear. Indeed, a legend who, in the lore, slew saints with one sword, and invincible in the Holy War, and was named the champion sword of 9 states by Emperor Xia himself. One, who once upon a time, could stand next to Emperor Xia. Saint Xihua looked intense. That legendary figure of 9 states was probably approaching the level of an emperor in status. The ancient annals of the Great Zhou dynasty recorded that the Nether Swordsman created the Nether Sword Matrix as the premier matrix of 9 states, and it was said that it was an emperor slayer. Great Zhou Sacred King looked at the chessboard and dropped a piece. When he looked up again, his eyes suddenly became extremely acute. He focused on Saint Xihua. Such a legendary figure. How did he die? And why did he create the nether sword mound and chose to be buried within? At our level, we should know that cultivation is the appropriation of the spirit of the world. Even the Saint Plane still has too many unknowns. So who truly knows? Saint Xihua seemed to want to avoid the subject, so he smiled and answered aimlessly. Great Zhou, Sacred King, gazed at him with sharpened intensity. You haven't said what the happy news is? Where is Chess Saint? You, Sacred King, should know. Yes, the nether sword mound. Great Zhou, Sacred King, lowered his head and placed another piece. Chess Saint was fascinated by chess and incorporating the matrix of the world within it, so he could not possibly pass the opportunity to take on this premier nether matrix of 9 states. Chess Saint is trapped at Nether Sword Mound, but at the Chess Villa, they were conducting the selection of its successor. You know very well what that means. Now, Lu Zong knows something. Saint Xihua glanced at Lu Zong, who stood behind him. Presently, even those from Tomb Village are out and about. Isn't it clear to you what this all means? It's been many years. Is it true that the Nether Swords Mound still contains the secret inheritance of the Nether Swordsman? Even if it were true, how much of it is still there now? Asked the Great Zhou, Sacred King. The people in Tomb Village should be the most knowledgeable, Saint Xihua said. I think that Old Village Chief seems intent on recruiting the top talents. They invited the people from the Barren State for a visit. Great Zhou, Sacred King, looked at Saint Xihua. He disliked the people of the Barren State and certainly did not hope that the people of Barren State would be the ones inheriting the champion sword of the 9 states. The people of 9 states should hear the news eventually. The Nether Sword Mound will not have peace for long. Among the land of 9 states, the Barren State is the weakest, followed by U State and Ocean State. Our Eastern State, though not the weakest, is only below average. On top, there are Summer State, Qi State, War State, and Cloud State, who are all stronger than us. Therefore, if the Nether Sword Mound truly still contains the inheritance of the champion sword of 9 states, I hope that the one who receives it will be from our Eastern State. Great Zhou, Sacred King, looked up at Lu Zong and sarcastically said, The Saint has already chosen a candidate. Lu Zong is a talented genius, the most naturally talented of the younger generation of Xihua Sacred Mountain. He is more outstanding than the Sacred King could imagine. Saint Xihua said with a smile, Does the Great Zhou dynasty care to consider Lu Zong as consort? Next to them, Zhou Zi suddenly lifted her head and looked in the direction of Lu Zong, and her heart slightly throbbed. Although the influence of the Nether Sword Mound in Eastern State was far less than that of the 9-state forum, the rumors regarding the Nether Sword Mound increased as time went by. Moreover, there were even whispers that the Chess Saint did not sit for a peaceful death, but was imprisoned in the forbidden land of Nether Sword Mound instead. There were even claims that the Nether Sword Mound was the Nether Swordsman, who was named by the Lord of 9 States, the Xia Emperor, as the champion sword, buried his sword. Presently, there was once again excitement in the air. At the end of the Divine Prefecture calendar year 10011, the area bordering the 4 states of Eastern State, Summer State, Qi State, and Feng State was a vast and abandoned area, mountainous and rarely inhabited. Because the borderland of these 4 states was ungoverned, the cultivators from this area would unlikely be strong, but occasionally, there would be hermits and recluses who were exceptions. The area close to the borders of the Eastern State was surrounded by mountains, and nested within was a quiet and otherworldly village. This was the Tomb Village that was little known to the outside world. Tomb Village was isolated, and there were hardly any interactions between the village and the outside world. Even those who cultivated in the Holy Lands had hardly ever heard of it, much less ordinary civilians. In the vast and boundless 9 states area, place such as Tomb Village was like a speck of dust, unnoticed by anyone. More recently, this isolated village had been visited more often. Since nothing of consequence ever happened, they seemed to be merely passing by. At this moment, outside the village, a procession came from the sky. The leader was a young man in white, extraordinarily handsome. It was Yi Futian and his companions from Huatian City. After leaving Xihua Sacred Mountain that day, the old man left a map for him to let him choose whether or not to come to the village after secretly transmitting the message. Yifutian allowed some from the barren state to return and then led the rest along with Zhuge Qingfeng to the village. So quiet. Yifutian directed his gaze downward. No tall buildings or ancient temples, just simple houses built with stones, scattered below. The village was not small. With about 1,000 or so households, it was more like a small town. Accustomed to the excitement of the city, Yifutian rarely experienced this kind of tranquility. "Let's go," Yifutian said. As the party landed on a small gravel road, moving forward, occasionally some residents would poke their heads out and look at them, but then they would go about their business as if they had not seen them at all. However, Yifutian could detect that someone had already secretly reported their arrival to other villagers. After all, there were quite a few people within their party. People coming again. Looks like there is going to be trouble in the village. An old man who sat next to a house grumbled. Yifutian looked at him and asked, "Sir, we are here for the village chief. Do you know where we can find him? What business do you have with the village chief?" The old man looked up and looked at Yifutian alarmingly. "The village chief invited us to visit the village as guests." Yifutian smiled. "Mr. Yi?" the old man asked, apparently with knowledge of him. "Yifutian at your service?" Yifutian greeted him. "All right." The old man stroked his goatee and stood up. His seemingly hunchbacked body instantly straightened up, and the gaze that seemed cloudy suddenly gained spirit. The entire aura of his person seemed to have transformed swiftly. Yifutian and company all showed a touch of amazement. The ability of hiding his aura was remarkable. It was hard to imagine that an ordinary old man would transform into the one standing in front of them at this moment. "Please, Mr. Yi," the old man gestured. "You first, sir." Yifutian nodded as the old man led the way to the village. Many then came out and watched Yifutian, Yushang, and the rest of them with curiosity. They all knew that a few months ago, the old village chief left with Yaya. And the village chief also said that there would be outsiders visiting. Now they had arrived. In the open space right in front of them, there was a procession coming towards Yifutian and his party. A girl of about 15 years of age was walking in front with great pride, staring at Yifutian and his companions with menace. Yifutian revealed an odd look at this event. He stopped and watched Yaya coming towards them with her group. Those coming toward them wore simple and plain clothing. Some were shirtless and some were even wearing animal skins. As they continued forward, they subtly surrounded Yifutian and his group. "Yaya, who bullied you?" Next to Yaya, there was a strong young man clad in a fur coat, whose eye swept towards Yifutian as he asked. "Him." Yaya pointed at Yushang and then at Yifutian. "And he's not much better." Yifutian looking at the girl, speechless. Is she complaining? Do they mean to brawl? It seems like that now she's on her turf. The girl is becoming audacious. "You two, come out." Just then, a burly young man came out from behind Yaya. He was shirtless, revealing his muscular build, and he exuded savage power. Yifutian felt that the barbaric aura from the other was affecting the power of the surrounding people, and his eyes showed a slight surprise. It seemed that the villagers in Tomb Village were not ordinary. Boom! The figure stepping out, and it was Yuan Zhan. From his body, a barbaric aura also exploded forth. Golden radiance flowed above him. A demon ape? The shirtless youth looked at Yuan Zhan and let out a roar. Behind him, there appeared an huge black shadow. It was a humongous yak. Wind and thunder danced between heaven and earth, while an even more fierce aura bloomed. Immediately, he started towards Yuan Zhan. Dust flew and the ground shook. He rushed towards Yuan Zhan. Yuan Zhan also stepped forward and sprinted. There was no magic being used between the two, merely an explosion of their own unfettered strengths, charging each other. With a loud bang, the instant the two collided, a violent exhalation raged, and cracks appeared on the ground, along with houses collapsing in the distance. A demonic wind swirled in the surrounding area. Yuan Zhan and the shirtless youth both stumbled a few steps backward, rubbing against the ground. "Big Ox brother," Yaya shouted. "I'm okay." The shirtless figure steadied himself and shook his head at Yaya. A dazzling golden light flashed across Yuan Zhan's eyes. The physical strength of his opponent was no lesser than his. This individual possessed compelling brute force. Likewise, Yifutian displayed a strange look. Even though Yuan Zhan did not enter the top 10 of the 9-state forum, he was still able to enter the top tier. Even if he did not employ any combat technique and relied only on his own strength, the fortitude of the Golden Ape clan was still phenomenal. For the youth to have checked Yuan Zhan, he obviously also possessed considerable brute force. Could any random young man from the village be this strong? Also, Big Ox Brother? Yaya? What kind of names are these? And what willful person gave them such names? At this juncture, Yifutian glanced around and could detect many streams of consciousness spying on the unfolding scene, and it felt like those were other villagers from the village. There were more to the people of this village. Little girl, who taught you that if you don't win, you should come back and complain? Yifutian said to Yaya with a smile. Yaya looked at Yifutian hatefully, then pointed to Yushang. You come out and we will fight again. That last time didn't count. Yushang looked at Yaya contemptuously. A powerful aura spilled out, and suddenly intimidation of the sage rank flourished. Yaya's expression altered. I am afraid you will cry if you are beaten again, Yifutian said with scorn. This little punk was too arrogant. After the 9-state forum, all those from the Barren State who participated in the battles had a realization. Yushang battled the most, so his realization was the deepest. Soon after the conclusion of 9-states forum, he had a breakthrough and entered the sage plane. Yushang was now in the realm of the sages. You! Yaya pointed at Yifutian and gnashed her teeth. I will fight you then. And if you lost? Yifutian asked Yaya. This girl seemed really stubborn, and it looked like she would need to be taught a lesson. Then I will take you to the village chief, said Yaya. That's not enough. After you lose, you'll have to call me older brother whenever you see me. Yifutian laughed. Yaya stared at Yifutian. If you dare not, then forget it, Yifutian said. Why don't you just take us to see the village chief now? All right, but if you lose, you have to obey my commands. Yaya squeezed out between her teeth. She must torture these two pompous guys. Sure, if you volunteer. Don't say that I bully little punks. Yifutian walked forward with a smile. He did not really intend on fighting. It was just that he found this little girl very interesting. Yaya stared at Yifutian. A powerful atmosphere broke out, and suddenly, there seemed to be endless sword will hidden within heaven and earth. Yaya seemed to be the sharpest of all swords. She directed her eyes to Yifutian, and he instantly saw that dreadful picture of a bloody sword cutting away at his spiritual will. Yifutian's pupils sharpened at once, turning into a terrible storm as if to devour that frightening sword will. Yaya disappeared in a flash, and all Yifutian felt was a strong sense of impending danger, as if that endless sword will was descending on him. With a turn of the mind, the space-freezing rules bloomed, slowing down the velocity of the entire space. Yaya's shadowy figure suddenly reappeared in front of his eyes, and one finger fell down towards him. It seemed that the way of the sword of all heavens dropped down simultaneously and traversed the void. But the space seemed to be frozen, and there was extremely powerful starry rule power surrounding Yifutian. When the sword will came down, it burst into a brilliant radiance. At the same time, Yaya also felt forceful pressure land on her body, making it difficult for her to move. An extremely sharp bloody sword will flashed across Yaya's eyes. In an instant, that monstrous sword will seem to break down all defenses, tearing through everything to get to Yifutian. Between heaven and earth, countless swords descended in all heaven's sword matrix. Sensing this scene, Yifutian reached out with both hands, and with his body as the center, an even more powerful force now manifested, turning into an absolute starry zone. All heaven's sword matrix fell down like a bomb on the starry light screens, unable to break through. And inside, a thick purple-golden thundering ancient vine stretched out like an arm, smashing towards Yaya. Instantly, Yaya was held down. She growled, and an even stronger sword will exploded, intending to smash through. But the power of the thunder was attacking her, sapping away her strength little by little. until she was wrapped up tightly in midair. Girl, even though your offensive power is strong, you have not yet entered the sage plane, therefore the rule power you are able to use is different from mine, especially when I am specialized in spells of all kinds and multiple rules, and can use many abilities with a mere thought. It was impossible for you to win, Yifutian said to Yaya. The girl was still struggling. She was very stubborn. Boom! Just then, the ground trembled, and a violent force broke out. The young man who was clad in a fur coat and stood previously next to Yaya sprinted towards Yifutian with incredible speed. With a loud scream, a humongous great beast appeared in the firmament. It was the monstrous Ho, a fierce creature. The wind raged, and a storm of destruction swept through the area. Yifutian only felt the ceaseless shaking of his spiritual will. With a loud sound, the starry light screens burst and shattered. A figure landed in front of Yifutian like lightning and delivered a swift punch, more violently than a wild beast. Yifutian looked up at the person coming at him, and space freezing rule once again bloomed, affecting the speed of his opponent. Then, he raised his fist and delivered a punch that was like a meteor. The shadow of Ho appeared behind the other man, whose roar could pulverize the one's spiritual will. The incomparable savage power collided with Yifutian's. Futian took a couple of steps back while the other man was sent flying by the impact. While stepping back, Yifutian also took Yaya's body with him and returned them both to where they were before. Yifutian looked up at the other with an amused look in his eyes. This person could move mountains and rivers with a roar that contained unparalleled momentum as well as the ability of spirit attack, in addition to shattering the will of man. Such power was indeed frightening. Certainly, Tomb Village was a lair of crouching tigers and hidden dragons,